Whoa, that was some seriously good sleep. I dreamed I was dominating the battlefield in Kings Canyon, taking down opponents left and right, but the moment I opened my eyes, I was completely baffled. Where am I? The classroom is spacious and filled with sunlight, a gentle breeze drifting through. The teacher is standing at the podium, lecturing passionately, lost in his own world. Suddenly, the steady sound of snoring drifts through the air. I look around in confusion, only to realize to my astonishment that the sound is coming from my own mouth. My head is nodding up and down, just like a little chick pecking at rice. But none of the students around me seem the least bit surprised. I bet they're thinking, this guy clearly didn't come to school to study. He's here to cure his insomnia, isn't he? At that moment, a gentle voice spoke beside me. Obito, wake up. The teacher's watching you. I groggily open my eyes, wipe the drool from the corner of my mouth, and turn my head to see the most adorable girl sitting next to me. She had short brown hair, bright, lively eyes, and purple markings on her cheeks. She looked as if she'd stepped straight out of an anime. I thought to myself, why does she look so familiar? Suddenly a jolt ran through me. Wait a second, isn't this Rin Noera? I rubbed my eyes again and glanced over to her other side, where a cool-looking boy sat with messy silver hair, a mask covering his face, and a distant look in his eyes. There's no mistaking it. That's Kakashi Hatake. My jaw dropped in disbelief. There are only two possibilities here. Either I'm still dreaming, or I've actually transmigrated into another world. I touched my face and felt the goggles resting on my forehead. Remembering how Rin just called me Obito, it all clicked in an instant. I've become Uchiha Obito. Before I could gather my thoughts, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Transmigrator detected. Do you wish to bind to this system? Still in a daze, I blurted out system. What system? The voice answered immediately. Ding! Host response detected. God-level choice system successfully bound. I stared blankly, completely thrown off by how unconventional this system was. It left me totally at a loss. The teacher on the podium had clearly noticed my distraction. With uncanny accuracy, a piece of chalk struck me right on the head as the teacher shouted, Obito, stand up this instant. I shot to my feet, nerves jangling. After all, respect or fear for the teacher is practically etched into every student's bones. The teacher tapped the blackboard sternly and said, repeat the question I just explained. If you can't, you're going to stand outside as punishment. I stared at the board where questions about the shinobi world's common knowledge were written and fell into deep thought. Drawing from Obito's memories, I realized these questions were practically impossible for him. Just as I was caught between a rock and a hard place, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before my eyes, displaying three options. Option 1. Sincerely admit your mistake to the teacher. Right in the middle of class, three options floated up before me. Option 1. Admit that sleeping in class was wrong. After all, sleeping in class is bad for your neck. I suggest you go home to sleep next time. Reward for completion. Teacher's favorability +1. Option 2. Try to argue. Tell the teacher that unless there's a question you truly can't solve, you're sure you can handle all of these. Reward for completion. Homework double tonight. Option 3. Flare your nostrils at the teacher and say, it's not that I look down on you, but these questions are nothing short of an insult to my intelligence. Reward for completion. Common sense of the ninja world. In that instant, I felt a surge of energy. Although I hadn't read many textbooks, I'd devoured plenty of novels. This was a clear sign. I had unlocked my golden finger. Sure, these three options might not make me any stronger, but if I'm going to play, I'm going to play big. Without hesitation, I propped one foot up on the bench, lifted my chin, and nostrils flaring, declared to the teacher, Teacher, with all due respect, these questions are honestly an insult to my intelligence. The classroom fell utterly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Rin stared at me in shock, likely thinking, did an alien possess Obito today? Even Kakashi couldn't help but glance over suspicion written all over his face, as if to say, this fool, he can't solve anything and still dares to act so arrogant. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Common sense of a ninja world. A mechanical chime sounded in my mind, and suddenly a flood of information poured into my head. This was the power of knowledge. My expression grew more confident, my eyes shining. With victory, the teacher trembled with rage, her voice quivering. Fine, very well, excellent. If you can't solve every single one of these questions today, don't even think about leaving the classroom tonight. facing the astonished, curious, and even mocking gazes of my classmates. I kept my composure and began answering each question with precision. As I rattled off answer after answer, the looks on everyone's faces shifted, from skepticism to utter disbelief. Was this really the same dead? Last Obito, Rin's eyes widened in amazement. Kakashi frowned, deep in thought. Even the teacher was so stunned she was at a loss for words, her eyes misty, as if wondering, have I finally taught this troublesome student something? Once she regained her composure, the teacher said, "All right, sit down. From now on, pay attention in my class. No more sleeping." Silently, I took my seat thinking it was just a few right answers. Was it really that moving? The lesson continued. And as long as I didn't cause trouble, the classroom remained unusually calm. The class ended just like that. And I began to accept my new identity as Uchiha Obito. Traveling to another world is like a one-way ticket, now that I've merged with Obitos. Memories and feelings from today on, I am Obito. In my heart, I secretly vowed to change the fate of the Uchiha clan through my own efforts. Ahem, wouldn't you say so, system? I called out to the system in my mind, but received no reply. I couldn't help but chuckle. Now that I got a cheat code, why bother working so hard? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to just take it easy? All the talk about the talentless underdog, striving endlessly to become a hero. That's just a joke tossed out by the son of the Hokage. Only a real sucker would believe it. After school, while the other kids were diligently packing up their bags, Obito Uchiha never brought any books to school in the first place, so there was nothing for me to pack. How carefree is that? I propped up my chin, a mischievous grin playing at my lips as I watched Rinnegan. Raising a cute little girl like her is exactly my favorite thing. Rin's cheeks turned bright red under my gaze. She fidgeted with her bangs, clearly flustered, and asked, "Obito-kun, why do you keep looking at me? Is my hair messy?" With a perfectly serious expression, I replied from afar, "You're like the sun rising in the morning glow. Up close, you're a lotus blooming in clear water. Rin, you're truly beautiful." Even though those words lost their poetic ring when spoken in Japanese, they still sent Rin's heart into disarray. She hurriedly slung her little bag over her shoulder and dashed out of the classroom as if fleeing. Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but smile wider. Silently, I thought to myself, "Rinnegan, do you know? Obito's favorite person is you. You're the only light in Obito's world. And I am Obito." The setting sun hovered at the horizon, casting golden rays across the land and draping everything in a gentle, gilded veil. With my hands behind my head, I hummed a tuneless melody and strolled home, swaying with each step, just like sunlight breaks through the night and dawn arrives quietly. In my previous life, I was a mischievous soul, and now I've merged with another troublemaker. My personality is so lively and unpredictable, I can hardly believe it myself. Before long, I stopped in front of a small, cozy house. Finally, I was home. I kicked off my shoes at the door without a care and bounced inside. "Grandma." I'm back. There was a soft rustling from within, a gentle grandmother. Her hair silver and her face came out to greet me. Smiling fondly, she ruffled my hair a little. "Obito, you're home. Are you hungry? Grandma will make something delicious for you right away." I grinned and nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. Grandma's my only family in this world." In the world of Naruto, where even 3 kids together can barely make up one whole set of parents, having a complete family is almost a luxury. Families like Sakura, Haruno's. They just don't know how lucky they are. After having dinner with Grandma, I returned to my room to start thinking about my plans for the future. Ninjutsu? I don't know a single one. Taijutsu? The original Obito was just as clueless. But back when I watched Naruto in my previous life, I managed to pick up one move thanks to my uncanny knack for imitation. A technique that could make someone experience the agony of 1,000 years of death. But with how slowly I run these days, I don't dare. Try it out lightly. After all, if I got caught, I'd probably be beaten to death on the spot. I found myself in a hopeless situation. After a while, I simply gave up and lay flat on my back. It's not that I didn't want to try, I just didn't have the ability yet. Before long, Obito drifted off into sleep. The next day at the Ninja Academy, a figure rushed into the classroom, bowing repeatedly to the teacher at the podium. "Sorry, sensei." Obito gasped for breath. I ran into an old lady on my way to school who needed help, so I was delayed. Hearing this excuse, which had been repeated countless times, the teacher let out a helpless sigh. "Obito, if I'm not mistaken, You've helped more than a dozen old ladies this month alone, haven't you? The classroom immediately erupted in a laughter, with the students wearing looks of schadenfreude on their faces. Rin pressed her forehead in exasperation, thinking Obito can honestly. You can't even come up with a decent excuse. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained as indifferent as ever. In his eyes, people like Obito, who had no sense of time and lacked a sense of responsibility, were the least worthy of respect. Obito was at a loss, unable to explain himself, running into an old lady who needed help every day on the way to school. Even he thought it was absurd. He even started to suspect that these old ladies had made some sort of arrangement and were taking turns to accidentally bump into him each morning. The teacher let out a long sigh and waved his hand. All right, just go take your seat. He really didn't want to waste any more time on this underachiever. Obito, feeling as if he'd been granted amnesty, hurried to his seat next to Rin. When fully focused on studying, one can easily lose track of time. Immersed in his lessons, Obito soon found the entire day had slipped away. Obito-kun, class is over. Rin's gentle, sweet voice called him back. Groggy Obito lifted his head from his desk, stretched lazily, and wiped a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth. Rin, sitting next to him, had already packed her bag and was ready to go. See you tomorrow, Obito-kun, Rin said, her smile as radiant as ever, seeing her. Bright, flower-like smile, Obito couldn't help but smile back. See you tomorrow, Rin-chan. Back home, after having dinner with his grandmother, Obito returned to his room and began pondering his training. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a long-missed system notification chimed in his ears. Suddenly, a glowing screen appeared before his eyes. Option 1. The path of training brooks no laziness. Train hard through the night. Young man. Reward. 0.01 chakra. Option 2. Training requires a natural flow. Eating and sleeping are also cultivation. Wash up and go to bed. Reward. 0.01 chakra. Obito stared at the two options, lost in thought. If his guess was correct, this card was probably a play on Kakashi's name. What an outdated unit of measurement. Was there even any need to ask which option to choose? Obito sprawled out flat, pulling the quilt over his head. At that moment, if there'd been some light, cheerful music playing in the background, it would have been perfect. He slept soundly until dawn. When he woke up, Obito was surprised to find that his physical strength seemed to have improved a little. It seemed that his chakra had finally arrived. It was a measly 0.01. After getting dressed, he stepped outside with a serious expression, glancing around warily as he made his way forward, looking for all the world like a sneaky little thief. When he was just 100 meters or so from the school, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at the corner, he still stayed cautious, peeking out to check the situation, only to lock eyes with an old lady standing there. Obito's heart sank. Not good. I was careless and still got spotted. As he hesitated, three choices suddenly appear before him. Option 1. Pretend you saw nothing and head straight to school. My Uchiha clan's hereditary nearsightedness. Missing people is nothing. Unusual, reward for completion. You won't be late for school today. Option 2. Help the old lady cross the street warmly, just as you always do. Reward for completion. Morality +1. Option 3. It's been a long time since anyone gave the old lady a hug. Carry her across the street in your arms. Reward for completion. Elderly respect aura. Elderly respect aura. As a child who honors elders, all individuals over 60 years old will have their favorability toward you increased by 1. Obito fell into deeper turmoil. There was no doubt. The third option came with the richest reward. If he ever encountered an elder like Danzo in the future, maybe he could use this to build some rapport. But for a 6-year-old, carrying someone like that was quite a task. Still, for the sake of the reward, it was worth a shot. Resolving himself, Obito strode up to the old lady. Grandma, let me help you, he said politely. A gratified smile appeared on the old lady's face. You're such a good. Before she could finish, Obito suddenly scooped her up. In a princess carry, no less, the old lady was utterly astonished while Obito, panting and straining, carried her across the street. A welter of emotions filled the old lady's heart. She never imagined that at her age she'd experience something like this. After finally managing to set her down safely on the other side, a notification sounded in Obito's mind. Choice complete. You have received elderly respect aura, Having finished his good deed, Obito dusted off his hands and hurried off toward school, hoping he could still make it in time for class. The old lady watched his departing figure, a sudden warmth blossoming in her heart. This child felt especially dear. In the classroom, Obito and the teacher stared at each other in wide-eyed silence. "So you're late again because you were helping an old lady on the road?" The teacher's tone was laced with skepticism. Obito nodded in surprise, his face earnest. "Teacher, you're truly perceptive. How did you guess it right again?" The teacher was left speechless, at a loss for words. "Take your seat." He had thought that Obito had finally changed his ways, but apparently answering 1 + 1 correctly a few days ago was already the peak of his performance. Well, never mind. Let's just get on with the lesson. That afternoon, the school's weekly practical class began. All the young ninjas gathered on the playground, faces alight with excitement. Compared to sitting in the classroom, listening to dull theory, practical lessons were clearly more popular. The first activity was Shuriken practice. The teacher carried out several targets from the storage room, a kindly smile on his face, and beckoned to Kakashi. In the crowd, "Kakashi, come and show everyone how it's done. No matter what world you're in, it's always the prodigy students who get the teacher's favor. Of course, even underachievers like us have our own charms." Kakashi gave a simple nod, hands in his pockets, and walked out from the crowd to stand confidently in front of the target. A gentle breeze swept through, making his silver hair flutter. Then in a flash, he moved. His hands were so swift that the other students could barely follow his movements. By the time everyone realized what had happened, several shuriken had already landed dead center in the target's bullseye. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then the girls erupted in excited screams. "Ah, Kakashi-kun is amazing! My dear Kakashi, I do your homework for a lifetime." Amid the waves of cheers, Obito noticed he couldn't hear Rin's voice among them, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. Rin isn't the kind of girl who gets distracted by looks alone. Wait, where did my Rin go?" Looking around anxiously, Obito finally spotted her. She had somehow made her way to Kakashi's side. "Kakashi-kun must be tired. Here, have some warm water." How infuriating! The boys in the class, Obito included, were instantly filled with outrage. A boy with freckles grumbled, "That Kakashi always hogging the spotlight. How are the rest of us supposed to shine?" Obito nodded vigorously in agreement. "You're right. Why don't you go give him a good beating and help us all feel better?" The freckled boy shot him a glare. "Cut it out. My name's Nagano, ha. Don't go giving me weird nicknames." He patted his chest with confidence. "Just wait. I may not be as good at Shuriken as he is, but when it's time for sparring, I'll show him a thing or two. Let's see if he still dares to act so smug." Obito could only sigh inwardly. In truth, it wasn't as if he went out of his way to show off. He simply stood out from us both in talent and appearance. Just then an out-of-place voice rose from the group of boys. "But don't you all think Kakashi is actually pretty cool?" Half a minute later, a boy with a bowl-shaped green haircut was mercilessly kicked out of the discussion circle for riling up the crowd. The teacher began calling names in order, having the students step forward one by one for the shuriken throwing test. Aside from Kakashi, who hit the bullseye with every throw and left everyone in awe, the rest of the students performed only moderately well. At last, the teacher glanced at the list and sighed, a touch of resignation in his tone. Obito Uchiha. His expression was complex, tinged with helplessness. When Obito heard his name, he straightened his back and strode forward, without even turning to look. He tossed a shuriken toward the target and walked away, as if he couldn't care less about the result. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. "Ha! That idiot didn't hit a single target again, and he's always talking about becoming Hokage. With skills like that, he's brought nothing but disgrace to the Uchiha name. Compared to Kakashi, he's worlds apart. If you ask me, Kakashi is the one with real Hokage potential." Obito pretended not to care, cleaning his ear with his finger, completely unfazed by the ridicule. Deep down, though, he thought to himself, in a hidden leaf, those who seem to lag behind often have the greatest potential. What do these guys know? Only those who struggle as kids can explode with power when they grow up. Next came the sparring matches. Quite a few boys were already rolling up their sleeves, eyes burning with excitement as they watched Kakashi. Even though Kakashi's strength was universally acknowledged and no one had ever beaten him, he always held back during fights, never going all out. So his classmates didn't really fear him, standing at the center of the field. The teacher looked around at the children and smiled. "You're free to choose your opponents. Who'd like to go first?" Before the teacher had even finished speaking, 3 choices appeared before Obito's eyes. Option 1. Challenge Kakashi and defeat him. The Uchiha grow stronger when faced with strong opponents. Invincible among their peers. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Reward. First pick in choosing a partner. Option 2. Challenge my guy and last 10 minutes without being defeated. Youth is not to be wasted. Let's have a passionate clash in the springtime of youth. Reward. Taijutsu improvement. Genin level. Option 3. Challenge Rinnegan and strike her down. What's the point of fighting, boys? If you've got the guts, challenge the girl you like. Reward. Merciless strike aura. Merciless strike aura. The deeper you love, the harder you strike. When fighting someone you care for, your damage can increase without limit. This third option was utterly absurd, leaving Obito completely stunned. That merciless executioner aura sounded far too terrifying. He would never ever hurt Rin, not even if his life depended on it. Maybe that kind of power was more suited to his emotionally complicated younger brother Itachi. As for Obito himself, he wasn't about to sacrifice his chance to pursue the girl he liked for a fleeting moment of satisfaction. As for the first option at this stage, there was simply no way he could defeat Kakashi. Wouldn't that just be asking for humiliation? After weighing his choices, only the second option seemed remotely possible to accomplish. Obito hesitated no longer. With a clear, confident voice, he called out to his teacher, "I'll go first, sensei. I want to challenge my guy." This announcement took the entire class by surprise. Everyone knew that, unlike Kakashi, who always held back a little, Might Guy never restrained himself in a fight. He always went all out. His flurries of punches and kicks were like a raging storm, and most people would find them impossible to withstand. No one had ever dared to challenge Might Guy proactively, and yet Obito was about to do just that. The teacher hesitated, worried that this might turn into a classroom accident. "Are you sure about this, Obito?" he asked, his tone full of concern. Obito nodded resolutely, his eyes unwavering. "I'm sure, sensei." The teacher gave a small nod. Everyone stepped back and gave Obito and Guy enough space. Moments later, Obito and Guy faced each other in the center of the clearing. As Guy moved forward step by step, Obito felt a wave of pressure bearing down on him. Guy, could you?" Obito began, intending to ask his opponent to go easy on him. But Guy cut him off, his face earnest. "Don't worry, Obito. I promise I'll give it everything I've got." Obito's eye twitched. He meant to ask for mercy, but Guy had completely misunderstood. The two of them raised a hand, each index and middle fingers pointed skyward, the other three fingers pressed together to form a sign of challenge. The sign formed. They were ready to fight. The moment their arms dropped, Guy shot forward like a swift swallow, slicing through the air and whipping up a rush of wind in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the short distance between them. "He's so fast." Obito's heart pounded with alarm as he leaped backward, trying to put some space between them. But Guy was even faster, closing the gap in an instant. Guy dropped his center of gravity, spun, and with a powerful twist of his hips, delivered a flawless spinning back kick. With a thunderous crash, the kick slammed into Obito, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pain twisted his features, and he couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. Guy stood confidently on one leg, striking a triumphant pose. As he asked with genuine concern, "Want to keep going, Obito?" Obito struggled to his feet, grit his teeth, and nodded. "Keep going." Again, Guy's attack landed with a resounding impact, sending Obito flying. He got up, dusted himself off, and declared, "Keep going." Again, another powerful blow, and again, Guy's relentless, unrestrained attack struck Obito over and over, knocking him down each time. Yet Obito proved remarkably tenacious. Every time he forced himself to his feet, stubbornly calling out, "Keep going." The playful smiles gradually faded from the faces of the classmates around them. Was this boy, who kept getting knocked down yet stubbornly stood up each time, really the same underachiever who used to give up halfway in everything he did? Naganoha watched with a complicated expression. When did Obito become so full of fighting spirit? Rin's eyes were filled with worry, and she instinctively clenched her hands. Why wouldn't Obito give up? If this went on, his body wouldn't be able to take it. With a thunderous whoosh, Guy landed another fierce whip kick right into Obito's abdomen. Obito was knocked to the ground yet again. This time, he truly didn't want to get up. Scorching pain spread through every inch of his body, making it nearly impossible to move. Every muscle screamed in agony. Silently, Obito thought to himself, "Finishing this task is just too difficult. Don't stop. Keep going." Obito groaned, his voice trembling but laced with determination. To a bystander, it might have sounded as though he was enjoying some strange service rather than enduring pure suffering. across from him. Guy lowered his fists, admiration shining on his face as he shook his head solemnly. Obito, your willpower commands my respect, but our spar ends here. Even the teacher watching nearby was moved by Obito's spirit. Inwardly, he reflected, I really misjudged this kid before such tenacity. He truly has the makings of a Jonin. The teacher spoke with heartfelt approval. Obito, you've done exceptionally well. Let's stop here, but Obito answered without hesitation, no. As someone with severe obsessive tendencies, he simply couldn't tolerate a failed mission. On his record, passionately, he declared to Guy, Brother Beast, youth allows no room for compromise. Please keep pushing me. Until the flames of my youth burn out, I will never give up. Afterward, he sneaked a glance at his system panel and whispered under his breath, my flames of youth can last at least another 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Obito's rousing speech about youth struck Guy right at his soft spot. In that moment, Guy felt as if he'd found a kindred spirit, and tears streamed down his face. Obito, this is what youth truly is. I will continue to give my all, because that's the greatest respect I can offer you. With that, Guy, sobbing uncontrollably, began pummeling and kicking the Obito who lay sprawled on the ground. The scene was so bizarre and absurd that everyone watching couldn't help but burst into laughter. No one remembered who started it, but one by one, laughter rippled through the crowd. Even gentle Rin couldn't suppress her amusement. Obito covered his face with his arms and lay on the ground. Utterly resigned, he sighed inwardly. Guy really is thick-headed. He's hitting even harder than before. Feeling a bit glum, he hadn't anticipated that the first real beating after his transmigration would be at his own request. Fate, he thought, is like an unpredictable girl, impossible to read. At that very moment, the system notification sounded. Choice successful, reward obtained, taijutsu enhancement, Genin level. Obito immediately shouted, stop, stop, stop! I give up! Guy hurriedly withdrew his leg crouched down and helped Obito up. Are you alright, Obito-kun? Obito's legs trembled as he replied with a pained look, do I look like I'm alright to you? His eyes were ringed with bruises, a trickle of blood hung from his nose, and his swollen face was barely recognizable. He looked more like a pig's head than anything else. I'm really sorry, Obito-kun. Guy scratched his head awkwardly, guilt written all over his face. Seeing Guy's apologetic expression, Obito couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed himself. After all, he had been the one to ask for that beating in the first place. Guy, for all his faults, was simply too honest for his own good. Obito pondered for a moment, then reached out to Guy, raising his index and middle fingers. Guy was briefly puzzled, but quickly caught on. He extended his own hand and hooked his 2 fingers with Obito's. The sign of reconciliation. Complete. Their teacher was the first to applaud, and soon the other children joined in clapping wholeheartedly. Even Kakashi added his hands to the applause. Today's match had truly changed his opinion of Obito. After the applause faded, the teacher began healing Obito's injuries with medical ninjutsu, while offering his commentary. Thank you, Obito and Guy, for giving us such a wonderful match. Hearing the teacher's praise, Obito couldn't help but feel a little elated, but the teacher's next words quickly brought him back to earth. Although Obito's basic skills are still quite weak and need improvement, the teacher said bluntly, his indomitable spirit is something we should all learn from. All right, next group. Who wants to go up? The teacher scanned the crowd. From among the students, a freckled boy stepped forward. It was Nagano Bo. He rolled his neck and declared loudly, me. I want to challenge Kakashi. Oh. The teacher's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he nodded. Very well. The second match. Bo versus Kakashi. Kakashi stepped out from the crowd, and the two stood facing each other in the center of the clearing, forming the sign of opposition. Kakashi-kun, do your best. Oh, wow. Even just seeing Kakashi form hand signs, he's so cool. Humph. Wait until you see him in action. He'll be even cooler. The chorus of cheers from the girls only made Bo increasingly agitated. Before Kakashi could even lower his hands, Bo let out a roar, drew his kunai, and charged straight at Kakashi. The kunai traced an arc through the air, flashing toward Kakashi's face in the blink of an eye. But with a mere tap of his toe and a slight turn of his body, Kakashi easily sidestepped the attack. Humph! Bo let out a snort, swiftly pulling back his kunai and switching from a thrust to a slash, swinging it at Kakashi with a backhanded motion. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Ah, watch out, Kakashi! Kakashi's expression remained calm, as if the incoming kunai posed no threat to him at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced, raising his arm at an angle, and with a gentle, effortless motion, struck out with his palm, landing squarely on Naganoha's wrist. There was a sharp metallic clatter, and a jolt of pain shot through Naganoha's wrist as his kunai slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the ground. TCH, overestimating yourself. Did you really think you could challenge Lord Ka? Yeah, where does he even get that kind of nerve? The jeering voices stabbed into Naganoha's heart like cold blades. His expression darkened in an instant, as if a storm cloud had swept over his face. Damn it, Naganoha growled under his breath. I only meant to mess around with you a little. But now it seems I have no choice but to use that move. This is your fault. Taijutsu. Nagano Rapid Barrage. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Naganoha's speed surged dramatically. His fists flew, one after another, like a flurry of strikes in a fierce storm, raining down on Kakashi with relentless force. The instructor watched the match with a sharp glint in his eyes. At first he nodded approvingly, but then he gave a helpless shake of his head. Naganoha's performance was certainly impressive. As the son of a Chunin, he possessed advantages that most of his peers could only dream of. With the benefit of his clan's careful guidance, there were few among his age group who could stand against him. But unfortunately, this time his opponent was Kakashi. The talents and family background that Naganoha took such pride in simply paled in comparison before Kakashi. In terms of talent, the teacher had never, in all his years of instruction, encountered a student more gifted than Kakashi. And as for family, as long as the legendary white Fang of the Leaf stood among them, the Hokage clan would always be counted among Konoha's elite. What a pity. The teacher seemed to recall something and let out a long sigh. The match continued. Faced with Naganoha's unending barrage, Kakashi's figure moved with elusive grace like a small boat tossed in a raging storm, rising and falling with the towering waves. Yet no matter how wild the waters, the little boat remained unscathed. At every critical moment, Kakashi dodged Naganoha's attacks by the slightest margin, untouched by the onslaught. As if rain and wind could not leave a mark on him, Naganoha lashed out at empty air again and again, pouring all his efforts into a dazzling combo, only to find he hadn't even brushed the hem of Kakashi's clothes. Instead, he was left breathless and exhausted. "Do you want to continue?" Kakashi asked calmly. One stood serene and effortless, the other fuming in helpless rage. The difference was plain for all to see. The jeers from the onlookers grew louder still. Naganoha was left in an awkward position, and Kakashi's tranquil words sounded to him like a fresh provocation. He fell silent, his eyes burning with humiliation and frustration, and charged at Kakashi once more. I have to wipe that smug look off his face. That was the only thought left in his mind. But confronted with Naganoha's wild, uncoordinated attacks, Kakashi could only shake his head slightly. Enough. Time to end this. He'd refrained from finishing the match in a single blow, already giving Naganoha plenty of face. Tilting his head, Kakashi easily dodged Naganoha's fist and then launched a swift straight punch, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. He'd calculated the force perfectly, just enough to knock Naganoha down, but not enough to cause him any real harm. Naganoha staggered and fell to the ground, his expression dazed, as if he couldn't accept the reality of his defeat. Seeing this, Kakashi took 2 steps forward and reached out a hand to Naganoha, who was lying on the ground. The girls watching this scene erupted in excitement once more. "Ah, Lord Kaka is so graceful. How wonderful. He's strong, handsome, and so polite. No wonder he's the one I like. Don't say that always calling him yours is too shallow. Clearly, he's my ideal type. Ladies, let's not let a boy ruin our friendship. How about everyone just lets me have Lord Kaka? Hee, draw your swords. Rivals in love. When we duel later, let's see who's strongest." Obito, standing to the side, was left wide-eyed with shock. Heavens, are the girls in this world really this mature already? A ridiculous thought suddenly flashed through his mind, but he quickly realized that such notions could spell trouble in the world of shinobi. Just as Obito's thoughts wandered, an angry shout snapped him back to reality. "Don't act all high and mighty. I don't need your fake sympathy." Naganoha slapped Kakashi's hand away and stood up furiously. Around them, the girls began to whisper and discuss. "What's gotten into Nagano today? Why is he treating Kakashi like that?" One girl murmured in confusion. Another girl looked displeased. Kakashi clearly went easy on him just now, and even tried to be friendly afterward. Yet Nagano's yelling like a madman. "What's his problem? Even the teacher couldn't stand to watch any longer. Nagano, the match is over. Shake hands and make peace with your classmate. But Naganoha had already lost all sense of reason. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Kakashi, voice laced with venom. I can't stand that arrogant look of yours, son of the worthless white Fang. What do you have to be proud of? Obito was taken aback by these words. Scanning the faces around him, he noticed that some classmates looked confused, not understanding Naganoha's outburst, while others wore strange expressions, as if they knew more than they were letting on. Obito quickly realized that those in the know likely came from ninja families themselves. A sense of dread crept over Obito. Could it be that news of the White Fang's failed mission had already spread throughout the shinobi community? If things continued this way, it would only get worse. Rumors like wildfire without root would only burn more fiercely until the tragic hero at their center was finally consumed and the flames died down. While Obito worried in silence, the teacher's face darkened, and he rebuked Naganoha sharply. That's enough, Naganoha, you lost, and attacking your classmate's character will only make everyone look down on you. But Naganoha refused to stop, his voice growing louder and more agitated. Why? Shouldn't I say it, teacher? As if afraid no one around knew of the White Fang's celebrated deeds, he raised his voice and proclaimed to everyone present. That worthless White Fang gave up on his mission for the sake of his friends, causing the village to suffer enormous losses. As a member of the Leaf Village, I believe I have every right to condemn this kind of behavior. Someone who drags down the entire group for their own selfish desires. What else can you call them but useless? Kakashi's body began to tremble, his eyes turning fierce and wild, like a beast ready to pounce. He wanted nothing more than to teach Naganoha a lesson, but recalling his father's advice, he forced himself to swallow his anger. Seeing Kakashi's aggrieved expression, Naganoha exhaled in satisfaction, feeling immensely pleased. Wasn't Kakashi always the calm, unflappable one? Didn't he always act like he was the best in the world? So why wasn't he putting on that act now, as the son of such a disgrace? What do you really have to be proud of? When Naganoha noticed how the girls who usually admired Kakashi were now looking at him with changed expressions, his delight only grew. Rin watched that lonely figure with concern, softly calling out Kakashi-kun. Guy wanted to defend Kakashi, but his awkwardness with words left him speechless. The teacher let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, Sakumo-senpai devoted half his life to the village, only to be judged by a brat like this in the end. How tragic. His eyes grew cold as he made up his mind. Naganoha, as long as I'm in charge, don't even dream of graduating. I never imagined Kakashi-kun's father would end up like this. Don't you agree? Yes, it's truly. Hearing the whispers and gossip swirling around him, Obito shook his head in disappointment. Now he understood why the brilliant White Fang of the Leaf chose to end his own life. Words can be deadly. His gaze toward Naganoha grew darker by the second. Clearly, you lost because you're not skilled enough, and yet you're stirring up trouble. A fire of anger ignited in Obito's heart. That's it. I can't stand this anymore. Naganoha, meanwhile, was gloating to himself. From now on, Kakashi will be nothing but a loser. No one will like him anymore, right? Who will those girls admire next? Obviously me. I'll show you. Suddenly a figure burst from the crowd, launching a flying kick that sent Naganoha sprawling. Naganoha scrambled to his feet, staring back in disbelief. Obito, are you out of your mind? How dare you lay a hand on me? Obito spat dismissively at the ground. You're the crazy one. A loudmouth, like you has no right to criticize White Fang when he was serving the village. You were still in your father's pants. Naganoha was at a loss for words. Obito picked his nose nonchalantly. What's a thigh, ANBU? Oh, I get it. You probably don't even understand what I'm saying, do you? How about we settle this with a fight, then? What do you say, you noisy little sparrow? With that, Obito formed the seal of challenge, his eyes filled with provocation as he stared at Naganoha. Naganoha's face twisted in rage. He thought to himself, it's one thing for Kakashi to hit me, but now you Obito want to join in too? Fine, then hit me. You're just a nobody without parents. What makes you think you can compete with me? Naganoha didn't even bother forming hand seals anymore. He simply let out a vicious grin and lunged straight at Obito. Kakashi watched the scene unfold, bewildered. So many unexpected things had happened today, even though Obito was always a bit mature for his age at this moment. He found it hard to accept what was happening right in front of him. Their teacher stood quietly to the side, observing the situation without intervening. Although Obito was in all likelihood no match for Naganoha, who could say for certain? After all, Obito had a reputation for being the most unpredictable in the class. Perhaps he really would give Naganoha a lesson he'd never forget. There was a subtle hint of anticipation in the way the teacher looked at Obito. Obito, this is the first time I've truly pinned my hopes on you. Can you surprise me? Rin clutched her skirt nervously. She knew all too well what Obito was capable of, even at his best he'd struggle against Naganoha. And he'd just been beaten up by Guy a moment ago. Obito-kun is being too reckless, she thought to herself. But the way he had stepped up for Kakashi earlier, it was actually a little cool. With everyone watching, each harboring their own thoughts, Naganoha's fist came crashing down toward Obito. Yet faced with an attack at such close range, Obito remained unexpectedly calm. Maybe before he wasn't a match for Naganoha, but things had changed now that he'd mastered the basic taijutsu of a Genin. Obito had only one thing on his mind. All of these guys are just grade schoolers. I can handle them easily. Well, except for Kakashi and Guy, of course. That idea flashed through his mind in an instant. As Naganoha's fist came flying, Obito stepped neatly to the side and caught his arm with precision. With a swift twist of his shoulder, he executed a clean and decisive shoulder throw. A gasp escaped from one of the girls. She'd expected Obito to be the one thrown to the ground, but to her shock, it was the infamous class bully who ended up sprawled on the floor. Naganoha sat there stunned, his mind blank. What just happened? He'd attacked with full confidence, only to be taken down in a single move by the class's perennial loser. Rage surged through him, his face flushing red all the way to the base of his neck. Obito, that loser, dared to humiliate him like this. He would make Obito pay dearly. Naganoha scrambled his feet, his eyes practically blazing as he glared at Obito. That was only because I let my guard down. Now you'll see the real gap between us, he snarled. Obito didn't seem fazed. He chuckled lightly. Kid saying tough words was nothing new, but why did Naganoha sound so much like a cranky old man? Ironically, Naganoha's fury brought him a strange kind of calm. He circled around Taito with great caution, as if searching for a weakness. The teacher watched this scene and sighed quietly to himself. To be honest, when Taito unexpectedly managed to narrowly defeat Naganoha just now, it had already surpassed the teacher's expectations. But now that Naganoha was getting serious, Taito was likely about to find himself in trouble once again. Without betraying any emotion, the teacher walked over to the two of them, ready to step in at any moment. He planned to intervene and stop the match as soon as Taito was defeated. Naganoha circled Taito several times, yet still couldn't spot an opening. Then, as he shifted his footing, he accidentally stepped into a dip in the ground and lost his balance, tumbling backward. Seeing this, Taito immediately rushed forward, not hesitating for even a second. But in the next instant, Naganoha suddenly stabilized himself, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he faced Taito and launched a fierce punch. Didn't expect this, did you? That opening was a trap I set just for you. You can't possibly handle me when I'm serious. Go down, you loser. A sharp slap rang out, cutting Naganoha off mid-sentence. He froze in place, clutching his burning cheek, stunned. Taito shot him a disdainful grin. You only saw the second layer, thinking I was still stuck on the first, but the truth is I was already waiting for you on the fifth. You actually tried to lure in someone whose taijutsu is far better than yours. What were you thinking? Haven't you heard that the real hunter often appears in the guise of prey? Don't underestimate us so-called dead last, you idiot. This time, Taito had no intention of giving Naganoha any chance to recover. Doing so would only expose his own weakness. While Naganoha was still reeling, Taito launched a relentless assault, fists and kicks raining down like a sudden storm. EDG is awesome, he shouted, words that made no sense to anyone else, as he showed Naganoha no mercy. After a while, even the teacher couldn't stand to watch anymore. Ahem, Taito, that's enough, that's enough. Only then did Taito, still full of adrenaline, pull back. He glanced first at Naganoha, now sprawled on the ground, then took in the classmates around him, many of whom now seemed to see him in a new light. Feeling the weight of the moment, he decided he ought to say something. I know that in everyone's eyes, a ninja who breaks the rules or can't finish a mission is no better than trash, Taito declared, his voice strong and unwavering. But someone who doesn't value their comrades is even worse than trash. In my eyes, the white Fang of the Leaf is the real hero. Taito's words rang out with conviction, causing Kakashi to stiffen in surprise. He looked at Taito with a different glint in his eyes, As if reassessing this person completely, Taito noticed the change and secretly smiled to himself. Earning Kakashi's respect made all of this worthwhile from the crowd. A chubby boy who was usually close to Naganoha called out loudly, but he sacrificed the interests of the whole village for just a few people. Is that really something to admire? Yeah, that's right. Many people looked at Obito again, their eyes full of doubt. Obito gave a cold snort and said, "So are you saying that those people you mentioned aren't our fellow villagers from Konoha? That's easy for you to say. But if it were your parents who were sent on that mission, could you still say these words so decisively?" The chubby boy's face froze. He wanted to appear selfless, to say that the village mattered more than his own parents. But when the words reached his lips, he just couldn't say them. Obito, too, found that when he thought of his own parents, he couldn't bring himself to make a choice that went against his heart. "That's just it," Obito said, his tone sounding a bit weary. "When things don't concern us personally, we can all be rational and objective. But if it were your dearest family members sent on the mission, what would you choose then?" A hushed cough passed through the crowd, and all the children instinctively lowered their heads. At the very least, they'd want to ask for more compensation. Each of them was quietly asking themselves, if it were their own loved ones sent on this mission, wouldn't they make the same choice as White Fang? Seeing this, Obito spread his hands and said, "All I want to say is, maybe what White Fang did wasn't the most correct choice, but he absolutely shouldn't be condemned for it. He did it out of simple human feelings." The teacher listened silently to Obito's words, then began to lead the applause once more. As he gazed at the boy standing in the center of the room, he found himself momentarily dazed. Were these profound thoughts really coming from this usually clumsy-looking child? It was truly unexpected. Under the complicated stares of the crowd, Obito, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, trying his best to look like a sage from some distant land. Unfortunately, his bruised and swollen face stood in stark contrast to his lofty pose, making the scene feel comically out of place. Many people couldn't help but think this silly, funny Obito. That's the Obito we know. Nagano had already gotten up from the ground, his expression rather unpleasant, clearly embarrassed. Even so, he said seriously, "Just now, I insulted White Fang. That was my fault, but you hitting me, that's something we'll settle later." With that, he slipped away into the crowd. The teacher wanted to persuade the two to shake hands and make up, but seeing the obvious shoe print on Nagano's face, he realized this might be beyond his ability to mediate. So he changed the subject. "All right then, who's up for the next round?" The dueling continued. Obito hummed a little tune as he walked toward the restroom. After taking care of business, he went to wash his hands at the sink. Just as he was about to leave, a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle walked out of the restroom. Seeing Obito's dripping wet hands, the boy burst out laughing. "Obito, did you get your hands wet while you were peeing too?" Obito looked confused. "Huh?" Guy turned on the tap, washed his hands thoroughly, and then splashed some cold water on his face, looking thoroughly refreshed. Obito burst out laughing at the sight, throwing his head back. "Huh, Guy, I never thought you'd outdo me. You even got it all over your face." Guy, utterly baffled, looked at him. "What do you mean?" As evening fell, Obito walked along the road toward home. As he strolled, he suddenly slapped himself on the cheek. "Oh no, did I cause trouble today?" He recalled how swept up in a rush of passion that afternoon he'd spoken out to defend the White Fang of the Leaf. Now worry crept up on him. If those words reached the ears of some cunning schemer, a chill ran down Obito's spine as the realization hit, and he shrank his neck, glancing nervously around. He couldn't shake the feeling that at any moment a root ninja might slip from the shadows, grinning coldly as he was quietly silenced. Obito sternly warned himself. "Obito, you need to keep a low profile from now on. Unless you're strong enough, you absolutely can't draw this much attention. The dangers in this world are all too real. So after a burst of bravado, one still has to face reality in the end." Outside a humble, unremarkable home in the Leaf Village, a slender, silver-haired boy pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Father, I'm home." At his words, a middle-aged man emerged from within. He too had striking silver hair tied back in a ponytail. His features were handsome and dignified, but a deep weariness was etched into his brow and eyes. This was none other than the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, Sakumo Hitaki, the father of Kakashi Hitaki. Seeing his son return, Sakumo managed to force a faint smile onto his pale face. "How did things go at school today? You didn't embarrass your father, did you?" Kakashi was silent for a moment, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Once his father's mere presence was like a razor-sharp blade, so imposing that no one dared to meet his gaze. But now that once proud figure seemed slightly stooped, the confidence and vitality in his eyes had faded, replaced by a shadow that would not lift. Kakashi spoke slowly. "Father, today at school, someone brought up your failed mission." Sakumo's smile froze on his lips. "I see." He didn't need his son to elaborate to guess what others had said. Accusations of breaking the rules and abandoning the mission, causing great losses for the village. He'd heard such words countless times in recent days. What pained him most was that even the comrades he'd once saved had now turned against him with blame. He let out a long, weary sigh, but the knot in his heart refused to loosen. Could it be that I really was wrong? Softly, Kakashi said, "Some people are saying you're a failure because you didn't complete the mission." Just as he expected, Sakumo's eyes dimmed, and a deep sense of guilt settled over him. Because of his own actions, even his son had been affected, and this made him feel deeply guilty as a father. "I'm sorry, Kakashi." "Father, please let me finish." Kakashi interrupted Sakumo, speaking earnestly. "When someone called you a failure, another person stood up to defend you. He said, if a ninja who can't complete a mission is useless, then someone who doesn't value their comrades is even worse than useless. He also said that, in his heart, the white Fang of the leaf is a true hero." Sakumo's body trembled, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Kakashi, you're not just saying this to comfort your father, are you?" So many days had passed, and this was the first time he had heard anyone affirm his actions. Kakashi nodded firmly. "Of course not. And you've met this person before. His name is Obito Uchiha. He's kind of my friend." Sakumo looked at his son, a complicated expression on his face. "My child, you made a good friend." What he hadn't expected was that the first ray of light in his darkness would come from a child the same age as his son. This realization moved Sakumo deeply, but also left him feeling a mix of gratitude and rueful amusement. After Kakashi returned to his own room, Sakumo's expression grew serious. It was only in recent days that he'd vaguely realized he had unintentionally blocked the path of certain people, which was why he had been targeted from all sides. If he couldn't break free from this situation, it wouldn't matter if his own reputation was ruined. But it was Kakashi's future that truly worried him. With this thought, his gaze became profound and resolute. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat upright at his desk. He picked up a freshly brewed cup of goji berry tea and took a satisfied sip. He let out a soft sigh. When he was young, he never believed those sayings about middle-aged people drinking goji berries from a thermos out of necessity. But now, with age catching up to him, the demands of daytime work and family responsibilities at night truly left him feeling somewhat drained. A knock sounded at the door. The third Hokage quickly hid his thermos, then composed himself and said, "Come in." When he saw who it was, he greeted the visitor with a warm smile. "Kisuke, what brings you here on your own today?" "Please have a seat." Kisuke Uchiha, the homeroom teacher of Kakashi and Obito's class, nodded and took a seat across from the third Hokage. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Lord Third, I believe I may have discovered another promising student." The third Hokage looked a bit surprised. "Oh, and who might this be?" "It's a student named Obito Uchiha," Kisuke replied, then went on to recount in detail Obito's performance that day. When he finished, the third Hokage's eyes glimmered with thoughtful consideration. "If that's the case, this young Uchiha truly shows promise. Kisuke, keep a close eye on him from now on." The third Hokage believed that regardless of whether Sakumo's actions were right or wrong, the fact that Obito, at such a young age, already understood the meaning of protection was truly remarkable. After all, the essence of the will of fire lies precisely in safeguarding and passing on what matters most. "I understand, Lord Third," Kisuke Uchiha replied, nodding in agreement. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he suddenly asked in confusion, "But hadn't you already ordered the news about White Fang's mission failure to be kept strictly confidential?" How did word still get out? Kisuke Uchiha, with his unique background, had access to information beyond the reach of ordinary people, a fact that often made him seem unpredictable. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his brow and sighed. "On that matter, I'm as clueless as you are." Halfway through his sentence, Hiruzen suddenly noticed a flicker of doubt in Kisuke's eyes. He paused, then frowned deeply. "Are you suggesting I'm the one spreading these rumors?" Kisuke managed an awkward laugh. No, no, of course not. I've never doubted you. It's just... He hesitated for a moment, then, steeling himself, finally said, It's just that lately, there's been talk among the ninja. They say that Sakumo Hatake, White Fang, has been targeted because his reputation outshines even yours. And that's why? The third Hokage's face instantly darkened as if storm clouds had gathered over him. He said nothing, simply staring at Kisuke in silence. Gulping, Kisuke swallowed the rest of his words and stood up awkwardly. Well, actually, I came here today to report on my recent teaching work, but, I just remembered I left something cooking at home, so maybe I should go on get out. Now the third Hokage snapped, waving him away impatiently. Relieved as if granted amnesty, Kisuke all but bolted from the room. Once he was gone, the third Hokage produced his pipe, and letting wisps of smoke curl around him sank deep into thought. The situation in Konoha had become increasingly complex. Who was truly pulling the strings behind the scenes? These thoughtless rumors left Hiruzen Sarutobi at a loss for words. Over the years, his contributions to Konoha had been beyond measure. It was under his leadership that the village had triumphed in the Second Great Ninja War. The promising new generation of shinobi had all flourished thanks to his guidance. Even Sakumo Hatake could be considered half his student. Despite Sakumo's current achievements, there was still a gap between them. With Hiruzen's seniority and extensive network, what difference would it make even if Sakumo managed to catch up? He had never committed any wrongdoing. Could Sakumo really force him to abdicate simply by virtue of merit? Hiruzen knew Sakumo's character better than anyone. Was there any need to fear a power grab from him? He himself had personally issued the order to suppress news of Sakumo's failed mission. The reason rumors are so loathsome is that most people lack the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. Instead, they take perverse pleasure in spreading them further, heedless of the harm they cause. The third Hokage took a deep drag on his pipe, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. If these two rumors are connected, it's clear that the mastermind behind them is aiming to kill two birds with one stone. Could it be him? The third tapped his pipe lightly against the table. Instantly, an ANBU ninja outside the door responded and entered. He knelt on one knee and asked in a low voice, Lord Third, "What are your orders?" The third Hokage smiled, his eyes crinkling. "It's been a while since I've seen. My old friend, would you mind making a trip to root for me?" "Yes, sir." The ANBU bowed his head, slightly rose to his feet, and quietly left the room. Before long, a figure in a gray robe entered the Hokage's office. Leaning on a cane, bandages were wrapped around the right side of his face, and his exposed left eye was half closed, as if nothing in the world could stir his interest. Shimura Danzo, once Hiruzen's closest friend in their youth, now his old comrade. Danzo spoke in a calm, detached voice. "Hiruzen, you summoned me here at this late hour. What is it you need?" The third gestured to the freshly brewed tea on the table, smiling. "Shikaku gave me this fine tea a few days ago. I invited you especially to have a taste." Danzo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. He sat down opposite the third, lifted the teacup, and sipped slowly. After a moment, he set the cup down and got straight to the point. "Hiruzen, if you have something to say, speak plainly. There's much to be done en route. I don't have time to sit idly." The third took a small sip of tea, feigning nonchalance. "Then I'll come straight to the matter. Have you heard the rumors about Sakumo circulating in the village lately?" Danzo nodded, his face unreadable. "If even you've caught wind of it, of course I've heard as well." The third let out a cold snort, clearly displeased by his old friend's veiled provocation. "Since your sources are so well informed, have you discovered who leaked the classified information?" Danzo shook his head. "I've already ordered my men to investigate, but so far we have nothing." Seeing the irritation on Hiruzen's face, Danzo seemed to realize something and frowned slightly. "You suspect that I leaked the information?" The third neither confirmed nor denied, giving only a non-committal hum as he fixed Danzo with a piercing gaze. "So was it you?" Danzo felt a chill in his heart. After a brief silence, he replied, "I had nothing to do with this. Bringing Sakumo down does me no good." The third nodded ambiguously, offering no further comment. Growing agitated, Danzo struck the floor sharply with his cane. "Hiruzen, after all these years, you still don't trust me? If you want to know who might have done this, I do have a suspect." The third lifted his teacup. "Let's hear it." Danzo met the third's gaze, his voice turning cold. "Don't forget there's a member of the Uchiha clan in Sakumo's squad. If their clan intends to compete for the next Hokage, Sakumo would certainly be their strongest rival." "The Uchiha?" The third's expression didn't change as he took a deliberate sip of tea, concealing his surprise. Regaining his calm, he offered Danzo a gentle, affable smile. Doesn't Root still have matters waiting for you to handle? I won't keep you any longer, Danzo. You should head back first. Danzo nodded, casting a deep, searching look at the third Hokage before turning to leave without looking back. After Danzo was gone, the third Hokage rubbed his brow and muttered to himself, "Things are becoming more and more complicated. Who could it possibly be?" The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the face of sleeping boy. He grumbled softly and rolled over, showing no intention of getting out of bed. Just then a gentle voice called from outside the house, "Obito, Rin's here to walk you to school." As if the words held magic, the boy shot upright in bed and, with astonishing speed, got dressed and hurried out of his room. Seeing her grandson finally awake, his grandmother let out a sigh of relief and handed a small bento box to each of the children. "This is breakfast, freshly made. It's getting late. Eat it on your way." Rin accepted her box with a bright smile. "Thank you, Grandma. We'll be off now." The old woman's eyes were full of affection. It was clear she liked this thoughtful young girl very much. "All right. You two be careful on the way." Rin naturally took Obito's hand. "Let's go, Obito." The sudden happiness left Obito momentarily stunned. In all his lives past and present, this was the very first time he'd held a girl's hand. The feeling left him at a loss. "We're leaving, Grandma." Obito snapped back to his senses and called out cheerfully, "All right. You two take it slow." Grandma waved from the doorway. Walking to school, Obito nibbled at his breakfast while studying Rin curiously. "Rin, why did you come all the way to pick me up today?" Rin finished the last bite of her meal with poise, wiped her mouth delicately, and replied, "Well, it's because you've been late so often lately. I was getting worried about you." Obito gave a sheepish grin, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Aside from his grandmother, Rin was probably the one who cared about him most. He made a silent vow. "This time, I'll protect you no matter what." Rin looked at him with curiosity. "By the way, Obito, how did your taijutsu improve so quickly?" Obito paused to think, then explained, "Actually, I've been sneaking out to train at night. That's also why I'm always tired and dozing off in class." Rin nodded thoughtfully. "I see, but you've been falling asleep in class since the very beginning of the term?" Obito cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. By the way, Rin, you look even prettier today." A flush crept across Rin's cheeks, and she was immediately distracted by Obito's words. "Oh, really?" Obito nodded with exaggerated seriousness. "Of course." As they made their way to school together, Obito noticed to his surprise that he didn't run into a single old lady along the way. Maybe their real targets are single people, he thought with a smirk. When the teacher saw Obito sitting in his seat on time, he could hardly believe his eyes. He even rubbed them just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It seemed Obito had really changed, but the speed of this transformation was almost too sudden. The teacher fell in a deep thought, then suddenly had an epiphany. He tapped his forehead excitedly. Could it be? It must be my earnest guidance that finally made a difference, to steer a unique soul like Obito onto the right path. Besides me, Kisuke Urahara, who else in the world of education could manage such a feat? Lost in self-congratulation, the teacher chuckled softly to himself. "Obito, wake up now. It's time for class," he called out, only to have his expression freeze in place. Clearly, his journey as an educator still had a long way to go. Even so, Obito, with sheer determination, managed to struggle through and listen to the entire morning's lessons. This effort at least brought some comfort to Urahara. As the class was about to end, Kisuke Urahara clapped his hands, drawing the students' attention. "Everyone, I have an important announcement to make," he said. "In just over a month, it'll be time for the annual exams. I hope you all can." Before he could finish, a chorus of groans and sighs erupted throughout the classroom. "Exams again," someone muttered. "It feels like the last one just ended. Why do they come around so quickly?" Another voice chimed in. "It's just too tough being human." Obito couldn't help but snicker to himself. His classmates were truly a colorful bunch. Quick-witted and always ready with a joke, Kisuke Urahara tried to restore order. "All right, everyone, quiet down." Once the classroom settled, he continued, "I hope you all make the most of this final stretch. Study hard, do your best on the exams, and bring honor to our class. If you all achieve good results, I'll treat everyone to a lavish meal out of my own pocket." The students began exchanging glances. The offer seemed tempting. After all, if exams were inevitable, why not give it their best shot? Just as Obito's mind started to wander, three options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Maintain your prestigious status as the class underachiever. Let no one else claim last place. Reward upon completion. The fury of the underdog. The fury of the underdog. When facing opponents with higher grades. SAN value -1. Option 2. Review the past to master the new. Study diligently and strive to be among the top 3 in class. Reward upon completion. Fire release comprehension +1. Option 3. Push yourself to the limit. Surpass your classmates no matter what, while ensuring the class average remains the highest. Become one of the top 3 in the class. Reward upon completion. Fire release comprehension +5. Obito drew in a sharp breath, thinking wryly that he'd just contributed to global warming. The choices before him were truly a dilemma. What exactly did the fury of the underdog mean anyway? Never mind, he thought best to skip that option for now. As for option 2 and option 3. Although option 2 was obviously the easier path, he deliberately chose option 3. The moment he made his decision, an unexpected world weariness flickered in Obito's eyes far beyond his years. He sighed inwardly, never imagining that after coming to this world, he would still have to face such relentless competition. So be it. Let them witness the terror of a Chinese student's drive. Let them taste the fear of being ruled by academic pressure. As long as you don't burn out, keep pushing. To the limit. Without hesitation, Obito raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question. Kisuke Urahara was taken aback. What was this lively student up to this time? He tilted his head slightly, signaling Obito to speak quickly. Obito stood up, glancing around at his classmates with a trace of melancholy. At this moment, they were still companions, but in another they might become rivals. As he wavered, whispers began to spread among the students. What's Obito plotting now? Someone muttered. Student A pushed up his glasses, a sneer tugging at his lips. Isn't it obvious? He's just looking for another excuse to dodge studying. It's not the first time. Student B gave a heavy sigh of agreement. What rotten luck, ending up in the same class as the bottom dweller. Only after meeting him did I realize one person could drag the class average down by 10 points. Student A nodded in pained agreement. Exactly. If it weren't for the two of us, this class would have slid from second to last to dead last in ranking. Hearing their remarks, any pangs of guilt in Obito's heart vanished without a trace. With a cheerful smile, he said, Mr. Kisuke, I think you assigned too little homework today. With finals coming up, shouldn't we at least double the amount? A stunned silence swept through the classroom. Every student stared in disbelief. Obito must have lost his mind. A slow grin crept across Kisuke's face. He found himself increasingly impressed by this boy. Since Obito had spoken up, perhaps the homework really was a bit light today. All right, everyone. Open your textbooks. I'll give you a few more problems to work on, Kisuke announced. Outrageous, the students grudgingly opened their books, wishing they could shoot daggers at Obito with their eyes. Fortunately, Kisuke only added 5 or 6 extra questions, which brought a small measure of relief to the group. That's all. Apart from those extra problems, the rest is today's homework, Kisuke said with a smile. All of that is homework. Obito, you traitor, groaned the class as the teacher left the classroom with a satisfied smile. The atmosphere turned instantly tense, like a powder keg waiting for a spark. Kakashi hesitated, just about to approach Obito for a word. When someone else made the first move, Nagano Nami slammed his desk, strode over to Obito, and said with open hostility, Obito, meet me in the grove tonight. It's time to settle old scores, and new ones. Obito smirked, thinking to himself, what deep grudge could there possibly be between us? Yesterday was truly the highlight of your life, though you probably didn't even realize it yourself. You dared to shout at the 6 Hokage, and even went so far as to provoke a notorious villain known throughout the ninja world, honestly across the entire ninja world. Maybe only Zabuza could compare to you. You really ought to be secretly pleased with yourself. As for what happened today, what's so wrong about making you learn a bit more? Isn't it all for your own good? Though these were his thoughts, Obito replied cheerfully, all right, tonight in the grove. Don't be late. Don't you back out at the last minute and make me look down on you, he added with confidence. Naganoha snorted coldly. Humph. I could say the same to you, Obito shot back, matching her tone, with her chin held high. Naganoha left the classroom like a triumphant hero returning from battle. Rin worried. Whispered, Obito, are you really going to fight Naganoha? Obito grinned mischievously. Of course not. Tonight I'll be at home doing my homework like a good boy. I was just bluffing to fool her. Only then did Rin relax, smiling as she said, "You're so bad, Obito." Obito chuckled to himself, thinking bad boys, that's what girls like. Just as Obito and Rin's conversation was in full swing, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Guy was standing excitedly beside Kakashi, animatedly waving his arms as he spoke. "Oh no, the boys are forming. Their own cliques right next to me." Obito glanced around, suddenly realizing that not just Kakashi and Guy, but almost all the boys in class were pairing up and playing together. While he was the only one chatting with a girl, he drew in a sharp breath, lost in thought. In this world overflowing with brotherhood and camaraderie, he seemed a little out of place, and now that he thought about it, those who pursued love in the world of Hokage never seemed to have happy endings. Take Hate, Asuma, and the others. A deep melancholy settled on Obito's face. Maybe he should try to become sworn siblings with Rin first. He wondered if that would satisfy the will of the universe. It was enough to give him a headache. Late at night, when all was still and the moon hung in a sparse sky, a world-weary, melancholic voice sang a heart-rending tune. If you're willing to peel back one by one, layer by layer, my homework sheets, you'll discover, you'll be amazed. This page isn't done, that page isn't done, none of them are done. A weary voice from the next room interrupted him. "Obito, Grandma just fell asleep, and now you've woken her again." Obito called out apologetically, "Sorry, Grandma. Please rest soon. I'll be quiet now." He looked at the mountain of homework piled in front of him, an impossible task to finish, and let out a long, defeated sigh. "Looks like I've really overplayed my hand this time. With this much homework, how could anyone possibly finish it all? I'd better watch my back when I'm alone at school. From now on, there are probably quite a few people who'd like to wring my neck." Obito muttered as he scribbled away. At last, he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hand on the desk. "I'm done. That's it." Resolutely, he gathered up his unfinished homework and dove headfirst into the comfort of his soft little bed. "Anyway, no matter how much I write, as long as I turn the homework, it's giving Mr. Kasuke some respect. That's right. This is the style of Uchiha Obito." After lying down for a while, two choices suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Wake up and start training. Reward for completion. 0.01 units of chakra. Option 2. Keep sleeping. Staying up late will affect your growth. Even a humble sparrow can dream of soaring high. Reward for completion. 0.01 units of chakra. Half asleep, Obito chose the second option. In his drowsiness, he vaguely sensed he might have forgotten something important, but soon drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, his grandmother's voice called from outside the house. "Obito, time to get up. Rin is waiting for you." The moment he heard that the girl he liked had arrived, Obito leaped out of bed. "Just a minute. I'll be right there." He was up early today, so there was plenty of time to spare. After the three of them had breakfast together, Obito took Rin's hand and walked with her toward the school. As they strolled through the streets of Konoha village, Obito quietly reflected. "Rin and I grew up in the same village, childhood friends. You could say we're as close as two peas in a pod." Seeing the pure, innocent smile on Rin's face, he felt a stir of emotion in his heart. If only every day could be spent like this, peacefully by Rin's side, life would be truly blissful. But Obito knew such happiness wouldn't last. Somewhere in this world, a crisis was quietly brewing. A storm that would soon sweep across the entire ninja realm. No one could remain untouched, and he himself would be at the very center of it. So even with the system's help, he couldn't let his guard down. When he arrived in the classroom, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. More than one person was glaring at him with intense hostility. If looks could kill, he'd have died a dozen times over by now. He hunched his shoulders and slid in his seat. "Huh. What's this?" He suddenly noticed a small package in his desk drawer. Curiously, Obito opened it and found several cartons of milk and a note without a signature. The note simply read, "Thank you." Obito thought about it for a moment, then gave a cold, derisive laugh. "You think I'll fall for a petty trick like this? If I'm right, there's definitely something wrong with this milk." Without hesitation, he chucked the entire package, milk and all, straight into the trash, and then returned to his seat with a satisfied grin, completely oblivious to the dark look that crossed Kakashi's face from a distance. Before long, Kasuke Urahara walked into the classroom, book in hand. "All right, everyone, let's begin class." Mr. Kasuke entered and glanced around. "Teacher Nagano Nami isn't here yet," said a chubby student, raising his hand. This boy was always following Nagano Nami around. A loyal little sidekick. While writing on the blackboard, Kisuke replied, "Nagano Nami has caught a cold and already asked for leave." Hearing this, realization dawned on Obito. Only then did he realize what he had forgotten last night. He'd completely forgotten about Nagano Nami. Shaking his head, he quickly shifted his attention back to the lesson, resolving to listen closely. Over the next few weeks, an astonishing change occurred. Obito, who had always been at the bottom of the class, suddenly began to take his studies seriously. He sat up straighter than anyone else in class, always eager to answer questions. His rapid progress left his classmates baffled. For Obito, though, none of this was particularly difficult. Drawing on the knowledge he had accumulated from his previous life, the history lessons of the ninja world seemed like child's play. Not only was he familiar with everything in the textbooks, but he also knew many historical details that never appeared in class. Physics, chemistry, and biology were no challenge. As for math, he breezed through calculations, with quadratic equations being the toughest. And even those were a cinch. When it came to Konoha's ideological education, he could casually recite passages memorized in his past life, delivering insights even deeper than the teachers. The only thing he needed to brush up on was some basic ninja technique theory. But even that posed little difficulty. The top students in the class grew uneasy. How is this guy improving so fast? He's about to catch up to me. One of them muttered anxiously. Another nodded in agreement. His progress is honestly terrifying. The two exchanged glances, each vowing inwardly, "I have to work even harder. No way I'll let a former slacker surpass me." Similar thoughts began to take root among many classmates, and the atmosphere in Kisuke's class became more studious than ever before. This was exactly the result Obito had been hoping for. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, the sky was heavy with clouds, and a fine drizzle fell. The bleak weather seemed to mirror the anxiety in the children's hearts. It was time for the annual exams. Inside the classroom, for Chunin teachers patrolled the aisles, making sure there was no chance of cheating. Students wore anxious expressions, scratching their heads in worry. As the saying goes, desperation can drive people to do anything, but clearly solving tough exam questions wasn't one of those things. Obito took his test paper with quiet confidence and immediately began writing at a brisk pace, finishing all the questions in no time. "These questions are barely a challenge," he murmured under his breath. After staring into space for a while out of boredom, Obito considered handing in his paper early and leaving. But then a mischievous idea struck him. A sly grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. Turning in the test early would be too dull. Why not stir things up a bit and see how his classmates react? With that, he picked up his exam and started flipping through the pages over and over again. The rustling sound filled the room. Hearing it, several students grew nervous, worried they were falling behind. Kisuke noticed that many students had already turned their papers over to check their answers, while Obito had only just finished his second question. He knocked Obito on the head, clearly annoyed. "Stop messing around and check your test paper carefully. Have you finished filling out your answer sheet?" Obito's expression froze instantly. Answer sheet? What answer sheet? For a moment, Kisuke was at a loss for words. He took an answer sheet from the podium and handed it to Obito. "You didn't even pick up your answer sheet, and yet you're sitting here looking so pleased with yourself?" he warned sternly. "If you end up at the bottom of the class again, you'll be standing for all my lessons from now on." The classroom erupted in laughter. Obito scratched his head awkwardly, but still tried a safe face. "Teacher, this time I'm aiming for the top 3, you know at." That the laughter in the room grew even louder. Kisuke didn't even know how to respond. Though Obito had indeed been studying harder lately, the top 3 was far too ambitious for him. Naganoha couldn't help but burst out laughing. If you make it into the top 3, I'll take your surname." Obito considered this for a moment, then replied slowly, "I don't really care if you take my surname. How about letting your son take my surname instead?" When Naganoha finally realized what he meant, he slammed the desk in outrage, grabbed his stool, and lunged at Obito. "Just you wait." Obito let out an exaggerated yell. "Teacher Kisuke, help! Save me!" The classroom instantly became a whirlwind of chaos and laughter, the atmosphere turning lively and cheerful. After the written exam, it was time for the practical assessment. For the first-year students, this stage consisted of only one test, the Shuriken throwing evaluation. On the training field, a row of targets had already been set up, waiting for the children to step up and take their turns one by one. The scoring rules were as follows. Each student threw 10 Shuriken. Hitting one ring on the target earned 1 point, and so on. 10 rings meant 10 points. The maximum possible score was 100. Kakashi Hitaki, 100 points. Might Guy, 69 points. Rin Noera, 67. Naganoha, 83 points. Naganoha walked back to the group with a smug look, flashing a provocative gesture at Obito. Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance and shot back a couple of classic retorts. Next, Obito Uchiha. Hearing his name, Obito's spirits lifted. He strode confidently to the front and took his position before the target. The supervising teacher recognized him and chuckled. "Oh, it's you, kid." It wasn't uncommon for the children to miss the target entirely while throwing Shuriken, but a prodigy who missed all 10 throws. That was a feat only Obito had managed. Like a scorpion with only one stinger, truly one of a kind. The teacher, a little uneasy, gave a word of caution. "Kid, be sure to aim properly this time. And please don't throw them at my face again." Obito let out a soft laugh. His cheeks lifted slightly, a hint of a grin on his lips. "Sensei, you're thinking too small, as the saying goes. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I'm not who I used to be, my goal. Perfection." With his performance complete, Obito began to throw shuriken one after another, quick as a flash. Having reached the level of a genin in taijutsu, and thanks to his diligent training recently, his throwing skills were now worlds apart from before. When Obito finished, the teacher glanced at the target, a bit surprised as he announced, "Obito Uchiha, 90 points. You've really made impressive progress, young man." Obito scratched his head a little awkwardly. He had just boasted about getting a perfect score, but 2 of his throws had gone astray. "Oh well, as long as I don't feel embarrassed. Messing up while showing off isn't so bad." In truth, a 90 was already an excellent result. Apart from the monster that was Kakashi, this was considered top tier. Once all the children had finished testing, one of the teachers called out in a loud voice, "The results of the year-end exams will be announced in a week. There will be no homework assigned this week, so take the opportunity to relax. Remember to come on time next week." Before the teacher could finish, their words were drowned out by the children's jubilant cheers. "Woo! Yada!" Rin sidled up to Obito, blinking her big eyes, and asked Obito, "Do you have any plans for the break?" Obito thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not at the moment. How about we? Why not come over to my place? My house is pretty big." Just as Obito was about to invite the little girl to his house during the holiday, an unexpected figure appeared at his side. Rin was briefly taken aback, then asked with a hint of surprise and delight, "Kakashi, Obito and I were just discussing our holiday plans. Would you like to join us?" Kakashi ignored Rin completely and turned to Obito. "My father would like to invite you to dinner at our place tonight at 7. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than a set of choices popped up before Obito's eyes. Option 1. An old geezer's company can't compare to my lovely little Rin. No, I'm not going. Reward. +1 LSP point. Option 2. Women only. Slow down my sword drawing. Go seek out White Fang for some sword training. Reward. Unlocks a follow-up quest. It was the first time Obito had seen a reward that unlocked a follow-up quest like Option 2. After hesitating for a moment, he chose the second option. "All right, please thank your father for me," he said to Kakashi. Kakashi gave a brief nodded slightly to Rin as a greeting, and then walked away on his own. Obito glanced at the little girl, who didn't seem too pleased, and feigned indignation. "Kakashi's as cold as ever, treating our sweet Rin-chan like that." Rin's cheeks flushed pink, and she mumbled, "Obito, you're teasing me again." With a completely straight face, Obito replied, "Not at all. Rin-chan, you're the cutest person in my heart." After comforting the little girl for a while, Obito finally headed home. Since he'd be out for dinner that evening, he had to let his grandmother know in advance. At 6:30 that evening, Obito left his house, humming softly as he set out for the dinner. The moon hangs at the tip of the willow. 2 people meet after dusk. What a pity, though. I'm not meeting a beautiful lady, but a middle-aged uncle. I wonder what White Fang senpai wants with me. Obito thought it over. The most likely reason he figured was that Sakumo had heard about the supportive things he'd said. Maybe he thought Obito was a promising junior, and so he invited him over for dinner. Lost in thought, Obito soon found himself at Kakashi's front door. It was a modest house, not too big, not too small. Outside, a figure had been waiting for some time, as if expecting him. Obito waved at the figure. "I'm here, Kakashi." Kakashi responded coolly, turned around, and said without looking back, "Come with me." Obito hurried after him, his eyes roaming curiously around. The furnishings in Kakashi's home were simple, yet the place exuded a warm and cozy feeling. In a swift glance, Obito caught sight of a photo of young Kakashi hanging on the wall. Absolutely adorable. Just like a little ball of silver fluff, it seemed to have heard some commotion. As footsteps echoed from inside the house, a handsome silver-haired man stepped out from within. Though he looked a bit worn out, the boldness in his gaze could not be hidden. It was Sakumo Hatake. He smiled warmly at Obito. "You must be little Obito. I've heard Kakashi mention you often." Obito nodded, a little embarrassed. "Hello, Senior White Fang. I'm Obito. You've probably heard Kakashi tell you all sorts of embarrassing stories about me, right?" At those words, Kakashi's young face flushed pink beneath his mask. Sakumo let out a hearty laugh and ruffled his son's hair. "I wouldn't call them embarrassing, but he did tell me a few funny stories. Let's sit down and chat while we eat. I prepared a few of my best dishes tonight. Try them and see if they suit your taste." Obito nodded eagerly. He had been hungry for a while. The three of them settled down at the dining table. Obito snuck glances at Sakumo beside him. It was hard to imagine that this gentle, almost scholarly homemaker before him was also the man with a fearsome reputation outside. With a gentle smile, Sakumo looked at the nervous Obito. "Don't just stare. Have a taste, and tell me what you think of my cooking." Obito didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib, popped it into his mouth, and his eyes lit up. A rich, savory flavor blossomed on his tongue, thrilling every one of his taste buds. "It's delicious," he exclaimed. The smile in Sakumo's eyes deepened. "Then eat as much as you like. There's plenty more in the pot. Make yourself at home here." Obito grinned. "All right." After a hearty dinner, Kakashi, without being told, collected the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash up. Obito rubbed his little belly and nodded in approval. It was clear that Kakashi would make a wonderful family man someday. The only question was, who would end up with him? Some lucky woman? Or maybe a man? Who knows? Just as Obito's imagination began to run wild, Sakumo suddenly spoke up. "Obito, in your eyes, what kind of person am I?" Before Obito could answer, a new set of choices appeared before him. Option 1. Senior White Fang is a true hero. I feel like we're kindred spirits. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Reward for completion. Nephew Kakashi +1. Option 2. I'm not sure, but if my father were still here, I think he'd be just as gentle and handsome as you. Reward for completion. Unlock follow-up quest. Looking at these two bizarre options, Obito felt overwhelmed. If he picked the first one, Kakashi might just stab him on the spot, right where it hurts. As for the second one, the flattery was a bit too obvious, but still, he chose the second option. It really wasn't about the follow-up quest reward. Option 1 was just too outlandish. Yes, and there's also the risk of losing your life. With eyes full of admiration and a sincere tone, Obito said, "I can't say for sure, but if my father were still around, I think he would be just as gentle and handsome as you are." Sakumo was taken aback, his expression touched. He hadn't expected Obito to hold him in such high regard. He didn't press any further. After all, being compared to a father was already the greatest compliment he could receive. Even Kakashi, busy in the kitchen, froze in surprise. Once again, Obito had expanded his understanding of shamelessness. Sakumo took a deep breath and, sounding casual but actually quite serious, asked, "Then, what do you think of my son, Kakashi?" Kakashi perked up, clearly curious about Obito's answer. This time, no options appeared before Obito's eyes. After some thought, he decided to answer from the heart. "Kakashi, huh? He's the kind of person you could have as a lifelong friend. He shoulders darkness, but his heart longs for the light. He endures pain, yet always passes on kindness." Kakashi's unique charm makes it almost impossible not to like him. Aside from being a bit of a flirt, he's as close to perfect as anyone could be, as long as he never stabs me in the back or lays a finger on my wife. Obito will always consider him a true friend. Sakumo, with his keen eye for people, could tell that Obito was speaking honestly. He nodded with satisfaction. "Obito, you're a good kid. For Kakashi to have a friend like you is his good fortune." In the kitchen, Kakashi gave a dismissive snort, but couldn't hide the faint smile tugging at his lips. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. Even his dishwashing sped up, almost without him noticing. Sakumo stood up, smiling. "This is our first time meeting, and, as your elder, I'd like to give you a gift. Wait here for a moment." With that, Sakumo went inside and began searching through his things. Obito rubbed his hands together, eyes full of anticipation, clearly imagining what the gift might be. After a while, Sakumo returned holding Itachi. He handed it to Obito. "This blade is called Kage Shu. It takes its name from the slender shadow it casts in the sunlight. From now on, it's yours. The sudden crash of breaking porcelain sounded from the kitchen. In the next instant, a small figure rushed out, face full of shock. Father! They're giving Keishu to him. Obito examined the tachi in his hands. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, he could easily guess how precious the sword was. He hugged it tightly to his chest and glanced at Sakumo. Question in his eyes. Sir White Fang, isn't this gift a bit too valuable? Sakumo shook his head, his expression serene. The true worth of a sword lies in the hands of the one who wields it. This blade suits you. It's yours now. I only hope you never let it down in the future. Kakashi seemed puzzled. Father! Sakumo silenced him with a look. Obito, on the other hand, was beaming as he ran his fingers over the sword named Cage Hide. Its blade was neither too long nor too short, the steel a deep crimson adorned with intricate patterns. The more Obito admired it, the more he found himself unable to put it down. Whenever he sheathed or unsheathed it, a clear, ringing sound echoed, like the gleam of a treasured sword, the roar of a sports car, or the laugh of a girl. No boy could resist such temptation. Obito carefully tucked Cage Hide away, then bowed deeply to Sakumo. Thank you, White Fang. I truly love this gift you've given me. Sakumo nodded slightly, his voice calm. I'm glad you like it. He reached out and ruffled Kakashi's hair, soothing his son's lingering disappointment. Then he turned to Obito. Obito, have you ever studied swordsmanship? Obito shook his head and answered honestly, no. White Fang, to be honest, I've barely touched a sword before. See. Sakumo mused for a moment before continuing. Kakashi, tidy up the kitchen. Obito, come with me. Kakashi left reluctantly. Obito followed Sakumo to the Hitaki family's training grounds. Sakumo grabbed a blade from the nearby weapon rack, and in that instant his entire demeanor changed. The gentle warmth from before vanished. Now he radiated a sharp, intimidating presence, like a drawn sword whose edge could not be ignored. The pressure alone made Obito take 2 steps back. Sakumo's gaze grew deep, his eyes holding nothing but the sword. Swordsmanship is about steady progress. There are no shortcuts. Only through diligent study and relentless practice can you achieve mastery. You've never trained systematically, so today, I'll teach you just one technique. Aido, the art of drawing the blade. If you can grasp even a little of it and practice daily, I believe you'll gain much in return. At some point, Sakumo's right. Hand had come to rest on a hilt. With a sound like a rushing wind, the long sword flashed from its sheath, a cold gleam slashing through the air, as if it could tear reality itself. In this breathtaking moment, Obito saw nothing but that dazzling strike. Whoa, that's incredible. For a long time, Obito simply stared awestruck when he finally came back to his senses. He saw that Sakumo had already sheathed the sword and was watching him with a gentle smile. The essence of Aido, Sakumo explained, is to strike with deadly precision in a single decisive move. Rely on explosive speed, catch your opponent off guard, and aim to finish the fight in one blow. If swordsmanship truly interests you, then make it your daily practice. After a pause, Sakumo added, of course, if you can find a way to study the foundations of swordsmanship more systematically, that would be even better. Obito grinned sheepishly. Uncle, that last move you did was amazing. Could you show it to me again? After getting a few more free demonstrations from Sakumo, Obito had pretty much grasped the essence of the sword drawing technique. He felt a bit embarrassed to ask Sakumo to keep showing him. So he stopped. Once more he bowed deeply before Sakumo, then spoke up at the hint of confusion. Thank you, Sakumo-senpai, for your precious sword and your patient guidance. But, if I may ask, why are you doing all this? Sakumo set his sword down, a shadow of sadness clouding his eyes. Obito, you're a clever child. Your uncle has run into some trouble lately. And, just in case, I mean, if something should ever happen to me, I hope you'll look after Kakashi for me. Kakashi's been stubborn ever since he was little, and I worry about him. At this, Sakumo let out a long, weary sigh. Obito's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sakumo already sensed something? A wave of helplessness washed over him. He truly liked this gentle senior and wanted to do something for him. But right now, he was just a powerless kid. There was nothing he could do except sigh silently in his heart. His thoughts whirled, and then Obito met Sakumo's gaze, speaking with absolute seriousness. Sakumo-senpai, please, take care of yourself. You have to stay. Strong. Sakumo gave a soft chuckle and didn't say more. He practiced with Obito a little longer, then led him out of the training hall. In the living room, Kakashi had just finished tidying up the kitchen and sat on the sofa, planning to rest for a while. But then Sakumo walked in and said, "Son Obito's about to head home. Go see him off, will you?" Kakashi sighed inwardly. He stood up with a calm expression and nodded, "Yes, father." As Obito was leaving, he bid Sakumo farewell, his mood a bit heavy. "Goodbye, Sakumo-senpai. Thank you for your hospitality today." The moonlight was pale, and a cool breeze swept through the night. The streets that had bustled with traffic during the day were now deserted and lonely. The footsteps of the two boys echoed through the silence, the only sound in the night. Kakashi glanced at Obito beside him, and unable to hold back, finally asked, "What did my father say to you?" Obito thought for a moment, shrugged, and replied, "Sakumo-senpai said you're too withdrawn, that you should make more friends, and he asked me to look after you in the future." Kakashi snorted quietly. That really did sound like something his father would say, and with Obito's level of intelligence, he probably wasn't making it up. So what was his father really thinking? Kakashi didn't need this idiot Obito to look after him. Kakashi grumbled inwardly, but on the surface he kept silent, and so the atmosphere between the two fell quiet once again. They walked on, and before long, they arrived at Obito's home. He waved goodbye to Kakashi in a perfectly natural way. "See you, Kakashi." Kakashi gave a slight nod in response, then walked away without looking back. Obito, seeing this, pursed his lips and muttered quietly, "What a cold guy." He shook his head and called into the house, "Grandma, I'm home." The next morning, before the rooster in the neighbor's yard had even started crowing, Obito was already up out of bed. As long as there was no school, Obito would never sleep in. What should I do today? Just as Obito was mulling this over, the system presented him with three options. Option 1. With no woman in my heart, my sword draws itself with the spirit of the blade. Practice sword drawing 10,000 times. Reward: sword drawing technique mastered, Option 2. Why practice? Swordplay: be like Kakashi, messing around with eyeballs. Such a waste of time. Go play. Wouldn't it be more fun to hang out with Rin? Reward: little bird plus 0.1 centimeters. Option 3. Women and swordplay don't interest me. I just want to lie around at home. Reward: 0.01 chakra. Option 3 is out of the question. I, Obito, rise with the roosters and strive for self-improvement. How could I be someone with no ambition? Option 2 does seem a bit tempting, but 0.1 centimeters. Is that really what I, Obito, am lacking? What I lack is... Anyway, if I want to get stronger quickly, option 1 is definitely the best for me. Obito made up his mind in a flash. I'll choose option 1. I'll start practicing sword drawing right after breakfast. Grandma wasn't up yet. Obito grabbed some bread and milk for a quick meal, then full of enthusiasm picked up his sword Shadow Sheen. Following the techniques taught by Sakumo, he began his sword drawing practice. Haasege, death is like the wind, always by my side, the force of this blade grows fiercer with every swing. Oh wait, I think I'm practicing with a sword, not a blade. 1 hour later, Obito, gasping for breath, sheathed Shadow Sheen and flopped down onto the floor. His arms felt as heavy as if they'd been filled with lead. He could barely lift them, and for some rather dramatic reason his voice had turned a little hoarse. Sigh, in 2 hours. I've barely managed 100 swings. How long is it going to take me to reach 10,000? He sighed and groaned, letting out one complaint after another, feeling like he was under a pressure no kid his age should have to bear. But looking at it another way, it wasn't that bad. After all, he was still young. For now, he didn't need his arms for anything especially important. A week of vacation passed in the blink of an eye. Obito didn't go anywhere. He just stayed at home, grinding away at his sword practice. 7 days. Do you have any idea what those 7 days are like for me? The skin on my hands is almost worn off. My shoulders are trembling with what feels like tendinitis, and my elbows can barely make a full circle, yet even with all his diligence, he hadn't managed to reach even a fifth of his target. Sigh, I guess that's enough for today, Obito muttered, letting out a weary breath as he set down the shadow scroll with trembling hands. Then, dragging his tired body, he collapsed on his bed. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Better get some rest early, he thought to himself. Just then a set of multiple choice options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Burn the midnight oil, ascend to immortality, and wield boundless power, or sacrifice yourself to the heavens. Go all out. Young man. Quest reward. Progress on your current task, sword drawing technique, will be doubled. Option 2. Pretend you didn't see option. 1. Reward. -1 to eyesight. What the heck? Is this what they call a choice in name only, but actually no choice at all? Obito sprang up from his deathbed like a startled animal shouting, "I can do it! I can do it!" His grandmother's gentle, lingering voice drifted in from outside the room. "Oh, Obito!" Obito replied, sheepishly, his face flushing. "Sorry, Grandma, sorry. Please go ahead and rest." He raised his arm, weak as he was, and picked up the shadow scroll once more. Thus began another round of grinding away at his progress. The next morning, Obito trudged to school with 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly drained, almost like a certain famous athlete celebrity. "Man, I'm so tired," he groaned, but after getting that progress-doubling reward, "I've nearly hit 4,000 repetitions now. Is this what they call the thrill of pushing yourself to the limit?" Yawning non-stop, he shuffled in the classroom. Without a word, he slumped onto his desk and immediately fell asleep. Soon gentle, childlike voices could be heard by his ear. "Obito, Kisuke-sensei is here. Wake up!" Obito rubbed his eyes and sat up, still half asleep, his mind a complete blank. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I so handsome? Kisuke Uchiha burst energetically into the classroom, striding up to the podium, with a big grin and a report card held high. "Everyone, I have some great news to share," he announced, deliberately pausing for effect before continuing. "Our class's average score this time. Ranked first in the whole grade." The children erupted in coordinated cheers. "Woo!" Nagano waved her arms and shouted, "Sensei, Kisuke, so when are you going to treat us to a big feast?" Kisuke scratched his head in confusion. "A feast? What feast?" The classroom instantly filled with groans and hisses. Even Kisuke, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and embarrassed. He had in fact planned to treat the kids to a meal, but his wife had absolutely refused to sponsor him. He did have some pocket money, but it was nowhere near enough. To avoid further embarrassment, Kisuke hurriedly changed the subject. "All right, next, let's go over our class's results." But the kids weren't about to let him off so easily. Someone called out from below the podium, "It seems like Teacher Kisuke is trying to change the subject." Someone beside him immediately chimed in. That's right. You promised to treat us to a big meal if we took first place." "Yeah. A Konoha person never tricks another Konoha person. Don't try to pull a fast one on us." "Teacher Kisuke, you're so mean, even tricking little kids." The children's raucous voices threatened to blow the roof right off. Just then a soft, slow voice drifted through the noise. "Hey, let's forgive Teacher Kisuke. It's not easy for him either. If my calculations are right, I'd bet 80% of his monthly salary isn't even in his own hands." The children all paused in surprise. Then one by one their faces lit up with mischievous expressions. "Is that for real?" "It totally is." Nagano Bo grinned wickedly. "Teacher Kisuke, you should have just told us you were having a tough time. We all would have understood." Someone else picked up the thread. Exactly. We all get it. The kids in this world grew up fast for them. A fancy meal was nothing compared to the thrill of juicy gossip. A girl giggled. "I never thought Teacher Kisuke would be such a doting husband. I'm loving it. When I grow up, I want to marry a man like Teacher Kisuke. I mean his personality, not his looks." Kisuke buried his face in his hands. He felt like his dignity as a teacher had vanished without a trace from this moment on. If he weren't wearing shoes, he'd be so embarrassed he'd have dug a hole in the floor with his toes by now. With a look of deep grievance, Kisuke glanced at the little instigator. "Thank you so much, Roka." The boy named Roka waved him off and mumbled under his breath, "See, women really are the most troublesome." Roka, with his spiky pineapple hair, slouched lazily over the desk. That distinctive look, paired with his exceptional smarts, made it clear he was from the Nara clan. Once the commotion died down, Kisuke tapped the desk to draw their attention again. "All right, time for your results," he announced. "When you hear your name, come up and collect your test paper." The mood instantly grew more serious at the mention of grades. "Phew, I'm so nervous." "Same here. If I do badly, I get a scolding home again." Good thing I'm an orphan." "About that. Next time I'll be sure to mention it to your uncle and aunt." "No, please don't. I'll buy you a drink after school." "Please have a heart." Kisuke called out first place. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stood up coolly, collected his paper, and sat back down as emotionless as ever. Kisuke was used to it. This kid always seemed devoid of feelings. Second place. Nara Roka. Roka got up at a snail's pace like an old grandpa of 80. The class's top student let out a dramatic wail. It's those two in the top spots again this time. I'm guessing I'll be third as usual." The second top student shook his head with a sigh. "Sharing class with those two. I can't tell if we're lucky or just cursed, but honestly, The third place should be mine. The two prodigies, Wulong and Fengshu, locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fly between them. Nagayama laughed out loud. Gentlemen, you've got it all wrong. Didn't someone claim during the exam that he'd make into the top 3? He remarked sarcastically. The third place is definitely going to our class genius, Obito Uchiha. Meanwhile, Shikaha leisurely made his way back to his seat. Kisuke continued reading out the results. In third place, Obito Uchiha. The top student stared blankly. The second top student was stunned. Nagayama was floored. And it wasn't just them. Everyone seemed to doubt their own ears. Holy, Obito actually made it into the top 3. Obito wore a satisfied smile, but didn't get up to collect his test paper. Instead, he shot Nagayama a series of cheeky winks. Kisuke glanced over exasperated. Obito, didn't you hear the teacher calling you? Obito grinned as he stood up. I heard you, sensei. I just wanted to make sure everyone else heard too. Kisuke was speechless. Just get over here now. Under the gaze of his envious, jealous, and resentful classmates, Obito cheerfully went up to claim his paper. In his mind, a system prompt chimed. Choice complete. Reward. Plus 5 fire release insight. Fourth place the top student, fifth place the second top student. Kisuke finished announcing everyone's results and started assigning holiday homework. But Obito didn't hear a word of it. Homework? What homework? Back when I was dead last, I never did the assignments. Now that I've made it into the top 3, there's even less reason for me to bother. After rambling for half an hour, Kisuke finally reluctantly wrapped things up. All right, have a great break, everyone. See you next term. The moment Kisuke left the classroom, the kids burst into cheers. Vacation time. Friend groups quickly formed throughout the classroom, everyone excitedly discussing their plans for the break. As for the homework, who actually starts on it before the last days of vacation anyway? Just as Rin was about to congratulate Obito, another girl subtly edged her out of the way. She sidled up to Obito, her voice sweet and affected. Obito Gidge, I never thought you'd do so well. There were a few questions I didn't quite get. Could you explain them to me later? Obito shot her a glare. Why didn't you ask while Kisuke-sensei was here? Now you come to me after the teacher's gone. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? No time. Go ask Kakashi. The girl left, grinding her teeth in frustration. Ugh. I can't stand these hopelessly clueless guys. A burst of laughter escaped. Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter beside them. At that moment, an unexpected figure walked over, hands cradling his head. Well, looks like you did pretty well. Congratulations, really. I must admit, I underestimated you before, Liu. Obito was a little surprised. He and Liu had barely interacted in the past. He hadn't expected Liu to approach him so proactively. Thank you, Liu-kun, Obito replied. Liu nodded slightly, sighing inwardly. He often felt lonely, even a bit pitiful. Normally, boys from the Nara clan would have 2 close companions. One from the Yamanaka family, and one from the Akimichi family. That's the classic Inoshikacho trio. But here was the problem. That year, his parents decided to have a second child. While the other 2 families didn't, over the years he tried to make friends, leaving it to fate. But geniuses are often solitary. They rarely want to befriend ordinary people. He'd even tried to befriend Kakashi, but that had ended in failure. As for the rest of the class, he couldn't bring himself to care much about them. Recently, though, he'd noticed a new, interesting target. Obito. Liu leaned in studying Obito's face closely. You know, you seem like a completely different person these days. Are you sure you're still the same Obito as before? Obito's heart skipped a beat. Seriously? How are these pineapple-haired guys so sharp? Noticing Obito's uneasy expression, Liu scratched his head and said, just kidding, no need to take it seriously. A trace of awkwardness hung in the air between the two. In the brief silence that followed, a lively voice chimed in. Obito-kun, Liu-kun, and Rin. Do you have any plans for the holidays? All 3 of them turned their heads at once, the same thought flashing through their minds. Who is this? Do we know her? The speaker was a girl dressed in black. She wore her long black hair loose, her features plain, and her expression a touch shy. On her youthful, pretty face perched a small pair of sunglasses. Obito racked his brain for a moment before he remembered who she was. Ayako. Aburame Ayako. A classmate of Obito and the others. This was getting a little strange, Obito muttered to himself. He'd always gotten along fairly well with Ayako, so why did his mind go completely blank when he saw her? With a cheerful grin, Rin grabbed Ayako's small hand. Ayako, when did you get here? I didn't even notice. Ayako's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. I've been standing next to you all this time, and none of you paid me any attention. Wait, what? Obito was taken aback, so the Aburame clan's lack of presence is actually hereditary. After chatting for a while, Liu excused himself and left first. Rin pulled Iyako over to join the girls. Obito strolled over to Kakashi, slinging an arm around his shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Got something for me?" Kakashi's eyebrows knit together ever so slightly as he coldly brushed aside Obito's hand. He really disliked people touching him. Obito chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I kind of miss your father's cooking. Do you think I could come over for a meal in a few days?" Kakashi stared at Obito, his face expressionless, his thoughts unreadable. After a moment, he nodded. "All right. How about tomorrow at noon? My father should be free." Just then, a head topped with bowl-cut green hair popped into view. "Kakashi, let's have a youthful showdown now." "Come on." I said no. Obito felt that the atmosphere was suddenly overloaded with dramatic tension. He quickly slipped away, not wanting to get caught up in whatever was going on between those two. "Rin, let's go. I'll walk you home, okay?" On the way back, Obito held Rin's small hand the entire time, his heart pounding so fast it felt like it might leap into his throat. Only when they reached Rin's door did he reluctantly let go. "Goodbye, Rin. I'll come find you to hang out when I have time." Rin beamed at him, waving energetically. "It's a promise, then. See you, Obito." Obito raised his right hand, a little lost in thought as he made his way home. He decided that for today he absolutely wouldn't wash his hand. The next day at noon, Obito brought Inshio along to Kakashi's home. He had two main reasons for visiting White Fang for a meal. First, as the top powerhouse around, White Fang might offer him a new quest. Second, he hoped to find a way to encourage White Fang to keep him from falling into despair. Even though he wasn't sure he could do it, it was the only thing he could do for him now. Thinking of this, Obito sighed and knocked on the Hitaki family's door. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door opened. Standing there was Sakumo. The melancholy in his eyes seemed even deeper than before, almost overflowing. But when he saw Obito, he gave a genuine smile. "Ah, you're here, Obito." Obito grinned sheepishly. "I just can't get enough of your cooking." "Uncle, sorry to trouble you again." Sakumo gently ruffled Obito's hair. "It's no trouble at all. Come on in and have a seat." Sakumo's cooking was, as always, beyond compare. Obito ate to his heart's content, especially delighted by the expensive cuts of meat. Uncle really knew how to treat his guests. After the meal, Sakumo smiled. "I see you brought Inshio with you. Are you hoping to learn some swordsmanship from me?" Before Obito could reply, a set of options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Ask White Fang to teach you the art of drawing the blade. Reward for completion. Current mission, blade drawing technique. Progress doubled. Option 2. Ask White Fang to teach you basic sword techniques. Reward for completion. Unlock basic sword technique mission. Option 3. Uncle, this knife is for slicing vegetables. Actually, I want to learn cooking from you. Seek out White Fang to learn the art of cuisine. Completion reward. The Hitaki clan's secret family recipe book. Obito's large eyes swept across the options and immediately dismissed. Option 3. He made up his mind without hesitation. He would continue learning the art of sword drawing from White Fang. The sword techniques were only useful in the early stages. Later on, when battles became the stuff of legends and everyone started showing off their overpowered moves, swordsmanship didn't matter much. So learning a few moves was enough. There was no need to devote all his energy to it, even if he really wanted to master it. He could always come back next time. "Uncle Sakumo, I'd really appreciate it if you could give me more pointers on the sword drawing technique you taught me last time." Obito spoke with genuine sincerity. Sakumo nodded in response. "In that case, come with me. Kakashi, you too?" Sakumo led the two kids to the training ground and began instructing them both in the way of the sword. Obito threw himself completely into his training, losing track of time as the afternoon slipped away. Naturally, when evening came, he stayed for another meal. During dinner, Obito subtly tried to flatter Sakumo. "Kakashi is really lucky to have such an outstanding father as you. No wonder he's so talented. He must have benefited so much from your careful guidance. If you keep investing your efforts in Kakashi, maybe one day he'll even become Hokage." On and on he went with his praise. Sakumo took it in stride, but beneath Kakashi's mask, his cheeks had turned red. This Obito, how had he never noticed before that the guy could say such sincerely pleasant things? After dinner, Obito grinned and said, "Uncle, your cooking never gets old. Can I come over again for dinner next time?" Sakumo burst out laughing and, restraining his slightly disgruntled son, replied, "Of course, you're always welcome." Obito stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, Kakashi." Sakumo wanted Kakashi to see Obito out, but Obito politely refused. Watching Obito's departing figure, Sakumo was filled with a mix of emotions. Obito really is a good kid. Obito returned home, feeling very pleased with himself. Today's gains were tremendous. His progress in sword drawing had already reached nearly 4,000 repetitions. Now, after completing the task, that number had doubled. Almost 8,000. At this rate, he was getting close to finishing the training. Exhausted, Obito lay down on his bed and quickly slipped into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, he had new plans waiting for him. Obito slept straight through until noon, yawning as he finally got out of bed. "Feels like I always have half as much time in a day as everyone else," he muttered, pulling on his clothes. After grabbing a quick bite, he headed out the door. Today, he was going to learn ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, an inescapable part of life in the world of Naruto. Generally speaking, the more jutsu and ninja masters and the higher their level, the stronger that ninja becomes. But jutsu are also monopolized by the major clans and the upper echelons of Konoha. At the Ninja Academy, civilians can only learn the most basic 3 techniques: the clone jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the transformation jutsu. Want to learn any other jutsu? Sorry, that's just wishful thinking. Unless you join an official Konoha organization or pledge yourself to a powerful clan, you'll never get close to those fearsome, destructive techniques. It's best to just accept a quiet, uneventful life. As one of Konoha's great clans, the Uchiha family boasts a deep heritage and mastery over many jutsu, passed down from generation to generation. Their techniques are guarded and preserved within the family. Unfortunately, his own parents had died on the battlefield. Otherwise, at this thought, Obito's expression dimmed, but he quickly composed himself, his gaze growing determined. In any case, if he wanted to learn more jutsu now, he'd still need someone to teach him. Obito made his way through the winding alleys with practiced ease and entered a small courtyard. There a short child crouched on the ground, closely observing a line of ants. When he saw Obito, his eyes lit up, and he stood excitedly. Hurrying over, a faint smile played at Obito's lips. If there was anyone in the hidden leaf who had devoted his life to its protection, it would surely be... No, not Danzo. Shursui. Obito ruffled Shursui's hair with a grin and asked Shursui, "Is your uncle home today?" Before Shursui could answer, a middle-aged man, having heard the commotion, stepped out from the house. "Well, Obito, what brings you to your uncle's place today?" The man had a distinctive head of spiky black hair, gentle features, and wise, thoughtful eyes, except for Itachi, who uses conditioner. All the rest in the clan have spiky hair. Obito scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "It's been a while since I visited, so I thought I'd drop in and see you. Maybe pick up a new jutsu while I'm here." The man before him was his uncle. Uchiha Kawa broke into a wry smile. "You rascal. Well, it just so happens I'm free today. I'll teach you a technique." Obito clenched his fists in excitement. "All right." Kawa sent Shursui back inside, then led Obito to the backyard. It was an open space, the ground pitted with small craters. Clearly a place made for training. Kawa stopped and turned to his nephew. "The Uchiha are best known for fire-style jutsu. Today, I'll teach you a basic one." Obito ventured to guess, "Uncle, you're not talking about the great fireball technique, are you?" Kawa nodded with a smile. Obito was speechless. Honestly, he had no enthusiasm for the so-called fire style. Can't kill anyone technique. 720 episodes. All 720 episodes, and not once has this jutsu ever killed anyone. Seeing his nephew's strange expression, Chuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What's wrong, Obito?" Obito quickly composed himself and shook his head. "It's nothing, uncle. Please go on. A skyscraper has to start with a solid foundation. There's no point in overreaching before you've mastered the basics." Chuan nodded in agreement. He carefully explained to Obito the key points for performing the great fireball jutsu. The required hand signs are snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. In the end, you must channel your fire nature chakra, gather in your throat, and then unleash it suddenly toward your target. That's all you need to pay attention to. Now, give it a try. Obito took a deep breath. His hands moved a bit clumsily through the sequence of signs, and he did his best to gather chakra in his throat before trying to release it. Huffed. A faint little flame flickered out, only to be snuffed out immediately by the passing breeze. Obito fell silent. He tried several more times, but each attempt only produced a few tiny sparks. He felt like a human lighter at this point, Seeing his nephew's dejected look, Chuan smiled and offered some encouragement. Don't be discouraged, Obito. When I first learned, I also spent. He was about to admit that it had taken him nearly half a day to fully master the great fireball jutsu, but worried it might dampen Obito's spirits, he swallowed the rest of his words. After all, in his eyes, his nephew's talent was nothing special. To properly grasp the great fireball jutsu, it would probably take 2 or 3 days at the very least. He patted Obito on the shoulder. The path of training is all about perseverance. You keep practicing here. I'll go inside and spend some time with Shursui. If you have any questions, just call for me. Obito nodded gratefully. Okay, thank you, uncle. After Uchiha Chuan went back indoors, Obito steadied his mind and went through the hand signs again and again, focusing intently on the changes in his chakra. He had a +5 bonus to fire-style intuition. There was no way he couldn't master this non-lethal jutsu. An hour later, Uchiha Chuan stretched and walked out of the house. How's it going, Obito? Obito grinned. I think I got it, uncle. Chuan nodded with a smile. It's perfectly normal if you haven't yet, but as long as wait. Suddenly, he realized something was off, and his smile froze. Wait, nephew. What did you just say? Obito didn't reply. Instead, he chose to show with actions rather than words. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Obito's mouth opened, and he expelled a massive ball of flame. The scorching fire distorted the air, and the terrifying blaze crashed to the ground, carving a deep depression into the formerly flat earth. This. Chuan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He truly hadn't expected that his nephew, who had always been at the bottom of the class, would master the great fireball jutsu so quickly. He'd even learned it faster than he himself had back in the day. Obito, having just grasped the art of ninjutsu, was in high spirits. Curious, he looked over at Uchiha Chuan and asked, Uncle, how long did it take you to learn the great fireball jutsu? Ah, well. Not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his nephew, Chuan decided to tell a harmless little lie. Back then it took your uncle about 40 or 50 minutes, just a bit faster than you. But don't feel bad. Your speed isn't much slower than mine, he added encouragingly. Hearing this, Obito couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even with his seemingly superhuman talent for fire release, he still couldn't catch up to his uncle's pace. What astonishing genius Uncle Chuan must possess! My uncle Chuan-san is truly worthy of being Hokage material. But if uncle is so incredible, why isn't he more famous among the Hokage? Before Obito could think further, Uchiha Chuan, feeling a bit guilty, quickly changed the subject. Obito, now that you've learned the great fireball jutsu, do you have any other plans? Don't worry, uncle, let me think for a moment, Obito replied, gazing thoughtfully at the 3 options before him. Option 1. Continue to consolidate your mastery of fire release, great fireball jutsu, and contribute to a harmonious ninja world. Completion reward. Power of this ninjutsu +3. Option 2. Keep freeloading and tell Uchiha Chuan that you want to learn a new ninjutsu. Completion reward. Randomly master a new ninjutsu. Depends on what your uncle decides to teach. Option 3. Leave now and go home for dinner. Completion reward. He who knows the taste of food is truly wise. Aura. He who knows the taste of food is truly wise. Aura. +1 charisma while eating. What the heck is with this? He who knows the taste of food is truly wise. Nonsense. Pass. Option 1 is also out. The great fireball jutsu can't even hit anyone. What's the use of more power for that? Without hesitation, he mentally picked option 2. No need for further explanation. Definitely going for it. Obito rubbed his hands together. Eagerly, Uncle, I'd like to learn another new ninjutsu. Uchiha Chuan considered for a moment, then shook his head. Obito, you have to understand that biting off more than you can chew isn't wise. Why not master the great fireball jutsu thoroughly first? Then you can come back to me to learn something new. Obito thought to himself, that won't do. If I wait until next time, the system might not give me this task again. Uncle, I just want to broaden my horizons with more ninjutsu. Surely you can understand my thirst for knowledge. He pleaded, even if you just explain the basics so I can get a general idea, that'd be enough. Preferably, teach me a forbidden jutsu while you're at it. Uchiha Chuan looked into his nephew's expectant eyes. After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded. All right then, your uncle will teach you another ninjutsu. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. And as soon as Uchiha Chuan finished speaking, a chime echoed in Obito's mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Fire style. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. The key to this jutsu is... Chuan began, only to be cheerfully interrupted by Obito. All right, uncle, why don't we call it a day? Thank you for your help. Obito grinned. Uchiha Chuan was left completely puzzled, his face practically spelling out 3 question marks. Wasn't it you who insisted on learning? I barely got the name out, and you're already done? Obito's antics left Chuan feeling awkward and frustrated. Fine, fine. Chuan said helplessly. Goodbye, uncle. Obito called out, dashing off toward home. He made a quick getaway, eager to play with his treasured sword back home. As he ran, Obito hummed a jaunty tune, 70 miles an hour. Feeling so free and easy, pride bubbled up in his voice. Mastered 2 jutsu in half a day. No wonder I'm me. As expected, hard work is the only path to success. I must work even harder and keep grinding those choices. Once he got home, Obito rummaged around his room. He was utterly bewildered to discover that his sword was missing. He called out loudly, "Grandma, where's my sword?" His grandmother's voice floated in from outside. "I tidied up for you today, dear. I put your sword in the box under your bed." With an aha, Obito dived under the bed and pulled out his shinzhou. Without missing a beat, he plunged back into his training routine. "There's a guy trying to unzip my pants. Lion's Requiem, 36 winds of suffering." In the days that followed, Obito threw himself wholeheartedly into his training. He scarcely noticed the passing of time. To him, training was never dull, wielding dazzling jutsu, practicing elegant sword techniques, racing along the rooftops, and leaping from wall to wall. These were the dreams of so many boys in the world he'd left behind. Of course, if the system could reward him with a telescope jutsu, that would be even better. Then he could reward himself, he thought mischievously. With the system's help, his progress was extraordinary. He now commanded the Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, Dragon Fire Jutsu, and Earth-style Wall. 4 powerful techniques, not counting the basic 3 techniques. After mastering the drawing sword technique, he'd even picked up basic swordsmanship from White Fang. As for taijutsu, he estimated he was somewhere between a Genin and a Chunin. Jinjutsu, on the other hand, was still a weak spot. But he was an Uchiha. After all, once he awakened his Sharingan, that problem would vanish. This has been a truly fulfilling vacation, Obito reflected. Not only has my strength grown by leaps and bounds, but my bond with Rin has deepened. And I've gotten to know White Fang Senpai. Despite the ever-growing rumors in the village, as long as Sakumo kept his spirit strong, Obito believed he would make a different choice in the end. I really hope that guy Kakashi can finally live a happy life this time. Obito shook his head, then lay down on his bed, ready to rest. Tomorrow a new semester would begin. The first day of school arrived. As expected, Obito was summoned to the office by Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke sat behind his desk, eyeing the dejected Obito across from him, and let out a cold snort. "Obito, why didn't you do your homework again?" Obito thought for a moment before replying, "Mr. Kisuke, I feel like the things you teach us are pretty useless for real." Before he could finish, Kisuke let out a weary sigh. "Obito, you shouldn't talk about yourself like that. In fact, in your teacher's eyes, you really do have a lot of shining qualities." Obito was baffled. "Teacher, I meant to say that the homework you assigned doesn't really help improve our skills." Kisuke tapped his fingers on the desk, falling into deep thought. He knew all too well how shallow the curriculum at the Ninja Academy could be. When it came to lively kids like Obito, being too rigid with them might actually hinder their growth. Adapting to each student's needs was an essential quality for any teacher. After pondering for a while, he decided to compromise. "How about this, Obito? If you can keep your grades steady, I'll let you skip the homework, but just between us, you're not to let anyone else know." Obito was overjoyed and instantly agreed. "No problem, Mr. Kisuke." Kisuke waved him off. All right, head back to class now. Don't be late for your next lesson." Obito returned to his classroom in high spirits. A freckled boy blocked his path, scowling fiercely. "Obito, after school today, I challenge you to a duel." Obito looked at him in utter exasperation and brushed him aside. Anyone who knew him would recognize him as Nagano Bo. Anyone who didn't might mistake him for Might Bo. "Duel my foot." Obito said, "You're no match for me, my advice. Give up while you still can." Nagano Bo smirked coldly. Give up? Give up isn't even in my dictionary." Obito scratched his head and replied, "If that's the case, you'd better go find the bookstore owner. I think you bought a knockoff dictionary." Nagano Bo was left speechless. While he stood there, lost for words, Obito had already walked past him and taken a seat beside the little girl. He looked her over with a playful grin. "Rin-chan, it's only been a few days, but you look even prettier than before." Rin's cheeks flushed pink. "Obito-kun, you're teasing me again." Obito put on a serious face. Not at all. Everyone knows I Obito. Never tell lies. Nagano Bo, still fuming nearby, interjected angrily. Nonsense. Last time, you tricked me into waiting out in the cold for you all night. Obito's words are nothing but lies. Obito shot a hostile glance at Naganoha. Stupid sparrow. Are you looking for a beating on purpose? Don't leave after school tonight. I'll teach you a lesson out on the field. Naganoha let out a derisive laugh. Whoever runs away first is a cowardly pup. Today, I'll reclaim my honor. It wasn't until the teacher walked into the classroom that Naganoha finally took a seat. The teacher began the lesson at the podium, but Naganoha didn't hear a single word. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Obito. Finally, the bell signaled the end of class. Naganoha sprang to his feet, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he looked at Obito. I'll see you on the field. Don't you dare chicken out, you coward. Obito curled his lip in scorn. Never seen someone so eager to get beaten. Out on the field, the two figures faced each other, tension crackling in the air. A cold wind swept past, making their sleeves billow as their eyes locked. Frosty and determined, Obito handed his cup to the little girl standing beside him, not bothering to look back. Rin, go fill this with hot water for me. We'll drink it on the way home. Once the girl had left, Obito rolled up his sleeves and beckoned to Naganoha. Come on, let's get this over with. Naganoha snorted, the corner of his mouth twisting into a mocking smile. Obito, you probably think you've got this in the bag, don't you? Obito nodded as if it were only natural, though he was already growing impatient. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to talk so much? What's with all this stalling? With hands on his hips and an air of smugness, Naganoha declared, if that's what you think, you couldn't be more wrong. To defeat you, I've poured in 100 times the effort of anyone else during this holiday. The me standing here today is no longer the me you remember. Now before Naganoha could finish, a fist suddenly filled his vision with a heavy thud. Obito's punch landed squarely on Naganoha's face. Stars danced before Naganoha's eyes. Losing his balance, he crashed to the ground with a dull thump. Obito wasted no time and started pummeling the fallen Naganoha. Is that it? That what you get for running your mouth? Let's see you talk now. Naganoha shielded his head, grumbling through clenched teeth. You loser. That was a sneak attack. You can't fight fair. You don't have a skill to face me head on. Coward. Obito's kicks grew even fiercer. Oh, is that so? Welcome to the road of real combat. In just a couple of minutes, Obito had finished the fight with ease. Or rather, it was a one-sided beatdown. Meanwhile, Rin came hurrying back with the cup in her hands. Obito-kun, here's your cup. Obito took it, his eyes curving into cheerful crescents. Thanks, Rin-chan. He glanced down at Naganoha, who was sprawled motionless on the ground. Lifting his cup, a surge of heroic pride welled up inside him. In ancient times, Guan Yu warmed his wine before slaying Hua Xiong. Today, Obito. He took a sip of water, only to splutter and choke, unable to swallow. The entire splash landed right on Naganoha's face. Naganoha let out a miserable scream. Obito glanced anxiously at Rin, uncertain what to do. Rin blinked her large eyes and said, You're the one who asked for hot water, so I brought some that had just boiled. Well. Obito pressed his hands together and bowed apologetically to Naganoha, who was still sprawled on the ground. Sorry, really sorry. Let's go. Rin-chan, taking Rin's small hand, Obito quickly left the scene of the incident. Behind them, Naganoha's anguished wail echoed across the entire campus. Obito, I'll never forgive you for this. After seeing Rin safely home, Obito walked down the street, a troubled look clouding his face. He was facing a big problem right now. It had been nearly 10 days since the system last gave him a multiple-choice question. During these days, he had tried all sorts of strange poses, but the system showed not even the slightest reaction. He knew that the system was the source of all his confidence. Now, with the system silent, Obito was really starting to panic. System, are you there? Give me a task, please. System bro? System daddy? System grandpa? The system. Driven to exasperation by Obito's antics, the system finally popped up a translucent screen. Obito was stunned. No way, that actually worked. But these options. Option 1. Soak in any kind of slime every day and learn to blow bubbles like a slug for half an hour for 10 years. Completion reward. Shikatsu for Sage Art. Option 2. Practice frog croaking and jumping every day for half an hour for 10 years. Completion reward. Mount Myaboka's Sage Art. Option 3. Practice slithering like a snake every day for half an hour for 10 years completion reward. Ryuchi Cave Sage Art. To be honest, this time the options offer the most generous rewards Obito had ever seen. Sage Arts, the highest power system in the world of Naruto. But what on earth were these ridiculous tasks? Wasn't one public humiliation enough? Now, they wanted him to be humiliated for 10 years straight. Obito seriously suspected that the system was targeting him on purpose. System. Ding, don't doubt it. This system is indeed targeting you. Comma. Which one should I pick? Or rather, which one can I even choose? This was the first time Obito ignored the rewards and tried to pick solely based on the options themselves. Option 1 is impossible for anyone with a cleanliness obsession. Option 2, jumping around and croaking, would attract way too much attention. Obito sighed and had no choice but to make his decision. Guess I'll go with option 3. His current mood was a mix of pain and delight. Only by embracing total embarrassment, it seemed, could he truly grasp the essence of power. Evening fell. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the pitch-black night descended over the land. A shadowy figure peeked out of his house. Looking around cautiously, he crept quietly toward the little grove nearby. Phew, it's so late. There's no way anyone's out in the woods at this hour. That figure, of course, was Obito. He had deliberately chosen this time to come to the grove and fulfill the requirements of the task. After double-checking that no one was nearby, Obito got down on the ground, hesitantly imitating a snake as he slowly crawled forward. After crawling for a while, Obito felt a wave of relief. Phew. Thank goodness I'm clever. I put a towel under my little burr ahead of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side of the grove, a young man was diligently practicing his moves, precise and focused. He slowly retracted his outstretched left leg, then looked off into the distance with some confusion. Did I just hear Obito's voice? A thought seemed to strike him, and his expression brightened with a hint of excitement. Could it be that Obito is here training hard just like me, even this late at night? No wonder he's someone who truly understands the essence of youth. The sweat we shed is the very brilliance of our youth. With that, the young man started walking towards the source of the sound. Before long, he spotted that familiar figure. Scratching his head in puzzlement, he muttered under his breath, "It really is Obito, but what on earth is he doing?" He stopped where he was carefully observing Obito's every move. Ugh, it still hurts so much. I feel like my little iron rod is about to be worn down to a needle. Obito grumbled as he squirmed forward, determined to finish the task as quickly as possible. As he continued crawling, he suddenly heard some strange noises. He lifted his head, only to meet someone else's gaze. Obito froze. In life, there are two deaths, the physical and the social, and compared to the first, the second is far more agonizing. Obito's face twisted in embarrassment. Why on earth? Aren't you at home sleeping at this hour? You're not even bringing a girlfriend along. What are you doing here alone in the grove, Guy? At that exact moment, Guy voiced the same question. Obito, what are you doing? He had watched for quite a while, and still couldn't figure out what Obito was up to. After a moment's silence, Obito replied slowly, "I'm opening the dragon spine. Combining dragon spine opening with bionic techniques can train your core and activate stiff muscle groups." Amazing. Guy's eyes lit up, completely captivated by Obito's training method. "Obito, can I join you?" Pulled an all-nighter to finish some homework. Feels so groggy now, just barely managed to update. How I wish I could be like Obito, not having any homework to do. Back in the grove, Obito was still puffing and struggling to crawl forward, but now things were different. By his side, there was a second snake, this one clad in green. Two clumsy snakes twisted along together, looking rather ridiculous, as if they'd lost their minds, a sight that was oddly amusing. Obito was completely numb. He felt like he and Guy were acting out the legend of the white snake together. Kai climbed with determination, marveling as he went. "Obito, I never expected that dragon spine crawls could really work out the core muscles like this. How did you ever come up with such a genius training method?" Obito answered calmly, "Don't talk while you're in the middle of a dragon spine crawl. It'll affect the results of your training." Kai gave a brief "oh" and fell silent. Obito let out a sigh of relief, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. For a while, only the whimper of the wind through the woods and the faint rustle of their crawling filled the air. But it wasn't long before Kai spoke up again. "Obito, do you come here to do dragon spine crawls every night? Can I come train with you from now on?" A twitch flickered at the corner of Obito's mouth as he replied, pausing deliberately between each word. "No, you can't. There's nothing between us. You'd better give up on that idea." A flicker of disappointment crossed Kai's face, and his thick brows drooped instantly. It seemed Obito didn't see him as a friend after all. Yet in Kai's heart, he had already considered Obito a kindred spirit. Just as Obito righteously rejected Kai, a glowing screen lit up before his eyes. Option 1. The road of training is long and lonely. Since someone wants to be your training partner, why not agree? Reward upon completion. Taijutsu upgrade, Chunin level, comma. Option 2. Even if I starve, even if I lose out on rewards, Obito will never do performance art with a green-skinned kappa. Reward upon completion. None. Option 3. Tell Kai that if he can bring Kakashi along, you'll agree to the three of you training happily together. Reward upon completion. The three's a crowd aura. Three's a crowd aura. As long as you have 2 or more companions with you, no matter what you're doing, you'll never feel embarrassed. Ah, geez. Obito truly wanted to refuse, but the system's rewards were just too tempting. He forced a smile and turned to the silent serpent beside him. Kai-san, actually, I was just joking with you earlier. From now on, let's train together. Let's encourage each other, supervise each other, and improve together. Kai's heart, which had just been chilled, was once again filled with burning excitement. Really, Obito? That's great. At the same time, the system notification chimed in. Choice successful. Reward acquired. Taijutsu upgrade. Chunin level. Obito let out a long sigh. Oh, what a mess he'd gotten himself into. He could feel a steady surge of power welling up inside. His crawling speed picked up by a good margin. But what surprised him even more was that, no matter how fast he went, Kai kept pace right alongside him. This doesn't make sense. Obito muttered under his breath. He thought for a moment, and suddenly it all clicked. Maybe this was the difference between an acorn and a dragon in flight. 1 week later, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, the teacher was passionately delivering the lesson from the podium. Yet Obito's mind wandered. He kept glancing at a nearby desk that sat empty. Kakashi? Why didn't he come to class today? After class, while Obito was on the playground, he noticed a familiar figure. It seemed as though the other boy had been waiting just for him, giving him a slight nod of greeting. Obito walked toward Kakashi, a little puzzled, and asked, "What's going on, Kakashi?" Kakashi fell silent for a moment before finally speaking in a quiet voice. "I've applied for early graduation. I won't be coming to the academy anymore. I just wanted to let you know." Obito nodded, his expression a complex mix of emotions. I understand. Kakashi standing before him was still just a child. Not the unflappable, indifferent Kakashi of his memories, who seemed untouched by praise or blame. No matter how mature his mind, he was still vulnerable to the swirling rumors and idle gossip. Obito thought for a moment, then reached out and patted Kakashi twice on the shoulder. This time, Kakashi didn't brush his hand away, meeting Kakashi's gaze. Obito spoke with conviction. "I want you to know, no matter what decisions you make, I'll support you unconditionally because you're Kakashi, because you're my friend." A faint smile flickered beneath Kakashi's mask, though outwardly he remained composed. "Yeah, I'm going now." Even Kakashi himself didn't realize it. As he left, his steps were lighter, so much lighter than when he'd arrived. Obito couldn't help but mutter, "That stubborn Tsundere. Wait, kill him to say a few more words?" Just then, Guy came running over in a hurry. Obito, I just saw Kakashi come looking for you upstairs. What did you guys talk about? Did he say why he didn't come to class today?" The ridiculous bromance practically hit Obito in the face. He took 2 discreet steps back, then repeated what Kakashi had just told him. After hearing it, Guy muttered in disappointment. How could this happen? How could this happen? He made up his mind, declaring with determination, "No way. I'm going to graduate early too." Obito shook his head, mercilessly popping Guy's dream. "Guy, honestly, with your terrible clone technique, I'm afraid graduating might be a bit difficult." Guy suddenly froze, realization dawning. Day by day, time passed. The rumors about White Fang in the village didn't fade. Instead, they grew ever more intense as the days went by. Reaching a fever pitch, some people tried to defend White Fang, but their voices were quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of malice. How does a failure who can't even complete a mission still have the nerve to stay alive? He's brought such a huge loss to the village, and yet he still has the face to remain here. I'm embarrassed for him. I propose we expel White Fang from the village. He is the disgrace of Konoha. Once a revered hero held high above all, he has now fallen from his pedestal, and everyone can't wait to trample him underfoot. It's as if by doing so they themselves become important figures granted the power and thrill to judge others at will. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at Hatake Sakumo, standing before him. wanting to speak but stopping himself, pain flickering in his eyes. Sakumo. The endless insults and rumors were crushing this young man, pushing him to the brink. His posture was no longer upright, and the depth in his eyes had faded. The spirited white Fang of the past was nowhere to be seen. All that remained seemed to be an empty shell stripped of its soul. A figure stepped out from the shadows. He seemed displeased with the third Hokage's hesitation. Hiruzen, let me handle this. Danzo walked slowly up to Sakumo, looking down on him with an air of authority. Hatake Sakumo, right now there's a chance for you to redeem yourself and wash away your disgrace. A mission. If you can complete it, all those malicious rumors in the village will vanish, and you'll once again become the hero in everyone's eyes. Will you accept it? Sakumo looked up sharply as if making a decision in that instant. The third Hokage interrupted him, his voice grave. Sakumo, don't be so hasty to answer. This mission is extremely dangerous. It could put you in a life-or-death situation. Think it through, and then let us know your answer. Danzo's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Though he kept his voice even, yes, think it over carefully. This may be your last chance, and by the way, your teammates have already agreed to join the mission. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table. That's enough, Danzo. Let Sakumo make his own decision. Sakumo's expression twisted an internal struggle, appearing deeply conflicted. But in truth, it was all a facade. He was calmly analyzing the situation. On the surface, the third Hokage seemed unwilling for him to accept the mission. But who could say whether he and Danzo weren't playing good cop, bad cop? After a long moment of silence, Sakumo spoke. May I know the details of the mission in advance, lords? The third Hokage nodded. He drew a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Sakumo. This mission is highly unusual. Take a look, and you'll understand. Sakumo took the scroll. As his eyes scanned the intelligence, he immediately understood the third Hokage's intentions. The third Hokage gave a slight nod. That's right, it's the same target from your last mission. He's once again left the safety of his own territory. Sakumo's face grew grim. The target who had once forced Konoha's White Fang to retreat in defeat was, of course, no ordinary figure. Even when he had the advantage of surprise back then, he still failed to eliminate his opponent. Now that the other party was on guard, the difficulty of the mission would surely rise sharply. The Hokage's office sank into silence. After a long pause, Sakumo let out a sigh, knelt on one knee, and said Sakumo is willing to go. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, clouds of smoke swirling about him. The haze obscured the expression on his face. I understand. Go and make your preparations, he replied. Once Sakumo had left, Danzo grinned and spoke cheerfully. Hiruzen, I don't see what you're so worried about. While this mission is a bit tricky, with Sakumo Hataki's intelligence and strength, at most it'll just take some extra effort. The third turned his head. His face was expressionless as he stared at Danzo, a subtle and unreadable light flickering in his eyes. Let's hope so. Danzo felt a chill under his old friend's gaze, his own expression growing uneasy. There are still some matters at root that require my attention, so I'll take my leave. In the classroom, Kisuke paced back and forth at the podium like a walking dose of sleeping pills. Obito's head lolled from side to side, his consciousness drifting off. Catching sight of Obito nodding off, Kisuke's irritation flared instantly. A piece of chalk flew through the air with pinpoint accuracy, striking Obito squarely on the head. Ninja aim was no joke. Obito sat up straight at once, looking rather aggrieved at Kisuke. Teacher, it's one thing to hit me with a thrown object like a shuriken, but did you really have to use chakra too? Kisuke snorted. Some students, as soon as they achieve a little, start acting out. This attitude won't do at all. Obito was left speechless. Kisuke-sensei, you might as well just call my name outright. After a few words of admonishment, Kisuke continued the lesson. Obito listened for a while before his mind began to wander again. Way back in his previous life, while taking English listening exams, he had come to a realization. Some words are only meant for those who understand. If the system wasn't giving him any quests, why bother overexerting himself? When class was over, Obito, as usual, took Rin's hand in his and grinned. Rin, it's the weekend. Let's go out to eat together, my treat. Rin's cheeks flushed, quickly withdrew her hand. Obito, everyone's watching. Rin, in that moment, Obito saw only Rin. He felt the warmth between them rising rapidly, as if pink petals were drifting down from above. A subtle, romantic tension blossomed in the air, but just then an ill-timed voice chimed in. Ahem. Excuse me, could you two take me along? Obito turned around with a gloomy expression, only to see a lazy-looking boy with pineapple-shaped hair. He narrowed his eyes, fixing an unfriendly gaze on Luyu. Luyu couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. Had he somehow offended Obito? The pleasant atmosphere had been ruined, and Obito spoke up in a less-than-pleased tone. Fine, but you'll have to pay for yourself. Luyu scratched his head. Of course, or I could treat you both to dinner instead. Obito's expression instantly brightened, a radiant smile breaking through the clouds. Well, if you insist. What are you planning to treat us to? Luyu hesitated. How about barbecue? The three of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant. At the entrance, a young lady's eyes sparkled as she gave them a polite bow. Welcome. Please come in. A flash of white caught their attention. Both Obito and Luyu swallowed hard without meaning to. That kimono was far too loose, Luyu thought privately. Appearances really can be deceiving. She looked 16, but her figure spoke of a woman in her 30s. That was Obito's thought. Anyway, led by the hostess, the group made their way into the restaurant. Up ahead, she asked, "What would you like to order?" Liu thought for a moment before replying, "We'll have 3 of your signature barbecue sets." The hostess glanced at Liu, her tone a little odd. "Are you sure you only want 3 sets? 3 might not be enough for the 4 of you." The group looked even more perplexed than she did. "For people? But there's only the 3 of us." "No way, all." 3 of them widened their eyes at the same time, as if they had suddenly remembered something, and turned around. Standing behind them was a black-haired girl in sunglasses, looking pitifully at the group. Obito smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn, how did we forget about Ayako? Rin's expression was equally complicated. Right, we all agreed to have dinner together, but just moments ago, none of us could remember that Ayako even existed, Luyu added privately. He turned to the hostess. "Sorry, could we have 4 of the signature barbecue sets, please?" "Thank you," the hostess replied sweetly, "of course. Please have a seat. Your barbecue will be ready in no time." The 4 of them settled down at a table. Before long, the sizzling aroma of grilled meat filled the air as their food arrived. They ate and chatted together, enjoying each other's company. Rin set her fork down, a thoughtful look on her face. "By the way, does anyone know what Kakashi's been up to lately?" "I haven't heard from him in ages," she added. Obito put down his chopsticks, feeling a pang of sourness in his heart. The girl he liked, right in front of him, was showing concern for another guy. This was enough to break him. Ayako shook her head. "No idea." Luyu leaned back, folding his arms behind his head, and lazily tilted his head toward Obito. "If you want to know how Kakashi's doing, just ask that guy next to you in our class. He's probably the one closest to Kakashi." Hearing Ruka's words, Rin looked at Obito in surprise, her eyes filled with a hint of hope as she asked, "Obito, do you know how Kakashi is these days?" Obito mumbled for a moment, clearly reluctant, before replying, "That guy spends every day either on missions or training nonstop. He's got barely any free time. I heard him say not long ago that he wanted to join this round of the Chunin exams, so I guess he's busy getting ready for that." Ayako's mouth fell open in astonishment. "The Chunin exams? If Kakashi passes, he'll break the current record in the Hidden Leaf." Ruka nodded. "Yeah, he'll become the youngest Chunin in Konoha's history." Stars seemed to twinkle in Rin's big eyes. "That's so like Kakashi." Obito pouted in annoyance. "Kakashi hasn't even passed the exam yet, and look how excited you all are. Though he probably will pass, still it's not like you've seen the Hokage anime. I'm going to create a world without Kakashi." Obito, feeling a bit irritated, poked at his grilled meat and stopped joining the conversation. The 3 continued chatting for a while, and soon the topic shifted back to themselves. They started talking about their plans after graduation. Ayako spoke up first. "After graduation, I think I'll become a sensory ninja." Ruka propped his chin in his hand, sounding listless. "To be honest, I don't really want to be a ninja. It all seems like such a hassle, but when it comes to this, I guess my opinion doesn't really matter." Rin's big eyes curved into a smile. "Ruka, you're so smart. It would be a pity if you didn't become a ninja. As for me, I want to become a medical ninja. Saving lives has always been my dream." "What about you, Obito?" Noticing the 3 pairs of eyes on him, Obito pushed away his earlier sulkiness and answered shyly, I want to be Hokage." Ruka and the others fell silent, as if to say, "Obito, maybe you should have kept that to yourself. We really don't know how to respond to that." After finishing their meal, the 4 of them went their separate ways. Ruka and Ayako each headed home to their own families. Obito held Rin's small hand. walking side by side with her. The night air was cool and refreshing, and the moonlight sprinkled silver patches all around. With her beside him, everything felt calm and beautiful. Obito wished he could walk with Rin like this forever, but from the barbecue shop to her house, it only took about 10 minutes. Reluctantly, Obito let go of her hand. "See you when school starts, Rin." Rin clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and said with a bright smile, "Obito, be careful on your way home." Obito grinned foolishly and nodded, setting off on the road home. "We ordinary folks, today we're truly happy." Saw Binding slaughters the black chicken. He hummed a little tune, his spirits soaring. But just then, an indescribable sadness surged up from the depths of his heart. A searing pain tore through his chest, so fierce it nearly left him gasping for air. Obito collapsed to his knees, bewildered, clutching at his chest. "What's happening to me?" A curtain of light unfurled before him, its gentle glow cascading down and enveloping him in an instant. The world before his eyes shifted abruptly. When Obito's vision cleared, he realized he'd somehow been transported to the other side of the world. "Where's this place? Why am I here?" He rose cautiously, scanning his surroundings. It seemed he was standing in a narrow alleyway. The buildings around him were strikingly low, their walls painted a stark, ghostly white, so different from the style of Konoha. Has this street been abandoned for ages? It feels so lifeless. Honestly, it's a little creepy. Above, clouds hung thick and heavy. A fine, endless drizzle fell from the sky, pattering down without pause. Ripples spread across the puddles gathered on the ground. Obito lifted his arm and noticed that the raindrops slipped right through his body. There was no reflection of him in the water there. A realization dawned on him. He wasn't truly present here, not in the flesh. But then, what exactly was happening before his eyes? Before Obito could puzzle it out, a familiar figure burst into his line of sight. Sakumo Hatake. At this moment, Sakumo looked absolutely wretched. His clothes were soaked with blood, scars crisscrossed his body, and a wound the size of a fist gaped open on the left side of his abdomen. Obito's face went white with shock as he hurried toward Sakumo. "Uncle Sakumo, what happened to you?" Sakumo whipped around to face Obito, his eyes wild and ferocious like a beast ready to tear its prey apart. A murderous aura surged from him, almost tangible, crashing over Obito in relentless waves. Obito had never seen Sakumo like this before. The sheer intensity of his presence made it hard to breathe. Struggling, Obito managed to speak. "It's me, Uncle Sakumo. I'm Obito." Sakumo's gaze remained icy, his white fang blade aimed straight at Obito's chest. "You could have shown up sooner or later, but no, you had to appear right now." His voice was cold and edged with suspicion. "With timing like this, how could I not be suspicious of you? You all..." Obito's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly turned to look behind him. At some point, a dozen figures had appeared in the alley, slowly moving to encircle Sakumo. The leader stepped forward with a smile. "Please don't misunderstand, Lord Sakumo. We're here under Lord Danzo's orders to assist you." Sakumo gave a low, dismissive grunt and asked calmly, "Are you really here to help me?" The leader gave a slight nod and spoke earnestly. "We are of course here to help you. Help you on your way." Before he had even finished speaking, more than a dozen figures surged towards Sakumo. One of them, as he charged forward, passed straight through Tobi's body. Could it be? A dreadful thought flashed through Tobi's mind. He shook his head desperately. "No, that can't be. Uncle Sakumo is so strong. Nothing will happen to him." Two ninja swiftly formed hand seals, moving in perfect sync as they unleashed a combination jutsu. Fire style, raging flame. Wind style, divine gale. Scorching flames erupted forth, whipped into a roaring inferno by the howling wind, transforming into a sea of fire. The torrent of flame, fierce enough to consume everything in its path, surged towards Sakumo like a raging river. Watching from the sidelines, Tobi felt his heart leap into his throat, but Sakumo's speed was even swifter than the wind itself. So fast the naked eye could not keep up. In the reflection of everyone's eyes, a flash of silver lightning split the blazing firestorm in two. Along with the flames, an unlucky root ninja was also cut cleanly in half. "What incredible swordsmanship," the leader murmured, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze. "Lord White Fang's skill truly commands our respect." But he paused, his tone turning cold. "How much longer can you hold out? Wounded as you are. Blood streamed from Sakuma's wounds, quickly dyeing the water beneath his feet a deep red. Yet he remained as calm as ever, as if the life and death crisis before him were nothing at all. Killing all of you will be enough, he replied coolly. The leader began to clap, the sound echoing with both approval and regret. No wonder Lord Danzo values you so highly. Such composure and breadth of spirit. Should I say, only Lord Sakuma could possess them. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned to the shadows behind him. Since that's the case, come on out, everyone. Let's give Lord Sakuma a send-off worthy of his name. One by one, figures draped in black cloaks emerged silently from the darkness, their masked faces and gleaming blades giving them the aspect of grim reapers come to harvest souls. Sakuma let out a faint sigh. He knew that today there would be no going home. After surviving one brush with death after another to complete his mission, he had never imagined that in the end he would fall to the hands of his own comrades. With a soft, bitter laugh, Sakuma tightened his grip on White Fang and stepped forward to meet the black-clad ninja. No one spoke. The only sound was the clear, ringing clash of metal, a strangely beautiful symphony. It was as if they were performing a silent play, a wordless drama of blades and shadow. Under the shimmer of steel and the blur of motion, strength and speed became an art form displayed to perfection. As the hero danced across the battlefield, black-clad foes fell one after another, becoming little more than scenery for the stage. But even the greatest warrior cannot stand alone forever. Even heroes reach the limits of their strength. And so, after a breathtaking display of combat, the curtain began to fall. The accelerating clash of metal drove the drama toward its final act. A broken blade spun through the air and struck the ground with a heavy thud, as if symbolizing the hero's fate. At the center of the crowd, the figure suddenly collapsed, powerless to rise again. Thus the curtain fell on the entire play. Someone stepped out from among the onlookers, bowed slightly, and offered a final gesture of farewell. Lord Sakumo, you will be remembered as a hero by the Hidden Leaf Village. Please rest in peace. Lying on the ground, Sakumo asked calmly why. He, Sakumo Hatake, had devoted his life to the village. Why had it come to this? The leader sighed. Because you blocked Lord Danzo's path. You stood in the way of the foundation, in the way of the leaf itself. For the greater good, some sacrifices are necessary. Sakumo let out a low, bitter chuckle, blood welling up from his lips. You cannot claim to speak for the leaf, Lord Sakumo. You are mistaken. The leader replied grimly, raising his right arm across his chest in a solemn salute. Not only him. The shinobi behind him echoed the gesture in perfect unison. Together they declared, we have no names nor emotions, no past nor future. We are the roots that anchor the great tree of a leaf buried deep in the earth. Because of us, the leaf thrives and flourishes. Sakumo closed his eyes without hesitation. A bunch of brainwashed pawns, why waste words on them? His son's face rose up in his mind. If he died, Kakashi would surely grieve. Still, perhaps Obito would stay by his side to comfort him. Danzo, you damn dog. When you come down here, I'll carve you up myself. The leader straightened his robe, glanced at the lifeless body of Sakumo, and gave a dismissive wave. Target eliminated. Mission complete. Let's clean up the scene. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can report back to Lord Danzo. At his command, the figures stepped forward, methodically arranging the scene to suit their narrative. Obito's face twisted with rage. He lunged at them, voice raw with fury. Bastards! I'll kill you all. Arg! But suddenly the scene before his eyes froze as if someone had pressed pause. In the next instant, everything around him shattered, splintering into fragments of light before vanishing completely. Obito found himself back where he'd started, his clenched fingers digging painfully into his flesh. Damn it. Damn it all. He collapsed his knees, pounding the ground again and again with his fists. That gentle uncle who had never acted superior, who cooked him delicious meals and taught him swordsmanship. He was gone. He had pulled Sakumo back from despair, had changed a tragedy that once seemed inevitable. Yet these heartless men, how dare they? How could they? Anger, despair, resentment, the urge to kill. A storm of negative emotions battered Obito's consciousness, raging uncontrollably within his heart. A faint cracking sound echoed in his mind, as if a shackle had just been broken. In the instant that restraint shattered, a strange power surged out. rushing into Obito's optic nerves. Suddenly, his vision was flooded with crimson. Amidst the bloody haze, a single black tomo slowly emerged, driven by that mysterious force. A second tomo began to take shape as well, yet Obito's young body seemed unable to withstand such overwhelming power. The second tomo gradually faded away, retreating once more into the depths of his mind, waiting for the day it could be born again. So, this is the Sharingan. Obito murmured softly. There was no trace of joy in his voice, only a deep, unending grief. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he had experienced the pain of true separation by death. A clear chime rang out, followed by the system's emotionless voice. The previous scene has finished playing. Please begin making your choice. Important reminder. Your choice will directly impact the main storyline. No other options will appear until you complete this selection. Please choose with caution. 3 bright red exclamation points flashed, drawing his attention. Obito frowned. No further tasks until he made his choice. He had never encountered a selection like this before. Steadying his emotions, he glanced at the options presented to him. Option 1. Avenge White Fang by taking Danzo's head. Reward. White Fang. Swordsmanship. Option 2. Avenge White Fang by exposing Danzo's shameless deeds to the public. Reward. Titanium alloy tombstone X1. Option 3. Forget White Fang, sever all ties. Reward. Be a Kugen X2. Option 4. Join Root and become a double agent. Reward. Tongue Curse Seal. Disasters End X1. Option 5. Endure in silence. Wait for your chance. Reward. Unknown. Obito's frown only deepened. Even at his young age, he managed to furrow his brow with worry. Sakumo had treated him with genuine kindness, and Obito had come to see him as a true elder. This grudge was one he could never forget, but with his current strength, there was no way he could defeat Danzo. Rushing him would be nothing but suicide. His plan had been to use the system's power to quickly grow stronger. Yet the system clearly had other ideas. Damn it, after weighing his options, only the fifth choice seemed even remotely viable. But how long would this waiting have to last? When would his chance finally come? The system offered no certainty, not even a clue about the reward. To hell with it, he thought. What if there was no system at all? I am Uchiha Obito. What's there to fear? I'll charge forward no matter what. With that resolve burning his chest, he forcefully selected the fifth option in his mind. Danzo, just you wait. 10 years, at most 10 years. I swear I'll take your head. With a heavy heart, Obito trudged up to his front door. He brushed the dust from his clothes before finally stepping inside. Hearing the noise, his grandmother hurried out from the house, her face etched with concern. Little Obito, why are you back so late today? Nothing's happened, has it? Obito forced a smile, wanting to reassure her and keep her from worrying. But as he tried to smile, tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks. Grandma, I feel so sad. His grandmother's heart ached for him. She wrapped Obito in a gentle embrace, softly patting his back. My dear boy, what's wrong? She asked, her voice tinged with anger. Who bullied my little Obito? Tell me, and I'll go settle the score for you. Obito choked back a sob as he replied, Grandma, the one who bullied me. You wouldn't be able to beat him. His grandmother's eyes widened, her voice full of spirit. If I can't beat him, we'll get help. If I can't do it, I'll ask little Chuan to teach him a lesson. Even if it's a Hokage, no one's allowed to pick on my precious grandson. Obito hugged the old woman tightly. Grandma, I'm so lucky to have you. His grandmother affectionately stroked Obito's head. She said nothing more, simply letting her grandson rest in her arms. The news of White Fang's death soon spread throughout the village, carried quickly by those eager to gossip. Have you heard? Lord White Fang gave his life to recover the village's lost interests. After completing a dangerous mission, he was gravely wounded and died a hero. See? What did I tell you? I always said Lord White Fang wasn't selfish like people claimed. You all doubted him, but look, now you believe it, don't you? Oh, come on. You were the loudest critic back then. I was the one defending Lord White Fang the whole time. Nonsense. You were the one mouthing off. Remember how you stood outside his house for days shouting insults? And now you have a nerve to accuse me. As the two argued, their tempers flared, and before long they were wrestling with each other. A woman walking with them tried to break it up. Stop fighting, please. You two, enough already. A passerby nodded in agreement. Yeah, cut it out. You're not going to settle anything this way. The two men, caught up in their tussle, suddenly froze, glancing fiercely to the side. A ninja passing by adjusted his forehead protector. His tone casual. What are you staring at? Don't tell me you want to pick a fight with me too? One of the men's faces changed in an instant. Oh, of course not, sir. It's just that we've never seen such a strikingly handsome face. We couldn't help but look. The other man grinned and chimed in. Exactly. The ninja waved dismissively, unwilling to waste time on them. Get lost. Right away. The two men and one woman, as if granted amnesty, slunk away, eager to find something to do to calm their nerves. The ninja spat on the ground in disdain and muttered under his breath, a fickle bunch of townsfolk. How tiresome they are. His companion gave a helpless smile. Don't stoop to their level. They're just pitiable souls being toyed with by fate. Let's think about how to comfort our little teammate. I've noticed his mood hasn't been right these past few days. The first ninja replied irritably. Do you think I haven't tried? That kid's so withdrawn, he won't even talk to me. Whatever I say just goes in one ear and out the other. If I ever try to look after him again, I'll take his family name. The second ninja's smile grew even more resigned. Come on, don't say that. Even if you admire Lord Whitefan, there's no need to change your name. All right, let's get going. The setting sun stained the clear sky crimson, as if a great fire blazed above. Golden leaves swirled through the air, carried by the cool breeze, adding a hint of sorrow to the world. A small figure stood by the lakeshore, gazing at the sunset, red as blood, and listening to the plaintive murmur of the water. He was overwhelmed by a tangle of emotions. In the past, whenever his father had a free moment, he would bring him here to walk in the fresh grass and teach him so many lessons about life. Now the green hills remained and the waters still flowed, but his father would never return. Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling a fire smoldering in his chest with nowhere to escape. Kakashi. Obito looked at the silhouette not far away, his expression complicated. He had been searching for Kakashi these past few days, but Kakashi seemed to be avoiding him, never showing himself. Today, after searching several places, he had finally found him. Obito walked quickly to Kakashi's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi, have you been hiding from me this whole time? Kakashi turned his head, looking at Obito with indifference, saying nothing. Seeing him like this, Obito sighed, his heart aching a little. Kakashi, I know you're in pain, but... Kakashi brushed Obito's arm away, his emotions teetering on the edge. Don't act like you know everything. How could you possibly understand my pain? Obito lifted his face, and in an instant his dark eyes were flooded with crimson. Believe me, I do understand. I truly do. Kakashi paused in surprise and asked hesitantly, You've awakened your Sharingan. When did that happen? Obito met Kakashi's gaze and spoke each word with deliberate clarity. The moment I learned Uncle Sakumo had died. Kakashi lowered his eyes and fell silent again. He hadn't expected that Obito, too, had awakened his Sharingan because of his father's death. Obito gently pulled Kakashi into a hug. I can understand how you feel, truly, but I want you to know you're not alone. I'm here with you. Come on, pull yourself together. Uncle Shimao would never want to see you like this. At last, Kakashi was moved. He hesitated for a moment, then leaned in close to Obito's ear and whispered, Would you spar with me for a bit? Obito nodded eagerly, sure, and so the two little boys squared off by the lake, a punch from one, a kick from the other. Their fight began in earnest. Neither of them tried to dodge. They simply let each other's blows land, then returned the favor with all their might. It wasn't long before the pair looked like two battered little pandas. As the scuffle wore on, Kakashi let out a fierce roar, and Obito followed with his own wild, howling cries. After venting all their pent-up feelings, both Kakashi and Obito felt much lighter inside. Breathless and exhausted, they sat down on the ground. Catching sight of each other's bruised and swollen faces, they burst into hearty laughter. Kakashi looked at Obito with sincerity. Thank you, Obito. Obito waved a hand dismissively and threw an arm around Kakashi. No need to thank me. We're brothers, aren't we, little brother? Kakashi. That evening, Obito came home with a head full of bumps, feeling like he'd turned into a giant capsule pill. His grandmother's voice quivered with concern when she saw him. Oh, my precious grandson, what on earth happened to you this time? Did you get into a fight at school? Obito grinned and shook his head. No, Grandma. I just took a few hits while practicing taijutsu. Only then did his grandmother breathe a sigh of relief. I knew it. Your school's got a good atmosphere. I didn't think anyone would bully you. Obito couldn't quite agree with her on that. Grandma was just too naive with the way things are at our school. Even Sun Hong Lei would have to ask for day student status. Grandma fetched some ointment from inside the house. As she dabbed it onto his bruises, she scolded him gently. "Couldn't you be a little more careful? You just make me worry day and night." Obito chuckled and nuzzled in her arms. "I'm your eldest grandson. If you don't worry about me, who will?" With a mock glare, Grandma tapped him on the forehead. "You little rascal, no delicious dinner for you tonight." Obito let out a dramatic cry and immediately started to beg. "Don't say that, Grandma. I was wrong, okay?" Pretending to be stern, Grandma put on a serious face. "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" Obito scratched his head. "What did I do wrong?" Grandma sighed. "I'll go heat up your dinner. We're having braised pork tonight." Obito threw his arms around her in delight. "Yay, Grandma! You're the best. This world isn't so hopeless after all," Obito thought quietly. "There are still wonderful things worth protecting. Grandma Kakashi-rin. And it's up to me to keep them safe, those ambitious schemers who seek to drag the shinobi world into the abyss. Prepare to face the judgment of Brother Obito, day by day living, half in remembrance, half in the moment. Story by story, reflecting on the past, moving forward to what's next. Now that the system has stopped offering all those outrageous choices, life seems to have settled into a calm routine. Each day, Obito spends time with Guy, playing cosplay in the woods. Sometimes he chats idly with Kakashi or teases the little girls just for fun. Yes, that's right. I don't care for studying, all I want is to play. In what feels like the blink of an eye, Obito has already reached the age where graduation is just around the corner. Over the past year or so, he hasn't made much progress in taijutsu or ninjutsu. Instead, he has poured most of his energy into mastering Jinjutsu. After all, as someone who inherited the family's infamous red eye, it would be a shame not to delve into illusions, wouldn't it? With the help of his uncle Chuan, he has managed to grasp nearly all the Uchiha clan's secrets on Jinjutsu. He has learned 4 illusion techniques: Tsuka Funeraku's vision, mirror world reversal, and Shiranui. So in terms of overall strength, he's already on par with some of the Chunin. I just wonder when this damn mission will finally be considered complete, Obito muttered to himself. "Obito, Rin is here to pick you up," called his grandmother from outside the house. "I'm coming." Obito sprang up from his bed in one swift motion, quickly put on his clothes, and dashed out of his room, scratching his head as he asked Rin-chan, "What brings you here today?" Today, Rin was wearing a light purple skirt and little reddish-brown boots. Her long, fair leg made Obito swallow hard. "I, Obito, am not a pervert. I just swallow because I'm hungry." With her hands clasped behind her back and her head tilted playfully, Rin replied, "It's graduation day. I was worried you'd be late again, so I thought I'd better come and pick you up." Obito, feeling a bit sheepish, said, "Rin-chan, you worry too much. How could I possibly be late for something as important as graduation?" Rin just hummed in response, clearly unconvinced. "Hurry up and eat something. We need to get going." Obito grabbed a few quick bites, speaking with his mouth full. "Alrighty, let's roll." Rin nodded and said sweetly to his grandmother, "We're heading out now, Grandma." "Goodbye, Grandma," Obito called, wiping his mouth and following Rin outside. His grandmother called after them, "Rin, Obito, you two take it easy on the road." Obito shouted back without turning around, "We know, don't worry, Grandma." Cherry blossoms drifted down, pink petals swirling through the air, painting a picture of romance and beauty. Obito couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl beside him. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a loose strand of hair near her ear. Even the dazzling sunlight paled before the brilliance of her smile. Obito etched this moment deep into his memory. Even many years later, he would still recall the scene from this very day. The two of them made their way together to the Ninja Academy. Inside the grand auditorium, the third Hokage sat on the stage, his eyes twinkling with a warm smile. As he gazed at the young faces before him, his smile grew ever brighter. These children, after all, would become the pillars of Konoha's future. Once everyone had arrived, Kisuke Urahara, who stood beside the third Hokage, stepped forward. He cleared his throat and began to read from his notes. "Honorable Hokage, dear students, good morning. Today marks one of the most important days of your lives, your graduation ceremony. First, let me congratulate you all. Happy graduation." Obito was the first to respond, clapping enthusiastically. "Well said, Teacher Kisuke." Seeing a student so supported, Kisuke nodded with satisfaction and continued. "Rin Noara, Nagano Nami, Nara Shika, Kurinayushin, Aburame, Ayako, Uchiha Obito Suru Tobi Isuma, and the other students, through your tireless effort and perseverance, You have all completed your studies with distinction. I hereby announce that all the above students have met the standards of the Konoha Ninja Academy and are officially graduating. Obito clapped again, even more vigorously. Excellent. Wonderfully said. Kisuke coughed twice and subtly gestured for Obito to calm down, hinting that he should keep it low-key and not be so theatrical. Next, please come up to the stage one by one, in the order your names were called. The Hokage himself will present your graduation certificates. Rin was the first to take the stage. She gave the third Hokage a small, respectful bow and waited for him to present her certificate. The third Hokage smiled and asked, "Young lady, what do you wish to do now that you graduated?" Rin answered earnestly, "I want to become a medical ninja." The third Hokage nodded in approval and handed her the certificate. "Very good. Grandpa thinks you have real potential in that field. Keep it up. Young lady, if you ever run into trouble, you can always come to Grandpa for help." Rin accepted her diploma and nodded politely. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage." Next up was Nagano Nami. When asked what he wanted to do in the future, he replied with a proud grin, "I want to become a distinguished jonin, so my old man will finally be speechless." The third Hokage glanced at Kisuke with a questioning look. Kisuke understood and whispered in his ear, "His father, Nagano Kiku, is a Chunin." The third Hokage nodded in realization and handed the certificate to Nagano Nami. "Good luck, young man." The third to come on stage was Naruto. With a wry smile, he said, "Grandpa Hokage, is it possible for me not to become a ninja?" The third Hokage burst out laughing. "No, you can't." Next, one by one, the children went up and came back down from the stage. Before long, it was finally Obito's turn. He hopped energetically onto the stage. The third Hokage looked at the little Uchiha standing before him and asked with a cheerful smile, "Little Obito, what do you plan to do after graduating?" For some reason, just seeing this child made him genuinely fond of him. Obito grinned and replied, "My dream is to become Hokage to root out all evil and protect the peace of the Hidden Leaf Village." Kisuke's expression shifted slightly. The third Hokage, too, was momentarily taken aback by Obito's answer. It took him a moment to recover his smile. "That's a wonderful ambition, Obito," he said warmly. "But becoming Hokage isn't easy. You'll have to keep working hard. Here's your graduation certificate." Obito accepted the certificate with both hands, beaming with joy. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage." Naganoha stood below the stage, curling his lip in disdain. Obito really dares to say whatever he thinks. Shikaba nodded in agreement. "To declare in front of the Hokage himself that you want to be Hokage, Obito certainly has nerve. Or maybe just a thick skin." After the rest of the students took the stage in turn, the ceremony drew to a close. Kisuke stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "From the moment you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you are official ninjas. You'll now be formed into 3-person squads, each led by a jonin, and begin taking on missions for the village from below." Naganoha cheered. "Yes, I've been waiting for this moment." Shikaba, on the other hand, groaned lazily. "Ugh, what a hassle." Ignoring the students' reactions, Kisuke began reading from the roster. Team 1, Naganoha Shikaba, Aburame, Ayako. Team 2, Team 5, Uchiha, Obito, Hatake, Kakashi, Noara, Rin. Hearing his team announced, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his presence might somehow change the story. What if he couldn't be on the same team as Kakashi and Rin? Overjoyed, Obito turned to the girl beside him. "Rin, this is great. We're still in the same team. Hooray!" Rin spread her tiny hands, hiding her happiness as she teased him. "What's so great about it? Now I'll have to keep looking after you, Obito scratched his head in embarrassment, not noticing the gentle smile tugging at the corner of Rin's lips. Nearby, Shikaba clutched his head and complained, "Why did I have to get stuck with such a troublesome guy? What a pain." Naganoha snorted, clearly annoyed. "Hey, are you talking about me?" Shikaba snorted right back, drawling lazily. "I didn't say any names, but if someone's feeling guilty, that's on them." Naganoha's face turned red with anger. "That's it. Let's settle this right now." "Shikaba!" Ayako stepped between them with a helpless sigh, doing her best to keep the peace. "From now on, we'll all be in the same class, so let's not get into any conflicts." After reading out the group assignments, Kisuke went over each team, as well as the time and place to meet. Then he made a final closing statement. With that, the graduation ceremony was officially over. Kisuke accompanied the third Hokage as they left the venue first. The youngsters remained where they were chatting among themselves. Shikaha walked over to Obito's side, let out a sigh, and said, "I thought I'd end up in the same group as you." Who would have guessed? Obito gave Shikaha a friendly pat on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. At least the Yako is still on your team. Just ignore that guy Sparrow. Naganoha, who was standing nearby, grinned at Obito, baring his teeth. Obito, let's have a duel. Duel your head, Obito grumbled silently. Can you please talk like a normal person and not be so over the top? Asuma glanced over at the boys. Uninterested in their conversation, he shook his head and walked off on his own. On the girls' side, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Rin Shizuka, Yako, Kurenai, and the others chatted and laughed together, clearly having a good time. Youth knows nothing of sorrow at this moment. They were all basking in the joy of graduation. What they didn't realize was that after today, some of them might never see each other again. On a clearing outside the forest of Konoha, a lone figure came running up, breathless. He bent over, gasping for air. Sorry. Kept everyone waiting. He managed between breaths. A silver-haired boy stood with arms folded, frowning. You're too slow, Obito. The girl beside him nodded in agreement. We've been waiting for ages. Standing between Kakashi and Rin was a blond young man in a Jonin's vest. He looked at Obito with a warm smile. You finally made it. So you're Obito? This blond guy was strikingly handsome. His blue eyes were as clear as gemstones, as deep as a tranquil spring. The moment he smiled, Obito felt a jolt down to his DNA. He even thought he could hear a triumphant fanfare in his mind. Even though you're the enemy, you're not half bad, I'm Minato Namikaze. Starting today, I'll be your Jonin instructor. I look forward to working with you all. Obito straightened up and flashed Minato a big thumbs up. All right. Minato clapped his hands together still, smiling. Now that everyone's here, let's each introduce ourselves briefly. You all know my name already. I like to read, especially the novels written by Lord Jiraiya. There's nothing I particularly dislike. All right, who wants to go next? The Book of Formation. In daily life, Minato is a bookworm. When he's not on a mission, he can spend the whole day reading. Obito covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. He naturally knew that the book Minato was referring to was the tale of steadfast willpower. But Kakashi and Rin had no idea. Once Jiraiya's Make Out Paradise series comes out, Minato-sensei's reputation might end up taking the fall. I'll go first, Minato-sensei, Rin volunteered, raising her small hand. I'm Rin Noera. What I like most is being with my companions. As she said this, Rin stole a quick glance at Obito, but Obito was grinning foolishly, lost in his own little world, completely missing the moment. Rin paused, then continued like Minato-sensei. There isn't really anything I particularly dislike. Minato nodded at Rin with approval, then turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi spoke flatly. Kakashi, I don't like or dislike anything in particular. This kid is really that aloof, huh? Minato rubbed his nose helplessly, then looked at Obito. Your turn, Obito. Obito patted his chest and declared, what I like is Black H. I mean learning. What I dislike most is going to class. And my dream is to become Hokage. Minato nodded thoughtfully. From these brief introductions, he now had a rough sense of his three students' personalities. Rin Noera was a sweet and well-behaved girl, likely a disciple who wouldn't cause much trouble. But the other two, their personalities were both quite distinct, perhaps even a little eccentric. This team might not be so easy to manage after all. Still, that could be interesting, right? With a gentle laugh, Minato stepped in front of the three and said, all right then, the four of us will start off with our first exercise to test your teamwork skills. Teamwork. Obito and Kakashi exchanged uneasy glances, both feeling a bit nervous. Rin, a little puzzled, repeated, teamwork. Minato pulled two bells from his pocket and dangled them in front of the group. Here, this is what we'll be using for the exercise. If you can snatch these two bells from me, you'll pass the test. Obito exclaimed in awe. Those bells look so fancy, sensei. Where did you get them? Can I take a closer look? Minato smiled, clipped the bells to his waist, and shook his head. Nice try, Obito, but no can do. Obito hadn't really expected his little trick to work and let out a disappointed sigh. Then Minato-sensei, can we have a bit of time to talk over our strategy? Minato nodded slightly. All right, I'll give you half an hour. The three little ones moved off to the side, huddling together to discuss tactics. Obito looked to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, you've got more experience than us. What do you think we should do next? Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. In a moment, Rin will be in charge of keeping Minato-sensei occupied from a distance, while the two of us launch a close-range attack using the double formation we learned at the academy. You try to draw Minato-sensei's attention as much as possible, and I'll go for the main assault. Besides, we could also... Obito nodded in agreement. All right, I have no objections. Rin gave a small nod as well. Let's do as Kakashi says. After their discussion, the three of them moved in perfect sync, approaching Minato from three different directions, subtly boxing him in. So, you finished planning? Minato asked with a gentle smile. Obito lowered his goggles and nodded at Minato. Yes, Minato-sensei. Minato gave an approving smile. Good. Then let's begin. The very instant the signal was given, Kakashi and Obito shot forward, launching themselves straight at Minato. They moved swiftly, hurling shuriken in a rapid volley. Minato raised a kunai, his arms sweeping gracefully as he easily deflected the barrage of shuriken, the metal clashing with a crisp, ringing sound. A chill crept up behind him. The corners of Minato's mouth curled into a faint smile as he slid aside, easily evading the sneak attack from the girl behind him. Such incredible speed, Obito thought in awe. So this is the fastest man in the ninja world. 10 little Narutos in a second. Cough, cough. When their ranged attacks proved ineffective, Kakashi drew the short sword from his back, pressed his toes firmly to the ground, and launched himself at Minato with even greater speed. Obito followed, closely gripping a kunai, flanking Minato together with Kakashi. Minato's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he saw through their intentions, trying to force me into a frontal clash, leaving my back exposed to give Rin an opening. Minato nodded to himself in secret. Not bad. They're showing the beginnings of teamwork, but this isn't enough. With a whoosh, Kakashi's short sword sliced down in a fierce arc, slicing through the air with a mournful whistle. Instead of retreating, Minato moved forward, lifting his kunai in a reverse grip and shifting his stance ever so slightly to meet the incoming blade. A harsh metallic screech filled the air as their weapons met, sparks faintly flickering where steel clashed against steel. Minato shifted his weight backward, letting the force dissipate through his arms, and angled his kunai to deflect Kakashi's attack off course. In the same motion, he leapt forward, positioning himself behind Kakashi. Rin lost her target, and Obito had no choice but to stop as well. Kakashi, fall back, Obito shouted. Hearing this, Kakashi made a feint with his blade, then swiftly retreated. Obito formed hand seals, his atoms apple bobbing as he gathered chakra, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A blazing orb of fire erupted, roaring toward Minato. A flicker of surprise passed through Minato's eyes. With a light step, he darted out of the blast's range. Obito hadn't truly expected to hit anyone with his technique. After all, these moves rarely land. He took this opportunity to regroup with Kakashi, and together they lunged at Minato once more. The moment Minato landed there, fierce attacks came at him in quick succession. Kakashi's blade came in from cunning angles, each strike aimed straight for the vital points. Obito, wielding a kunai and matching it with his fists and feet, fought with a wild, unyielding energy. Minato casually deflected a thrown weapon from the little girl in the distance, looking rather pleased with the performance of his students. Not bad at all. Kakashi's combat skills were nearly on par with some of the elite Jonin. Obito's overall abilities were comparable to those of seasoned Chunin. No wonder the third Hokage had specifically insisted that he take over this class himself. These two were truly promising talents, and of course the little girl's performance was equally praiseworthy. As Minato sparred with the two boys, they kept shifting positions. Before they knew it, they had moved to the very spot where Obito and the others had previously discussed their tactics. Now, Kakashi called out in a low voice. All right, Obito responded. The two launched a coordinated attack, forcing Minato to take a step back. Behind Minato, what seemed to be solid ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive pit. The corners of Minato's mouth lifted in the faintest trace of a smile. So they set up a trap as well? Excellent. He feigned being caught off guard. As he leaped in the air, he purposefully paused mid-motion, leaving an opening. All three children charged at him together. Finally, a small hand managed to snatch the bell from his waist. The four landed on the ground together. Kakashi dropped to one knee and slowly opened his palm, revealing a bell. Resting quietly inside, Obito sat on the ground, panting heavily. Yes, we did it, he exclaimed. Rin too clenched her little fist in delight. Yes. Minato's eyes gleamed with pride as he looked at his three students. Excellent. I hereby declare that all of you have passed the test. Just then, a long-missed notification sounded in Obito's mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Lightning, wait, is my system finally back? Obito felt a glimmer of realization. 2 years ago, He had chosen the option to endure and wait for the right moment. Now, the system was telling him he had completed the task. In other words, this opportunity must have referred to successfully becoming Minato Sensei's student. No matter what, the system's return was a great thing. Obito focused his thoughts on the interface and checked the reward. Lightning. In a moment of life and death, your attacks will be imbued with the power of thunder, like a gentle elder silently watching over and protecting you, helping you cleave through darkness with lightning's might. As he read the description, Obito felt as if that heroic uncle appeared before his eyes once more. Memories from the past surged up inside him. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears came streaming down his face. Minato was startled. Obito, what's wrong? Just a moment ago, this kid was all smiles. How did he suddenly break down in tears? Known as the Yellow Flash, famed for his flawless strategies. Even he found himself at a loss for what to do. It was his first time taking on a student, and he had absolutely no experience. Who am I? Where am I? And what should I be doing right now? With tears streaming down his face, Obito whimpered. I'm just so happy to become your student. Oh well. Minato let out a sigh of relief, gently patted Obito on the back, and said softly, having a student like you makes me very happy too. But come on, don't cry, Kakashi silently added in his mind. You might be celebrating a little too soon. Rin joined Minato in trying to comfort Obito, but still Obito kept sobbing uncontrollably. Minato, a bit helpless, said, all right, that's enough crying, Obito, to celebrate the founding of our team. How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? What do you say? Obito, still sniffling, replied, oh, that's too much. Maybe we could. Hiccup. Go out for barbecue. Minato was left speechless. The four of them sat down together in a barbecue restaurant. As Minato grilled the meat for everyone, he said, starting tomorrow, you'll begin your missions. Obito swallowed a mouthful of grilled meat, and a little too excited said, that's great. I've been wanting to get out and see the world. Minato placed a freshly grilled piece of meat onto Obito's plate and smiled. That's the spirit still. Your first assignments will be simple tasks within the village. Things like helping to find lost pets or retrieving missing items. Obito let out a sigh. So there's no escaping all this busy work in the beginning, after all? As everyone knows in the world of shinobi, the very first mission for any new team is always to find a missing cat. It's just like how in the main God space, the first mission is always Resident Evil. Rin, on the other hand, had no complaints. Step by step, taking things gradually. There's nothing wrong with that. Minato thought for a moment and looked over at Kakashi. Kakashi, you've already had plenty of real combat experience. Doing these kinds of missions again might feel beneath you. But still, I'll need you to give it your best effort. Kakashi nodded slightly without a word, his gaze flickering toward Obito at his side. If it meant being with this guy, wasting a little time didn't seem so bad. Obito, beaming, raised his cup. Let's have a toast. Here's to the formation of Team Minato. Cheers. The four cups clinked together, and each face was lit up with a smile. If all went well, they would become the most important bonds in each other's lives. The next day, just as Obito expected, their very first mission really was to find a missing kitten. The three of them decided to split up and meet at the agreed spot before lunch. No, not here either. Rin wandered through the streets and alleys, searching every corner with determination, but still found no trace of the kitten. As she rounded a corner, she happened to run into Kakashi and immediately waved to him, asking Kakashi, did you find anything? Kakashi shook his head. No, I came up empty-handed on my end. Rin sighed when she heard this and smoothed her slightly messy hair. I didn't find anything either. Who knew even finding a pet could be this troublesome? Kakashi nodded, quite agreeing with Rin's point of view. That may be true, but if we can't even handle a simple task like this, we'll never get to take on real missions. By the way, where's Obito? Rin spread her hands to show she didn't know either. Obito said he had an idea he wanted to try, but I have no clue where he's run off to. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, they gathered at the spot they had agreed on. Obito appeared with a broad grin, a kitten cradled in his left arm, and several bags dangling from his right hand. Look, I found a kitten. It's all thanks to the help from the grandmas. The grandmas even gave me some pastries. Let's all have some together in a bit. Rin looked at him in amazement. Obito, your popularity among the grandmas is truly something else. All your days of running late haven't gone to waste. Obito lifted his chin with pride. That's right. If there's one thing Obito's known for, it's being a grandma's favorite. If he ever decided to stop trying, He could probably live off their kindness for the rest of his days. Minato smiled and offered his own comment. Help others, and they'll help you. Obito's kindness has paid off. Obito glanced over at Kakashi, who stood off to the side, looking a little down and keeping quiet. Obito clicked his tongue and shook his head. The guy was still young. He didn't understand how important connections could be. Take the Hokage candidates, for example. Anyone with sense knows what that means, and for those who don't, well, saying any more wouldn't help. In the afternoon, the four of them gathered at the training ground by the woods. For a ninja, completing missions was important, but daily training was essential too. The soles of your feet are the hardest place to gather chakra. Climbing trees with your feet is the best way to train your ability to refine, maintain, and control the chakra inside your body, Minato explained, then clapped his hand with a smile. Rin, why don't you give it a try first? Rin nodded her small head and, a bit nervous, dashed toward the big tree in front of her when she was just a step away from the trunk. She leapt up and planted a foot on the tree's surface. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, the chakra under her foot scattered, and with a grip gone, she flipped gracefully through the air and landed on the ground. Rin looked at Minato with a bit of uncertainty, but Minato smiled and nodded, signaling that she'd done well. Next up is you, Kakashi, Minato said. Kakashi gave a slight nod and stepped forward, placing 1 foot on the tree. Then, as if strolling through a garden, he began to walk up the trunk, each step steady and effortless. Even on the uneven bark he moved, as if on flat ground, quickly reaching the top of the tree. Rin gazed at the silver-haired boy with an expression full of admiration. Kakashi, you're amazing. You made it look so easy. Kakashi said nothing. He turned and glanced sidelong at Obito, then landed gracefully from the treetop with a cool composure. Obito was fuming inside. To him, Kakashi's display was a blatant provocation. He scowled, unwilling to admit defeat. What's the big deal? As long as you have legs. You can do it, right? He stomped over to another large tree, puffing up with indignation. Just watch. I'll show you something even better. Oh, Minato looked at Obito with a hint of surprise. His curiosity piqued. Could it be that Obito had found an even better way to train chakra control? Kakashi's gaze sharpened too, wondering what Obito was planning. Go for it, Obito, but be careful, Rin cheered, waving her little fists. Obito turned and flashed her a bright grin with a thumbs up. Just watch. Rin. With that, he placed both hands behind his back and pressed himself flat against the tree. Then, moving with the sinuous grace of a snake, he twisted his waist and slithered up the trunk, coiling and spiraling upward. As he climbed, he even flicked his tongue out now and then, mimicking a viper's movements. Minato's look of anticipation froze on his face. Rin's mouth fell open in astonishment. Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The three of them were utterly stunned. Who in their right mind would even come up with such a pose? Was this really something a mammal could do? Even Orochimaru himself would tip his hat at this performance. After reaching the treetop, Obito nimbly reversed direction. Elegantly climbing back down, he landed softly on the ground, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. So what do you think, Rin? Sensei Minato. Wasn't my performance way better than Kakashi's? He had developed this snake crawl technique himself while practicing. Not only did it fulfill the training requirements, but it also strengthened his core and improved his control over chakra. Truly killing several birds with one stone. Even my guy would approve. Obito felt like a genius. What else could he be to invent such a remarkable training method? Minato opened his mouth, but in the end chose silence. It was as if he had said nothing, and yet everything had been said. He couldn't help thinking he might have acted a bit rashly in accepting apprentices. Perhaps he should have thought it through more carefully. He's drying out in silence, regretting his impulsiveness. Obito immediately shot a challenging look at Kakashi. Kakashi quietly raised a hand to his forehead, thinking to himself what a fool he was to have ever expected anything sensible from Obito. Rin also fell silent. The way Obito had acted just now had left her utterly stunned. In a moment like this, even if she wanted to comfort him, she simply had no idea where to begin. Obito scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Why is everyone so quiet? Did I mess things up again? Minato had already recovered from his earlier shock and managed to speak, though his voice sounded strained. No, not at all. Obito's approach was certainly unique and refreshingly original. It truly left me speechless. Obito felt a twinge of doubt inside. Unique and refreshingly original. Why'd that sound so awkward? Was Sensei really praising him? Before he could dwell on it, Minato continued, Kakashi Obito, both of you have reached a very high level in chakra control. In that case, the next phase of your training will focus on practical combat. Minato pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming a cross with both hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a burst of smoke, another Minato appeared right beside him. Come on, let's head into the woods for some live combat drills, said the first Minato. Beckoning to the two boys, Kakashi and Obito nodded. Falling in step behind him, off to the side, the second Minato turned to Rin and spoke in an encouraging tone. Rin, keep practicing your tree climbing. I'll stay here with you. Rin nodded firmly. All right, sensei. Watching the three figures disappear into the forest, Rin silently cheered herself on. Rin, you have to work hard. Kakashi and Obito are both so talented. You can't let yourself fall behind. Deep in the woods, Minato led the two boys to a stop. After carefully surveying the surroundings, he nodded with satisfaction. Good, we'll train here. Kakashi and Obito exchange a glance, each seeing the excitement shining in the other's eyes. Once again, Minato formed hand signs and called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of Minato clones appeared around Obito and Kakashi. So many that the spacious clearing was soon filled with a bustling crowd. Obito could feel his inner freeloader's spirit blazing with enthusiasm. Sensei, this move is amazing. Can you teach it to me? Minato smiled, about to reply, when one of his clones jumped in first. Of course, if you both pass the combat training, I'll teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu, yes. The promise of a reward made Obito even more eager. He pulled down his goggles and asked expectantly, so sensei, what exactly will our combat training involve? Minato slowed his speech and began to explain. In a moment, I'll be throwing shuriken at you in the forest. As long as you can hold out under my attack, for half an hour you'll have passed this training. Oh no. Obito glanced at the countless water gates surrounding them, feeling numb all over. Sensei, let's begin, Kakashi said in a low voice. Minato nodded, casting a reassuring look at his two students and reminding them, if you feel you can't go on, call off the training immediately. Don't push yourselves too hard, or you'll get hurt. Understood, sensei, the two replied in unison. Seeing their determined faces, Minato disappeared into the forest, his voice echoing from every direction. Then, let the training begin. Kakashi drew his short blade. Obito pursed his lips and pulled out. Two kunai, a series of piercing whooshes sliced through the air. Kunai flew out from the forest, coming at them from every possible angle, leaving nowhere to hide. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying in every direction. Kakashi's short blade danced in a blur, forming an impenetrable defense that blocked the rain of shuriken from above. Obito was just as unwilling to fall behind. Both of his kunai moved at lightning speed, knocking shuriken from the air. Soon, the ground around him was littered with fallen blades. Hidden in the shadows, Minato nodded to himself, quite pleased with their performance. Kakashi's skill was just as he had expected, but Obito's unexpected prowess was a delightful surprise. Looks like I'd better raise the difficulty for these two, Minato murmured under his breath. 20 minutes later, Obito muttered to himself, just loud enough for only him to hear. Man, sensei's hands are unbelievable. How does his wife even keep up? The number of shuriken flying from the forest kept increasing. They came faster and faster, as if Minato never tired, shortening the interval between attacks with every round. No wonder the saying goes, a rich lady's happy hands. He must have invented it. Obito called out to Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi. How long have we lasted? Kakashi's breath was ragged. He, too, was feeling the strain. It's been over 20 minutes. At most, we have 10 minutes left. Hearing that, Obito's spirits lifted. All right, let's do this. But his newfound energy didn't last long. After fending off 3 more waves, Obito felt himself reaching his limit. If he hadn't been swinging his sword every day, his arms would have given out long ago. As another barrage of shuriken bore down on him, Obito slapped his hands to the ground. Earth style. Earth flow wall. A low wall carved with the head of a dog rose at an angle just high enough to shield Obito within its embrace. Shuriken clattered fiercely against the earthen wall, making Obito's heart leap with every impact. Beside him, Kakashi blocked another wave of attacks, then turned his head just in time to catch sight of Obito's handiwork. Utterly puzzled, Kakashi asked, "You've only got a bit of chakra left, and you're still taking the time to carve a dog's head into the earth wall? Are you out of your mind?" Kakashi thought to himself, Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance, not bothering to respond. You were all bark and no bite in your last life, always waving around your Chidori and chatting with me episode after episode. And you got the nerve to judge me? This time there's no way I'm lending you my account. Let's see how you manage to keep up with the others now. Time slipped by quietly. There was only half a minute left before the half-hour time limit was up. Obito let out a relieved sigh. Looks like I've got this training exercise in the bag. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Minato suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him clear off his feet. Obito shot backward, bewildered. It was only when he saw Kakashi flying through the air right after him that he felt a little better about the situation. The two crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain. As they scrambled to stand, Kakashi, still a bit confused, looked at Minato. Sensei, Minato. Minato gazed at his two young students, his expression far more serious than usual. This is the first lesson I have to teach you about real combat. In battle, your enemies will never follow the so-called rules or play by your expectations. On the battlefield, they'll do everything they can to break convention, to catch you off guard and strike when you least expect it. If you're not prepared for anything, what awaits you is death. Kakashi and Obito mulled over Minato's words, turning them over in their minds, reflecting and understanding. After a moment, Kakashi nodded. I understand, Sensei Minato. Obito echoed, me too. His expression was tinged with disappointment. Looks like there's no way I'm getting my hands on the Shadow Clone Jutsu today. The freeloaders lament. Seeing his students had understood the lesson, Minato smiled again. Both of you performed well just now. Let's say you've passed. He formed a hand seal and created another Shadow Clone. The clone turned to Obito. Obito, come with me. I'll teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The real Minato looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, stay here and spar with me. Let's keep honing your taijutsu. Kakashi and Obito answered in unison. Yes, Sensei Minato. Obito followed the Shadow Clone to a quiet clearing. Minato explained in detail. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is a B-rank ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. It uses chakra to create real physical clones. Just like me, right now, I possess independent consciousness and a certain degree of resilience. I can think and fight just like the original body. When a shadow clone technique is dispelled, all my memories and experiences will return to the original, and then I'll wait for the next summon. Obito listened and nodded repeatedly. In his heart, he thought the Shadow Clone brothers are truly selfless, so willing to sacrifice themselves for the original. I'm genuinely moved. Minato then went on to explain a few key points about the Shadow Clone technique to Obito. Well, that about it. Why don't you give it a try, Obito? Obito gave a slight nod. He formed a ram seal with his hands and slowly gathered the chakra within him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff, a cloud of smoke appeared and quickly faded away. Right beside Obito, another Obito stood. But this Obito wasn't quite right. After all, a normal person's head shouldn't be bigger than their entire body. It seems I failed. Obito glanced awkwardly at the big-headed clone by his side and quickly dispelled it. Minato laughed heartily. It's all right, B-ranked ninjutsu isn't easy to master. Let's try again. Obito nodded vigorously. All right, let's do it. The moon quietly climbed into the sky and night slowly draped itself over the land. Obito, feeling a bit down, finally stopped trying. In the end, he still couldn't master the shadow clone technique smoothly. Seeing this, Minato patted him gently on the head and said, Don't lose heart, Obito. Give it most another week, and you'll definitely get the hang of the shadow clone technique. Obito nodded firmly. Understood. Sensei Minato. The four of them gathered outside the woods. With that, today's training came to an end. I'm heading out. See you all later. Lacking his usual enthusiasm, Obito said goodbye to Kakashi and the others and hurried off. Rin looked puzzled. What's up with Obito today? He usually walks me home. She finished quietly in her heart. Minato spoke softly. I guess today's training didn't go as he hoped. For some reason, Obito seems to set really high expectations for himself. Kakashi watched Obito's retreating figure and touched his forehead protector thoughtfully. If only when I was young I'd been more confident I could awaken both Kinui and Susanoo. Obito hummed a tune, his spirits low, as he made his way home. After greeting his grandmother, he dove straight into his little bed. Today's training didn't go as he wished, and it left his mind restless and uneasy. There's less than 5 years left until my death date, but Obito let out a long sigh. Even though his strength had already surpassed most of his peers, Obito knew very well deep down, In the eyes of a true powerhouse, he was nothing more than a little brother, still a long way off from being king, or even worthy of being called boss. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Rin's death, the chaos of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha tragedy. This string of calamities pressed down on him like a mountain, making it hard for him to even catch his breath. He let out a long sigh. With his current strength, try to halt the tides of fate was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But could he really just do nothing at all? But what else can I do? Lying on his bed, Obito fell into deep thought, aside from relying on the system. What other schemes could he set in motion? His mind began to wander, ideas swirling. Obito let his imagination run wild, conjuring up all kinds of outlandish possibilities in his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He shot up from the bed, excitement bubbling in his voice. I got it. He'd thought of a way to resolve the Nine Tails incident. No matter who Uchiha Madara picks as his pawn when the time comes, this move will work. Obito muttered to himself. What was the root cause of the Nine Tails disaster? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Sensei's wife, had her seal weakened during childbirth, which allowed the mysterious masked man to slip in when they were vulnerable. So while Konoha is still strong, I can figure out a way to have little Naruto born ahead of schedule. Or I could just arrange for Minato Sensei to be rendered unable to have children. Wouldn't that solve everything? The more Obito thought about it, the more he was convinced this was a workable plan. Minato Sensei's been so good to me. Doing this for him is only right. Yeah, just as Obito made up his mind, the system issued a new set of choices. Option 1. Secretly plot to have Naruto born earlier. Reward for completion. 1 card of chakra. Option 2. Secretly plot to make Minato Sensei unable to have descendants. Reward for completion. Byakugan *2. Option 3. Secretly plot to make Kushina Sensei infertile. Reward for completion. Byakugan *2. Option 4. Secretly, just commit suicide to resolve the Nine Tails disaster. Reward for completion. 1 Nine Dragon's Coffin Pulling Service. Obito didn't even bother looking at the last 3 options. The system always threw in some completely absurd choices. He was used to it by now. He just needed to pick option 1. 1-1-1-1-1. The reward is actually 1 card's worth of chakra. That's amazing, Obito marveled, but then he paused, reconsidering. 1 card's worth of chakra was only about 0.01 of Naruto's chakra. Not so great after all. Still, he couldn't just pass up the reward. Obito flopped back down on his bed. Well, next step is to figure out how to hurry things along with Minato Sensei. It didn't take long for him to come up with a thorough plan. When it came to scheming, Obito had never met his match. The next day happened to be a day off. After searching along the way, Toby stepped into a pharmacy. Seated at the counter was a woman of striking features and exceptional poise. She rested her chin on one arm. Her delicate hand splayed softly across the tabletop. The sheer grandeur of her figure left Toby utterly dumbfounded. Noticing someone entering the shop, the woman lifted a slender hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and asked in a languid, almost lazy tone, "Little one, what kind of medicine are you looking for?" That simple gesture showed Toby the true meaning of overwhelming beauty, like waves surging at sea. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stammered. I'd like to get some tonic." He hesitated, then added, "The kind that helps couples have more joyful evenings and, livelier conversations." The shop owner cast a skeptical glance at Toby, her eyes lingering pointedly on a certain spot. "Little brother, what do you need this kind of medicine for? You hardly seem like you'd need it. Damn it," Toby thought. "She's clearly underestimating me." Underestimating me, indeed. He quickly explained, "Of course, it's not for me. I'm buying it for my teacher and his wife." Upon hearing this, the shop owner gave Toby a thumbs up, her narrow, phoenix-like eyes curving with amusement. "Little brother, it's rare to meet such a filial youngster these days." Toby lifted his chin in pride. "Of course. Children as devoted as me are 1 in a million in the ninja world. Well, unless you count Black Zetsu and his endless schemes. But that's another story." The shop owner stood up to gather the medicine for Toby, giving him the perfect excuse to admire her graceful figure as she moved away. "This trip is definitely worth it," Toby thought to himself, but his smile quickly faded. The shop owner placed a packet of medicine on the counter and held up a few fingers to indicate the price. Toby's face fell. "Why is it so expensive?" The shop owner shrugged, a teasing glint in her eyes. "So, do you want it or not, little brother?" Gritting his teeth, Toby emptied his entire savings onto the counter with a dramatic slap. "I'll take it." He let out a long sigh as he watched half a lifetime's savings disappear. Toby felt his heart bleeding. "Teacher Minato, if you don't spend a few hours every night on this, you'll be letting down my hard-earned money." Clutching the medicine, Toby hurried out of the shop, eager to leave behind the place that had just broken his heart. The shop owner watched him go, her smile lingering. "What an amusing little fellow," she murmured to herself. Back at home, Toby carefully set the medicine aside before running to his grandmother's room. "Grandma, I'd like to take one of your jars of fruit wine to give to my teacher," he said. "He's been so good to me. I thought I'd bring him something as a token of thanks." Hearing her grandson's words, his grandmother had no objections whatsoever. "Of course, dear. Do you need Grandma to go with you, little Obito? And also, is one jar enough? If not, take a few more with you. There's plenty of fruit wine at home." Obito replied with a cheerful grin. "I could go by myself, Grandma. Just take one jar for now. I'm worried your teacher might not be able to handle it." Grandma didn't quite understand what her eldest grandson meant, and nodded in slight confusion. It seemed her obedient grandson's teacher didn't have much of a head for alcohol. He didn't even dare drink much fruit wine. After a quick word with Grandma, Obito headed to the kitchen, picked up a jar of fruit wine, and returned to his room. He opened the medicine packet and carefully read the instructions inside. "There's 60 small packets in all. Take one packet a day with water. That's enough for 2 months." Obito fell into deep thought. After a while, he opened the wine jar and poured in 10 packets of the medicine all at once. "This much should have some effect," he muttered under his breath. He hurried back to the kitchen and fetched a small spoon, returning to stir the mixture. Once all the powder had dissolved, he took a small tentative sip. It still tastes sweet and fragrant. That shouldn't be a problem." He sealed the wine jar again, cradled it in his arms, and headed out the door. "Grandma, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be right back." Grandma's voice called out from inside the house, full of reminders. "Take your time on the road, Obito." Obito shouted back, "I know, Grandma." To make it easier for his students to stay in touch, Minato had given his home address to his 3 disciples. Following the directions, Obito jogged all the way to Minato's doorstep. He knocked gently at the door. From inside, a woman's voice called out, "Oh, Minato, it sounds like someone's at the door." Minato's voice followed, "Keep cooking, Kushina." "I'll go take a look." There was the soft shuffling of footsteps, and soon the door swung open. "Obito." Minato looked down at the little figure before him, clearly surprised. "What brings you here?" Obito beamed. "I came by especially to visit you. My grandma just brewed some fresh fruit wine, so I thought I'd bring you a jar." As he spoke, Obito handed the wine jar to Minato. Minato reached out, took the jar, and ruffled Obito's hair. "That's very thoughtful of you, Obito. Come in and have a seat," he added. "It just so happens that your teacher's wife is making dinner. Stay and eat with us." Obito shook his head so vigorously it was almost comical. No matter how hungry he was, he wouldn't eat a single bite of teacher's wife's cooking. "That's all right, Teacher Minato. My grandma has dinner ready at home, so I won't trouble you." He grinned and said, "I'll head back now. See you tomorrow, teacher." "See you tomorrow, Obito." Minato glanced at Obito's departing figure, then looked down at the wine jar in his hand, unable to help feeling a bit sentimental. "Obito really is a good kid," he thought to himself. Carrying the jar, Minato returned to the house. Kushina emerged from the kitchen with lunch in her hands. At that moment, she looked at Minato with open curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Minato lifted the small wine jar and explained, "That kid from earlier, he's the new apprentice I just accepted. He specially brought me a jar of fruit wine." Kushina arched her delicate brows in interest. "Oh, your apprentice knows how to make a good impression. Let me take a look." She set down the dishes and, intrigued, took the wine jar from Minato's hand. Kushina broke the seal and took a sniff. Her big eyes sparkled with delight. "It smells wonderful. Why don't we have a little with our meal?" Minato nodded indulgently and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 small cups. Sure, both were seasoned shinobi. Judging whether the wine was poisoned was child's play, but as for medicinal ingredients, those were much harder to detect. After all, who would think their own apprentice would go to such lengths for them? Back at home, Obito finished his meal and returned to his own room, flopping face first onto his small bed. He lay there for a while, but couldn't settle down to sleep. He kicked off the blanket in frustration. Right now, he felt like a little furnace, restless, burning, ready to explode at any moment. What's going on? Could it be that sip of fruit wine? The thought flashed suddenly through his mind. If just a tiny taste had this much effect on him, then what about Minato-sensei and Kushina? Minato, Let me just say thank you. Because of you, I'm truly tied down for life. At the Namake's household, after sharing a few cups of wine with Kushina, Minato suddenly felt a tingling current surging through his body, stirring up subtle feelings deep inside. Looking at Kushina, he couldn't help but say, "Kushina, how is it that you look so beautiful today?" Kushina's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, her fair legs brushing back and forth beneath the table. "Oh, so I'm not beautiful on other days?" Minato, eager to please, quickly replied, "You're beautiful every single day. Just today, you're especially captivating." Giggling, Kushina stood up and settled herself into Minato's lap. "You're getting sweeter by the day, aren't you?" Wrapping her arms around him, she nestled his head into her generous embrace. "Minato, I feel like taking a little rest, but it's still so early." Without a second thought, Minato tossed a kunai at the window. Holding Kushina close, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear by the window in a flash. Gently pulling down the curtains, he whispered in her ear now. It's dark later that evening. As Minato tidied up the aftermath around the room, he wore a tired but amused smile. The fruit wine that Granny Obito brews is truly invigorating. Kushina's large eyes shone almost eerily in the night. "Honey, how about you have another cup? Let's chat for a little longer. Dear, I have to lead a team tomorrow. You know, Mount Mayaboku." Deep within the towering mountains, inside a grand palace, upon a massive throne carved with the word sage, sat an enormous toad. His entire body was orange, a scholar's cap perched atop his head, and a string of prayer beads looped around his neck. At the center of the beads sat a purple-blue cat's eye, gem inscribed with the word oil. The great sage toad. The great sage had been in a deep slumber for many years, but today, all of a sudden, he opened his eyes. A flash of astonishment flickered across his golden pupils. Just moments ago, he sensed a ripple of change stirring somewhere in the ninja world. His previous prophecies, too, seemed to have shifted in ways he could not quite describe. In fact, they'd been so thoroughly disrupted, it was as if they'd been turned upside down. In his new vision, the future of the ninja world seemed almost absurd. He pondered for a while before speaking aloud. "Fukasakushima, summon young Jiraiya for me. Tell him I have something to discuss." Two small toads hopped out. Fukasaku looked surprised. "Have you seen a new prophecy, Lord Sage, the Great Sage?" Toad nodded, his voice uncertain. "It might be something like that." The next day, Obito and the others gathered at the agreed-upon spot. After assigning them their tasks, Minato gave Obito a complex look, then hurriedly left. Rin remarked with some concern, "Did you notice Minato-sensei looks so worn out today?" Obito propped his chin in his hand, barely hiding his glee. "Oh, I actually think he seemed rather happy." Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance, his expression unreadable. He couldn't shake the feeling that Minato-sensei's harried state was directly, or at least indirectly, linked to this idiot. As newly minted Genin, Obito and Rin could only accept rank missions, and as a member of their squad, Kakashi had no choice but to join them. "Ugh, another day of cleaning up after everyone else," Obito said with a sigh. Kakashi and Rin nodded in agreement. D-rank missions were simple, safe tasks with no combat or real danger involved. They were often tedious. Finding lost pets, picking up litter, babysitting, investigating people's conduct, helping dig sweet potatoes, and so on. "Come on, let's get today's mission over with. That way, we can start training earlier this afternoon," Kakashi suggested. "All right, let's go." Day by day, through missions and training, the three little Genin slowly grew stronger. Obito finally mastered the shadow clone jutsu he'd been dreaming of. After finishing his training and returning home, he let out a chuckle, formed a hand seal, and declared, "Shadow clone jutsu." In an instant, a figure identical to him appeared. The two of them stared at each other, both feeling a sense of novelty and amusement. "All right, buddy, train for me, will you?" Obito said with a grin. The shadow clone flopped lazily onto the bed, shook his head, and replied, "I refused." The two stared at each other wide-eyed for quite a while. Obito let out a helpless sigh. "Ah, I should have expected this. If I'm too lazy to train, how could a copy of myself be any more willing? No wonder you're my shadow clone. You really are just like me." He clicked his tongue in admiration, then raised his hand and dispelled the clone. "Well, there goes my plan to use shadow clones for training," he muttered, looking out the window and noticing how early it still was. Maybe I should go out for a bit and find someone to hang out with, but who should I look for?" Just as Obito was deep in thought, the system presented him with some options. Option 1. Go find guy, reward upon completion. Lady White Snake Skin, *1. Option 2. Go find Rin, reward upon completion. Balenciaga High Socks, *1. Option 3. Go find Liu, reward upon completion. A partner in a car. Option 4. Go find Ayako, reward upon completion. Chakra Insect Eggs, *100. Option 5. Go find Kakashi, reward upon completion. Seduction Jutsu, Obito was momentarily at a loss for words. There were just too many things to complain about. Let's not even talk about the bizarre rewards like the Lady Whitesnake skin or chess pieces. At least they're somewhat related to the characters involved, but what he really wanted to know was, why would finding Kakashi earn him the seduction jutsu? Misaka. Obito fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he shook his head. He was probably overthinking it. Time to make a choice. Let's cross out option 1 and option 3 first. And 4-2, I'm not interested in playing with bugs, he mused. Option 2's reward is tempting, but if I give it to Rin now, won't everyone else get an eyeful for free? He shook his head again. No way, he absolutely couldn't let that happen. But now that I think about it. System, can I pick more than one option? Obito asked tentatively. The system's icy voice echoed in his ears. Ding, can this system change its host? Obito was speechless. All right, forget I asked. Let's just stick to my original plan. He quickly formed a hand seal and summoned another shadow clone. Bro, I'm going to take care of the options. You go make some more fruit wine and deliver it to Teacher Minato, he instructed. After all, to make sure Minato-sensei stayed hard at work every day. Obito figured it was necessary to bring him some wine from time to time. The shadow clone agreed without hesitation. No problem. As long as he didn't have to train, he was willing to do anything. Once Obito hurried out, the clone carried a jar of fruit wine out from the kitchen. It seemed he had added too much last time, so this time he decided to go a bit lighter. After thinking for a moment, he pulled 9 medicine packets out of the drawer. This should be much better, he muttered to himself. Obito dashed to Kakashi's door in a flash, rapping loudly on the door. Who is it? Kakashi opened the door and, seeing Obito, looked at him with a hint of confusion. Oh, Obito, what brings you here? Obito grinned mischievously. Nothing much, just thought I'd drop by and see you. At that very moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Sexy jutsu. Kakashi eyed Obito, suspiciously, clearly unsure what he was up to. Obito scratched his head and said, Hey, aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while? Kakashi barely hesitated before shaking his head decisively. Tisich, Obito pouted, but then his eyes sparkled with a sly smile. All right, Kakashi, I just learned a new jutsu. Want to take a look? It's big and impressive. Kakashi looked utterly uninterested and refused coldly. No, but his words caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock, as if he'd seen something unbelievable. Where Obito had been standing, there was now no sign of him. Instead, in his place stood a young woman with shoulder-length black hair. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her delicate features surpassing any beauty in the world. Kakashi for a moment was completely entranced. Watching Kakashi stand there dumbfounded, Obito chuckled to himself. When he'd been shaping his new face, he'd borrowed a few breathtaking looks from the beauties of his past life. As for the figure, he had shamelessly modeled it after the voluptuous owner of the local pharmacy. If there was one difference, well, let's just say the outfit was a bit more daring. Kakashi felt a sudden warmth trickle from his nose. Without a word, he grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her inside. The wind's strong out here. Let's go in and talk. The girl cried out in alarm. No, Kakashi, don't. With a heavy thud, the door was slammed shut, cutting her off mid-sentence. The next morning, no way. Obito suddenly jolted awake, sprawled across the bed. He relaxed only when he realized Kakashi was no longer beside him. His whole body ached, and it took some effort to sit up. That Kakashi, he just insisted I stay over last night. After tidying himself up and getting dressed, Obito stepped out of the room, just in time to see Kakashi, who had also just woken up. Kakashi's tone was cold and indifferent. Come on, or we'll be late. Obito huffed in annoyance. So this is how you treat me, after using me up? Weren't you the one who last night? Kakashi, a hint of embarrassment on his face, retorted, All right, let's leave what happened last night behind us. We'll just keep it to ourselves and never bring it up again. Obito nodded in firm agreement. On this matter, he and Kakashi had long since reached an understanding. Come on, let's go. Time for a mission. Obito slung an arm around Kakashi's shoulder and pulled open the door. And right there they found Rin standing frozen in the doorway, her face a picture of shock. The expressions on all three faces quickly turned awkward, and Kakashi felt a sinking feeling in his chest. When did Rin get here? Could she have overheard everything he and Obito just said? Damn it. Would she get the wrong idea? At this moment, Rin's imagination was running wild. Of course, it wasn't entirely her fault. The conversation she just overheard was more than enough to lead anyone astray. Now, she felt completely at a loss. No wonder Kakashi never seemed interested in talking to girls. Could it be that he actually... Obito's expression was equally complicated. He wondered if Rin had come looking for him because she couldn't find him and wanted to ask Kakashi where he was, but maybe she was just here to see Kakashi after all. What a coincidence, he stammered. Why, yeah, it really is. Kakashi replied, equally awkward. We're almost late, so why don't we walk and talk? Obito suggested, oh sure. The three of them walked side by side, their faces a tangled web of emotions, the entire way to the meeting point. Not a word was spoken. Kakashi knew Obito liked Rin. Obito knew Rin admired Kakashi, and now Rin was beginning to suspect there was something going on between Obito and Kakashi. When three people spend that much time together, awkward situations like this are bound to happen. Each of them felt like the odd one out. The third will caught in a never-ending loop between just the three of them. There seemed to be three possible pairings. On the west side of Konoha Square, Minato looked at his three students and spoke. Now that everyone's here, I'll go over today's mission. Normally, Minato would have immediately noticed something was off with the students, but today he wasn't quite himself either. A dull ache nagged at his lower back. After handing out the mission, Minato quickly excused himself. Once he was gone, Kakashi wasted no time making his escape. I'll go on ahead. And me too? I'll be going now, Rin said, quickly walking off in the opposite direction. Obito bit his lip, then jogged after Rin. Rin, wait up. There's something I want to tell you. Rin stopped, biting her lip nervously. Did Obito-kun come to claim his territory? Was he about to tell her to stay away from Kakashi? But her feelings were for... Her thoughts raced as Obito came to stand in front of her, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Rin-chan, you've got it all wrong. Actually, yesterday, Kakashi and I... Obito proceeded to tell Rin everything that had happened the previous night, not leaving out a single detail. As it turned out, Kakashi had insisted on dragging him along to practice the sexy jutsu over and over again. Obito was utterly exhausted and ended up spending the night at the Hitaki residence. That's how the misunderstanding this morning came about. After listening to Obito's account, Rin's cheeks flushed a deep red. So that's what happened. I never expected Kakashi to be that kind of person. Obito nodded in strong agreement. Exactly. Suddenly Rin looked puzzled and asked, but Obito, how did you even come up with that kind of technique? Obito was momentarily speechless. He'd acted too hastily. The most awkward thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Rin-chan, I'll go finish my mission now, Obito blurted out, then dashed away as if fleeing the scene. Watching him leave, Rin couldn't help but break into a gentle smile. Oh, Obito, you really are such a fool. Days went by. As each jar of fruit wine was delivered, the medicine he'd bought before was almost used up. Obito decided to take a break from delivering wine for a while. Partly, he wanted to save up some money for getting married in the future, but also, he thought that Minato-sensei could use a break. He honestly worried that if Minato-sensei kept working day and night, he might collapse from exhaustion. That day, at the meeting point for Minato's team, Kakashi absent-mindedly touched his forehead protector and mused, Minato-sensei seems to be in much better shape these past few days. During our previous field training, it always seemed like his steps were unsteady, like he was about to run out of strength. Obito gave a guilty little cough. Ahem. I think you're just overthinking it. Minato-sensei was probably just letting us win on purpose. Kakashi was only half convinced by Obito's explanation. He was about to say more when Rin waved her small hand and whispered, "Shh, quiet now. Minato-sensei is coming." Minato appeared before them, radiant and full of energy. He was positively brimming with vitality. He smiled and spoke in a strong, clear voice. The village has issued a C-rank mission. Well, interested in taking it. Obito pumped his fist in excitement. Of course, I've been wanting to go on a real mission for ages. A C-rank mission meant tasks with real risks. Injuries were possible, and there was genuine danger. Such missions typically involve small-scale combat, guarding people, gathering intelligence, capturing or hunting down dangerous beasts, or transporting confidential documents. Kakashi, too, felt a quiet thrill, his eyes shining with anticipation. Rin asked curiously, "Minato-sensei, what's the mission this time?" Minato smiled and replied, "This time, we'll need to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. I'll explain the details as we go." Led by Minato, the four of them left the village and set foot on the land beyond its borders. Obito looked around with curiosity. It was his first time leaving the Hidden Leaf. Everything around him felt fresh and full of wonder. The four raced swiftly to the south, with Minato leading the way and explaining as they traveled. "Our mission this time is to head to a black market in the central region of the Land of Fire and gather intelligence. The village has received word that a suspected rogue ninja from Konoha has been spotted near that black market." Obito, sounding a bit surprised, asked, "A black market? The Land of Fire actually allows those to exist?" A black market, after all, is an illegal marketplace that operates without official approval. Before Minato could reply, Kakashi interjected, "Black markets have proven impossible to eradicate completely. In that case, it's better to allow a few to operate under official surveillance. That way, we can both control their size and swiftly obtain intelligence from all sides." Obito nodded in sudden understanding. "That makes sense." Minato glanced at Kakashi with approval. "Exactly. The target of our mission this time is a former Konoha special jonin, Inosuke." Minato pulled a scroll from his robe and tossed it to Obito, standing beside him. "This contains his portrait and detailed information. The three of you pass it around." Obito took the scroll and examined it carefully. Inosuke looked refined, but his body was powerfully built, his temperament was violent, and he was skilled with a pair of twin swords. His taijutsu was on par with a jonin, his ninjutsu was average, and his weakness lay in jinjutsu. After memorizing these details, Obito handed the scroll to Rin beside him. After Rin finished reading, she passed it to Kakashi. Once Kakashi had read it, he incinerated the scroll with a fireball jutsu. Catching sight of Rin and Obito's puzzled expressions, Kakashi explained, "Destroying the mission scroll after memorizing its contents is basic ninja protocol." That's what he says, but in Obito's mind, the image of Guy suddenly popped up. If it were that Guy, without the mission scroll, the whole operation would probably fall apart. Guy, wait, who am I supposed to assassinate again? Kisame Hashigaki, Mangetsu Hozuki. What was I supposed to do? Just imagining it cracks me up. The four of them moved through the woods, hands clasped behind their backs, leaping from branch to branch. Whenever hunger struck, they'd pop a soldier pill, and if they got thirsty, they'd simply endure it. Less hassle than stopping for a bathroom break. They traveled for what felt like an eternity. Finally arriving near the black market, the moment Minato announced their arrival, the three youngsters all breathed a sigh of relief. Obito glanced around, scrutinizing what was supposedly the black market, but couldn't spot anything unusual no matter how hard he looked. "It just looks like an ordinary village." Obito muttered under his breath. If you didn't know there was more to it, you'd never connect this sparsely populated settlement with an illegal marketplace. "Everyone take off your forehead protectors. Once inside the black market, be careful to conceal your identities," Minato instructed. The three obeyed, removing their forehead protectors and tucking them carefully inside their clothing. Transformation jutsu. With that, Minato morphed into a burly, menacing-looking man with a fierce face. Obito and the others followed suit, each casting their own transformation jutsu. He disguised himself as someone entirely different. It's worth mentioning that when using a transformation technique, you must choose a template that you're familiar with, or at least someone or something not too different from yourself. Otherwise, anyone with a keen eye will see right through the trick at glance. Of course, if you have the protagonist's aura of luck, then forget what I just said. Isn't that right? Naruto. The four of them swaggered into the black market. A few guards at the entrance, dressed as villagers, glanced at them and let them pass without objection. These four looked like tough characters, definitely not ordinary people who'd wandered in by mistake. Once inside the black market, Minato spoke in a low voice. "The three of you move freely and gather information. I'll go find the person in charge here and have a little chat for one." Fighting was forbidden in the black market for another. His students were no pushovers themselves. There was no need to worry about their safety. The three nodded in agreement. Understood, Minato-sensei. They all knew in their hearts that the main reason Minato had brought them was to give them some real-world experience. He didn't really expect the three of them to obtain any crucial intelligence. If the mission was to be completed, it would mainly depend on Minato himself. After Minato left, the three of them wandered aimlessly down the street. Obito asked Kakashi, "What should we do next?" Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, "Let's try striking up a conversation with some people. See if we can pick up any useful information. But don't be too obvious with your questions. The black market is a tangled web, and we don't want to accidentally alert the wrong people." Obito and Rin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Rin couldn't help but praise him. "Kakashi, you really know a lot." Obito rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. "Humph, whatever." Just then they spotted a burly man loitering ahead, so the three of them approached. Obito greeted him with a smile. "You look like a formidable warrior. May I ask which ninja village you belong to?" The middle-aged man didn't answer directly, instead eyeing them with a grin. "And where are you three from, if I may ask?" The three exchanged glances. Obito answered with sincere enthusiasm. "We're ninja from the Hidden Stone Village. What about you, my friend?" The man nodded as if suddenly enlightened, then smiled again. Hidden Stone, is it? Well, I'm from the Leaf Village." The three of them fell silent for a moment. "Seriously? That's like burning fake money at a grave. Who are you trying to fool? Are you interested in some explosive tags?" With that, the man opened his coat to reveal it lined with explosive tags. "These are top quality, straight from the Leaf Village. You seem like good folks. I'll give you a special price." The trio immediately turned and walked away. The man called after them loudly, "Hey, don't go. At least haggle with me a bit, won't you?" The three wandered through the not-so-large black market, but could honestly say they came away empty-handed. "Ugh. Gathering intelligence is so tough," Obito complained. "If only his Sharingan had 3 tomo, everything would be clear with a single glance." Rin nodded in agreement, then looked at Kakashi with a hint of hope. "Kakashi, do you have any good ideas?" Kakashi shook his head, just as lost as the others. Suddenly his attention was caught by someone not far away. After observing for a moment, he spoke in a low voice to the other two. "Look at that guy to the west. Doesn't he look like our target for this mission?" Obito and Rin discreetly sized up the person, but couldn't see anything special. His appearance and build don't really match. "How did you figure it out, Kakashi?" Obito asked. With unwavering confidence, Kakashi replied, "It's those 2 swords. They're almost identical to the ones in the picture on the scroll. I'm about 80% sure." "What?" Obito stared intently at the sword for a while longer, but he still couldn't figure out what Kakashi had noticed. They just looked like ordinary swords to him. At that moment, a glowing screen appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Quickly relay the information here too. Minato, completion reward, 0.03 units of chakra. Option 2. Rack your brains and find a way to subdue Inosuke, completion reward, exploding shadow clone technique. Obito's heart skipped a beat. The system was actually giving him a choice. That meant the person really was Inosuke. Nervously, Rin balled her hands in a tiny fist. "So what should we do? Should we go find Minato-sensei?" Kakashi shook his head. "I'm afraid there's no time. By the time we find Minato-sensei, our target might be gone." Obito nodded in agreement. "We need to take action." In his mind, he silently hammered the number 2. 2, 2, 2. Kakashi furrowed his brow, running through countless plans in his mind, only to dismiss them one by one. No fighting is allowed in the black market. Unless we can take him down in a secluded spot with a single blow, we'll be thrown out to instantly subdue a special jonin skilled in taijutsu. That sounded pretty tough. Obito bit his finger, plunging into deep thought. After a moment of swirling ideas, he finally spoke up. "I have an idea. We could do this, and then that." Rin listened, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. "Isn't that a bit risky, Obito-kun?" Kakashi glanced at the figure already preparing to leave, then made a quick decision. "There's no time. We'll go with Obito's plan. Rin, you go find Minato-sensei, Obito, and I will act according to the plan." Rin hesitated briefly, but finally nodded in agreement. "All right, but you two have to be careful, okay?" Obito grinned. "No worries. Rin-chan, we've got this." After speaking, he and Kakashi separated, each taking a different path, slowly edging closer to the mysterious figure. Out on the street, Inosuke had just finished buying supplies for the month when he suddenly felt a strange sensation and turned to look over his shoulder. He caught sight of a figure awkwardly darting behind a corner, clearly trying and failing to hide. A faint smile tugged at Inosuke's lips. He wondered which faction spy had come snooping this time, to send someone of such poor skill to tail him. Did they really think so little of Inosuke's abilities? Over the past month or so, he'd run into more than a few spies just like this one, but now all those spies had long since met their end at his blade. He strolled along, pausing now and then, finally stopping at a vendor's stall and pretending to examine goods. All the while, his sharp eyes discreetly watched the corner behind him. With just a single glance, Inosuke found his attention completely captured. What a stunning woman! She had golden hair that cascaded down her back, delicate and innocent features. Yet her figure was undeniably alluring. For a moment, Inosuke's mind went completely blank. He swallowed, anticipation flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips to think they'd send such a beauty out on a mission. Well, I'll just help myself, and he thought to himself with a wicked grin. I'll have my fun with her a few times, then finish her off. The stall owner, noticing that Inosuke was only touching the wares without buying anything, grew impatient. Hey, are you buying or not? If not, stop wasting my time. A glint of coldness flashed across Inosuke's eyes. He gave a derisive snort, then turned and walked away. He deliberately chose to take the back alleys, winding through several turns until he reached a secluded lane. The blonde woman crept along behind him, carefully sticking to the shadows. But as she stepped into the alley, she realized, too late, that it was a dead end. Inosuke's figure had vanished. Suddenly, something hard pressed against her back. Her beautiful face stiffened. Slowly, she turned her head, and found herself face to face with Inosuke. He toyed with a lock of her soft hair, his tone casual and unconcerned as he asked, "Who sent you?" The woman stammered, unable to get a word out. Inosuke seemed unfazed, his hands tightening their grip just a little. "It doesn't matter if you don't talk," he said with a smirk. "After we have a bit of fun, you'll be more than willing to tell me everything." The woman seethed inside. "Fun? You've got to be kidding," she thought. "If I pull out, it'll be bigger than yours." She tilted her chin slightly, locking eyes with Inosuke. In an instant, her delicate gaze was flooded with crimson. Inosuke's expression changed drastically. The Sharingan. The woman let out a low, mocking laugh. Wearing such a beautiful face, she spoke in a deep, masculine voice. "Well now, handsome, do you still want to have your fun with me?" Within the scarlet Sharingan, the tomo spun hypnotically. Inosuke's mind slipped into a brief haze. He may have been a special jonin, but when it came to illusions, this was his greatest weakness. Kakashi. "Do it now," the woman commanded in a low voice. Struggle flickered across Inosuke's face, but clarity quickly returned to his eyes. Yet in that very instant, a shadow swept behind him, and the hard thud of a scabbard struck the back of his head. Inosuke collapsed to the ground without protest. He'd be out cold for at least a few hours before he'd wake up again. Once he lost consciousness completely, the transformation jutsu he'd used faded, revealing his true face. The woman looked down at Inosuke sprawled on the ground and clicked her tongue in mock pity. "Young people, there's always danger lurking behind desire. See, you got cut down because of it." Kakashi glanced at the woman, feeling a bit awkward. "Hurry up and change back, Obito." Seeing Obito in this form brought back memories Kakashi would rather forget. "All right," the woman replied with a nod. With a swift movement, she transformed back into Obito. At that moment, a notification chimed in Obito's mind. Choice successful. Reward gained. Exploding Shadow Clone Technique, Exploding Shadow Clone Technique. When your shadow clone is cross-dressing, it may be so embarrassed that it self-destructs, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra. Obito stared at the description of his new reward, numb with disbelief. What a bizarre and twisted technique. Before long, two figures appeared in the alley. It was Minato and Rin following the markers they'd left along the way. Minato stared at Inosuke's unconscious body, momentarily at a loss for words. He'd only meant to bring his 3 students along to let them experience the atmosphere of a real mission, never expecting them to accomplish much. Who could have predicted that, while he was off exchanging intelligence with a contact, his students would come running, saying they'd found the target? And by the time he arrived, there it was. The target was already on the ground. To be honest, Minato was amazed by his student's ability to act. After all, Inosuke lying, there was a special jonin. This was no small feat. How did these kids manage to take him down so quietly and swiftly? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Pushing aside his thoughts, Minato took a deep breath and spoke. "Everyone gather around. I'll get us out of here first. This isn't the place to talk." Attacking someone in the black market could cause all sorts of trouble if discovered. It was best to leave as quickly as possible. "Yes, Minato-sensei," Obito replied. Aside from Obito, Rin and Kakashi looked a little surprised. They didn't know how Minato planned to get them out, nor why they needed to stand together. Still, though puzzled, the two obediently moved in close. Minato placed his arms around the 3 students, planting one foot squarely on Inosuke's chest. In the next instant, The five of them soon appeared not far from the outskirts of the black market. Kakashi was stunned. Sensei Minato, the technique you just used, was that a space-time ninjutsu? Minato smiled gently. That's right. This move is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. By using this formula, you can achieve instant teleportation. As he spoke, he pulled a kunai marked with a special seal from the ground. After demonstrating it to his three students, he tucked it away into his pocket. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Inside, he silently made a firm decision. He would find a way to master the space-time jutsu no matter what, the power to teleport instantly, if combined with his swordsmanship. His breath quickened at the thought. In contrast, Rin and Obito didn't have much of a reaction. Rin simply thought that Minato-sensei was incredible, but the technique itself didn't stir much interest in her. Obito, on the other hand, figured that once he awakened Kimui someday, the Flying Thunder God would be pretty much unnecessary. Of course, if there was a chance to try it out, why not? Double Kimui plus Flying Thunder God. He could stack passive skills without end. The five of them set out on the road back to the village. In fact, Minato could have whisked everyone home in a flash using the Flying Thunder God, cool and effortless, but to train his students, he decided against it. Minato glanced at the three youngsters beside him and quizzed them. Let's say we want to keep Inosuke from lashing out and hurting people when he wakes up. What preparations should we make ahead of time? Obito thought for a moment, then offered his answer without hesitation. We could take off his arms and legs, then slap on 7 or 8 seals for good measure. Minato was taken aback. He never expected the usually honest Obito to be so ruthless. Well, yes, we can suppress an enemy by applying seals to restrict their chakra. As he spoke, Minato's fingers glowed with threads of chakra as he pressed them firmly against Inosuke's abdomen. Inosuke grunted and slowly opened his eyes. Namikaze Minato. The moment he recognized Minato, he gave up any thought of resisting. Both from Konoha, he knew all too well how terrifying this man was. Inosuke gave a wry smile. Didn't expect the village to take me this seriously. They even sent you. Obito swaggered in front of Inosuke, shaking his head exaggeratedly. No. Don't flatter yourself. You were caught by 3 fresh-out-of-school kids, you know? A vein bulged on Inosuke's forehead. He could barely restrain himself from wringing this kid's neck. Obito, seeing Inosuke's irritated face, glared back, hands on his hips. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll smack you, ugh. Perhaps they were used to Obito's antics by now. Minato, Rin, and Kakashi just stood quietly to the side, sighing in silent resignation. On the way back, Inosuke and Obito bickered the entire journey. In his previous life, he was a Zwan pianist notorious for his relentless verbal onslaughts, utterly dominating his opponents. He even managed to silence Inosuke, the infamous troublemaker, leaving him speechless under his barrage. Witnessing this scene, Minato was deeply impressed, his perception of his own student refreshed yet again. Minato-sensei. Here's what happened. Kakashi and Rin stood at Minato's side, recounting in detail how they and their companions had captured Inosuke. When Minato learned that the entire plan had been devised by Obito, he glanced at him in surprise. He hadn't expected such a brilliant scheme to come from Obito. Obito had chosen an unconventional approach, deliberately revealing their whereabouts to lower the target's guard. Then, seizing upon the enemy's weaknesses, he created opportunities for his teammates. Yes, especially that shameless seduction technique. It was so very Obito. Minato mused that Obito was like a rough gemstone, in need of careful shaping. He had to find a way to guide him onto the right path, to prevent him from straying too far. The 5 of them returned to the village. Minato turned to his 3 students and said, I have some matters to attend to, so you don't need to train today. Go home and get some good rest. The 3 responded obediently. Okay, Minato-sensei. After Minato left with Inosuke, Rin blinked her wide eyes and looked at the 2 boys beside her. Kakashi, Obito, what are your plans for later? Kakashi was just about to say that he intended to train, but Obito jumped in before he could speak. Why don't we all go to Kakashi's house for dinner? This guy's cooking is amazing. Rin's eyes lit up, gazing at Kakashi with anticipation. Is that all right, Kakashi? Kakashi looked a bit annoyed, shooting a subtle glare at Obito, but replied, oh, of course, that's fine. Rin clasped her hands together, her eyes gleaming. Wonderful, I can't wait. Obito grabbed Rin's hand with one of his and slung an arm around Kakashi with the other. All right, let's get going. We can talk more once we get to his place. This mission had us running all over the place. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. Meanwhile, after handing Inosuke over to the ANBU, Minato made his way unhurried to the Hokage's office. Once the ANBU on guard announced his arrival, he entered. Minato, come in and have a seat. The third Hokage greeted him with a kindly smile. Minato returned a polite smile and sat down in front of the third. Thank you for having me, Lord Hokage. The third pulled out his pipe, took a couple of leisurely puffs, then spoke with a twinkle in his eye. I hear that while out on a reconnaissance mission with your students, you managed to capture a rogue ninja and bring him back. Truly, you are a young man I can rely on. Minato scratched his nose a little awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Lord Third, in fact, I came here today to talk to you about this matter. Oh, a flicker of surprise flashed through the third Hokage's eyes, and he unconsciously straightened in his seat. Could it be that things were not as he had imagined? Minato continued. Actually, it was the three little ones who managed to capture Inosuke. I didn't play much of a role, though it was a little awkward. Minato still recounted the entire mission to the third Hokage, leaving out no detail. The seduction jutsu? That sounds like a rather intriguing ninja technique. The third Hokage made a mental note of this, his face giving nothing away. When he found some free time, perhaps he'd use his telescope jutsu to sneak a glance at Obito. Minato, unaware of the Hokage's shifting thoughts, kept earnestly recounting the events. The third Hokage nodded repeatedly as he listened, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Konoha's future is in good hands. Minato, you must lead this team well. I have a feeling that Kakashi and Obito, those two boys, will become the pillars of our village one day. Minato nodded with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Lord Third, I will guide them with all my heart. After pondering for a moment, the third Hokage asked, how have the three little ones been lately? Especially young Kakashi, is he? A smile returned to Minato's face. It seems Kakashi has stepped out from the shadows. He now truly sees Obito and Rin as his comrades. Perhaps they haven't realized it themselves yet, but the bond between the three of them is already deep and unbreakable. The third Hokage, eyes crinkling with delight, lit up his pipe. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Since Obito and the others had only been assigned a reconnaissance mission when they left, even though they accomplished far more than expected, their pay was the same as before. However, thanks to a special request from Minato, the Hokage's office allocated extra funds. Each of the three youngsters received a handsome reward. Thank you, Sensei Minato. Obito, clutching his reward, dashed off in high spirits. Where does a man go first when he comes into some money? Of course, to a man's favorite pit stop. Obito bounded into the same pharmacy as before, planning to buy some more tonic for Sensei Minato as a proper token of gratitude. I call this giving back to the source. Obito chuckled to himself. The attractive woman behind the counter made a soft, curious sound. Her alluring, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Obito with a hint of suspicion. Oh, it's that kid who couldn't stop staring at my chest last time. What are you doing back here? Hearing this, Obito felt deeply wronged. Hey, you can't just say that. I wasn't staring at your chest the whole time, not a mention. I also glanced at your backside and your legs. Obito grumbled silently to himself. The woman rolled her eyes in exasperation. My name isn't it's Yuji. You can call me Sister Yuji. Well, that was something. I was half expecting your name to be Chu Yushuen, as if you'd crossed over from Elliston Business Academy. Obito was speechless. All I did was come here to buy some medicine. Do I really need to know your name? It was as if she could see right through what Obito was thinking. The woman's large eyes curved in amusement as she teased, Little brother, call me Sister Yuji just once, and maybe I'll give you a discount. But to her surprise, Obito's expression remained utterly calm, completely unmoved. Discount or not, I don't really care. All I want to know right now is, Sister Yuji, why does your name sound so beautiful? Yuji was momentarily lost for words. All right, maybe she'd overestimated this kid. Truth be told, Obito really did have some thoughts about her name. The character G was usually reserved for women of high status. For the owner of a pharmacy to call herself that, it seemed a bit much, but he didn't dare say it out loud. After all, he still wanted that discount. Yuji's eyes sparkled as she asked, so little brother, what medicine are you looking for this time? Obito didn't hesitate, the same one as last time. Double the amount. Yuji's rosy lips parted in surprise. Her features, usually sharp and commanding, now looked almost adorably blank. After a long pause, she finally found her voice, her tone tinged with disbelief. You've used up all the medicine I gave you last time? Obito nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He had no idea why Yuji seemed so startled. Yuji fell silent, then cautiously ventured, "Your master is still alive, right?" Obito looked completely lost. Of course, why wouldn't he be? Yuji finally let out a sigh of relief, patting her full chest. "I'll go get your medicine. But listen, you absolutely must not use this recklessly. It could cause serious problems." Obito gave her a knowing look. "Don't worry, Sister Yuji, I get what you mean." Moments later, Yuji returned with 2 bags of medicine. She set them down on the table, then glanced at Obito. "Little brother, there's hardly anyone in the shop right now. Why don't you keep me company and chat for a while?" Obito pointed to the ninja headband on his forehead. "Sister Yuji, I'm a noble ninja. In a matter of minutes, I could be earning tens of thousands of Ryo. So where would I find the time to sit here chatting with you?" Yuji tapped the table with her slender jade fingers, her tone casual. 30% off. Without missing a beat, Obito grabbed a small stool from beside the counter and promptly sat down next to Yuji. "Sister Yuji, what would you like to talk about?" A sly, mocking smile played at the corner of Yuji's lips. "Oh, noble ninja, what made you suddenly so free and willing to keep a little lady like me company?" Obito put on an awkward yet polite smile. "All right, that's enough, woman. Let's not overdo it. If it weren't for your pretty face, generous curves, and that shapely figure. Do you really think a little pocket change like this means anything to me, Obito the Great?" "Oh, right, kid. What's your name?" "My name is Uchiha Obito." A little over a month later at Obito's home, his grandmother's puzzled voice drifted in from the kitchen. "Obito, where's all the fruit wine-eyed brood gone?" Hearing this, Obito hurried into the kitchen, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Grandma, I gave it all to my teacher." His grandmother's voice shot up several notches. "That much wine, and you gave all of it away?" Obito nodded, feeling guilty. "It's just, your wine is so delicious. Our teacher had just one taste and was hooked, so whenever I had the chance, I'd bring him a jar." His grandmother sighed, a touch of helplessness in her voice. "Well, all right, the wine she brewed herself was never worth much anyway. Since her grandson's teacher liked it, it was no trouble to send more. She could always make another batch. Your Uncle Chuan will be bringing little Shursui over for lunch today," she added with a sigh. "And after the meal, I was going to send your uncle home with a couple jars to try. But now look at you." She sounded like she was scolding Obito, but her eyes were full of affection. Seeing him look apologetic, she reached out and ruffled his hair. "Enough. Don't be so glum. Grandma isn't really upset with you. Today is little Shursui's birthday. Did you remember to prepare a gift for him?" Obito nodded eagerly. "Of course, Grandma. How could I forget my cousin's birthday?" She patted his head again. "Good. Now go play for a bit. Grandma needs to start getting lunch ready." Obito grinned. "I'm not busy right now. How about I help you in the kitchen?" Grandma smiled pleased and said no more. By midday, Uchiha Chuan arrived with Shursui at the old house. The family gathered together and enjoyed a hearty lunch. After the meal, Chuan helped his mother collect the dishes, while the 2 boys huddled together inside, deep in conversation. Obito pulled out a ninja tool pouch and handed it to Shursui. "Happy birthday, Shursui. This is a gift from your big brother." "Thank you, Obito." Shursui accepted the pouch with delight. He opened it and found it filled with all sorts of finely crafted ninja tools. Everything a young ninja could wish for. Obito grinned. "Well, do you like it?" Shursui nodded eagerly. "I love it. That's all that matters," Obito thought to himself. After buying medicine for Minato-sensei, he'd spent the rest of his money on this gift. There was nothing to be done. After all, Shursui was his precious younger cousin. Spoiling one's little cousin was etched into the DNA of every Uchiha. Shursui packed away his ninja tools, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "By the way, brother, Obito, I've always wanted to ask you, what does it feel like to become a full-fledged ninja?" Obito thought to himself, "Most of my days are spent doing odd jobs. I've only ever taken on an actual mission once or twice. What kind of experience is that supposed to be?" But telling his younger cousin the plain truth felt a bit embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, Obito clasped his hands behind his back, put on a serious air, and said, "There are some village secrets involved. There are things your cousin simply can't talk about. But there's one thing I want to tell you, and you must never forget it." The mood grew solemn. Shursui gazed up at his cousin's deep, thoughtful eyes, anticipation shining in his own. As he nodded his little head, what could his cousin possibly want to tell him? Obito silently counted to 30 in his heart before finally speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. "With great power comes great responsibility. That's what I want you to remember." Shursui tilted his head, pondering the words deeply. He felt as if there were endless wisdom contained in that simple phrase. In his eyes, his cousin's image grew ever more impressive. After the meal, Chuan took Shui and set out for home. Along the way, Shui seemed lost in thought. "Father, what do you think of Brother Obito?" he asked. Chuan gently ruffled Shui's hair and smiled. "Your cousin. He's the most naturally gifted person I've ever met. But this child's temperament, it really leaves me at a loss sometimes." Chuan considered saying more but thought better of it and left it unsaid. "Oh," Shui nodded, signaling he understood. That afternoon, after classes of the Ninja Academy ended, Shui waited for his teacher and asked, with a hint of anticipation, "Teacher Kisuke, what kind of person do you think my cousin is?" Kisuke answered without a moment's hesitation. "Obito is a truly unique child. He stands out from the crowd. Remarkable in every way." Kisuke could still remember that very first day of school. As soon as Obito saw him, he said, "Sensei, there's no need to worry about arranging my seat. No matter where I sit, I'll make friends." At the time, Kisuke, young and headstrong, didn't believe it for a second. He kept switching Obito's seat again and again. In the end, he even placed him next to the quietest, most reserved student in class. He thought, surely now he'll run out of things to talk about. But later, he realized he had been the fool all along. That quiet student's name was Naganoha. Even now, Kisuke couldn't quite figure out where the problem lay. Was it Obito who led Naganoha astray? Or was it his own failure as a teacher? Or perhaps Naganoha had always been a rebellious child to begin with. In any case, from that day on, Kisuke never really bothered to keep an eye on Obito. Honestly, it was like an old lady climbing the stairs. If he didn't help, she simply couldn't make it. He'd never seen a student more troublesome than this. Still, in front of his cousin, he figured it was best to keep things vague. After all, that rascal Obito had eventually brought him a lot of pride. Unbelievable. Shui listened to Kisuke's assessment of Obito, feeling he now understood his cousin even better. It seemed that whether in character or talent, Brother Obito was truly exceptional. He managed to leave a deep impression on everyone around him. Shui quietly made up his mind. From now on, he would look up to Brother Obito and strive to become an outstanding ninja just like him. Sunlight poured gently over the world, bright and warm, like a big sister's slender hand caressing people as she passed by. Obito lounged lazily against the bridge railing, basking in the sun. "What's up with Sensei Minato? He called us out here so early, but he's the one who's late." Kakashi, eyes as deadpan as ever, replied with a touch of annoyance, "Obito, you have some nerve to complain about someone else." Obito opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but couldn't find the words. Instead, he just glared fiercely at Kakashi. Kakashi glared right back. "Never backing down, Obito." "Kakashi." "Obito." Rin could only smile helplessly at the two of them. She stepped between her teammates, placing a gentle hand on each. "All right, you two, that's enough." As the three of them bantered, a figure landed nimbly from above. It was Minato with a warm smile. He greeted them. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Looks like everyone's here." Obito stepped forward, curiosity in his voice. "Sensei Minato, why did you jump down from such a high place? Do we have a new mission today, Sensei?" Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. Obito's interruption had made him forget his own lines. After a brief pause, he finally remembered. "There's no mission today. Instead, I have something else to announce to you all." With that, he pulled out 3 sheets of paper from his cloak. Rin blinked her big eyes and asked, "What's that, Sensei Minato?" Smiling, Minato handed each of them a sheet. "These are the application forms for the Chunin exam. I've recommended all 3 of you to become Chunin, huh?" Obito took the application half-heartedly, looking utterly uninterested. Minato was completely baffled. In his mind, Obito should have been jumping for joy at this news, maybe even hugging his waist and shouting something like, "I love you, Sensei," just like in the original story. Why wasn't the kid even a little excited? Minato was at a total loss. Testing the waters, he asked, "Obito, you don't seem very enthusiastic. Is it that you don't really want to take the Chunin exams?" Kakashi and Rin both looked at Obito in surprise when they heard this. Clearly, they also felt that Obito was acting a bit out of character. Under their attentive gazes, Obito fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, Sensei Minato. If he remained a Genin forever, maybe his team could avoid the tragedy at Kanabi Bridge. Besides, being a Genin in the Leaf Village had its perks. Why bother aiming for Chunin at all?" However, the system didn't seem to agree. With a crisp notification sound, it presented Obito with a choice. Option 1. Agreed to participate in the Chunin exams and dazzle everyone in the final round. Reward upon completion. Hashirama cell modification. Option 2. Agreed to participate in the Chunin exams and pass in a standard unremarkable way. Reward upon completion. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu. Option 3. Refuse to participate and proudly remain a Genin. Reward upon completion. Genin Aura. Genin Aura. When facing an enemy, loudly declare, "I am a Genin," and reduce the opponent's sanity by 1 point. Obito glanced over the options and realized that for once all the rewards seemed pretty good, but in comparison, option 1 was by far the most tempting. Of course, the difficulty of pulling it off was likely much higher. So it looks like skipping the Chunin exams isn't an option after all. Without hesitation, he chose number 1. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. When Obito stood there lost in thought, not explaining himself for a long while, Minato spoke up again. "Obito, can you tell Sensei why you don't want to take the Chunin exams?" Obito snapped back to attention with a start, then gave an awkward chuckle. "It's because I'm worried I might shine too brightly during the exams and end up making everyone else jealous." Minato was left speechless. Rin was also a loss for words. Kakashi, unable to take it, gave Obito a punch. "Don't mind him, Sensei Minato. Please go on." Minato let out a sigh, his expression a mix of emotions, then nodded and continued. "Kakashi, even though you're already a Chunin, this exam includes a team battle segment. So I'll have to trouble you to accompany Rin and Obito and take the exam with them again." Kakashi nodded slightly. "No problem, Sensei Minato." Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder, clearly pleased. "All right, let me explain the details of the Chunin exam to you all. Obito, Rin, you two need to pay extra attention. The first round of the Chunin exam is a written test." On the day of the written exam, Obito confidently finished his test early and walked out of the classroom. That's it. With questions this easy, anyone with hands could do it. Because he boasted so loudly outside the classroom, many of the test takers inside glared at him with obvious annoyance. "Damn it. Are you saying we don't have hands or what?" Rin quickly pulled Obito aside, leading him away from the exam hall. Once they were far enough, she beamed at him and asked Obito, "How did you do?" On the test, Obito patted his chest with confidence and declared no problem at all. Maybe in his previous life, written exams were the hardest part for him. But now, piece of cake. However, when the results of the written test were posted, Obito stared at the list on the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "No way. I filled in every single answer, and I barely scraped by. That was way too close." Beside him, Kakashi folded his arms and rolled his eyes. "Idiot." Obito snorted and retorted sourly. "So what if he got first place? No need to act all high and mighty." "Kakashi, Kakashi, Obito, Kakashi, Obito." The second round of the Chunin exams was about to begin. The preliminary group battles. In a lush, leafy forest, sunlight filtered down through the thick canopy, scattering dappled patterns across the woodland floor. In a spacious clearing, 6 children stood in 2 groups, facing each other. Rokaha looked at the 3 standing opposite and let out a sigh. "Just our luck to run into you 3 troublemakers, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. The 3 of them together were a force to be reckoned with among their peers." Obito grinned. "Don't worry, Rokaha. I'll go easy on you." Naganoha snorted, clearly annoyed at Rokaha's attitude. "Rokaha, why are you boosting the enemy's morale and putting yourself down? As long as we work together, I don't believe we can't beat them. Right, Ayako?" Naganoha paused for a moment, only remembering Ayako's name at the last second. Ayako nodded, her voice timid but resolute. "Ha's right. Even if Kakashi is as skilled as a Jonin, it doesn't mean we don't have a fighting chance, Naganoha." Once the groups had finished discussing, the proctor waved a hand, signaling the start of the preliminary match. Rin and Ayako quickly fell back. Both were support-type ninja, whose main role was to distract the opponents during battle. A flurry of whistling sounds cut through the air as they unleashed a barrage of shuriken, launching the first wave of attacks. Shuriken whirled and clashed midair, finally clattering to the ground. Obito and Kakashi, short swords in hand, dashed forward, dodging the occasional flying shuriken as they charged at their opponents. Naganoha refused to fall behind. Brandishing his kunai, he leapt straight at the approaching Obito. "Hey, don't rush in like that," Rokaha called out in exasperation. Their team was already at a slight disadvantage. Steady teamwork was the best approach. "Naganoha, you fool!" A flush of crimson crept into Obito's eyes. Instantly, Naganoha's body went rigid, leaving him frozen in place. Liu let out a low shout. Not good. It's a Jinjutsu. Kakashi seized the moment, darting forward with his blade. A flash of silver burst forth in an instant. But Liu's reaction was lightning fast. A shadowy mass surged up from beneath his feet, splitting into thin tendrils that latched onto Naganoha's shadow. Then, something extraordinary happened. Under the control of Liu's shadow, Naganoha became like a puppet on invisible strings, perfectly mirroring every movement of his own shadow. In a move that defied belief, he twisted his body and narrowly evaded Kakashi's short blade. Shadow imitation technique. Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance, then drove his foot hard against the ground and drew his sword with a sudden, powerful motion. Aido, the fierce attack descended in a heartbeat. Liu cried out in alarm. Semeda, he immediately released Naganoha from the shadow's grasp, turning the tendrils instead towards Obito, binding him just long enough to halt his advance. That was close. Cold sweat broke out on Liu's forehead as he silently counted his luck. Even in that brief exchange, he'd already used up a quarter of his chakra. Fortunately, Naganoha at his side had broken free from the Jinjutsu. Kakashi's blade swept toward Naganoha once again. This time, Naganoha sprang back with explosive speed, patting his abdomen and drawing in a deep breath, wind style. Naganoha, he shouted. He opened his mouth, and a dense mass of wind chakra burst forth in a single sharp exhale. The air around them instantly turned razor-sharp, accompanied by the fierce roar of the wind. Kakashi's brows knit in concentration. He dug his toes into the ground and stopped short in an instant. On the other side, Obito also broke free from the shadow imitation, moving back to stand beside Kakashi. Thus the first round of their clash came to an end. Obito's team had emerged almost unscathed, while Liu's team was already feeling the drain. Obito couldn't help but laugh. Sparrow, that's a pretty unique name for a jutsu, isn't it? Naganoha replied, a little frustrated. That's actually a secret technique passed down in the Nagano family. The name's just a coincidence, all right? He glanced at Liu with some reluctance and muttered, sorry, I lost my head for a moment back there, that's all. Liu smiled in reassurance and shook his head. Don't worry about it. Let's start again. Suddenly, Obito formed hand seals and spun around, spitting out a blazing fireball. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Under the scorching flames, the air was filled with a crisp crackling as tiny, barely visible black specks lost their vitality and rained down to the ground. Obito grinned and called out, Hey, Ayako, that a bit unsporting, don't you think? Ayako's voice drifted from the woods. Slightly guilty. Sorry, Obito-kun, I just really want to pass this exam, too. Obito waved it off, unconcerned. No worries, may the best shinobi win. With that, he moved on. He once again weaved his way through the forest, circling around and gradually closing the distance between himself and Liu's group. Like him, Kakashi moved stealthily among the trees, searching for an opening to strike. Liu kept a vigilant watch on his surroundings. At his feet, his shadow stretched out, tendrils poised and ready to spring. Naganoha stood protectively in front of him, acting as his human shield. Obito narrowed his eyes, silently analyzing the situation. Liu's shadow imitation jutsu held a considerable advantage beneath the shade of these woods. By linking with the mottled shadows on the ground, the range of his technique was instantly doubled. If he tried to rush in headlong, he'd surely get pinned down, turning the fight into a battle of attrition. Maybe he could use a shadow clone to draw attention away and try to take out the opponent in one swift move? But could he really fool Ayako's keen senses with such a trick? Obito glanced over at Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi looked back at him. With a single glance, they understood each other perfectly. Time to give a try. Within Liu's line of sight, Kakashi and Obito suddenly burst from the trees, weaving around each other as they charged forward. Liu frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. But the situation left him no time to ponder. He activated the shadow imitation jutsu, sending black tendrils snaking toward the pair. Naganoha roared and lunged at Obito. Nagano rapid fire. Ayako's voice rang out, tinged with panic. Watch out, those are their shadow clones. Shadow clones? That loser Obito actually learned the shadow clone jutsu? That was Naganoha's first thought the very next moment. Two more figures emerged from the forest. It was Kakashi and Obito again. Ayako's form appeared as well, trying to intercept one of them. But Rin blocked her path, kunai in hand. Sorry, Ayako. but I can't let you pass. Impossible? Liu hesitated for an instant, and his shadow tendrils paused for just a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, the four figures closed in, forming a loose encirclement. Ah? Liu let out a resigned sigh. If his guess was right. A dull thud rang out. Naganoha was sent flying backward. Liu offered a wry smile, raising both hands in surrender. We give up. A short blade stopped just before his face, then was coldly withdrawn by the young swordsman holding it. That's great, Rin cheered, pumping her tiny fists in excitement. But seeing Iyako's less-than-happy expression, she quickly stifled her smile and began to comfort her. Naganoha picked himself up from the ground, puzzled, muttering to himself. Wait a second, wasn't the first one that showed up a shadow clone? How could? Liu rubbed his forehead and explained, we fell for their trick. Those two who appeared at first weren't both shadow clones. Naganoha looked at Liu, still utterly confused. The expression on his face could be translated as, what the hell are you babbling about, kid? Liu gave a small, and patiently explained to Naganoha. Obito and the others must have realized that within 100 paces any extra shadow clones wouldn't escape Iyako's perception, so they set up a ruse blending the real body among the shadow clones, and appeared in two separate groups to confuse us. If we hesitated for even a moment, or misjudged our target, they'd have a perfect chance to close in and launch a surprise attack. Light and shadow, real and fake. When there's a clear difference in strength, this kind of open strategy is almost impossible to counter. Naganoha thought to himself, why would I hesitate? Wouldn't it be easier to just go and head first? Besides, can any normal person really think this much in just a couple of seconds? But if he said that out loud, he'd definitely come off as an idiot. So Naganoha pretended to have a sudden revelation and nodded in understanding. Then he turned to Obito with a hint of anger and glared at him. Obito, you coward! Don't even have the guts to fight me head on. Obito grinned and tapped his forehead. Sparrow, my advice for you in future battles. Try using your brain a bit more. Rin tugged at Obito's hand and whispered, all right, Obito, that's enough. Let's not rub it in. Seeing that Obito had fallen silent, Naganoha didn't bother firing back. Instead, he turned to Liu beside him, speaking from the heart. Pineapple Head, you really are sharp. I'm not gonna admit defeat. Liu scratched his head awkwardly. Huh. It's nothing really. Naganoha's sudden politeness actually caught him off guard at that moment. The examiner in charge of invigilation strolled over at a leisurely pace and announced the victory of Obito's team. With that, Obito and his companions had officially cleared the second round of the exam. The third round was the real heart of the entire test. The individual duels, a true test of one's own strength. The assessment was a knockout tournament, but passing didn't depend solely on winning. The examiners would judge each candidate's performance in battle to decide whether they were fit to become a Chunin. Inside the Konoha indoor arena, the examinees stood in a loose line around the massive stage. Naganoha stood among the candidates, waving his fist toward Obito in the distance. Obito, you'd better hope you don't face me, or else you'll end up kneeling on the ground, begging me not to eliminate you. Obito quietly mocked him in his heart. Not bothering to respond, this guy had barely managed to scrape through the team revival round. And now he was getting cocky again. In the anime storyline, teams eliminated in the second round could still have candidates participating in the third round. The arena's second floor was reserved for dignitaries from various nations. From their lofty vantage point, they could see everything that happened below. After all, the Chunin exams were also a crucial part of the political games between ninja villages. It was a battlefield where nations competed in secret, each vying for supremacy. Now tensions among the ninja villages were at a breaking point. From the highest ranks down to the examinees, the air was thick with anticipation and hostility. Hey, you losers from the Leaf Village, just wait. You're in for it, Hawith. Just the likes of you. Careful you don't embarrass yourselves. A burst of static chatter filled the arena as several telegraph operators sprang into action, relaying real-time messages across long distances. Silence. Hiruzen Tsurutobi gathered his chakra, his voice booming from deep within, full of commanding authority. Instantly, his words drowned out the commotion in the hall. Faced with the imposing presence of this legendary ninja, everyone present fell immediately silent. Only then did the proctor step onto the stage to announce the rules for this round of the examination. Wow. The examiner is actually a beautiful woman. With nothing better to do, Obito couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Once the rules were explained, the examiner drew the first pair of combatants for the opening match. First match, Nagano-ha versus Horii Masami. With that, the examiner exited the stage. Nagano-ha strode up with a swagger, stretching his arms and legs, eager to begin. "Hey, Sparrow, give it your best up there," Obito called out from below. Nagano-ha paused, then smirked with obvious disdain. "Tsh, as if I need your encouragement." Ayako also cheered from the sidelines. "Go Hakuin." As the friends exchanged words, Nagano-ha's opponent made his way to the stage as well. Horii Masami was a ninja from the Hidden Rain village, appearing to be about 30, with a sturdy, muscular frame. He wore tattered clothes, and a long iron sword was strapped to his waist. Looking at the scrawny Nagano-ha before him, Horii Masami flashed a wicked grin, as if victory was already in his grasp. Nagano-ha glanced at him, chin tilted up in disdain. "Still not a Chunin at 30, man. You must be seriously unlucky, old-timer." Maybe Obito's encouragement had unlocked something in him, because his trash talk was on point. Horii Masami's face twisted in anger. "You little brat. I'm not 30. I just turned 13. Obito was floored. "Dude, with those wrinkles, you look like you're in a hurry to grow old." Nagano-ha put his hands on his hips and scoffed. "13? You're not even half my height, kid. Little brother, keep dreaming." Horii Masami cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and menacing like beans popping in a hot pan. "Sharp tongue, brat. I'll break a few of your bones, so you learn some respect." Nagano-ha gave a disbelieving snort. "Please, do you even know who my uncle is?" "You think you can talk to me like that?" A collective gasp swept the crowd. Did this kid have powerful connections? All eyes turned to Nagano-ha, who stood on the stage, arrogant as ever. For a moment he was genuinely uncertain, so he probed tentatively. "So, who exactly is this uncle of ours?" Nagano-nami replied smugly. "My uncle is the director of Konoha Hospital. Even if you break my bones, I don't need to wait in line." "At the hospital?" Horii Masami was dumbfounded. Nagano-nami grinned teasingly. "What, did you really think you could fool me?" "Oh, looks like you're not entirely clueless after all," Horii Masami shouted. "You're full of nonsense." The examiner finally couldn't take it anymore. Both candidates commenced the match immediately, or you'll both be disqualified. "Did all these national officials come all this way just to watch you two bicker?" Prompted by the examiner, Horii Masami unsheathed his long sword, let out an angry roar, and charged straight at Nagano-nami. Everything Nagano-nami had pulled just now had thoroughly rattled him, sending his composure plummeting. Seeing his opponent lose all semblance of strategy, Nagano-nami chuckled, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Horii Masami made the first move, taijutsu. "A sword speaks louder than words." Nagano-nami countered quickly, "Taijutsu." "Nagano barrage." Horii Masami unleashed a combination ninjutsu and taijutsu move, wind style. Sword of bewildering gale. Not to be outdone, Nagano-nami retaliated with his own wind style jutsu. Wind style. Nagano wave. They exchanged blow after blow, the battle flowing back and forth like a turn-based duel. Each attack met with a counter, the rhythm almost choreographed. Obito watched from below, barely containing his laughter. "When you two finish your flashy moves, can't you just follow up with a basic combo and juggle your opponent in the air?" Amateurs. Absolute amateurs. Still, everyone in the audience could see it. The hot-headed Horii Masami was gradually falling into Nagano-nami's rhythm, breathing heavily. Horii Masami lunged again, thrusting his sword at Nagano-nami, but Nagano-nami remained calm, raising his kunai and sidestepping to intercept. With a screech of metal, Nagano-nami deflected Horii Masami's sword. He raised his other hand and landed a solid punch. There was a heavy thud. The punch landed squarely on Horii Masami's face, sending him flying across the arena. Nagano-nami pressed his advantage, instantly closing the distance. Taijutsu, Nagano barrage. His fists rained down like a violent storm, pummeling Horii Masami relentlessly. And as he struck, he bellowed, at the top of his lungs, "Take this, Obito!" Obito fell silent. "Really? Are you settling personal grudges now?" The examiner, her graceful figure swaying, stepped onto the stage and announced the results of the first round. "The match is over. The winner of Group 1 is Nagano-nami. Take this, Obito." "Hey, contestant, that's enough." "Stop, please stop." Nagano-nami and Horii Masami were both carried off the stage, bringing the first battle to a close. The examiner, slightly exasperated, drew names for the next match. Second match, Naruto versus Marco. Marco was a ninja from the hidden waterfall village. Sporting a head of short, curly hair, his head looked just like a pineapple. A stifled laugh escaped from Obito in the audience. Pineapple head versus pineapple head. This match was going to be interesting. Liu and Marco didn't exchange a single word. The moment they entered the arena, Shuriken began to whistle through the air between them. The distance between the two grew shorter and shorter. Marco drew a tachi, opting for close-quarters combat. The long blade flashed with ferocious speed and power. Liu didn't dare take the attacks head-on, retreating step by step. In terms of pure strength, he seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. But then, Liu showed everyone what it meant to push the limits of maneuvering. Slipping and weaving with remarkable flair, his footwork left the audience in awe. Obito watched with envy and said, "Liu's got some seriously flexible hips." Guy shook his head at Obito's words and replied, "That's not quite right, Obito-kun. You and I train our backs in court every day. Our strength must be greater than his." Rin nearby looked over with curiosity. "Training the dragon spine? What's that?" Not only Rin, but Kakashi, Ayako, and the others also turned their attention toward them. Guy, proud as ever, began, "Training the dragon spine is MMPH. At the critical moment, Obito clamped a hand over Guy's mouth. A bit flustered, he stammered, "It's nothing, really nothing at all. Look, Liu's about to win." Everyone's attention snapped back to the arena. Liu and Marco, fighting and retreating, had reached the very edge of the platform. Liu had his back to the boundary, just a few steps away from stepping out. Opposite him, Marco gathered his strength in his legs and lunged forward again. "Now's the time." With a sharp turn, Liu darted to the side. In that instant, his shadow stretched out, weaving like a spider's web to snare Marco's shadow. Shadow imitation jutsu activated. With the force of the jutsu and Marco's own momentum, he stumbled straight off the platform. From the viewing stands, the third Hokage took a sip of tea, eyes crinkling with delight. "Excellent." As expected of a Nara child, the proctor, a young woman, stepped onto the platform and waved her delicate hand. "The match is decided. The winner of the second round, Nara." Liu. Marco left the arena, looking somewhat dejected. Liu, meanwhile, lazily cradled his head and strolled off the platform at a leisurely pace. During this time, the proctor had already drawn the next pair of contestants for the third match. Hitaki Kakashi versus Aoyama Shinichi. Kakashi, utterly calm, strode onto the arena. He drew his short blade, pointing it toward the grass ninja across from him. Down below, Rin pumped her little fists in the air, cheering for Kakashi. "Go Kakashi-kun." Obito took Rin's hand, putting on a serious face. "Rin-chan, Kakashi's definitely going to win. You don't need to cheer. It's a waste of energy. You'll need to save your strength to win your own match later." Rin tilted her head in confusion. There was a nagging sense that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But the winner of the third match, Kakashi Hitaki. The young woman's cold voice rang out. Obito blinked in disbelief. Rin was equally stunned. Only then did the two realize that, while they had been talking, Kakashi had already secured his victory. Ayako gazed up at Kakashi on the stage with unashamed admiration, feeling as if a little deer was waltzing in her heart. A dance of love. Kakashi-kun is just too amazing. The whole match didn't even last half a minute. Still, was it really okay for it to end this quickly? Looking up, all three matches so far had ended in Konoha's favor. The faces of the other nations' leaders had grown increasingly grim, shadowed and dark as if cast in ink. How is it Konoha again? Weren't they supposed to be in decline these past few years? Well, even a thin camel is bigger than a horse. You have to give them that. Konoha is still Konoha. As long as the old man's around, no one else is taking the crown. Of course, the uglier their faces grew and the harsher their muttered curses, the more radiant the smile became on Hiruzen's face. He sipped his tea with relish, smacking his lips in satisfaction from time to time. The people from the neighboring nations could only seethe in silence, too angry to speak, but unable to voice their resentment. Soon enough, the young woman's voice echoed out again. Match 4. Obito Uchiha versus Might Guy. From the second floor of the arena, someone burst out, laughing. "Finally, the people of Konoha are going to lose." "Ha!" The person beside him was utterly speechless. "Dude, are you out of your mind? You're taking self-consolation too far. Seriously, Konoha's contestants are fighting amongst themselves. What has that got to do with you anyway? If anything, Konoha's about to claim victory 4 times in a row." Rin whispered encouragement to Obito. "Obito-kun, Do your best. Obito nodded and walked onto the platform with Guy. Facing Guy across the arena, Obito's expression turned serious. Guy-san, in a moment, I hope you'll. But Guy waved his hand, cutting him off. Don't worry, Obito-kun, I know exactly what you mean. As Obito's confidant, Guy prided himself on their perfect understanding. Words were unnecessary between them. Just a glance was enough to know what the other was thinking. Guy removed his training weights with a solemn expression. I promise to give it my all. I won't hold anything back. Obito's expression turned complicated. I knew it. Seeing the look of relief on Obito's face, Guy offered a genuine smile in return. Everything was understood without being said. Obito began to brood. Guy's taijutsu was formidable. If he hoped to overwhelm him, that seemed unlikely. Besides, Guy had an iron will. Illusions wouldn't hold him for long. This was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't win decisively, he'd never stun the crowd. There was no helping it. It looked like he'd have to try a different approach, stunning the entire audience. As Obito's thoughts raced, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had an idea. The author guesses that someone will make a wild guess here. Obito swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and called out in a low voice shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 shadow clones appeared, lining up on either side of Obito. Got visibly excited, tugged up his pants a little. 3 Obitos, Now, that's something worth looking forward to. Up in the stands, the 3rd Hokage took a surprise sip of tea. Little Obito can already use the shadow clone so skillfully. Beside him, Shisuke wore a rather peculiar expression. Obito couldn't even manage the basic clone technique at school, but he picked up the shadow clone pretty quickly. This just doesn't make sense. But then Shisuke thought to himself, the world of ninja never did care much for scientific logic in the first place. The 3rd Hokage smiled as he sipped his tea, clearly pleased with Obito's performance. Not bad. But what he didn't know was that his smile would soon freeze on his face. Back in the arena, Obito looked at Guy with a serious expression. Guy, the next move I'm about to use is terrifying. You'd better be on your guard. Guy's cheeks flushed an even deeper red. Obito, when you say things like that, it only makes me even more excited. My youth is about to burst into flames. Obito nodded. All right then. Since Guy was ready, it was time to begin. Obito clapped his small hands together, silently reciting in his heart. Teacher Kurama, Teacher Hada, Teacher Koizumi. It's decided. Let's dazzle the whole crowd together. Sexy technique. A puff of smoke billowed and quickly cleared. 3 women now stood on the stage. Their beauty wasn't enough to topple empires, but they possessed a delicate charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Their figures weren't exaggerated, yet somehow inspired longing. With pure and innocent looks, they somehow awakened a deep desire within the men watching. For a moment, the entire arena fell into a dead silence. The men stared in stunned disbelief. The women were left utterly bewildered. What kind of jutsu is this, for heaven's sake? Is this really something you can just watch for free in public? With a splutter, the 3rd Hokage couldn't hold back and sprayed tea all over Shisuke's face. Shisuke? Good tea. Rich, smooth, sweet, and mellow. Rin's lips parted slightly as she stood frozen in shock. Obito, what on earth are you doing? Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead. This idiot. A flood of less-than-pleasant memories surged through his mind, unstoppable, making him feel as if his skull might split open. Deer Feather buried his face in his hands, thinking, I don't know this guy. So many people watching, and now the embarrassment has gone international. Am I really the only one this flat? Ayako stared at the women on stage, sinking into a deep well of self-doubt. Nagano Nami's eyes were glued to the scene. And at that moment, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. His smile turned sly and lecherous. On the stage, Obito's expression grew solemn. The seduction jutsu demanded both the right form and spirit. He had only managed to imitate the appearance, but the essence was still missing. Countless suggestive poses flashed through his mind, and his body began to sway in rhythm with them. The secrets of Konoha, now broadcasting live. 3 women in tattered clothes struck a series of daring acrobatic poses, instantly drawing gasps from the crowd. The people of Konoha are truly unfathomable. We've never even heard of such terrifying taijutsu before. Incredible. A candidate actually pulled a stunt like this just to pass the exam. HM, you have a way with words, my friend. Why not join the press department of the Land of Water? We can talk about salary. This is utterly disgraceful. Hey, you up front. Sit down, will you? You're blocking my view. Up in the stands, there was a sharp snap. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was as dark as Danzo's. He crushed the cup in his hand without even realizing it. Mocking voices echoed all around him. Ah, this is killing me. Trust Konoha, the great ninja village, to be full of such talent. Indeed, this young man is quite the character. I'm willing to pay handsomely to have him join my ranks. But why? Not for any particular reason. I just enjoy this sort of thing. All right then. Hiruzen let out a cold snort and turned to the man beside him. Shisuke, is this what you call a good student? Shisuke looked utterly wronged. This kid's antics have nothing to do with me. If you keep blaming me for this, I'll quit teaching and open a convenience store instead. Seeing that Shisuke didn't respond, Hiruzen straightened up in his seat, forcing his face into a mask of anger as he looked back at the stage. This seduction jutsu is actually quite impressive. No, this won't do. It must be classified as a forbidden technique. Such a power to turn the mundane into the extraordinary can never be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Back on the stage, Guy stared at the three women before him, his blood surging so fiercely that his face turned bright red. Obito, are you trying to humiliate me? Obito was utterly confused. I brought out three delicate beauties. How is that an insult to you? If I really wanted to humiliate you, well, that would cost extra. Just then, the examiner's cool, crisp voice rang out. Uchiha Obito has violated exam regulations. I hereby revoke his qualification for this round. Obito was shocked. He dispelled the seduction jutsu and looked at the examiner with a wounded expression. But I didn't break any exam rules. The examiner's beautiful face was as cold as ice. My word is the rule. Leave now. Otherwise, you could forget about ever taking the Chunin exams again. Obito felt a bit disgruntled. Who does she think she is bossing people around like that, saying I can't take the exam? Oh wait, that's right. When she introduced herself earlier, didn't she say her name was Sarutobi something? Never mind then. Obito walked off the arena, feeling frustrated. He sighed inwardly. If only the examiner were a handsome young man, he thought. Not only would they never have kicked me out, they'd probably want me to stay on the stage forever. In truth, Guy was even more downcast than Obito. The fire of his youth had been thoroughly extinguished. Off stage, Rin hurried over, looking worried as she watched Obito being ushered down. Obito she called softly. Kakashi wanted to go over as well, but he was bound by his cool and aloof persona. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to stay where he was. Reader, your ship is about to be stolen by another girl, and you're still keeping up appearances? Seriously? Obito gently squeezed Rin's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Rin-chan, really. There's nothing to worry about. Rin studied him with a suspicious look, but soon realized he genuinely didn't seem upset. While the two were talking, the examiner's voice rang out again. Yusuji Huai and Noera Rin, please come to the stage. Oh, it's my turn now. Rin took a couple of steps toward the platform, then turned back with a hint of concern, reminding Obito, I'll go compete first. Take care of yourself, okay? Obito nodded, grinning, and gave her a thumbs up for encouragement. Go get him. Rin-chan. After Rin stepped onto the stage, Liu came over as well. He patted Obito on the shoulder, offering a few words of comfort. Obito chatted with Liu for a moment, then left the examination hall. Once he'd double-checked that no one was around, he whispered to himself, System bro, this should count as completing the mission, right? If this doesn't count as stunning the whole audience, then it must be because I didn't conjure up teacher Sanzang on stage. System. Choice completed. Reward granted. Hashirama, cell modification, a familiar notification chimed his mind. Obito couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Phew, what's a mere Chunin title compared to this? The reward from these choices are the real deal. He felt a surge of warmth flow through his body, welling up from nowhere. This warm current slowly coursed through every fiber of his being, transforming his meridians, muscles, bones, even his very cells. Anything produced by the system is guaranteed top-notch, Obito exclaimed in awe. In just a short span, he felt his physical abilities take a leap forward. He figured he could carry a sack of rice up several flights of stairs now, without so much as breaking a sweat. This meant his stamina, endurance, and chakra reserves had all been significantly boosted by the transformation. More importantly, he no longer had to worry about straining his eyes when using his ocular jutsu. I might know just a handful of ninjutsu, but with my current strength, I'm probably at the level of a special jonin by now, Obito boasted to himself, shaking his head with pride. This feels so good. This kind of power boost is way sweeter than just being a Chunin. Who needs to be a Chunin? I could still take on a world as a genin, no problem. That evening, Uchiha Kawa returned home looking utterly exhausted. He had watched the entire Chunin exam that day so naturally he had witnessed his nephew's outrageous performance. Damn it, the Uchiha clan's reputation had been completely ruined by that brat. Well, although that girl in the middle, she certainly had her own special charm. Hearing the commotion, Shursui walked out of his room, curiosity written on his face. "Father, is the Chunin exam over? How did Brother Obito do?" Kawa winced at his son's eager expression, feeling a headache coming on. He paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "Shursui, your brother Obito didn't pass the exam, but he certainly stole the show. That's something no other candidate managed to do so well. It wasn't all bad." Shursui clenched his fists in excitement. "I knew it." Kawa looked at his son's face, brimming with admiration, and made a silent decision. From now on, he'd have to make sure his boy spent less time around Obito. No need for his son to pick up any of that guy's bad habits. The next day, at Minato's team meeting spot, Obito stared at Rin in disbelief, almost doubting his own ears. "What did you just say, Rin-chan? You mean everyone except me passed the Chunin exam?" Rin fiddled with her fingers, giving an embarrassed little smile. "That's right, Obito-kun, even that sparrow brain made it." Obito muttered to himself, feeling worse by the second. He didn't care much about the Chunin title, but with everyone else promoted and him still stuck as a genin, it was downright humiliating. Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance, his eyes half-lidded in that bored, sardonic way. "Idiot, that's what you get for goofing off during the exam. You had the skill to pass, you know," Obito grunted twice, then punched Kakashi in the arm. Good old Kakashi couldn't spare a word of comfort, only sarcasm. "Kakashi, Obito, you too. Not this again." Just as the three of them were squabbling, Minato dropped down from above with a gentle smile. "Looks like everyone's in good spirits today. Excellent. We've received a new mission. We'll be leaving the village soon, so get ready, all right." At the mention of a new mission, Obito perked right up, all of his earlier gloom vanishing in an instant. "Sensei, what kind of mission is it?" "We're leaving the village. It's got to be something exciting." Minato looked at Obito, his smile turning just a bit mischievous. "Ah, yes. It's a very interesting mission indeed. But this time we'll only need 3 people. Obito's face fell. "We only need 3 people. That extra person. It wouldn't be." Minato nodded slightly with a look of certainty. "That's right, Obito. You won't be taking part in this mission." Obito clutched his head and let out a dramatic wail. Minato-sensei, even you." Minato chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I couldn't help but tease you a little. After all, yesterday you left your teacher to be the butt of jokes for quite a while, remember? In any case, the reason you're not coming is because there's a special task just for you." Obito's eyes lit up once more. "Oh, what kind of special task? Am I going undercover in the land of Earth?" Minato shook his head with an odd expression. Actually, there's a pharmacy owner who's asked for a ninja to help sort her medicinal herbs. When she made the request, she specifically named you to help her." "Oh, come on." "No doubt, the person who put in this request was most likely Yuki." Obito sighed. "Why does it have to be like this? You're all heading out for an exciting mission, and I'm left behind, alone, in a room with an absolute beauty. Do you really think I'll be miserable? You all know me too well." Rin giggled and said the client must be some old lady Obito helped before. "She really seems to like you, Obito." Kakashi nodded with a smirk, clearly enjoying Obito's predicament. Obito snorted and shot Kakashi a disgruntled look. "Not even close. The one who hired me is a beautiful young lady. Seriously, she's stunning." Kakashi scoffed, clearly unconvinced. In his experience, every woman Obito knew was at least 50 years old. Stunning. An 18-year-old might be considered pretty. A 72-year-old granny. That's quadruple the prettiness. "All right, let's get going then," Minato said with a smile. "Obito, you get ready and head to the pharmacy soon." Obito sighed again, reluctantly replying, "Okay, Minato-sensei." With that, Minato led Rin and Kakashi off into the distance. Rin waved her small hand at Obito. "We're off, Obito." "Bye-bye." Kakashi shoved his hands in his pockets and just shrugged. "We're going." After watching Minato and the others leave, Obito turned and made his way to the pharmacy. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the door. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw that familiar, graceful figure. Yuki sat behind the counter, a warm smile on her face as she looked at Obito. "There you are, kid." Obito grinned and scratched his head sheepishly. "Long time no see, Yuki-ne." Yuki tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers and got straight to the point. "Well, since you're Here, let's get to work. Go bring all those boxes from outside in. Wait, just like that. So straightforward. All right then, let's get started. But just as he rolled up his sleeves, a multiple choice prompt popped up in his mind. Option 1. Honestly move the medicinal herbs. Be a good, honest guy. Reward for completion. None. What does an honest person need a reward for? Option 2. Pretend to move the herbs, but actually sneak glances at Yuji. Be a little rascal. Reward for completion. Seduction technique level up. Option 3. Working. Not in this lifetime. No way I'm doing. Chores. Skip the herbs. Go chat with the pretty lady instead. Reward for completion. Yuji's favor +1. Reminder. When Yuji's favor reaches a certain level, follow-up missions will be unlocked. Obito glanced over the options, his expression a bit complicated. Clearly, he still didn't understand women. He almost went and actually did the work. Never try to guess what a girl is thinking. You'll never figure it out. Option 1 is definitely out. As for option 2, Obito have never been one for chasing women. Of course, not really into men either. I'll go with 3. Obito grabbed a small stool, sat down next to Yuji, and grinned. Yuji, it's been a while. How about we have a good chat? Choice successful. Reward obtained. Yuji's favor +1, a charming smile curved at the corner of Yuji's lips. Sure, let's chat. What do you want to talk about? Obito ventured. How about we talk about something a little sensitive? Yuji was taken aback, a faint blush blooming on her pretty face. What kind of sensitive topic? What do you mean? She must be overthinking. He's just a kid. Obito grinned mischievously. Like, for example, Yuji, what's your take on the current chaotic situation among the 5 great nations? Yuji shot him an exasperated look. This brat was clearly messing with her. You little rascal. Does teasing me make you that happy? Obito nodded matter-of-factly. Of course it does. Why else would I do it? Yuji was left speechless. You actually have a point. I've got nothing to say to that. The two of them ended up chatting the entire day, delving deep into conversation. It wasn't until evening fell that Obito finally left, still reluctant to go. Watching him walk away, Yuji smiled to herself and muttered, that kid really is something? Suddenly, Yuji slapped the table as if she'd just remembered something. Wait a minute. I hired him to do work. Or did I end up chatting with that kid all day? Now he's gone. Who's going to move all these boxes at the door? Yuji stared at the boxes by the entrance, her delicate face darkening with frustration. Singing of the sunrise, singing of the sunset, singing of laughter, singing of the stars that twinkle, singing of worries, singing of joy. Obito hummed a little tune, feeling utterly content as he returned home. A lovely lady chatted with me, and even sent me a bit of money. I really do have the makings of someone who can live off a woman's kindness. I wonder if old Lady Kagaya would fancy someone like me. His mind drifted aimlessly with such thoughts. Then, sitting cross-legged on the floor, Obito decided it was time to try out an idea he'd been mulling over. My body's modifications are nearly complete. I should be able to handle that power now. Back when Sakumo died and he awakened his Sharingan, the second tomo had already been faintly forming, but his body strength at the time simply couldn't withstand the power of a 2-tomo Sharingan. So he hadn't managed to awaken it then. Still, he could feel that power remained within him, lurking in his mind, waiting to be born. Now he intended to draw out that power, to upgrade his Sharingan. Well then, let's begin. Obito took a deep breath and cast a Genjutsu on himself. His consciousness was pulled into a scenario sealed within it. He would be forced to witness everything that happened from start to finish. A sheer cliff, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. In the suffocating darkness of night, masked figures stood everywhere. They were hidden in the shadows, blades in hand, gazes cold as they watched the 2 young boys, as if they were already looking at corpses. With a sharp, metallic hiss, blades were drawn, ghostly. Figures lunged at the 2 youths. A piercing cry, a chorus of birds shrieking in the night. The silver-haired boy, lightning crackling in his hand, charged at an enemy. Yet, inexplicably, instead of running his foe through, his attack pierced the chest of his own companion. Blood blossomed on the girl's chest, as vivid as a deadly flower. The girl fell with a gentle smile. Within the 2 boys, it was as if flames were burning their very hearts. Eaha! In reality, Obito let out a guttural, hysterical growl. Because he was Obito, he was the tragic protagonist of this scene. The girl he loved had been struck through the heart by his closest friend. Such immersion was something outsiders could never truly understand. Grief and despair, anger and confusion. A torrent of negative emotions surged up from the depths of his soul, battering at his spirit and mind. With a thunderous roar, the power lurking in his mind was stirred. It surged forth uncontrollably, flooding into his eyes. Obito opened his eyes once more. In the blood-red depths of his gaze, two Tomo now. Spun slowly it worked, he murmured. Yet there was none of the joy that should come with success. The Jinjutsu had magnified his emotions, and he was still trapped in the sorrow of Rin's death for a long, long time. He remained lost in that pain. He let out a long breath, finally casting off the shadows in his heart. Phew. I finally awakened the double Tomo. Not bad at all, but honestly this method will probably only work this once, if I hadn't already briefly unlocked the two Tomo before. This kind of illusion where I already know the outcome just doesn't have that much of a stimulating effect. Obito wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Lying on his small bed, he drifted peacefully into dreamland. The next day, Obito woke up full of energy. His naturally lively and cheerful self had already tossed yesterday's worries to the back of his mind. Sensei Minato and the others probably won't be back today. What should I do with myself? Come to think of it, I haven't set any little goals for myself lately. With that thought, he tentatively spoke up. Hey, System Bro, why don't you give me a challenge? System. Ding. Option 1. Complete 100 D-rank missions within 6 months. Reward. Patience +1. Option 2. Defeat 20 Chunin within 6 months. Reward. Taijutsu upgrade. Jonin level. Option 3. Complete 30 C-rank missions within 6 months. Reward. Labor is glorious BGM. A labor is glorious BGM. With this BGM, no one can outwork you. When your stamina is exhausted, instantly recover 20% of your maximum stamina. This effect can only be triggered once per day. What the heck is patience +1? Obito immediately ignored the first option and kept reading, defeat 20. Chunin. Hiv. Obito chuckled darkly. If I took out all my fellow classmates, I'd be halfway done with the task right there. And if I did that, the only ones left in my class would be Genin. Who would dare make fun of me then? Of course, Obito was only joking. There was no way he would harm his beloved friends and comrades just for some petty reward. Better to pick option 3. With that reward buff in an even match. It's almost like having an extra life. Plus, the difficulty of option 3 is lower than option 2. With half a year, it should be doable. Obito quickly made up his mind. He mentally hammered on option 3. 3. Once Sensei Minato and the others returned, he'd follow them on as many missions as possible. Sometime later, Minato was a little surprised to find that his student Obito seemed like a changed person. Obito began to take the initiative, urging the team to accept more missions. And during the missions, he was more enthusiastic than anyone. How to put it? It was as if a relentless grinder had actually grown into a real person. Minato felt genuinely gratified by Obito's transformation. Obito has finally grown up. All those years of patient guidance haven't been in vain. Minato glanced at Obito, who stood by his side, and offered a gentle smile. Obito, why don't you share your thoughts with us? Right now, the 4 of them were carrying out a C-rank mission. Their task was to capture a fugitive from the Land of Fire and extract information from him. After following his trail for some time, they had finally tracked down the fugitive's whereabouts. If everything went as expected, the man should be hiding right inside the cave ahead of them. If I push myself a bit more, maybe I can squeeze out another chapter. Obito straightened his small frame, eager to share his ideas. Sensei Minato, I think we could do it this way, and then try this. Or maybe we could try that approach, and then follow up like this. He rattled off several different strategies, looking at Minato with anticipation. Once he'd finished, Sensei, what do you think about my ideas? Minato was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, after hearing your analysis. I think we need to analyze it a bit more, Obito. Kakashi chimed in as well. If there was even a hint of feasibility in your ideas, they wouldn't be so completely unworkable, Obito. What's with these two? Obito slumped down, feeling rather dejected. Seeing this, Rin smiled gently and moved to sit beside him. She patted his back and softly comforted him. Minato let out a sigh and turned to Kakashi. Why don't you share your thoughts, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before quickly presenting a thorough plan. We could, and then Minato nodded with approval. Excellent. We'll go with Kakashi's plan. I'll stay here and watch your backs. Begin the operation. Kakashi's plan was meticulous. With the 3 youngsters working together, they easily subdued the fugitive. Having just lost face to Kakashi, Obito was determined to redeem himself. He volunteered eagerly, taking on the task of interrogating the prisoner. "Wait for me by the cave entrance, everyone. I'll be back in no time." With that, Obito strode confidently into the cave. He eyed the fugitive, who was tightly bound and lying on the ground. With a mischievous grin, the fugitive's eyes widened. In fear as Obito approached, "Don't come any closer." Obito let out a sinister chuckle. "It's not up to you anymore." He marched forward and began his interrogation, his questions coming fast and relentless. "Are you going to talk or not? Well, speak up." "I," still refusing to cooperate. "Looks like you're a tough one. I'll make you talk." Outside the cave, Rin listened to the continuous wails echoing out and suddenly felt something was off. Did Obito even ask any questions after going in there? Kakashi and Minato exchanged a glance. It really does seem that way. The three of them hurried into the cave. When they looked at the fugitive lying on the ground, he was already foaming at the mouth, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Rin quickly grabbed Obito by the arm. "Obito, stop hitting him." "Think for a second. Did you forget to ask for information at the beginning?" Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Was it really him who forgot? Just now, he'd been focused solely on outdoing Kakashi. It seemed he really had forgotten to ask. The fugitive, whose face was so swollen he looked like a pig, was on the verge of tears from sheer injustice. "You started hitting me the moment you came in. I wanted to talk, but couldn't you at least ask?" Obito, annoyed and embarrassed, kicked the fugitive again. "If I don't ask, you can't take the initiative to confess? You wouldn't think to answer on your own? Does someone have to ask before you say anything? What, do you think you're my girlfriend or something?" Frightened by Obito's unpredictable temper, the fugitive spilled everything he knew in a rush. He was terrified that if he waited any longer, he wouldn't get another chance to speak. Minato's expression became a touch peculiar. Even though the process was a bit bizarre, the result wasn't bad, all things considered. "All right, let's take him to the prison in the Land of Fire. Once we hand him over, our mission will be complete." At Minato's words, Obito yanked the fugitive up from the ground and spat disdainfully. "Let's go, you two-faced scoundrel." The fugitive was left bewildered. "If I don't talk, I get beaten. If I do talk, I get insulted. Can't we just act like normal people? I'm only 20. I just want to live. What did I do to deserve this?" A few months later, outside the mission hall in Konoha, Kakashi stood in thought, absent-mindedly touching his forehead protector. "Recently, it seems like we've been getting missions more and more frequently." At his words, both Obito and Rin nodded with serious expressions. At first, they'd only be assigned a C-rank mission about once every 10 days. But as time passed, the village started scheduling missions much more often. There were even times when they'd get 2 C-rank missions within 10 days. On the surface, this meant Obito was making progress toward his goals much faster. But in reality, it was hardly a good sign. It meant the ninja world was growing more and more unstable. The three of them chatted outside. Meanwhile, inside the mission hall, Minato was submitting the mission report. "Choice successful. Reward obtained. Labor is the most glorious BGM, a prompt suddenly sounded in Obito's mind. Only then did he realize he'd already completed 30 C-rank missions. Minato walked out from the mission hall, smiling as he asked Obito, "Are you planning to participate in this year's Chunin exams?" Rin, standing beside them, sighed with a hint of nostalgia. "Time really flies. It's already time for the Chunin exams again." Kakashi nodded in deep agreement. He felt as if the last Chunin exams had only happened 2 days ago. Obito didn't rush to answer. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the wise, brilliant, and capable system would probably present him with a multiple-choice question. The system was a bit exasperated. "Does the host really think such a low-level trick could work on me?" A soft chime sounded. Option 1. Participate in the Chunin exams and become a Jonin. Completion reward. Chakra doubled. "Don't get your hopes up. This is just for show." Option 2. Participate in the Chunin exams and become a Chunin. Completion reward. Kimui limited card. Option 3. Refuse to take the exam and remain a Genin. Completion reward. Fire style. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Kimui limited card. When you awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan King, Mangekyo Sharingan will be automatically activated. Obito glanced at option 1, and his lips twitched twice. Well, there was nothing more to say. Pass. The rewards for options 2 and 3 were quite enticing. The Kamui limited card and the Majestic Destroyer Flame. Both were truly valuable. Back when Lord Madara was putting on a show on the battlefield. It was with the majestic destroyer flame that he, thanks to the elemental advantage, crushed dozens of allied shinobi using water style. Still, though he coveted the majestic destroyer flame, Obito wanted the so-called Kimui limited card even more. As everyone knows, the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are tied to the user's state of mind at the time of awakening. Obito was honestly worried that all the chaotic thoughts swirling in his head now might affect his Mangekyo's abilities. If he awakened some bizarre power, he'd probably end up bawling in a pretty girl's arms. He really didn't want to become some terrifying Uchiha. Weirdo. All he wanted was to start out with double Kimui powers. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Susanoo paired with Kamui. Now, that's promising youth. Having made up his mind, Obito chose option 2. He looked at Minato, his gaze resolute. Sensei Minato, I will definitely become a Chunin this time. A gentle smile appeared on Minato's face. He took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Obito. All right, I believe in you, Obito. Obito accepted the paper, realizing it was the application form for the Chunin exams. He was a bit moved as he said, "Thank you, Sensei Minato." Minato smiled and waved his hand, signaling that Obito didn't need to mention it. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, "You, make sure you take the exam properly this time. Don't cause any more trouble." Obito chuckled. "That sounds great, just don't say it next." Kakashi was left speechless. The last time he felt this a loss for words was, well, the last time. Minato clapped his hands, interrupting the two, and said, "Obito, this Chunin exam is a bit special. I need to talk to you in advance. This time the group battle round has been canceled. As long as you pass the written test and make it through the individual battle, you can become a Chunin." It wasn't just Obito. Rin and Kakashi also felt a chill run through their hearts upon hearing this. The village had relaxed the requirements for the Chunin exam. Was this their way of expanding their forces? Unable to hold back, Rin asked Sensei Minato, "Does this mean Konoha will also be joining the war directly?" Ever since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the Land of Lightning had taken advantage of the chaos and launched a surprise attack on the Land of Wind, igniting a conflict among the great nations. From that point on, the ninja world had descended into utter chaos. Minato's eyes lowered. He didn't answer Rin's question directly. Instead, he gently ruffled her hair. "That's not something you need to worry about. No matter what happens, you have your teacher and other seniors to shield you from the storm." The three of them felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. It seemed that open war truly was just around the corner. Minato looked at his three anxious students and let out a helpless smile. All right. Obito, focus on preparing for the Chunin exam in a few days. When the time comes, I'll take everyone to cheer you on at the venue." Obito nodded vigorously. All right. The days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Obito, brimming with confidence, headed to the site of the Chunin exam. The first round was the familiar written test. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Obito felt that the questions this time were noticeably easier than before. "Yeah, I'm sure I'll get a good score this time." When the exam ended, Obito managed to scrape by once again. Passing the written test by the skin of his teeth, he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Next up is the practical combat round. A week later at the Konoha training grounds, Obito looked around, only to spot Rin's figure. He walked up to her a bit puzzled. "Sensei Minato's busy, so I won't ask about him. But what about Kakashi? Didn't he promise to come and cheer me on?" Rin smiled sheepishly. "I think I dragged him off to the training ground for a spar first thing this morning." Obito pouted, clearly displeased. "Humph. I knew I couldn't count on him." "Rin-chan, you're the best." Looking at Obito, sulking like a child, Rin reached out her small hand, wanting to ruffle his hair. Seeing this, Obito bent down slightly and lowered his head. Rin giggled as she gave his hair a gentle rub, then tidied up his hairstyle for him. "Do your best, Obito-kun." Obito's cheeks flushed pink, and he nodded eagerly. "I will, Rin-chan." On the stage, the examiner quickly called out Obito's name. "For the third match, Uchiha Obito versus Baki Hanma. It's my turn. I'm going now, Rin." After saying a word to Rin, Obito walked steadily up to the arena. His opponent, Baki Hanma, was a ninja from the Hidden Waterfall village, but his physique was more like a samurai's. His compact, sinewy muscles bulged, and his deltoid stood out impressively. His arms were almost thicker than Obito's thighs. "Begin," with the examiner's command. Obito's hand was already resting on the hilt of his short blade. Aido! In the blink of an eye, Obito crossed the nearly 10-meter gap. With a fierce slash, his blade cut through the air, as if to sever all things in existence. Baki Hanma didn't flinch. He met Obito's attack, gripping his knuckle duster tightly. A sharp clang of metal rang out as their weapons collided. Baki Hanma staggered back 3 steps, while Obito only took a single step back. Planting his toes firmly, Obito launched himself at Baki Hanma once more. Sparks flew as metal clashed again and again under the relentless strikes from Obito's short blade. Baki Hanma could barely hold up his defense, forced to retreat step after step. Obito remarked in mild surprise, "You're strong. You actually managed to block my blade?" Baki Hanma said nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. "I bet you're just showing off, though I can't prove it." Obito slashed once more, but as Baki Hanma moved to block, Obito suddenly retreated a step. He formed hand seals with both hands, his throat moved, and a burst of fire erupted from his mouth, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Baki Hanma's expression grew grim. He pushed off with his legs and dodged the fiery attack. With swift agility, physical combat was his specialty. Ninjutsu was not, as I thought. It's still too hard to land a hit. Obito muttered under his breath. He quickly formed hand seals again, and suddenly another Obito appeared beside him. He tossed his short sword to his shadow clone, then drew 2 kunai himself, and together they charged at Baki Hanma. After a brief clash, Obito easily secured the victory over Baki Hanma. After all, he wasn't Itachi, and his opponent was no Sasuke. There was no need for theatrics, so he kept things simple. The match is decided. The winner, Uchiha Obito. The examiner announced the result with a hint of regret. A few days ago, he'd heard that this year's Chunin exams had a remarkable candidate, Uchiha Obito, who had stunned everyone in the last round, so he'd specially requested to be the examiner for this match. Sadly, he still didn't get to witness that terrifying forbidden technique firsthand. Obito straightened his clothes and stepped down from the arena. Rin hurried over to him, her face bright with happiness. "You did it. That was amazing, Obito." Obito bashfully scratched his head. It was nothing really. In front of the girl he liked, he was always that shy, quiet boy. After chatting for a while, Obito was called up for another match. Once again, he won handily. Obito felt certain that this year's Chunin exams were in the bag for him. To be honest, with his current skills as a special jonin, taking part in the Chunin exams was honestly a bit like bullying the others. As expected, after all the matches concluded, Obito got exactly what he wanted. He officially became a Chunin. Grinning from ear to ear, he muttered to himself, "This is great. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage." In his mind, a notification chimed, signaling the completion of his mission. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Kamui limited card, comma. Alright, even my cheat is coming in. Obito could hardly contain his delight. Just then Rin waved him over with a mysterious look and beckoned with her small hand. "Obito, come here, I have something to tell you," she whispered conspiratorially. Curiosity piqued, Obito leaned in to listen. Rin got close to his ear, her voice soft as a breeze. "Let's meet in the little grove where we usually train 1 hour from now." Her gentle breath brushed his ear, as if a girl's ponytail had playfully flicked across it, making his heart flutter with anticipation. Obito felt his heart thumping wildly in his chest, pounding faster and faster. He stammered, "It's already so late." What are we going to do there?" The sky outside had already grown dark. In another hour, it would be hard to see anything out there. Rin stuck out her tongue playfully. "You'll see when you get there. I'm heading off first." With that, she skipped away, leaving Obito itching with curiosity, almost wishing he could skip straight ahead to the next hour, just to find out what would happen in the grove. If only I could just jump to the next chapter. Too bad there's only that yellow button. Now, will the ninjas who have passed the exam please come forward to collect your documents? Obito forced himself to sit through 5 more minutes of tedious announcements. Once he received his own set of documents, he hurried home. Hearing him come in, his grandmother stepped out of her room, eyes crinkling with a warm smile. "Obito, how did the exam go today? Did you pass?" Obito pulled out the stack of documents from his pocket and handed them over, brimming with pride. "Of course. Your grandson is officially a Chunin now. Take a look at my certificate. I've got something to take care of, so I'll talk to you later." With that, Obito dashed off to get ready for a bath, feeling the pressure of time. He had to wash up, change into fresh clothes, and get himself looking sharp. Watching Obito rush about, his grandmother couldn't help but chuckle and scold him, slow down. You're always in such a hurry." She went back to her room, fetched her reading glasses, and carefully examined the documents in her hands. "Oh, my grandson is a Chunin now. He's really made something of himself. It's just that this photo doesn't do him justice. My Obito is so handsome. How could they make him look so short and stubby in this picture? Half an hour later, Obito had slicked his hair back like a grown-up and put on a sharp jacket. Then he was ready to head out. Stepping outside, he was hit by a sudden chill. And only then did Obito come to a realization. Damn it, I'm not even wearing any pants. By the time Obito had finished tidying everything up and rushed to the grove, he found himself, to his dismay, on the verge of being late yet again. I need my Kimui, or at least a flying thunder god technique. The night-draped woods were peaceful and serene. The branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if waving to travelers who had yet to return. Obito jogged along, his breath coming in quick, determined bursts as he made his way to their usual training spot. Just then a familiar sweet voice called out, "Obito, you're late again, Rin." Obito's eyes lit up and his pace quickened. But when he arrived, the scene before him made him freeze in surprise. Minato-sensei, Kishik-sensei, Kakashi-ga-shika. Why is everyone here? A plaintive voice drifted over. Obito, don't forget about me. Obito scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Sorry, Yako. I didn't see you just now. Shikaha's lips curled into a gentle smile. It was Rin and Minato-sensei who gathered everyone together. We're all here to celebrate you finally becoming a Chunin. Hey, what about me? Kakashi rolled his eyes in silent protest, grumbling inwardly. Obito was so moved that his eyes grew misty. Everyone. Rin walked over smiling and took his hand. We even prepared gifts for you here. This is a ninja tool pouch I sewed myself. She pressed a small, soft package into Obito's hands. Minato smiled as he handed Obito a book. This is my favorite book. Read it when you have some free time. Kisha gave Obito a new pair of goggles. Ayako's gift was a brand new set of Shuriken. Obito, I bought you a set of ankle weights. Now we can. Before Guy could finish, Obito cut him off. All right, I get it. Thanks. Guy, Shika held out a small box. Set of chess pieces. Come find me whenever you want a game. He pulled a kunai from his pocket and handed it to Obito along with the box. This one's from Bo. Obito stared in shock as he accepted the box and the kunai. No way. Even Sparrow got me something. He picked up the kunai and examined it. It was shiny and sharp, brand new, but engraved on the blade were the words "Dead Last." Obito smacked his lips in amusement. That was just so typical of Sparrow. Holding all his gifts close, he bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you, everyone. Really, thank you. Shika laughed. Come on, you don't have to be so formal. Ayako chimed in with a warm smile. That's right, Obito. There's no need to be so formal between us, Kisuke encouraged him. You must keep working hard, Obito. Don't get complacent just because you've achieved a little. Minato chimed in. I'll be heading off with Kisuke now. We'll leave you youngsters to your conversation. The younger ones quickly responded. Goodbye. Teacher Kisuke, goodbye. Teacher Minato, senpai. After bidding farewell to the two elders, Liu stretched lazily and said, You three go ahead and chat, Ayako, and I will get going too. Bo's waiting for us to have a late-night snack. Obito nodded slightly and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. All right, let's have tea together sometime. Rin waved her small hand as well. Goodbye, Liu. Bye-bye, Ayako. As for Kakashi, he just arched an eyebrow slightly. That was his way of saying goodbye. Once Liu left with Ayako, the once lively little grove quieted down. Only Obito and his two friends remained. Obito glanced at Rin by his side, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you so much for tonight, Rin. He had never been treated so warmly before. It seems he had gained even more importance in Rin's eyes, he thought to himself. Kakashi gave a little snort, a note of mock annoyance in his voice. Obito shot him a look. What's with that attitude? Where's my present? Kakashi snorted again. I didn't prepare one. Rin sighed helplessly. These two were at it again. She stepped between them, smoothing things over. Obito, organizing everyone tonight. Kakashi actually helped out a lot. Obito looked at Kakashi with a glimmer of realization. Oh, is that so? I must have misunderstood you then. Kakashi snorted yet again, but his expression softened. The three of them chatted as they walked, soon reaching the edge of the grove. Through the trees, the quiet street was faintly visible. At that moment, Kakashi pulled out a thin envelope and pressed it into Obito's hands before briskly walking away without looking back. Hey you, Kakashi. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, hidden deep beneath the flat ground, was a sizable underground base. In its grand hall stood a fearsome, demonic statue. Seated before it on a stone chair was an old man with a head of snow-white hair and tightly shut eyes. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and his body was so thin that his bones seemed to show through his skin, if no one had pointed it out. Who could have guessed that this frail, withered elder was once the mighty demon who shook the shinobi world and bathed it in blood? The legendary Madara Uchiha. What's happening? Madara's eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of unease passing through his gaze. Just now, he suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, as if someone had drawn it out all at once. That intense sensation of loss jolted him awake from his deep slumber. Madara-sama, what's wrong? A pitch-black figure emerged from the earth, asking with a hint of confusion. Madara concentrated, sensing his own body carefully. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps it was just my imagination. The shadowy thing lifted its head, only to be shocked by what it sensed. Inside Madara's body, that person's chakra had completely vanished. How could this be? Uchiha Madara was clearly still alive. How could that chakra simply disappear? In all these countless years, this had never happened before. Noticing the shadow's unusual reaction, Madara's brows creased slightly. What is it, Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu quickly concealed its emotions, lowering its head respectfully. It's nothing. Lord Madara, since you're all right, I'll take my leave. Very well, Madara replied with indifference, then closed his eyes once more. Through the 3 tubes behind him, he continued to draw life force from the demonic statue. Staring at Madara as he drifted back into sleep, Black Zetsu's dark face grew even darker. A faint sense of unease crept into its heart. For the first time, after manipulating the shinobi world from the shadows for a millennium, it felt as if things were slipping out of its control. 100,000 words now, brothers. How about leaving a good review for us, Konoha? Minato stepped out of the Hokage's office and glanced at the clock outside. Ah, it's so late already. Kushina must be asleep by now. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, he quietly appeared in his own living room. But to his surprise, the lights were still on. Kushina was sitting alone at the table, lost in thought. Minato asked in surprise, Kushina, why are you still up so late? Then, feeling touched, he continued, don't tell me you stayed up just to wait for me. No. Oh. Kushina turned around, her eyes somewhat conflicted. Minato, there's something I need to tell you. Kushina hesitated, and that made Minato nervous as well. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. I think I might be about to become a mom. With a single lock of hair sticking up, Minato was utterly stunned. For a long moment, he could hardly believe it. I'm going to be a dad? We're having a baby? Biting her lip, Kushina nodded gently. Minato immediately understood why Kushina seemed so emotional. With their ages, neither of them had ever really considered having children before. The sudden arrival of new life had left her feeling at a loss. Minato stood by Kushina's side, gently wrapping his arms around her as he spoke softly. Even though it's a bit sudden, isn't the arrival of this baby a wonderful surprise? Kushina leaned into Minato's embrace, nodding her head emphatically. You're right. This means our family will have 3 people from now on, but we're not married yet, she suddenly exclaimed. Minato burst out laughing. Then let's get married, will you marry me? Kushina's cheeks flushed bright red. You wish? Don't think you can win me over so easily. You have to propose to me properly, she said bashfully, giving Minato a playful punch. There was a tremendous crash, and Minato was sent flying, smashing a large character-shaped hole in the wall. Startled, Kushina jumped up and called out toward the yard, Minato, are you all right? His voice quivered as it came from outside. I am fine. Ever since Kushina became a Jinchuriki, she still hadn't mastered her strength. Maybe it was best to keep a little distance from her for now, Minato thought to himself. He couldn't let her pummel his chest with her little fists like before. He might not survive it. Minato walked back inside, his expression turning serious. Kushina, let's keep your pregnancy a secret for now. Tomorrow I'll go report to the 3rd Hokage and see what's the best way to handle things. Kushina nodded slightly. I understand, Minato. Then pouting, she added, come to think of it, this is all your student's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had a baby so soon. Minato gave an awkward chuckle. In a way, she wasn't wrong. If Obito hadn't brought them that potent wine, which led to their recent wild nights, they probably wouldn't have gotten into this situation so quickly. Inside the Hokage's office, after Minato had left, the 3rd Hokage pulled a crystal ball from his desk drawer. With a wave of his smoking pipe, an image began to form within the crystal. Oh, little Obito, is at it again. Not bad, not bad. The third took a puff of his pipe, sipped his tea, and watched with a satisfied smile. But after a while, he noticed something was off. Why is this young lady's face getting redder and redder? He muttered, leaning closer to the crystal ball for a better look. He studied the woman's face. Her cheeks were so flushed it looked as though the blood might seep through her skin. Then suddenly, there was a deafening blast. The beautiful young woman in the image exploded. "Good heavens!" the third cried, out startled, and flung his pipe away. Can you imagine what that feels like? You're admiring something beautiful, and then, bam! It just blows up in your face at that moment. Two ANBU guards burst through the door. "Lord Third, are you all right?" Quick as a flash, the third Hokage tucked the crystal ball away and shook his head calmly, betraying nothing. "It's nothing, I just accidentally dropped my pipe." "You may leave, yes sir." After the two ANBU members withdrew, the third Hokage slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Obito, that boy is just unbelievable. What normal person would do something like this? He conjured up a beautiful girl, had her dance, and then blew her up? And besides, wasn't that his own shadow clone, blowing himself up? Does he even agree to that himself?" In a small grove of trees, after using the shadow clone explosion technique, Obito once again formed hand seals and summoned another clone. "Brother, are you all right? How do you feel?" he asked. The newly formed shadow clone smacked its lips and said, "Honestly, I feel pretty good. So this is what art is like. It's really exhilarating." Obito was baffled, worried. He placed a hand on the clone's shoulder. "Hey man, did you blow yourself up so hard you lost your mind?" The shadow clone snapped irritably. "Get your filthy hand off me, you jerk. Are you seriously pretending to be Deidara now?" Obito retorted, giving the clone a smack, instantly dispersing it. Mount Mayabuku, inside the sacred temple, Fukusaku came hopping in and called out to the enormous toad slumbering on the throne. "Elder Little Jiraiya is here." The great toad sage laboriously lifted his eyelids. His eyes were unfocused, as if he were still drifting between dreams and wakefulness. "Much like me when I have to get up for an early class." Fukus, a bit exasperated, called again, "Elder, please wake up." The great toad sage shuddered all over and finally came to his senses. Standing behind Fukusaku and Shima was a human man. He wore a forehead protector inscribed with the oil kanji, was tall and broad-shouldered, wore wooden sandals, and his long silver hair hung down to his waist. Red markings beneath his eyes looked like blood-red tears. He wore a brown robe with a red outer coat and armored bracers on both arms. The great toad sage gazed thoughtfully at the man before him, resting his chin on his hand. "And who might this be?" Fukusaku replied, "Elder, this is Little Jiraiya." The great toad sage's eyes lit up in realization. "Ah yes, of course. Little Jiraiya, you've grown so much." Shima muttered in disbelief. "Have you lost your memory? You were the one who summoned him here." Fukusaku snapped back, "Old lady, how can you talk about the elder like that?" The great toad sage waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "No need for all this noise. A husband and wife should get along, after all." Turning his deep gaze to Jiraiya, the great toad sage's tone grew grave. "The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Where they will lead next depends on you, Little Jiraiya. Either you get crushed by the unstoppable tide, or you ride the surging waves forward. Which path will you choose? How far can you go?" The author is already writing as hard as possible. It's short, but I'm really trying. TET, I hope everyone can check in whenever they have time. This little fluffball is afraid of being forgotten. Sob, sob, sob. Konoha. After Obito returned home with a pile of gifts in his arms, he finally freed up his hands and picked up the envelope Kakashi had slipped him. Actually, he'd wanted Rin to take a look for him earlier, but as soon as Rin saw the envelope, she worried the contents might be private and politely refused. At that moment, Rin thought, what if it's a love letter? What could it be? Obito wondered as he curiously opened the envelope. What's this? He turned the envelope upside down and a photograph tumbled out. It was a group photo of him, Sakumo, and Kakashi. In the picture, he had his arm around Kakashi at the front while Sakumo stood behind them, looking at the two with gentle eyes. Kakashi looked completely unwilling, while Obito was beaming brightly. Oh, this must be that photo we took back then. Didn't Kakashi say he deleted it? Why did he go and have it printed? As expected of men, they always say one thing and do another. Obito ran his fingers over Sakumo in the photograph, a mixture of tenderness and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Uncle Sakumo, soon, I'll have the power to avenge you. A few months later, In a quiet grove in Konoha, Obito stood with his hands behind his back, explaining to the young boy in front of him. All right, those are the main points of the Phoenix Sage Fire Claw technique. Give it a try, Shursui. Shursui nodded and formed the hand seals, fire style. Phoenix Sage Fire Claw. After exhaling a stream of flames, he deftly tossed a dozen shuriken with one hand. The whirling blades spun through the fire, trailing flames in every direction, blooming brilliantly like scattered phoenix flowers. Yet beneath that beauty lurked deadly danger. Whoa. Obito stared up at the shuriken, utterly stunned. It had taken him days to master this B-rank jutsu back then, and Shursui had learned it in a single attempt. Is this the kind of talent I can't match, even with all my hacks, as expected from my cousin's son? Shursui noticed the complicated look on his cousin's face and scratched his head uncertainly. Was it not good enough, cousin? Obito smiled, shook his head, and patted Shursui on the shoulder. No, your Phoenix Sage Fireclaw technique was excellent. Already no worse than mine. Shursui pumped his fist in delight. That's great. His cousin's praise meant the world to him. Shursui then looked at Obito with growing curiosity. Brother Obito, how long did it take you to learn this jutsu back then? Obito's expression froze for a moment, and he coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Ahem, it probably took me about as long as it's taking you. After he spoke, Obito suddenly realized that this conversation with Shursui felt oddly familiar. Why does this cursed sense of deja vu keep nagging at me? Shursui nodded, as if everything made perfect sense to him. His cousin was so outstanding. There was no way he would be worse than himself. Brother Obito, could you practice swordsmanship with me a little longer? Shursui asked. All right. Obito agreed without hesitation. He slowly drew his blade cage-hide. Shursui also unsheathed his small tachi. Their feet shifted nimbly, and the two began to close the distance, each searching for an opening in the other's guard. Since he was helping his younger cousin train, Obito didn't hold back and took the initiative to strike first. With a single step, he leapt several meters forward and brought his sword down on Shursui in a swift, powerful arc. A fierce slash tore through the air, whistling as it descended toward Shursui. But Shursui stood his ground, raising his tachi at an angle to meet cage-hide, his arms tensing with sudden force. Steel clashed on steel, sparks scattering with a sharp ring. After deflecting Obito's blow, Shursui seized a moment to launch a counterattack. He twisted his waist, sidestepped, and swept his blade horizontally at Obito. Well done, Obito called out, parrying Shursui's tachi with a deft swing. He followed up with another quick strike. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, blades clashing again and again, their duel full of brotherly camaraderie and friendly rivalry. After a fierce and satisfying bout, the brothers sat together in the shade of a tree, listening to the chorus of insects and birds, letting the gentle breeze wash over them. Shursui looked at his cousin and spoke softly. Thank you for training with me today, Brother Obito. Now that you're a Chunin, you must be pretty busy, right? Obito laughed heartily and threw an arm around Shursui's shoulders. No need to be so formal with your cousin. If you ever need anything, just come find me. Shursui nodded vigorously. After a while, Shursui glanced at his wise cousin and couldn't help but ask Brother Obito, it seems like the relationship between our clan and the village is getting more and more tense. Who do you think is really at fault here? Obito looked at his younger cousin in surprise. Isn't he a bit young to be pondering things like this already? He thought for a moment before answering. I think it's both sides, really. Konoha has never truly accepted the Uchiha clan, and we in turn have never fully integrated into the village or developed a sense of belonging. In the end, it all comes down to trust. Neither side can completely trust the other, and that's the root of all conflict. A thoughtful look crossed Shursui's face. What his cousin said was almost exactly what he himself had been thinking. Then, Brother Obito, what do you think we should do to solve this problem? Obito scratched his head, falling deep into thought. If there could be someone both sides truly valued, someone willing to act as a bridge for communication, maybe things would turn out differently. Hearing Obito's words, Shursui's eyes lit up with hope. My cousin will definitely be that person, me. Obito's expression turned odd. Could anyone really expect someone plotting the clan's demise to become its savior? Yet, when he saw the look of anticipation on Shursui's face, Obito couldn't help but ruffle the boy's hair. I don't know if I can do it, but I believe you can, little Shursui. Shursui's cheeks flushed with excitement. Really? Then I'll work hard together with you, cousin, and we'll do our best to change things. Obito smiled and nodded. Glancing at the sky, he rose to his feet and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day." Shursui stood as well, reluctant to leave. "I'm heading out then, cousin. Goodbye, Otudo," Obito replied. After watching his younger cousin disappear into the distance, Obito hummed a light tune as he started on his way home. "If you're going to delete me, just do it already. Otherwise, I'll have to block you," he's saying playfully. These past few months, the system had only given him ordinary choices. Most of the rewards for completing these multiple-choice tasks were chakra-based. He'd done a rough calculation. By now, his chakra reserves had reached nearly a full card, about the same amount as Brother Kazu's at his peak, for a 12 or 13-year-old who wasn't from the Senju or Uzumaki clans. That was a staggering amount of chakra. Next chapter. Little Naruto makes his debut. What's more, with Hashirama cells in his body, Obito still had plenty of room to grow, aside from being a bit lacking in ninjutsu. "I think I could probably go toe-to-toe with a Jonin right now," he muttered to himself. He wandered down the streets, hands behind his head, until he suddenly stopped at a fork in the road. If he followed the road to the left, he'd head straight home. But if he took the right path and walked a bit further, he'd come to Rin's little house. Should I go home directly, or drop by to see Rin for a while? Obito hesitated, caught between his choices. The system let out a silent sigh. "Without me, how would a chronic overthinker like you even survive?" Ding. Option 1. Hurry home, it's late, and it's not safe for a boy to be out alone. Reward upon completion. Anti-wolf spray *1. Option 2. The night is long and lonely. Go find Rin to keep you company. Reward upon completion. None. Option 3. Don't go left, don't go right. Walk backwards instead. Just for fun. Reward upon completion. Rear view mirror *1. Obito glanced over the options and found, to no one's surprise, that they were just as mischievous as ever. Option 2 doesn't even come with a reward. Well, let's eliminate options 1 and 3 first. I'll go with the second one then. Just look at it. It's so different from the rest. The system responded, completely baffled. "If you want to chase after girls, just go." What kind of analysis is that supposed to be? Obito dashed off like an unleashed husky, bounding and skipping as he ran to the right. "Hey, Rin here. I come after walking for over 10 minutes. Obito finally spotted the familiar little house in the distance. But what caught his eye at the same time were a few unwelcome guests. Hichem? Obito's brow furrowed slightly. He saw Rin and her mother standing at the doorway, faces flushed with anger as they argued with several burly men. These men were broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, their rough features making it clear they were no ordinary folks. The man in the lead wore a forehead protector and carried ninja tools at his waist. He was clearly a ninja as well. Obito kept his expression neutral and quietly crept closer. Rin's mother spoke out in anger. "You're just being unreasonable. I tried to pay you back several times, but you always found one excuse after another to delay it. Today, apart from the original amount, I won't give you a single coin more." The leader sneered, his voice cold. "That's not up to you. The contract clearly states there's a 3% interest for late payments, black and white, clear as day. If you dare pay even a single sun less today, we'll settle this at the village police department." His name was Katsutoshi Mai, a good-for-nothing ninja. Instead of risking his life on missions, he preferred to improve his lifestyle through, let's say, less-than-legal means. This mother and daughter were his chosen prey this time. He wouldn't leave without taking a bite. Rin's mother stood her ground. "Then let's go to the police department. Either way, you won't get a single coin from me today." Katsutoshi Mai waved his hand impatiently. "Enough talk, boys. Go inside and take anything of value from their house." Rin drew a kunai and stepped protectively in front of her mother. "I dare you to try it." Katsutoshi Mai raised an eyebrow, his tone turning mocking. "Little girl, do you have any idea how serious it is to start a fight in the village?" He tapped his ninja headband and continued, "If someone reports you, your qualifications as a ninja will be revoked." Rin's small hand trembled, ever so slightly, but she still stood firm, refusing to back down. A flash of regret appeared in her mother's eyes. Katsutoshi Mai had been introduced by a friend, which was why she trusted him enough to borrow some emergency money. Who could have guessed things would turn out like this? She bit her lip, humiliation in her voice. "Fine. I'll pay you an extra 100,000 Rio. Take the money and leave right now." Rin turned back in confusion. "Mother?" Katsutoshi Mai shook his head. "Mrs. Nozono, you're putting me in a difficult position here. 300,000 in interest. Not a single Rio less, otherwise you'll have to settle the debt with something else. Lin's mother, filled with grief and anger, pointed accusingly at Masatoshi Mai. You people, Masatoshi Mai lost his patience. He waved his hand again, signaling his men to get to work. The big men shrugged off their jackets and rolled up their sleeves, ready to do business. Just then a calm voice rang out. Stop right there. I'd like to see who among you dares to move. The sudden interruption drew every eye in the room. Lin, surprised, exclaimed, Obito, why are you here? Her mother pulled her close, whispering anxiously in her ear, Lin, tell your classmate to leave. Don't let him get involved in this mess. Lin's expression turned odd. It's all right, mother. Obito's not exactly ordinary. Masatoshi Mai glanced at Obito and picked his nose with a sneer. Where did this brat come from? And a ninja, no less. Hey, Obito pointed at himself, feigning astonishment. A brat? You dare speak to me like that? Masatoshi Imai snorted, folding his arms. What a fool. Pretending to play hero. Get lost, kid? Obito looked down at his own clothes, suddenly realizing he'd left his clan emblazoned jacket behind in the woods while training with Shursui today. No wonder this guy dared to talk to him like that. Obito didn't bother arguing. He lifted his chin, letting his trademark scarlet eyes show. Masatoshi Imai froze in shock. The Sharingan. Young hero. You're a prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Obito smirked, amused. Wow, that's a quick change in attitude. Masatoshi Imai forced a smile, cursing inwardly. If there's one thing people in his line of work fear most, it's those arrogant Uchihas. Their business always skirted the edge of legality, and offending the Uchiha could only mean trouble down the line. Masatoshi Imai screamed inwardly, don't these narcissists even put their clan crest on their pajamas? Even the rogue ones wear their crest wherever they go. So why weren't you dressed according to the script, kid? You just had to embarrass me in front of everyone. Obito let his Sharingan fade, casting a sideways glance at Masatoshi Mai. I've already got the gist of what's going on here, and I'm sure you do too. My classmates will repay the principal, you destroy the IOU, and we'll consider this matter closed. Masatoshi Mai's face darkened. Young hero, are you saying? Obito scratched his head, mumbling to himself. At this hour, Uncle Tang should be off work by now. Should we ask him to put in some more overtime? But with Uncle Tang's temper, I'm afraid if we make him work late, he might really lose his cool. Katsutoshi Mai just stood there in silence. It's already midnight. What a long day it's been, In the end, Katsutoshi Imai still left behind an IOU and took the principal's son with him as he left. He truly couldn't afford to offend the Uchiha family. Time to try the next place. Rin's mother was named Keiko Noera. She held Obito's hand gratefully and said, Young man, thank goodness for you today, otherwise. Obito just grinned, waving his hands modestly. It was no big deal. Auntie, please don't mention it. These guys really went too far. I'll talk to Uncle Tang about it when I get home, and ask him to keep an eye out for a while. Keiko gestured toward the house behind her and smiled at Obito. To thank you, why don't you stay for dinner at Andy's place this evening? I'm quite the cook, you know. Obito scratched his head, a bit shy. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Half a second later, well, I'd really appreciate it. Keiko was left speechless. At least pretend to hesitate for a couple of seconds, or let me get a few words of polite refusal in. That change of heart took less than a second. Are you worried I'll steal your lines? Rin knew all too well how unpredictable Obito could be. She stepped forward and gently took her mother's arm, smiling sweetly. Mother, let's go inside and talk, shall we? Ah, yes, of course. Once everyone was inside, Keiko put on her apron and tied up her hair. You keep your friend company in the living room for a bit. I'll go start dinner. Rin nodded obediently. Yes, mother, once Keiko was in the kitchen. Rin looked at Obito and said, Obito, I'm so glad you were here today. I don't know what I would have done without you. Obito grinned from ear to ear. Hee. Protecting Rin-chan is my sworn duty. Rin's cheeks flushed bright red as she gave Obito a playful punch. You're so annoying. By the way, Obito-kun, was there something you needed coming to see me so late? Obito shook his head, putting on a serious face. Nope. I just didn't see you all day and started missing you, so I thought I'd come by and check in. What, am I not allowed to visit you if I don't have a reason? Rin hummed softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, of course you can. The two chatted for a while. Soon, Keiko came out carrying plates of food. It had to be said, Keiko really was a great cook, and Obito couldn't help but exclaim how delicious everything was. After dinner, Obito helped clear the dishes before getting ready to leave. Keiko called out, Come by any time, little Obito. Rin, go see your friend at the door. Obito smiled and said, Thank you. No need to walk me out. I live just nearby. Goodbye. Auntie, goodbye. Rin-chan, humming a little tune. Obito happily made his way home. Today his relationship with Rin-chan had taken yet another step forward. He thought to himself with a sense of contentment, grinning from ear to ear. In the future, when people asked, he could say that they had met each other's parents already. Ah, this is just perfect. Obito threw himself onto his small bed. In no time, he drifted off into a sweet, peaceful sleep. But just then, a sudden notification rang out in his mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained. 1 unit of chakra. What the heck? Obito's heart pounded wildly, startled awake by the unexpected voice. All I did was take a nap. Did I just complete some mission in my sleep? Rubbing his bleary eyes, he stared at the glowing screen that existed only in his mind. 1 unit of chakra. Could it be? Is this for that mission to try and have Naruto be born ahead of time? So that means Sensei Minato has become a father? Wait, something doesn't add up. Obito became so excited he couldn't sleep anymore, leaping straight out of bed. Another unit of chakra. Fantastic, he snickered to himself. Now I'm ahead of that weakling Kakashi. When I finally master Chidori, I'll hold it up and chat with you for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Then you'll see what real stamina looks like, you poser. And with all this chakra, using Sage Jutsu in the future will be a breeze. In a word, this is awesome. Bursting with excitement, Obito cast a shadow clone in his room. He felt like someone who just struck it rich and wanted to celebrate, looking for ways to have some fun. Shadow clone, no, Jutsu. A puff of smoke appeared, then quickly faded. The clone slowly opened its eyes. Even a Buddha could only put up with you 3 times if you do it again. Wait, how did I end up summoning this guy? Obito smacked the clone, dispersing it on the spot. Oops, wrong one. Let's try again. Shadow clone, no Jutsu. Another clone appeared, taking a deep breath and savoring the fresh air. Finally my turn to come out. Obito stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at his clone. Now that I have so much chakra, maybe I can start using Shadow clone for training. The clone sighed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come out. Maybe you should just let me go back. Obito stared in disbelief. Huh? What is up with my clones? I'm perfectly normal, but they're all so bizarre. He dispelled the clone and flopped back on his little bed. Now that I've done this, does that mean Naruto's cheat code is gone? Obito wondered to himself. But if he had a choice, Naruto must long even more deeply for a complete and loving family. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Obito drifted back into sleep once again. The next morning arrived. Obito got out of bed sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. I swear tonight, I absolutely won't stay up late. And if I do, then I'll just swear it again, he muttered, yawning so hard his jaw ached as he made his way to their usual meeting spot. Good morning, Rin, he called out cheerfully. Hey Kakashi, good morning. Obito. Rin replied with a bright smile. Morning. Kakashi nodded. Obito glanced around and noticed that their teacher Minato hadn't arrived yet. He had a pretty good guess why. Most likely Minato had been up late last night delivering his child and was still too busy to make it here on time. So Obito sidled up to Rin, a mischievous twinkle in his eye as he tried to strike up a conversation. Rin, do you believe in zodiac signs? I heard that Aquarius and Scorpio are a perfect match. Rin replied, her big eyes sparkling. We Scorpios are naturally suspicious. There's no way we believe in astrology. Kakashi interjected. Kakashi? Obito. Obito felt as if his body had suddenly sprouted 400 extra bones. He was completely floored. Before long, Minato appeared as well, bearing 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes as he descended from above. Though clearly exhausted, the happiness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Obito stepped forward with a cheeky grin. You're late today, sensei. Minato managed a small smile, apologetic. Sorry. I had some things to take care of this morning. So I'm a bit late. There aren't any missions today. You're all free to train as you wish. If you have any questions, just come find me. Kakashi studied Minato closely, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Sensei, is this a shadow clone you've sent? Minato nodded. Yes, I'm still tied up with things over there. So, Kakashi, that guy. Obito thought, pulling Kakashi away without explanation and steering him toward a small grove nearby. Don't worry about us, sensei. We'll go train on our own, he called out cheerfully. Rin waved and smiled at Minato. We'll be off, sensei. I'll go too, sensei, she said as she followed them into the trees. Minato watched them leave, a note of fondness in his voice. Obito may be unreliable at times, but when it matters most, he really understands what's important. In the woods, Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance, fiddling with his forehead protector. Did you find something out? He asked. Obito feigned innocence. Find out about what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kakashi just snorted and ignored him, shaking off Obito's hand and heading off to train by himself. What a stubborn guy. Obito grumbled, making a face. He slowed his pace to walk beside Rin. So Rin, what are you planning to practice today? Want some company? Rin shook her head with a gentle smile. No need, Obito. I can train by myself, she said. Obito let out a reluctant sigh. All right then, but if you ever need a sparring partner, just call me, okay? Rin agreed cheerfully. He watched Rin walk away, his eyes full of longing. With a sigh, Obito turned to his own training. But it wasn't long before he started to feel bored. Glancing over, he noticed Kakashi not far away. Obito's eyes darted mischievously, and a sly grin spread across his face as he strolled over. Kakashi saw Obito approaching and furrowed his brow, carefully sheathing his short blade. What do you want? With a cheeky grin, Obito replied, Come here, Kakashi. I've got something to show you. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, glancing around before lowering his voice warily. Rin still nearby. Is this really the best time? Obito was speechless. What on earth did Kakashi think he was going to show him? Why would it matter if Rin was around? Exasperated, Obito said, What are you thinking? It's nothing shady. I just want to show you something legit. No need to hide from anyone. At that, Kakashi drew his short blade again and began practicing. Ignoring Obito, I don't have time for this. I need to keep training. As if I'd be interested in anything legit. He thought. Obito could only stare in frustration. In the end, Obito grabbed Kakashi by the shoulders and dragged him off into the depths of the forest. Rin paused in her training, watching the two boys vanish together, their arms slung around each other. Her gaze grew a little complicated. Kakashi and Obito really are inseparable. Obito finally stopped at a secluded spot, still holding on to Kakashi. Kakashi regarded him with his trademark deadpan stare. So what exactly is it you want to show me? Go on, let's see, Obito grinned, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Watch closely. Don't be too surprised. He formed hand seals with practiced ease, feeling for that familiar surge of chakra, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. There was a whoosh, and a huge fireball shot out, exploding against the distant ground. That's it? Kakashi arched an eyebrow, unimpressed. He felt his time and his life was being wasted. I'll warn you now, if you set the forest on fire, you'll be locked up for sure. Obito just chuckled. Don't be hasty. Just keep watching. He made hand signs again and unleashed another blast, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Kakashi folded his arms, watching with cool indifference, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. 20 times in a row. Kakashi's calm began to crack. His face shifted from indifference to astonishment. But Obito wasn't finished. Earth style. Earth wall. Earth style. Earth wall. Earth style. Earth wall. 20 times in succession. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Just how much chakra did this guy have? Obito finally stopped, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. He glanced at Kakashi, who was staring at him in shock, then clapped his hands with a cheeky grin. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? My chakra reserves are pretty impressive, aren't they? Kakashi sniffed dismissively. This is nothing to brag about. Obito let out a sigh. I feel the same. Just a few ninjutsu moves just now, and it used up almost a third of my chakra. He lamented, sigh. My chakra really isn't much to speak of. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito, clearly annoyed. Childish, he scoffed, then turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Hey, don't leave. Come on, let's train together. Obito called after him, was all Kakashi replied, not slowing his pace. That afternoon, Obito had originally planned to invite Kakashi for a game of chess, but Guy beat him to it, dragging Kakashi off for a showdown of their own. So, left to his own devices, Obito grabbed his little box and went off in search of Shikaha. The Nara house was huge, so big it almost defied description. Just how big? A conservative estimate would put at least 3 times the size of his own home, and outside there was a small pavilion and a beautifully designed garden. If that guy isn't out on a mission right now, he should be in the pavilion, Obito mused, weaving his way through the familiar twists and turns to the Nara family's little garden house. Sure enough, there he spotted Shikaha, his trademark spiky hair tousled, lying on the wooden porch with his hands behind his head, gazing lazily up at the drifting clouds. Hearing Obito approach, Shikaha propped himself up slowly. Ichem, what brings you here? Obito grinned and lifted the box in his hand. Hey buddy, how about a game of chess? Shikaha shrugged, a trace of smile appearing on his face. Sure, I was just bored. Let's play. The two of them sat down in the little pavilion. Obito unfolded the chessboard while Shikaha set out the pieces. and the match began. Obito, I didn't expect you to be this good at chess, Shikaha remarked with a hint of surprise. Obito gave a smug chuckle. It's nothing really, just something I dabble in. He didn't care much for studying. But when it came to games, be it Go Chinese chess 5NA, Royal military strategy games, or even auto chess, he tried them all at some point. Shikaha watched Obito's delighted expression and couldn't help but smile as well. In truth, he was going easy on Obito. If he played for real, he could win in 10 moves or less. But what's the fun in that? A close match was far more interesting. After a few rounds, Obito started to sense something was off. He looked up, suspicion in his eyes. Shikaha, you're not letting me win, are you? Shikaha was startled. For a moment, but kept his face impassive as he shook his head and replied with feigned confusion. Of course not. Why would you say that? Really, Obito muttered under his breath. This pattern, winning 1 inch, losing 1, felt strangely familiar, like someone else was controlling the whole thing. The two played on through the afternoon. As dusk fell, both of their stomachs began to growl, reminding them that it was time for dinner. Toby, why don't you have dinner at my place tonight? Liu suggested. Toby gladly agreed. Sure, Liu. What delicious things can you cook? Liu let out an awkward sound. Not much of a cook, but I do have some instant canned food at home. Don't be suspicious, everyone. Yes, there's only one female lead. But hey, this is Naruto. Brotherly bonds are a must. Toby smacked his forehead. What was he even expecting? Liu was far too lazy to cook anything from scratch. All right, then let's just have canned food. Liu nodded. Okay, wait here for a bit. With that, he dashed back home quick as a flash, and soon returned with 2 cans in hand. Toby, which one do you want? Toby glanced at the 2 cans, noticing their packaging was almost identical. He asked curiously, what kind of canned food are these? Liu explained, one is black pepper beef, and the other is also black pepper beef. Toby blinked. Do you have any other flavors? Yeah, hold on. Liu darted back inside and came out carrying a cardboard box. I've also got potato and beef, tomato, scrambled eggs, kung pao chicken. Wow, quite a variety after all. Toby asked him, which one tastes better? Liu thought for a moment, then replied, honestly, to tell you the truth, none of them are all that tasty. Toby, are you trying to make things difficult for someone as indecisive as me? After hesitating for a bit, he randomly picked the tomato, scrambled eggs can. Liu opened a can of potato and beef for himself. The two of them sat down in a little pavilion, eating and chatting as they went. Toby, how does that tomato, scrambled eggs taste? Liu asked. Toby smacked his lips, considering for a moment before answering. It's all right, I guess. Tastes mostly like tomatoes. They continued their aimless conversation as they finished their meal. Afterwards, they both rubbed their stomachs and lay back in the pavilion, gazing up at the moon. A calm silence fell. After a while, Liu suddenly spoke. Be careful these days, things are getting unstable near the border. Toby shot Liu a thoughtful look. As a member of the Nara clan, Liu probably had a good handle on inside information. You're the one who needs to be careful, Toby said seriously. After all, as far as he could remember, once the events of Naruto began, Liu was nowhere to be seen. A faint sense of unease crept into his heart, a suspicion that Liu might have died in the Third Great Ninja War. And not just Liu, maybe even Sparrow Ayako and the others. Of course, Sparrow wasn't from a prestigious clan. Maybe he was just too unremarkable to matter to the plot, so Kishimoto never bothered to draw him. Seeing that Liu seemed rather unconcerned, Toby grumbled in exasperation. It's not that I'm picking on you, but when you have free time, you should spend it on your training. Stop always complaining about how troublesome it is. In the face of overwhelming strength, clever tricks are worthless. Liu grumbled twice in response. All right, I get it. On the way home, Obito let out a long sigh. In this world, only true strength is the foundation for survival. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, never allowing him a moment's peace. So where should I focus my efforts in the days ahead? Just as Obito was deep in thought, the system chimed in with a clear notification and presented him with 3 options. Option 1. Break the current record and become the youngest Jonin in Konoha. Reward for completion. The hope of the village. Option 2. Master 3 forbidden techniques by any means. Reward for completion. Flying Thunder God technique. Option 3. Master 20 fire style and 20 earth style jutsu. Reward for completion. Kekkei Genkai. Lava release. The hope of the village. As the record breaker, you will be seen as the village's hope, and all your attributes will increase by 10% until someone breaks your record. Wow, wow, wow. The rewards this time are all pretty tempting. Obito carefully examined the glowing options before him. Option 2 is just ridiculous. Sure, I'd love to have Flying Thunder God, but there's no way I have any access to forbidden jutsu right now. And forbidden techniques are notoriously difficult to master. I'm not Minato Sensei or Orochimaru. What if I spend years and still can't learn even one? Compared to that, options 1 and 3 seem much more doable. Though both would be a challenge, Obito was confident he could pull them off before the Kanabi Bridge mission. Come to think of it, if I really become a Jonin, would the village send our team straight to the front lines? Hiss. That's a real meat grinder, a battlefield straight out of hell. And there are so many geniuses in Konoha, I doubt I'd get to enjoy the reward for long. After weighing his choices carefully, Obito decided on the third option, 3-3-3-3-3. Once he made his decision, there was a spring in his step. With my current strength if I add lava release to the mix. Ordinary Jonin wouldn't stand a chance against me. Back at home, Obito flopped onto his little bed, pondering how to complete his chosen task for Fire Style. I can ask Uncle for guidance. As for Earth Style, Uncle doesn't know that many himself. Now, what? Minato Sensei isn't skilled in Earth Style, and he's busy with the baby these days, so he definitely doesn't have time to introduce me to anyone else. Maybe I should look for that person instead. It'd be a good chance to build some connections, too. Having made up his mind, Obito pulled the blanket over his head, closed his eyes, and drifted off to a peaceful sleep. The next morning dawned bright and early. Obito arrived outside the Hokage tower. After being inspected by the ANBU, he entered the Hokage's office. The third Hokage put down his teacup, a look of mild surprise on his face. Little Obito, what brings you here? Is there something you want from Grandpa? Obito grinned broadly. Grandpa Hokage, I came to ask if you could teach me a few Earth Release Jutsu. That's right. The person Obito wanted to see was the third Hokage. He had two reasons for this. First, the third was known as the professor of ninjutsu, capable of wielding all 7 chakra natures and a master of every type of jutsu. Second, Obito wanted to build a closer relationship with him. In psychology, there's something called the Franklin effect. When you ask someone to do you a small, manageable favor, they tend to develop a fondness for you. The third Hokage looked at Obito, a hint of apology in his voice. Little Obito, Grandpa still has a mountain of paperwork to deal with. I don't have time to keep you company right now. With practiced hands, Obito quickly formed a series of hand seals and unleashed the sexy jutsu. Don't be like that. Grandpa Hokage, a voluptuous beauty with long, glossy black hair, appeared before the third. He wiped the sudden trickle of blood from his nose, then straightened up and spoke with feigned seriousness. Why don't you come back a little later? Once I've finished this paperwork, I'll help you with your training. The beauty nodded obediently, clearly pleased, and turned to leave. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. After Obito left, the third glanced at the mountain of documents piled on his desk and lapsed into thought. A moment later, he slammed his hand on the desk. An ANBU appeared silently in the office. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? The third pointed at the documents. Take these files to Danzo and tell him I'm busy today. Ask him to handle them for me. Yes, sir. Danzo, P.S. Some readers think Obito is a bit too much of a bootlicker. Should I write him a little sweeter? Honestly, I feel like if Obito and Rin got together too soon, it'd be like a school romance. As for updates, 3 chapters daily. No fixed time. I'll post as soon as I finish writing. Actually, it wasn't the sexy jutsu that convinced the third Hokage to guide Obito's training. In Konoha, which leader hasn't faced such temptations before? His reasoning ran much deeper. Despite Obito's mischievous personality, his talent was undeniable. In fact, he was something of an heir to the third's own legacy, considering Obito's unique background as well. All things considered, the third was more than willing to invest some time and energy into this child. Hiruzen Tsutobi slowly stood up and stretched contentedly. Well, let's say the paperwork is all done. What a long, exhausting day. He took off his Hokage robes, changed into a simple black outfit, and headed outside. At the door, an ANBU greeted him respectfully. Hokage-sama, would you like us to accompany you? The third Hokage let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand. No need. You can go rest now. After all, this was his own territory. Who would dare lay a hand on him here? As he stepped out of the Hokage building, the third Hokage immediately spotted Obito loitering not far away, looking rather aimless. With a kindly smile, he beckoned him over. Obito, come here. Grandpa will take you to train in ninjutsu today. Obito jogged over in surprise. Grandpa Hokage, with all those documents, you finish your work so quickly. You're amazing, he exclaimed with admiration. Stroking his pointed beard, the third Hokage replied with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. This is just the most basic skill a Hokage should have. Come on. Let's head to the training field on the west side of the village. With that, the third Hokage led Obito toward the training grounds. Along the way, villagers would occasionally greet the Hokage. He responded to each of them with a warm smile, showing none of the airs of Kage. Just like a kindly old gentleman, Obito muttered under his breath, being Hokage really isn't easy. When they arrived at the training field, the third Hokage stood in front of Obito. After a moment's thought, he began, today, Grandpa will teach you the Earth Release. Earth Spikes Technique. The Earth Spikes Technique channels chakra into the ground, forcing earth and stone to gather and form sharp spikes that pierce up from below to attack your enemy. The key to this technique lies in, as expected of a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage's clear and insightful explanation opened Obito's eyes to a whole new way of learning jutsu. After demonstrating several times, the third Hokage smiled and said, "All right, little Obito, now it's your turn to try." All right. Obito formed the hand seals and slapped his palms forcefully on the ground. Earth Release. Earth Spikes Technique. A gentle breeze drifted by, but nothing happened. Obito scratched his head. Was it because I didn't shout loudly enough, or didn't hit hard enough? Earth Release. Earth Spikes Technique. He yelled at the top of his lungs, slapping the ground again. A crow fluttered past. Aside from its cawing, there was only silence. Ow, my hands hurt. Obito wailed, his face twisted in pain. The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh at Obito's antics. Ha, don't lose heart, little Obito. The Earth Spikes Technique isn't easy to master. It's perfectly normal if you can't pull it off the first or second time. Glancing at the time, the third Hokage smiled and said, "Well, Obito, you keep practicing here. Grandpa has some other matters to attend to, so I'll head back now. When you've mastered this jutsu, come find me again. Grandpa will teach you a new technique." It was rare for Hiruzen to finish work early, and he was hoping to take care of a few things at home. The Earth Spikes Technique was of moderate difficulty. It should keep Obito occupied for a while. Okay. Obito nodded, just about to respond. However, just as he was caught off guard, the system presented a multiple-choice question. Option 1. Tell the third Hokage, "Actually, I was just teasing you just now. I've already mastered this jutsu." Completion reward. Earth Style. Earth Spike Technique. Option 2. Tell the third Hokage, "This jutsu is way too easy. Anyone with hands could do it. Can't you teach me something else?" Completion reward. Unknown. Option 3. Tell the third Hokage, "Thank you so much. My grandmother just brewed a new batch of fruit wine. I'll bring you 2 jars to try when I get home." Completion reward. Filial Descendant. Filial Descendant. When you act towards your elders, all your attributes increase by 5%. Obito quickly scanned through the choices. Unknown reward. That option sounds way too cocky. It's definitely a trap. Pass. Filial Descendant. That kind of filial piety seems a little off. Pass. I'll go with option 1. 1-inch 1111. Obito called out to the third Hokage, Grandpa Hokage. "Actually, I was just teasing you just now. I've already mastered this jutsu." Oh, the third Hokage looked at Obito in surprise. Choice successful. Reward received. Earth Style. Earth Spike Technique. Comma. The moment the reward was granted, Obito didn't waste any time. He quickly formed a hand seal, slapped his hands to the ground, and declared, "Please watch closely." Earth Style. Earth Spike Technique. With a whooshing sound, sharp earthen spikes shot up from the ground, each one suddenly rising 2 or 3 meters high. The third Hokage's expression became rather odd. This kid actually learned it. His talent isn't any less than Orochimaru's, but his personality is certainly a handful. The third Hokage glanced at the time. Lake Biwa should still be bustling with dancers right about now. Well then, let me teach you another new jutsu called Earth Style. Earth Pillar Spear. This technique is quite similar to the Earth Spike, but there are some differences when channeling chakra. After another round of explanations and demonstrations, the third Hokage had Obito try it for himself. Obito waved his hands and stomped his feet for a good while, but still couldn't master it. Phew! Seeing that Obito truly couldn't get it this time, the third Hokage finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave, but just then Obito called out to him again. "Grandpa Hokage?" The third Hokage turned back, a little exasperated. "Obito, don't tell me you were just teasing Grandpa again." Obito grinned. No, I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for patiently guiding my training today. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment, then smiled with genuine satisfaction. That's what grandfathers are for. Goodbye, little Obito. Goodbye, Grandpa Hokage. That night, Danzo returned to the root headquarters in high spirits, only to spot a new stack of documents on his desk. His brows furrowed deeply. What is this, and why has it ended up on my desk? A member of the root knelt on one knee and answered respectfully. These are documents sent from the Hokage's office. The Hokage had something urgent come up, so he's entrusted you to handle these on his behalf. Danzo let out a thoughtful hum, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What could Hiruzen possibly be busy with? The root ninja replied, someone saw the Hokage at the training grounds today. It seems he was instructing Uchiha Obito. Danzo simmered with irritation. Oh, Hiruzen, always eager to win people over with the good jobs, while all the thankless tasks end up with me. He slammed his palm on the desk, his voice laced with anger. The Uchiha clan, evil by nature. Humph, bring me a lamp. I won't be going home tonight. A man, a pen, one night, a small miracle. The author, one keyboard, one night, and still can't finish a single chapter. Obito had made countless plans, but he never expected to be remembered by that old fox in this way. Every day for him now was incredibly fulfilling. If the third Hokage was free, Obito would go and learn a few Earth-style techniques from him. If the third was busy, he'd seek out his cousin to practice fire style. And if both had no time, he'd make do by training with Sensei Kisuke. Of course, he hadn't neglected his taijutsu training either. One day, Minato suddenly called his 3 students together at the meeting spot. Minato looked at the 3 young faces and said, "Come have lunch at my house today. I have some good news to share with you." Rin was the first to respond enthusiastically. Sure. Is there anything we should bring, Minato-sensei? Minato waved his hand and smiled. You 3 just need to show up, all right, behind his goggles. Obito already guessed what the good news was. It had to be that Minato-sensei had a child of his own. Kakashi raised his hand, pondering. Minato-sensei, are you cooking lunch today, or will Mrs. Minato be making it? Minato rubbed his nose with a sheepish grin. You're still haunted by the last time you ate at my place, huh? Don't worry, I'll be cooking today. Kakashi nodded. In that case, I have no objections. At noon, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin arrived together at Minato's door. Rin stepped forward and rang the bell. Ding dong. The door opened quickly. Standing there was Kushina, holding a baby with a head of blonde hair in her arms. Rin, Kakashi, Obito, Omega, and so, the one who started it all. He truly couldn't even pretend to look shocked. Rin gazed at the adorable little baby, her heart nearly melting from the cuteness. What an adorable child could it be? She wondered aloud. Kushina nodded happily, her face glowing with joy. That's right, Minato's figure appeared from behind Kushina. Looking at the visibly stunned Rin and Kakashi, he said, yes, we have a child. The group stepped into the house together. Rin eagerly volunteered to take the baby, cradling him in her arms and gently teasing him, making him giggle. After a while, curiosity got the better of her, and she looked up to ask Sensei, why have you and Mrs. Kushina never mentioned this to us before? Minato seemed to have already prepared an answer. Without hesitation, he said, well, Kushina and I weren't sure whether we wanted to have the baby, so we hesitated for a long time. By the time we finally made up our minds, it was almost time for the due date. We didn't want everyone to worry, so we decided to wait until the baby was born and things had settled down before telling you. Rin accepted the explanation without question, nodding her small head. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Kakashi stayed silent, but a flicker of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Obito grinned mischievously and said, congratulations, Sensei and Mrs. Kushina. So what's the baby's name? Minato's gaze softened as he replied, we've named him Naruto Uzumaki. Obito chuckled and said, oh, that's the name of the protagonist from the tale of unyielding will. Looks like you both have high hopes for little Naruto. Minato and Kushina exchanged a warm smile. After all, as parents, it's only natural to have deep hopes for your own child. Soon Minato had set out a table full of delicious dishes, and everyone gathered around to eat and chat. Rin took it upon herself to hold little Naruto, letting Kushina enjoy her meal first. Obito watched as Naruto squirmed contentedly in Rin's arms, rubbing his face against her chest. He couldn't help but think, could this kid be someone from my own hometown, reincarnated here? Day by day, life went on. Obito soon discovered that the choice he had made, to master 20 fire and 20 earth jutsu, wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. To merely learn a technique was one thing, but to master it, at least in the eyes of the system, was something else entirely. Unless his execution was absolutely seamless, the system wouldn't count it toward his progress at all. It took Obito nearly a year before he finally received the system's notification that he'd completed the task. Choice accomplished. Reward granted. Kekkai Genkai. Lava release. Comma. He let out a long breath. Phew, the process was tough, but the reward is definitely worth it, Obito mused. Lava release, a bloodline limit created by combining fire and earth chakra natures, boasted terrifying power and could even be used in close combat, if he could master it to the level of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, covering his entire body in molten armor. He would gain both offense and defense at once, reaching Kage level. Power might not be out of the question. Of course, Obito wasn't capable of such feats just yet. He had only just acquired the lava release, so he could only start developing it from the most basic ninjutsu and taijutsu applications. Even though Obito had done his best to avoid drawing attention, practicing the lava release alone in remote places, he still couldn't escape the watchful eyes of those with keen interest. When the third Hokage learned that Obito had mastered lava release, he was utterly stunned. He remembered once asking Obito why he'd suddenly become so interested in Earth. Release, the boy had grinned and said he wanted to create a Kekkai Genkai by merging fire and earth chakra natures. The third had offered encouraging words, but deep down he hadn't taken it seriously. So many top-tier shinobi had spent their entire lives without achieving such a thing. How could a 12 or 13-year-old child manage it? Yet unbelievably, the boy really did pull it off. It was simply outrageous. No, this child, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have my eye on him. I won't let anyone else take him. At the same time, somewhere in the shadows, another old schemer had also set his sights on Obito. Danzo gazed at the file in his hand and let out a cold chuckle. No wonder Hiruzen is so invested in this kid. Such talent is enough to stir anyone's heart. He tossed the file aside and gently rubbed his brow. A seedling this promising. If there's a chance, I must try to bring him under my wing. And if I can't have him, I have to quickly find a way to destroy him. After all, he's a member of the Uchiha clan. Should he grow strong, he might become a threat to Konoha. Half a year later, in Konoha, Obito and Rin were strolling side by side down the street, taking their time. Rin glanced up at Obito, her big eyes blinking as she asked, Obito-kun, why aren't you joining Kakashi in the Jonin selection this time? Others might not know, but Rin was well aware of Obito's strength. He was more than qualified to become a Jonin. Obito replied lazily, well, I'm just not interested in becoming a Jonin. I'm afraid of dying. Rin responded with a simple, oh, then asked again, so, do you think Kakashi-kun will pass the test this time? Obito let out a non-committal, sounding rather uninterested. For that guy, it shouldn't be a problem. Rin perked up, pumping her little fists in excitement. Yay, that means Kakashi will be the first among us to become a Jonin. So, what do you think we should get him as a present? Obito shook his head gloomily. I don't know. Rin looked at the downcast Obito, then suddenly burst out laughing. Obito-kun, don't tell me. Jealous? Obito turned his head away, stubbornly insisting. I am not. Rin smiled sweetly, turning and inching closer to Obito. Oh, really? Not even a little. Obito grew flustered, slowly backing away before he realized it. He found himself pressed against the wall. I really didn't, I swear. He blurted out anxiously. Rin shook her head, her small arm propped against the wall. Cornering Obito, she leaned in, closing the distance between them, so near their bodies almost touched. A mischievous smile played on her lips. But why do I get the feeling you're just jealous? She teased. Wrote a whole chapter, but there are too many plot points, so it's not finished yet. Next chapter will be extra sweet. Just so you know. Comma. Their eyes met, faces barely an inch apart. A gentle breeze drifted by. A few strands of Rin's hair brushed against his cheek, her faint fragrance filling his senses. Obito could even hear the soft sound of her breathing, every breath clear as day. His heart began to pound wildly, like a sports car revving to full throttle in an instant. His cheeks flushed bright red, and he stammered, I guess I might, maybe be a little jealous, he mumbled. Rin, as if she expected this all along, burst out laughing again. Why's that? Don't tell me you think I like Kakashi? Obito said nothing, but the look on his face, isn't that the case? Was answer enough? Rin's smile faded, and she sighed softly. Obito, do you know, admiration and affection are two very different things for me. I really admire Kakashi, lots of girls in our class do, because he's amazing at everything. Maybe some girls have even fallen for him because of that, but I'm not one of them. I just want to be as good as he is, that's all. Besides, I already have someone I like. Obito jerked his head up, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. He stood frozen in place. Rin already has someone she likes, and it's not Kakashi. Then who could it be? Could it be me? Then who is it? He couldn't help but ask. Rin replied softly. The person I like is a big goofball who's always getting into silly trouble. Everyone says he's always at the bottom of the class, but when it really matters, he's more reliable than anyone. He's late to everything, but when I'm upset, he always shows up in time and tries everything to make me smile, and he gives me a present on every holiday. Well, the gifts are always a little weird, but I just like that dummy. Do you get it now, you big dummy? Obito's eyes grew red with emotion, but he still couldn't quite believe it. Always making jokes, always late, a big dummy. That has to be me, right? He had this sudden urge to slap himself. Just to make sure he wasn't dreaming, he asked with a mix of anticipation and fear, Lin-chan, the person you were talking about. Was it me? Lin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dummy, after all I've said, you still have to ask? If not you, then who else could it be? It's really me. Obito's face flushed bright red, and his mind went completely blank once again. Seeing Obito in a daze, Lin bit her lip and pressed on. You obviously like me, so why haven't you confessed? Obito stammered. I thought. Tears shimmered in Lin's eyes. You thought. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? In the end, I still had to be the one to say it first. In a world where most get married at 15 or 16, being 14 really isn't that young. Even by my back then was younger than this when he eloped with Kushina to the moon. Don't cry, Lin-chan. Obito clumsily wiped away Lin's tears. I like you. Let's be together. Humph. Looks like you're not a complete idiot after all. Lin's smile bloomed again, as lovely as cherry blossoms at their peak. Breathtakingly beautiful. Well then, I accept. Oh, this is amazing. Obito swept Lin up in his arms, holding her tight. How romantic. When will sweet love like this come my way? Unbelievable. Even Obito has found someone, and here I am still single. Ugh. What's there to envy about something so troublesome anyway? The sudden voices cut through their happiness, making Obito freeze mid-embrace. He slowly turned his head, and there they were. The familiar trio, Suzum, Shikata. Ayako, when did you all get here? Lin quickly wriggled out of Obito's arms, her face burning as she tried to straighten her clothes. Shikaha's expression turned thoughtful. I guess we arrive around the time of the person I like is a big dummy. Ayako shook her head. No, it was a little before that. Naganoha slung an arm around Shikaha and chimed in about then. Anyway, we heard everything we were supposed to, and some things we weren't. Shikaha nodded slightly, while seeing how into each other you two were. We didn't want to interrupt, so we just waited nearby until you were done. Then came over to say hello. Lin covered her face with both hands, her cheeks burning even hotter. This is just too embarrassing. Obito, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. After so many social disasters, he'd grown numb to it all. He just marveled at how deeply he'd been caught up in the moment. He hadn't even noticed 3 people eavesdropping. He waved them off impatiently. You 3 singletons go on, shoo. Don't get in the way of Lin-chan and me having our moment. Naganoha grinned mischievously. Oh, in that case, we'll head out first and leave you two to your little moment. Luyu let out a dismissive sound. Some friend you are, abandoning us for romance. Anyway, we're off. Ayako added with a hint of envy. Obito, you'd better treat Rin well. Okay, see you around. The 3 of them left, each with a knowing smile on their face. Rin let out a shy yelp and gave Obito a gentle punch. Why did you have to say that just now? You're so embarrassing. Obito caught Rin's hand, grinning mischievously. What? Did I say anything wrong? Oh, you're impossible, Rin exclaimed, her voice both bashful and teasing. Obito and Rin continued strolling down the street, shoulder to shoulder, but unlike before, now their fingers were tightly intertwined, and both wore sweet, contented smiles. Obito glanced at the girl beside him, her smile blooming like a flower. He couldn't help but feel as if he were dreaming. Rin tilted her head, catching Obito's gaze. She beamed playfully and asked, What is it, Obito? Why do you keep looking at me like that? Obito gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Just thinking how happy I am to be with you every day. I can't get enough no matter how much I look. Rin's cheeks flushed a rosy pink. You're so annoying, Obito. Hand in hand, Rin led Obito from stall to stall, pausing here and there. Obito, do you think this hairpin looks nice on me? Obito, do you think this bracelet suits me? Obito. Obito answered each question with a smile. Anything looks good on you, Rin. You could make anything shine. Then, without hesitation, he would take out his wallet and buy the little trinkets Rin tried on. After a while, Obito made a suggestion. Rin, we've been walking for ages. Are you hungry? How about I go get us some dango? Rin nodded eagerly. That sounds great. Let me carry the bags then, all right. Obito handed the shopping bags to Rin, then swung his arms behind him and dashed off towards the dango shop. When he returned, he made quite the spectacle, darting across rooftops and drawing curious stares from passers-by, before landing deftly in front of Rin with a flourish. Obito offered the takeout box to Rin. Here you go, Rin. Eat while they're still hot. Rin picked up a skewer of dango, batting her big eyes as she asked Obito, why were you in such a hurry? What if you tripped and hurt yourself? Obito scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Well, I just didn't want to be away from you for too long. Rin rolled her eyes at him. So what will you do later tonight when we have to go our separate ways? Obito teased, guess I'll just have to cry myself to sleep and spend the whole night pining for you. Oh, please, Rin retorted, feigning annoyance. The two of them ate their dango as they walked and chatted. With a playful growl, Rin asked Obito, if I ask you that question from before, will you still get mad at me? Obito simply smiled and shook his head. Of course not, silly, Rin replied, swallowing the last bite of her dumpling and clapping her small hands together. So what do you think we should give Kakashi as a present? Obito pondered out loud. Let's get him something practical. He's such a pragmatist. He really can't stand anything flashy or useless. Rin nodded thoughtfully, her little head bobbing. That's true. Obito, you really seem to know Kakashi well. Obito waved his hand, laughing off the compliment. It's nothing, really. How about we get him a first aid kit? I know a pharmacy in town where the medicine really works wonders. Rin's eyes lit up with excitement. Great, let's go, she said, taking a couple of eager steps forward. But when she turned back, she realized Obito was still standing in place. Obito raised a small hand and wiggled his fingers. Rin, aren't you forgetting something? Rin couldn't help but laugh and shake her head as she doubled back and took Obito's hand in hers. There, is this better? Obito nodded in satisfaction. Yep. Now let's get going. Actually, you were heading the wrong way. The pharmacy is behind us. Hand in hand, Obito led Rin to the familiar little pharmacy. Behind the counter sat a beautiful woman, legs crossed, her eyes narrowing with a knowing smile. Well, our distinguished Chunin gracing my humble shop in person today. Catching Rin's curious gaze, Obito gave a sheepish smile. Insan, can we not bring up that old story again? Yuki replied with a shrug, glancing at Rin by Obito's side, a sly smile playing on her lips. My, not bad, kid. Haven't seen you for a few days, and now you found yourself such a lovely little girlfriend, Obito puffed up with pride, his eyebrows dancing with delight. You know it, Rin, warm and poised, introduced herself. Hello, I'm Rin Noara, Obito's girlfriend. Yuki stood and gave a slight nod. Nice to meet you, I'm Yuki. So what brings you here today? Obito and Rin exchanged a look, and then he spoke up. We'd like to order a custom emergency medical kit for a good friend. The very best you have? Yuki nodded and headed into the storeroom. All right, just give me a moment soon. She returned with a small medical kit and set it on the counter. Special. Friend price. 30,000 Rio. Pay up. So expensive. Rin couldn't help but cry out. Obito, on the other hand, was unfazed. You get what you pay for. Everything here at Yuki's is worth every penny, he added silently to himself. Everyone who's tried it says it's the best. The recipient will be over the moon. Rin hesitated, then nodded in agreement. All right, then. Let's each pay half. As for this medical kit, let's say it's a gift from both of us. Obito, of course, had no objections. Okay, Rin. Chan. After they paid together, the two of them left with the small medical kit in hand. We're heading out now, Sister Yuji. Go on, go on. Come back whenever you have time. Goodbye, Sister Yuji. Dinner was settled, and the gift was bought. Night had fallen, cloaking the sky in deep darkness. The once lively street had grown quiet and empty, with hardly a soul in sight. I should get going, Obito-kun, Rin said. Obito tentatively slipped his arm around Rin's slender waist. Let me walk you home, then. Rin shot him a glance, but said nothing, allowing Obito to hold her close. Obito's heart soared with quiet joy. The ache of parting was eased considerably. He accompanied Rin all the way to her neighborhood, before finally reluctantly letting go. Rin-chan, I'll leave the medical kit with you, then I'll head back now. Rin answered with a soft She hesitated for a moment, then stood on tiptoe and brushed a gentle kiss on Obito's lips before darting away. Only the sound of her silvery laughter lingered in the night. See you tomorrow, Obito can see you tomorrow, Rin-chan. Obito touched his lips, warmth blooming in his heart. Though surrounded by darkness, it felt as if he were bathed in sunlight. This world is truly beautiful. Family, love, friendship. I have all of them, Obito murmured softly. No one will ever take these from me. Whoever tries, I'll stop them. His figure melted into the night. The day Kakashi became a Jonin marked the beginning of all tragedies, and that day was drawing near. To keep history from repeating itself, he had to be ready. Bonus update. Come on, Obito didn't go home. Instead, he headed straight into the depths of the forest. One more hour of training. Then I'll sleep, Obito whispered. He stood still, and suddenly flames engulfed both his hands. I suddenly feel like Fire Fist Ace. Oops, wrong universe. In the dark, after practicing a set of forms, a mischievous thought popped in his head. If I started waving my hands like this, I'd be the brightest kid in the night. He suddenly launched a powerful kick. Flames wrapped around his foot as he struck a nearby tree with force. Take this. Now I'm leg artist, Black Leg Sanji. The abilities Obito displayed didn't come from any devil fruit, of course. They were the result of applying his lava release to taijutsu. But right now, I can barely manage to wrap my hands and feet with lava. It works well enough for offense, but it doesn't offer much in the way of defense. With that, Obito extinguished the flames flickering around his hands and feet, then slipped his shoes and socks back on. All right, next up, let's give that move a try. Ox, rabbit, snake, lava release, molten. River flow. Obito opened his mouth, unleashing a flurry of nearly 10 molten lava spheres. Though each orb wasn't particularly large, the intense heat they radiated made them deadly weapons. He watched the little balls of lava he had just spat out and sighed helplessly. When a Four-Tails Jinchuriki uses this molten river technique, it's a raging river. When I do it, it barely amounts to a trickling stream. But with a boost from these two lava release techniques, ordinary Jonin shouldn't pose much of a threat to me anymore. After practicing lava release for a while longer, Obito tidied himself up and started heading home. Just as he reached his front door, the system rang out with a crisp chime and presented him a choice. Option 1. If the moon's not sleeping, neither am I. Bald little me will keep going. Why go home? Keep training. Complete to receive. Lava release insight +5. Option 2. Why bother training? Staying up late is bad for your health. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Go home and get some sleep. Complete to receive. Stamina +5. Option 3. No training, no sleeping. Pull an all-nighter, playing glory. Complete to receive. Random skin X1. Obito glanced at the options, and his temper flared at the third choice. I don't even have a phone. How am I supposed to play glory? Ridiculous pass. Option 1 had a decent reward. Option 2's reward was, well, do I look like I need option 2? Absolutely not. Staying up late is bad for your health. Then I just won't sleep at all. I'll pull all-nighter. I'll take option 1. 11111. But come on, system. I was just training in the forest, and you didn't say a word. Now I'm at my door, and you're throwing choices at me. Are you messing with me on purpose? The system chimed again. You guessed right, host. I'm messing with you. Choose if you want, or don't. Doesn't matter to me, Obito. All right, can't afford to mess with you. Never mind. So he turned right around from his doorstep and headed back to the clearing in the woods, diving once more into his training. At dawn, when Guy arrived at the forest for his morning practice, he noticed a familiar figure darting and leaping among the trees. He couldn't help but exclaim, not even waiting for sunrise, already pouring out sweat. This is what youth is all about. Obito-kun, please let me join you. Let's set our youth ablaze. Together, choice complete, reward received. Lava release insight +5. As soon as the reward landed, Obito's energy fizzled out. He let out a big yawn and said, Guy-senpai, I've been training all night, and I'm at my limit. I'll run a lap with you, just one, then I'm heading home for some sleep. Kai, though feeling a bit disappointed, still answered, all right. Two snakes slithered through the forest, winding their way around the trees. Half an hour later, one of the snakes suddenly sprouted legs and dashed off. A week later, on a cherry blossom path where the grass was lush and wildflowers drifted in the breeze, a group of teenagers huddled together, whispering and murmuring about something. To be his classmate. It's both an honor and a bit embarrassing. So what kind of gift do you think he'd like? If you ask me, we should just get him a girlfriend. Maybe then he'd stop looking so stern all the time. Oh, please. That guy looks like he's destined to be single forever. Or maybe you could give one to me instead. Just then a figure rushed over looking apologetic. Sorry. I'm late again, Obito. Why are you late this time? Rin stepped out from the crowd at the sound of his voice, coming up to meet Obito. Obito chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. It wasn't on purpose. There just seemed to be more old ladies crossing the road today. Rin laughed and tapped him gently on the forehead. You. All right, come on now. With that, she naturally took Obito's hand in hers. Wait a second. There are a lot of people around. Their eyes met and a silent conversation passed between them. Rin, are we really going to walk over holding hands? It's kind of embarrassing. Obito, why not? Let them be jealous if they want. Rin, I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I kind of agree. Obito, I never knew you could be like this. Rin, let's go. Hand in hand, the two walked toward the group. Kurenai was the first to notice. Rin, you and Obito. Since when? She exclaimed in surprise. Kagema-sama and the others all turned to look before Rin or Obito could reply. An excited voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Me. I know the whole story of how they got together. Everyone listen up. It all began with a big dummy, a vein bulge on Obito's forehead from annoyance. Hey, Naganoha, if you keep talking, you're dead meat. He launched a swift kick straight at Naganoha. Naganoha watched as the foot seemed to grow larger and larger in front of him. There's no way to dodge this. I'm doomed, totally done for. After being kicked, Naganoha scrambled to his feet with a roar and lunged at Obito. The two of them immediately got into a scuffle. Rin placed her small hand on her forehead and let out a helpless sigh. Rokaha, unfazed by the commotion, spoke up, "Don't mind those two. Let's just keep discussing." And so the group of teenagers resumed their lively conversation after coming to a general agreement. Everyone returned to their own homes to prepare gifts. Obito held Rin's small hand as they walked down the road toward home. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "Rin, I have a feeling that something may change on the front lines. War is probably not far from us now. You must be ready for anything in the next few days." Rin's expression changed, and her voice trembled involuntarily. "War is coming." Obito nodded gravely. In 3 days, Kakashi would officially be promoted to Jonin, and on that very day, the three of them would face the battle at Kanabi Bridge, a battle that would forever alter their destinies. 3 days later, outside a lush, verdant forest, Minato sat atop a stone, waiting for his students. The smile that usually adorned his face was absent today. The hidden stone and Konoha had entered into full-scale war, with enemy forces pressing hard against the borders of the Land of Fire. All the village's top fighters had been sent to the front lines, leaving Konoha desperately short-handed, with no other choice. Minato would soon have to send his own disciples into battle. Kakashi was the first to arrive, greeting Minato with a nod. "Sensei." Minato gave a slight nod in return. Kakashi, after a short while, Rin and Obito appeared hand in hand, within Minato's line of sight. "Good morning, Sensei," Rin said with a bright smile. The sight caught Minato off guard, and his gaze grew complicated. On any other day, he would have been overjoyed to congratulate the two of them, but now. Kakashi glanced at the pair standing side by side, a faint smile flickering across his lips. That idiot finally confessed to Rin. "Wait a second." Kakashi suddenly stiffened. "If those two are together now, doesn't that mean I'm the only single one left on the team? Being single isn't so bad." Really, Kakashi had never even considered looking for a girlfriend, but what's truly terrible is when everyone around you has found someone. And even worse, your two best friends end up together, and you're stuck tagging along as the third wheel every single day. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. How'd it come to this? Unbelievable. "Good morning, Sensei." "Kakashi, hey. Why are you staring at me like that?" Obito looked at Kakashi, puzzled. "Humph." Kakashi snorted and ignored him. Obito scratched his head, completely at a loss. "Did I do something to tick him off? I don't think so." Rin took a small medical kit from her bag, holding it out to Kakashi with both hands. "Kakashi, this is a gift from Obito and me. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin." Kakashi accepted the little box and tucked it into his ninja pouch. "Thank you, Rin." Minato managed a faint smile and drew a kunai from within his cloak. "Let your teacher give you this," he said, producing a specially crafted kunai. "It's a bit heavy and not easy to handle at first, but once you get used to it, it's very effective." With that, he tossed the kunai to Kakashi. Kakashi caught the kunai and slid it into his belt at the hip. "Thank you, Sensei Minato." Obito grumbled, clearly displeased. "Hey, why don't you thank me too?" Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance and let out another cold snort. Obito was left speechless, staring after him in confusion. Once the team had assembled, Minato led the three of them onward. The situation at the front was dire. and there was no time to waste. As they walked, he spoke, Konoha's forces are severely depleted. To improve our chances of success, we're going to split into 2 groups for the next phase. Kakashi, you'll take command. The 3 of you will form a squad to carry out the mission together. As for me, I'll be moving on my own. Kakashi nodded crisply. Understood, Sensei Minato. But what exactly is our mission? Rin asked, curiosity tinged with concern. Minato turned back, reassuring them, no need to worry. I'll explain everything in detail soon. Midway through their journey, the 4 of them sat down around a large stone to rest. Minato spread out a map and began, the land of Earth is advancing on the grass ninja village. It's only a matter of time before they invade the land of fire. To prevent this, you'll need to infiltrate enemy lines and destroy the Kanabi Bridge, which the enemy uses to transport their supplies. Obito stiffened involuntarily. Every time he heard the words Kanabi Bridge, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up inside him. Just like how Pang Tong once felt hearing Fallen Phoenix Slope, Kakashi pondered aloud, so our task is to cut off their supply line. Minato nodded. Exactly. Once we reach the border, we'll split up. I'll head directly to the front to attack the enemy, and I'll try to draw their attention away from you. Meanwhile, you 3 will push forward, destroy the enemy's supply bridge, and then retreat immediately. Rin's face grew serious as she nodded. We understand, Sensei Minato. Looking at the 3 earnest young faces before him, Minato spoke solemnly. You must all be extremely careful. Come back safely. A heavy silence fell for a moment. After all, missions deep behind enemy lines were nothing short of perilous. One misstep could mean total annihilation. Sensing the tension, Obito grinned and tried to lighten the mood. Don't worry, Sensei Minato. I'll make sure to protect the other 2. Kakashi retorted, his tone haughty. Tenacious needs your protection. The 4 set off once more. Before long, they entered a strange, otherworldly forest. The trees here were incredibly thick. The trunks alone were 7 or 8 meters wide. Giant mushrooms dotted the landscape, and just one of them looked like it could feed you for half a year. Kakashi raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. There's an ambush up ahead, he whispered. Minato's eyes were sharp as lightning. After sensing for a moment, he spoke. Everyone, be careful. There are about 20 enemies, but they should all be shadow clones. A spark of excitement flickered in Kakashi's eyes. I'll take the offensive. Please cover me. Minato's brows drew together slightly. Don't be too hasty, Kakashi. You'd better stay on support. Hearing this, Kakashi formed hand seals. Fierce lightning chakra rapidly gathered around him. It was as if 1,000 birds were singing at once, dangerous arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. No matter how many enemies there are, this jutsu can settle it in one move. Just like the nickname you gave it, Sensei. Besides, Minato shook his head and raised an arm to block Kakashi. No, Kakashi. Kakashi was just about to protest when a hand rested gently on his shoulder. Captain Kakashi, why not listen to Minato-sensei? Came a calm voice. There are plenty of ways to handle this. Your jutsu isn't perfected yet, so there's no need to take such a risk. Let's come up with a different strategy. I can help too. Kakashi looked up and met Obito's gaze. After a brief silence, the lightning at his hands slowly faded. He pondered seriously, then said, Obito, and I will take the attack. Rin, you provide long-range support. Minato-sensei, please be our backup. If we get overwhelmed, we'll count on you to cover us. Minato nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. All right. In his heart, he knew. The most important thing for ninja was teamwork, and his 3 students had already mastered that principle. All right, let's go. Obito exclaimed with excitement. With a sudden burst, Obito and Kakashi leapt from their hiding place. Shadow, clone, jutsu. They called in unison, forming hand seals. Instantly, 6 figures split off from the pair. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance of over a dozen meters. The Iwagakure ninja Maguri was startled by the sudden attack. 2 brats who hadn't even finished growing. Could their speed really rival a Jonin's? Was this some kind of joke? Since when was Konoha so formidable? Maguri's true body quietly retreated, while more than a dozen shadow clones split into 3 groups to intercept the attackers. Hidden in the shadows, Minato watched the movement of the shadow clones closely. With just a few glances, he could roughly deduce where the real Maguri was. He's probably hiding behind that tree. Should I make a move? Minato pondered for a moment. No, better give the kids a chance. If they can't handle it, I'll finish this in an instant. Both Kakashi and Obito possessed Jonin-level strength. Dealing with a Jonin shadow clone was child's play for them. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Blade technique. Shadow dance. Flames roared skyward and cold steel flashed through the air in an instant. The two of them dispatched Meguri's shadow clones one after another. The demon leech looked on in shock and fear. These two kids truly possessed the strength of elite ninja. Watching as the shadow clones were struck down one after another, the demon leech gritted his teeth. With the two of them attacking from both sides, escape was impossible. He might as well go on the offensive and take one of them out first. Having made up his mind, he landed on the ground without a sound, then slipped straight into the earth, vanishing from sight. HM? Obito suddenly glanced in a certain direction, the twin Tomo. Spinning in his eyes, a subtle smile played at the corner of his mouth. I was just about to look for you, but you've saved me the trouble. In the next instant, a figure burst from the ground and swung a vicious blade at Obito. Yet when the blade fell, Obito's form dissolved into a wisp of smoke, disappearing instantly. Damn! A surge of mortal danger flashed through the demon leech's mind. He twisted his head just in time to see a torrent of flames roaring toward him. He pushed off with his legs, hurling himself backward, only to freeze in place, suddenly unable to move. His pupils contracted in shock. A blade's tip emerged from his chest. To think I die at the hands of two kids. I can't accept this. The demon leech murmured softly. Kakashi withdrew his knife with cold indifference, and the man's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Obito, seeing this, grumbled in annoyance. Kakashi, you always steal my kills. Great fireball jutsu, my ass. Can never hit anyone. He muttered. Kakashi cast Obito a sidelong glance, not bothering to respond, and turned to wipe his white fan blade clean. Seeing that the fight was over, Minato and Rin approached, a warm smile on Minato's face. You two performed remarkably well, better than I expected. Even just now, Kakashi and Obito had worked together seamlessly, dispatching the enemy with swift efficiency. There had been no need for him or Rin to step in. Then Minato's expression grew serious. But that lone enemy was probably just out on solo patrol by chance. Next time, you may be facing a full squad of a Wagakure ninja, so everyone needs to stay alert. Don't let your guard down. The three nodded with grave expressions. Understood. Sensei Minato. The four of them set off again. When they reached a grove of bamboo, Minato came to a halt. This is as far as I can take you, he said gently. From here on, you're on your own. So it's time to split up? The three exchanged glances, each seeing the tension reflected in the other's eyes. Minato raised his hand in farewell. Then, scatter! In a flash, Minato's figure vanished. Kakashi and the others slipped into the bamboo forest, moving deeper toward the Iwagakure front lines. Watch out! Kakashi suddenly called. Before them lay a pit trap, lined with razor-sharp bamboo spikes. Rin considered for a moment, then said, Looks like we've already entered the patrol range of an Iwagakure squad. Obito nodded, gently squeezing Rin's small hand as he spoke. That's right, the enemy could show up at any moment. Rin, you have to stick close to Kakashi and me. Don't wander off no matter what. Rin blinked her big eyes and replied, I understand, Obito. Kakashi turned away with a sullen expression. Are you really going to show off your lovey-dovey act right in front of me? Is that even appropriate? Kakashi, I have a feeling. Obito warned, we might run into enemies soon, so stay sharp. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Got it. The three of them passed through a bamboo grove and arrived at the edge of a stream. This is the place. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Obito's heart skipped a beat, his muscles tensed, and he unobtrusively moved to shield Rin at her side. If nothing went wrong, the two Jonin from the Hidden Stone Village should be lurking somewhere nearby, watching them like predators waiting to pounce. And sure enough, his guess was right. Amid the jagged rocks, two ninja were whispering to each other. The Jonin with the wild, spiky hair, Hikaru, said that guy Moriya went a scout ahead and hasn't come back. Could it be these three brats managed to take him out? The other Jonin, Daisuke, whose face was broad and brutish beneath a blue bandana, grinned wickedly. Then let's just grab one of these kids and ask them ourselves. Ninja art, camouflage concealment. He formed a quick series of hand signs, causing his body to blend seamlessly into the surroundings, becoming nearly invisible. Down by the stream, Obito seemed to be carelessly splashing through the water, but in truth he was on high alert, watching every direction. Just then the system chimed, sounding in his mind and presenting him with a choice. Option 1. Join forces with your teammates and eliminate Jonin, Hikaru, and Daisuke from the Hidden Stone Village. Reward: 0.3 chakra. Option 2. Work together to drive them away. Reward: 0.2 chakra. Option 3. Sound the alarm and quickly retreat with your teammates, escaping danger. Reward: 0.1 chakra. Obito glanced over the options without much hesitation. He chose the first. Defeating or simply chasing these two off would only give him a chance to report back, risking the failure of their mission. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way, take them out, and claim the highest reward while completing the ambush. Obito pulled down his goggles. With a surge, his eyes flushed crimson. The tomo in his Sharingan spinning slowly, draw blade slash. In an instant, Obito spun around, gripping his sword and swinging it in one swift motion. A sharp metallic ring cut through the air as the blade flashed out of its sheath, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Daisuke's form flickered into view, his face twisted in shock. "You? How could you possibly see me? What? Those eyes?" Blood spurted from his neck. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, turning into a cold, lifeless corpse. "Let me keep writing. I'll try to get another chapter out." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Daisher fell, Kakashi and Rin finally reacted, turning around with shock etched on their faces. "Obito, what's going on?" Rin cried out in alarm. "There's an enemy." Kakashi quickly drew his white fan blade, scanning their surroundings with a sharp gaze. In truth, it wasn't just the three of them hidden in the shadows. Hikaru, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but pale. Is this some kind of joke? In just a single exchange, Daisher was taken out by a kid. "Retreat. I need to get this intel back as soon as possible. We can't allow these terrifyingly powerful youngsters to run rampant." Behind our lines, Hikaru's eyes remained fixed on the figures ahead. Concealed by his escape technique, he began to slowly ease backward. But just then, the boy who had killed Daisher suddenly turned his gaze in Hikaru's direction. Those crimson eyes locked onto him with a chilling intensity. "He spotted me." Hikaru's heart sank. Abandoning all attempts at stealth, he launched his attack in an instant. Earth style. Crumbling rock spear. The rocks behind him rose into the air, transforming into a volley of sharp stone spears that hurtled toward the trio. Obito let out a low growl. "Kakashi, cover me." The two acted in perfect sync. Kakashi leapt in front of him, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Mud wall. A wall of packed earth surged up, blocking the incoming stone spears. In that brief window, Obito had already finished forming hand seals. Earth style. Rising stone spears, a dozen thick stone lances, each half a meter wide, suddenly shot out from the front of the wall. Hikaru was caught off guard. One of the stone spears grazed his side, making him grunt. In pain, "Damn brats," he snarled through clenched teeth, staggering backward as he reached for the signal flare at his chest. With the chakra sustaining it gone, the mud wall crumbled away in an instant. As their view cleared, both Obito and Kakashi saw what Hikaru was trying to do. "No, he's trying to send a signal." "Stop him," Obito said anxiously. They were now deep behind enemy lines if their location were exposed. The consequences would be dire. Kakashi hardly needed the reminder. He'd already rushed forward, his blade flashing toward the not-so-distant Hikaru. Obito's hands flew through a series of seals, finishing in a mere heartbeat as he unleashed his most powerful ninjutsu. Lava release. Scorching river of molten rock. A barrage of molten fireballs shot out, covering every direction Hikaru might try to escape. Wounded and panicked, Hikaru dodged desperately. But Kakashi's blade still managed to catch him with a glancing blow. To think, Hikaru, cornered to such a hopeless state by two little brats, he muttered bitterly after landing his strike. Kakashi paused a short distance away, eyes cold and watchful, ready to attack again at any moment. Obito's molten fireball was now right in front of Hwang. He could feel the waves of heat surging toward him, almost suffocating. In just an instant, the fireball would crash down. The boy beside him would also arrive in a flash. In this fleeting moment, Hwang's mind spun at lightning speed. He had two choices. One was to keep firing the signal flare and die under the onslaught of molten rock. The other was to abandon the flare for now and try to evade the fireball from above. But even if he did that, it would only postpone his death for a little while. In all likelihood, he would still end up killed by those two. And if that knife-wielding brat managed to pin him down, he wouldn't be able to warn his comrades about what had happened here. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. With a sigh, Hogwang made his choice. He fired the signal flare behind him. A deafening crash exploded the next moment as he was buried beneath a rain of falling stones. Yet a smile of relief touched his lips. The flare shot up into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of colors. But rather than bringing hope, it sent a chill through the boys' hearts. He'd rather die than let his comrades walk into danger. Obito stared at the place where Hogwang was buried, his expression tangled with complicated emotions. In that instant, it felt as if their fates had been reversed. Choice successful. Reward received. 0.3 units of chakra, comma. The reward for 0.3 units of chakra was credited immediately, yet there was no joy in Obito's heart. What awaited them next was an even deadlier threat than in the original story. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds of squads might come hunting them. Retreat. Now. Abandon the mission. Kakashi hissed urgently. The three of them spun around and darted back into the bamboo forest, retracing their steps at top speed. There was no point in thinking about the mission anymore. Survival was all that mattered now. The wind whipped past them, carrying echoes of pursuit from the forest behind. Was it just their imagination? The sound of rushing footsteps grew ever closer. Hearts pounding, the three quickened their pace. But before long, a rustling came from the bamboo grove ahead. Obito let out a strangled yelp. We're done for. Enemies in front, pursuers behind. There was no way out of this deadly trap. Rin gripped her kunai tighter, her knuckles turning white. Obito shielded her, eyes wary and fixed on the path ahead. Meanwhile, Kakashi quietly sent out a shadow clone, his real body creeping forward. But when the figures ahead finally emerged, both sides stopped in astonishment as they recognized each other's faces. How is it, you guys? What are you doing here? This is bad, really bad. The newcomers turned out to be Liu Ayako and Bo. Seeing Obito, Kakashi, and Rin, they too were caught off guard. Kakashi was the first to recover, urging them in a low, urgent voice. This isn't the place to talk. Let's get moving and talk on the way. Everyone knew how dire the situation was and raced away at top speed as Obito ran. His hands swiftly formed seals, shadow clone jutsu. A duplicate appeared at his side, gazing at him with deep emotion in its eyes. Forgive me, Obito. This will be the last time, it said, voice heavy with feeling. With that, the clone stayed behind. Though the circumstances were grim, curiosity got the better of everyone, and they glanced at Obito in wonder. Rin, unable to contain herself, spoke up. Obito-kun. What are you doing? Obito explained, oh, I have plenty of chakra to spare. Leaving a shadow clone behind will stir up some trouble for those chasing us. Everyone was left speechless. We all understand your tactics, they thought. What we want to know is, why does your shadow clone always have to make it so dramatic? Obito turned to Roka, and next to him, asking, by the way, why are you all here? Roka let out a sigh. Before our teacher went to the front lines, he told us that a Wagakure's main fighting force was pressed onto the front. The rear must be as short-handed as Konoha. So he sent us to sneak in and gather intel near the enemy supply lines. Once we figured out Iwa's situation, we were supposed to bring the information back to the village so the Jonin on reserve could analyze whether there was any opportunity to exploit. Obito nodded in realization. Looks like our teachers were thinking along the same lines. Ayako, surprised, asked, wait, was Minato-senpai's mission for your team also reconnaissance? Rin shook her head. No, our mission isn't reconnaissance. We're here to launch a surprise attack and destroy the Kanabi Bridge. Well now, Roka and his teammates were stunned. They thought sneaking behind enemy lines for reconnaissance was already a brave enough task. Yet here was another squad out to directly sabotage the enemy's stronghold. In a word, impressive. Kakashi added, we just fought two IWA Jonin. While we managed to take them down, one of them managed to fire off a signal before he fell. You must have seen the flare, which is why you came this way, right? Nagano nodded in response. We happened to be nearby and saw the signal, figured something must have happened. So we came over to check out from a distance. Only to spot your group? Hold on. Suddenly his eyes widened. You guys took down two Jonin. Obito nodded smugly, gesturing with his hand. Yup, just like that. A blade for each. If the second guy hadn't been so far off, he wouldn't have had a chance to set off the alarm. Nagano replied with a tinge of envy. You're right, I don't buy it. Obito grinned mischievously. Actually, it wasn't just those two. We took down another one before that too. Nagano covered her ears. I'm not listening. I don't care what you say. The shadow clone, left behind, formed hand seals with both hands. Recalling a certain girl she'd once downloaded, she skillfully performed the seduction jutsu. Ah, this is so much more comfortable. She lingered for a moment before continuing to dash forward. Deep in the bamboo grove, a team from Awagakure approached, their expressions grave. How could a powerhouse like Haino Hikari's squad be taken out so quickly? They were the team closest to Haino Hikari and the others. From a moment, they saw the signal flare until they reached the scene. Not even enough. Time had passed to finish a cup of tea, but in that short span, whoever had killed Haino Hikari's squad had already vanished without a trace. What did that mean? It meant that Haino Hikari and Oishi had been taken down almost instantly, in a single encounter. The sensory ninja in the group spoke up. Anichi, there's movement up ahead. I found a target. Anichi's eyes lit up. We finally found them. After them, the three of them picked up the pace, fanning out to encircle the figure ahead. As they closed the distance, they finally got a good look at their quarry. And then I grinned slyly and whispered, well, looks like it's a female ninja with a nice figure. Let me handle her. I'll make sure to interrogate her thoroughly. But Insan hurried past him, thumping his own chest. Better let me take care of this dirty work, brother. This woman could be dangerous. You wouldn't want to get hurt, would you? Teach? And then I clicked his tongue in annoyance. With three of them up against a lone woman, what danger could there really be? If he wanted to be first, he should just say so. And Anichi began to circle around, boxing in the woman for both sides. Up front, Insan formed hand seals. Ninja art. Camouflage concealment. His body faded, turning transparent as he melted into the earth and crept toward the woman. The woman, looking abandoned by her allies, bolted forward in a panic, completely unaware of the transparent figure rising behind her. Seeing this, Insan flashed an eager grin. Had the target been a man, he would have sliced off his limbs in an instant and dragged him back for questioning. But when the prey was a beautiful woman like this, he much preferred a gentler approach. After all, once they'd gotten the information they needed, the squad could always have a bit of fun with her afterward. And Insan drew a kunai, lunging forward to seize the woman in his arms. One hand slipped around her soft waist, while the other pressed the blade to her pale throat. "Hey, pretty thing, don't fight back, or I'll slit your throat." The woman froze, her body stiffening as she forced herself to. Looked terrified, rooted on the spot. And Insan, pleased with her reaction, continued, "Be a good girl and give up your companions. Not only will I spare your life, but my brothers and I will make sure to take good care of you. So, little beauty, what do you say?" He sneered, his laughter sleazy and mocking. The young woman's cheeks flushed an even deeper red, her voice soft and coquettish. "Oh, you're terrible. You're making me so shy. I'm so embarrassed. I feel like I might just explode." And Insan was taken aback. Explode from embarrassment. What kind of bizarre way to describe it was that? The very next instant he understood. She wasn't describing a feeling, she was announcing a fact. With a deafening boom, the woman in Insan's arms actually exploded. Damn it. The fearsome blast hurled Insan straight into the air. Insan, "Are you all right?" An E and an air rushed over in alarm. They were just as baffled. How could a living, breathing person just blow up like that? A shadow clone maybe, but shadow clones don't explode. And they hadn't seen any explosive tags either. What kind of sorcery was this? Thank you all for the gifts and your wonderful reviews. Sending hearts your way. And Sam lay sprawled on the ground, every inch of him burning with pain. Even so, he struggled to lift his arm, his hand groping anxiously toward the most crucial spot. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The little brother was still there. Wait. Hold on a second. After a careful check, he froze. There was nothing left. He'd lost everything. Completely and utterly stripped bare, a howl of anguish tore from Insan's throat, echoing up to the clouds and scattering flocks of startled birds. "I'll kill you all for this," he roared in agony. Watching Insan writhe in despair, an air unconsciously swallowed hard. If he'd been the one to approach the woman just now. He shuddered. "Brother, your sacrifice will be remembered forever." Meanwhile, the explosion's thunderous roar reached the others. At that moment, the Shadow Clone's memories synchronized. Obito's expression darkened. "Everyone, pick up the pace. The enemy is getting close." Liu's eyes sparkled. "Obito, did you bring any explosive tags? How many do you have? Maybe we can set some traps along the way." Obito scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't bring any explosive tags." Liu blinked in surprise. "No tags. Then that explosion just now, was it something the enemy did?" Obito shook his head. "No, that was my shadow clone exploding. I guess it got too embarrassed." Liu was completely baffled. "Your shadow clone gets embarrassed? Wait, why would your shadow clone even explode?" The six of them were already racing at top speed. but the pursuing squad behind them was slowly closing the distance. Though the number of Awagakure ninja left to defend the rear was small, it was still considerable compared to the main battlefield. At this moment, no fewer than a dozen squads were tracking them relentlessly, closing in from behind. These elite ninja from the Hidden Stone barely had to make an effort to lock onto their target's movements. The six were sprinting at full speed. When suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. This is Earth style. Ground-splitting palm. 3 nearby stone ninja squads struck in unison, unleashing a blow that shook the heavens and the earth. A thunderous roar erupted all around. The ground beneath the group gave way in an instant. Earth crumbled in sections, opening up deep ravines like yawning chasms. But that wasn't all. A terrifying surge of chakra exploded upward from below, as solid and forceful as a tidal wave. Dust billowed everywhere. The six found themselves suddenly suspended in midair, plummeting freely into the depths below. "Everyone, be careful." Kakashi reacted in a flash, grabbing Ayako beside him. With a deft push off the crumbling ledge, he leapt away from the collapsing ground, taking her to safety. Obito dangled in the fissure, quickly pulling Rin close and pushing her upward to safety. Just then Roka's anxious voice rang out, "Obito, help me!" Obito turned at the call to see Roka bracing himself on a sheer cliff. Hands forming a ninja sign, his face flushed red with effort. Roka's shadow was holding on to the dazed Nagano, guiding his hands to grip a protruding rock ledge. It turned out that Nagano, unlucky as ever, had been caught at the very center of the chakra blast. He'd been knocked senseless on the spot, his mind buzzing, unable to focus or mold chakra at all, if not for Roka's quick thinking, using his shadow to grab hold of him. Nagano might have been done for. "Hang on. I'm coming." Obito spread chakra to his feet, launched himself with all his strength, and leapt towards Nagano. 2 seconds later, he landed steadily beside Nagano on the broken ledge, then grabbed hold of him. "Let go, Roka!" Obito called. Roka released his shadow imitation technique and began scrambling upward. Obito took off, running with Nagano in tow. Gauging the distance to the ground, he muttered under his breath, "This should be close enough." "Here goes." With a surge of strength from his waist, he hurled Nagano upward. The cold wind snapped Nagano awake as he tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly but safely on solid ground. Rin hurried to help Nagano up, then looked anxiously at Obito down below. "Obito, hurry! Get up here!" Obito paused, then looked up with eyes wide, his voice breaking as he shouted, "Desperate Rin, get out of the way now, huh?" From a moment the earth began to collapse to the instant Obito rescued Nagano. Barely a dozen seconds had passed. Yet those brief seconds were all the stone ninja squads needed. They'd already closed the gap with Kakashi's team, ready to launch a new wave of attacks. As merciless shinobi, they had no intention of giving their enemies even a moment to catch their breath. Strike while the iron is hot. Finish them off at their weakest. Earth style. Funeral lance formation. 9 people activated their jutsu at the same time. Countless sharp stone spears shot out from all directions, aimed straight at Kakashi and his companions. Oh no! Kakashi's face changed dramatically. He slapped his hands to the ground, raising an earth-style wall in front of him. But the wall conjured in such a rush was only enough to shield Ayako by his side. Shikaha leapt behind the earthen wall in a single bound. As he moved, he tried to cast a shadow concealment to protect Rin and Naganoa, who were a little farther away. But he was already exhausted. His strength was running out. The shadowy tendrils he summoned trembled, barely inching forward, slower than a crawling turtle. In the next instant, the stone spears were already upon them. A sickening sound pierced the air as stone spears struck flesh. Warm liquid splashed onto Obito's face. He caught Rin as she fell, his whole being stunned with shock. Sorry, I got held up this afternoon. I'll grab a quick bite, and then work straight through to 11 tonight. Rin." Tears slid down Obito's cheeks. He felt as if his heart had stopped for a moment. He thought he'd lost Rin for good. Rin's eyes were brimming with tears as well. She choked back a sob. "I'm all right, Obito, but Bo..." At the very last moment, as the stone spear struck, Bo had thrown Rin into a crack in the ground, pushing her to safety. He himself wasn't fast enough. He was struck by the spears. Obito's heart sank as he listened. He gave the girl in his arms a gentle warning. "Hold on tight to me." Rin curled up in Obito's embrace and nodded with all her might. With Rin held close, Obito vaulted up and landed on the surface. A flurry of shuriken whistled through the air. Obito twisted aside, narrowly. Dodging the incoming blades, with a powerful push of his toes, he darted forward, dodging attack after attack as he ran towards Kakashi and the others. Earth Style. Stone Spear Jutsu. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Having learned from the earlier fate of Kagaya's group, the Iwagakure ninja kept their distance, wary of the newcomer's strength. They unleashed jutsu from afar, keeping their enemies pinned and unable to escape. This was their home turf. There was no need to rush. The longer they delayed, the greater their advantage. Obito, get over here, Kakashi called out. Guided by Kakashi and his team, Obito dodged through the barrage and rejoined his companions. He gently set Rin down beside Kakashi, seizing the brief lull as both sides paused. Obito's gaze drifted to where Naganoha lay in a pool of blood not far away. Naganoha's body had been pierced by 4 or 5 stone spears. Now struggling for breath, he managed to lift his head and look their way. Sparrow. Obito looked at the barely breathing Naganoha and felt his blood begin to boil in his veins. In his mind, that invisible shackle trembled once more. He could almost hear the sound of it rattling. Naganoha caught Obito's eye. He forced a crooked smile, as if trying to say something, but his lung had already been pierced through. He couldn't make the slightest sound. Obito looked at his lips and understood what he was trying to say. How many times have I told you? I'm not called Sparrow, and don't feel sorry for me. If there's one thing I hate, it's owing people. You saved my life, so I just... Before Obito could finish reading Bo's words, the enemy attacked again. The 5 of them were forced to change positions, losing sight of Nagano Bo. Tears welled up in Obito's eyes. Why does my heart ache so much for this infuriating guy? With a thunderous crash, the restraints in his mind shattered in an instant. Obito growled, "You damn Sparrow. I just want you to own me. You're not allowed to die." Rokaha grabbed Obito's arm. "Obito, don't be reckless. The reason they didn't finish Bo off is to lure us over. Believe me, seeing Bo like this hurts me too, but he can't be saved now." Obito turned to glare at Rokaha, his tone icy. "If he can't be saved, then I'll slaughter every last one of them and avenge Sparrow myself." Rokaha was stunned and slowly let go of his hand. Obito's eyes glowed crimson, and 3 tomo swirled in his gaze. Kakashi furrowed his brows. "Obito, this isn't the time for reckless behavior." Even though Obito, in his grief, had awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan against 3 Iwagakure squads, they still had little chance of victory. Rin stood close to Obito, worried about his state. Obito met everyone's eyes and spoke. "Listen to me, everyone. I haven't lost myself to hatred. On the contrary, I'm thinking very clearly right now. These Iwagakure shinobi are obviously stalling for time, waiting for other squads to arrive. If we can't break through soon, we may never get out of here." Rokaha thought for a moment, then spoke gravely. "Obito-kun is right. We must take the initiative to break through." Ayako spoke up timidly. "But they outnumber us and are stronger. How are we supposed to break out?" Obito took off his goggles and tossed them aside. "I'll attack first and draw their attention. You all take the chance to escape." Kakashi's brows knitted again, but soon relaxed. "All right, I'll go with you." Obito shook his head. "No, you're in charge of protecting Rin and the others. Some of their squads will definitely give up on me and turn to chase after you. Only you can protect everyone." Kakashi started to protest, but Obito cut him off impatiently. "Stop fussing already. If we delay any longer, none of us will make it out. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. It's not that easy for me to die. Trust me." Tears blurred Rin's vision as she looked at Obito. "Obito-kun." After lashing out at Kakashi, Obito forced a smile for Rin. "Rin-chan, I'll see you on the other side. I'll bring Nami back with me." Then he turned to Kakashi and said, "You must protect everyone. If you don't, I'll never forgive you." For the first time, Kakashi saw such a serious expression on Obito's face. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Obito gave a slight nod in return and drew his short sword. "Everyone, get ready. In 1 minute, we move together." With those words, Obito looked at the distant Iwagakure shinobi. He took a deep breath and silently recited in his mind. "System, activate Kimui Limited Card. Kimui Limited Card. When you activate the 3 tomo Sharingan, Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan will be automatically awakened. Reminder, confirm use. Yes. Obito felt a warm current surge into his eyes. In the next instant, the three black tomo within the blood-red Sharingan shattered, bathed in an overwhelming rush of power. They transformed into a single black pinwheel. Kinui Mangekyo Sharingan. A sudden rush of insight flooded his mind, and Obito instantly grasped the use of Kamui what? Incredible power. No wonder Kishimoto split these eyes apart. Dual Kamui is simply too overpowered. Gripping his short sword, Obito stepped out from cover. He broke into a run, charging toward the Iwagakure forces ahead. Several Iwagakure shinobi began to murmur among themselves, to still have the will to fight in a situation like this. No wonder he had the guts to sneak into our rear lines, right? Even if he's the enemy, this kid's got real guts. Obito caught their conversation and flashed a wicked grin. You think I just have courage? I got guts to spare. Enough to make even Gojian envious. Well, to fight. I don't just want to fight. I want to wipe you all out. P.S. I love Rin even more than Obito does. How could Rin possibly die? Something came up today, so updates are a bit slow. Don't worry, there will still be 3 chapters a day. Even if I have to pull an all-nighter, Nagano Nami's consciousness was already starting to blur. He vaguely saw Obito charging toward him and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Idiot! Fool! Dead last. Don't you realize I'm just bait left here by the enemy? Oh, whatever. I'm about to die anyway, so there's no point in thinking about it anymore, but I never expected this guy would actually risk himself for me. Memories from the past began to surface, one after another. It was as if he had returned to his childhood. A young voice drifted to his ears. Hi, I'm Obito. We'll be desk mates from now on. Hi, I'm Nagano Nami. Back then, he was still a shy, introverted boy, and Obito wasn't the cheeky rascal he is now. Naganoha closed his eyes, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Meeting someone like you wasn't so bad after all. Earg. Obito let out a furious roar. In his fading vision, the last trace of chakra within Nagano's body dissipated completely. At the very moment Obito dashed forward, the others, Rokuyo and his companions, also sprang from their hiding spots and quickly fled in the opposite direction. The Iwagakure ninjas burst into mocking laughter. Well, so that brat walked out to die on purpose. Turns out he was creating an opening for his friends. Tisk. Not a bad plan, but too bad you couldn't even buy them half a minute. Enough talk. Finish this little punk off, and don't let the others get away. 9 Iwagakure ninjas surged toward Obito. 4 were elite Jonin, and 5 were special Jonin. With a lineup like this, the kid in front of them didn't stand a chance. Not to mention 7 or 8 more squads were rushing over from behind. With such overwhelming force on their side, how could the enemy possibly turn the tables? How could they lose? All they had to do was charge forward and finish it. A familiar chime sounded in Obito's mind. So exhausted, damn it. A translucent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, filling his entire field of vision. He nearly stumbled from the shock. Option 1. Kill 10 Iwagakure ninjas, completion reward, 0.1 units of chakra. Option 2. Kill 20 Iwagakure ninjas, completion reward, 0.2 units of chakra. Option 3. Kill 30 Iwagakure ninjas, completion reward, 0.3 units of chakra. Obito's eyes swept across the choices instantly. Understanding the situation, if the system was giving him these options, it meant there were at least 7 or 8 more Iwagakure squads on the way. With fierce resolve, he selected the third option in his mind. 30. Tonight he'd hunt to his heart's content. One Iwagakure ninja noticed Obito zoning out and sneered as he lunged with his blade. Hey kid, trying to daydream in the middle of the fight. Who gave you that kind of nerve? But the smirk froze on his face the next moment. The boy in front of him seemed insubstantial. His weapon and body passed right through Obito, as if he were a ghost. What the? Before he could react, a short blade pierced his chest. He staggered, gasping for breath as Obito pulled the blade free and kicked him hard to the ground. The Iwagakure ninjas were stunned by this bizarre scene. Coming to an abrupt halt, someone whispered, "What just happened?" Another face-pale muttered, "I don't know, that kid's got something freaky going on. Everyone stay sharp." But Obito had no intention of giving them a chance to recover before reinforcements from the Hidden Stone Village arrive. "We have to kill everyone here first." One of the stone ninja gritted his teeth and swung his blade as Obito charged at him. "I don't believe it. There's no way you can keep using that trick. In the world of the shinobi, the stranger one's abilities, the heavier the limitations that come with them. Either there's a steep price to pay, or the cooldown is unbearably long." That kid's power to make his body intangible. There's no way he can pull that off again so quickly. With this thought giving him courage, the stone ninja's nerves settled. Take this. He swung his blade at Obito. As expected, the sword passed right through Obito's body, but he was ready for it, so he didn't lose his balance and managed not to panic. When his attack failed, he immediately pulled back, preparing to dodge the inevitable counterstrike. But right then, the space around him warped in an instant. Suddenly, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. All he could do was watch, helpless, as his opponent drove a dagger into his chest. That's 2. Obito counted off in a flat voice as another body hit the ground. A sharp gasp swept through the stone ninja. This was something even more terrifying. To them, it looked as if their comrade had been cursed, standing perfectly still, powerless to resist. Obito looked at the cowering group before him. Unable to contain himself, he broke into wild, manic laughter. Ha ha ha! If you won't come kill me, then I'll just have to kill all of you instead. I want you all to be buried with that. Loathsome fool! With those words, he raised his blade and charged straight into the group. The 7 remaining ninja exchanged glances. In that instant, they came to the same desperate decision. All together now. If they couldn't take this monster down, they might never leave this place alive. One of them locked eyes with Obito as he rushed forward. That's 3. A sickening crack followed. Space twisted, and the shinobi's head was instantly crushed, red, white, yellow, and green. Oh, he was wearing a green headscarf. The spray of vivid colors splattered over the companions nearby. One of them, acting on instinct, licked a bit off his face and nearly vomited on the spot. What in the world is going on? What kind of power is this? They stared at the cold-eyed youth, dread creeping into their hearts. No physical form, a mind that bewilders death from afar. Was this fiend a demon crawled up from the depths of hell? To him, human lives were nothing more than cold, empty numbers. His indifferent gaze swept over them, as if he were already counting their corpses. Are you even human? Someone couldn't help but ask. Oh, did you just insult me? Obito's eyes flashed dangerously, a horrible pop. The questioner's head exploded without warning. Obito didn't find it disgusting in the slightest. In fact, he almost felt like eating watermelon. Watching the panic on everyone's faces, Obito curled his lip in disdain. 4 of them, what a boring fight. Right now, the power balance in the world of the Hokage hadn't collapsed yet, and the internet wasn't a complete mess either. Not like it would be over a decade later, when Kage-level ninjas would be everywhere. Cheaters were as common as stray dogs, and immortals and aliens flew around like it was nothing. At this point in time, his Mangekyo Sharingan was basically the most overpowered cheat anyone could have. Using it against a group of ordinary ninjas, he had to admit, it felt a bit like bullying. That thought made him sigh softly. If only he had mastered this power sooner, Naganoha wouldn't have. Obito bent down and took Naganoha's body, storing it in his Kimui space. Stubborn sparrow. Just you wait. When I'm strong enough to break all the rules, I'll bring you and Uncle Sakumo back to life together. It's perfect, really. Sakumo's always wanted to chat with you. When the time comes, if you got any complaint about him, just let him have it. He tried to use these offhand words to ease the ache in his heart, but it didn't really help. Some might wonder, why didn't Obito just use Kimui to escape with everyone? The truth was, the thought had crossed his mind. He could have just activated Kimui, and nobody would have been able to stop them. But if he did that, he wouldn't be able to keep his abilities hidden, and that would ruin a lot of his future plans. Worse yet, if a certain someone named Shimura Danzo, 55 this year and as sly as they come, found out about his power, he'd start plotting immediately about how to take Obito's eyes for himself. As long as Obito stayed here and drew enough attention, Kakashi and the others shouldn't be in too much danger. Besides, he had a score to settle for the sparrow. He couldn't leave just yet. Obito shook his head, pushing away those thoughts, and burst out laughing wildly as he charged forward again. His laughter echoed loudly, wild and unrestrained. He flicked his short blade to the side, blocking an attack from one of the Iwagakure ninjas. Then with both hands wreathed in fire, he drove his claw straight through another's heart. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He tore through the enemy ranks like a wolf among sheep, mowing them down with overwhelming force. No, calling it a battle would be too generous. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Obito picked up his short blade from the ground and glanced over the nearby bamboo grove. He saw no fewer than 10 Iwagakure squads forming a wide circle around him at a distance, their eyes filled with a mix of shock and wariness. This brat took out 3 of our squads by himself. We thought Konoha was out of fighters, but it turns out even their kids are monsters. Damn it, he doesn't even look older than my son. If only my boy could be as strong as someone from Konoha. What left the Iwagakure ninjas at a complete loss was that, even faced with their overwhelming numbers, this Konoha kid didn't look the least bit rattled. In fact, he calmly straightened his clothes, as if he had all the time in the world. Several squad leaders began to whisper among themselves, "He can't be here alone. There must be teammates nearby. Let's split into 2 groups and finish this quickly." One squad leader shook his head. "I don't think that's wise. This kid is incredibly strong. To be safe, we should focus all our efforts on him. Send 2 squads to pursue any possible enemies in the area. All we need is to ensure no one interferes." From behind, another leader agreed. "That's right. The sooner we crush this genius in the cradle, the better. His death would be Konoha's greatest loss. It's settled then. 2 teams will hunt down his comrades, and the rest will attack together. Once we take care of this brat, we'll hurry back to reinforce the front lines." Their decision made, the group sprang into action. The Iwagakure ninjas moved swiftly. 6 men broke away, racing past Obito and vanishing into the distance. Obito silently watched the scene unfold. With just 2 squads, Kakashi should be fine. So that leaves 10 squads for me. They really think highly of me. Well then, none of you are leaving here. Obito tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand and charged straight at the 30 enemy ninjas. To an outsider, it might have looked as if he alone was encircling the enemy. A squad leader shouted a warning. "Stay alert. Attack together. Don't underestimate him." The Iwagakure side had overwhelming numbers, but that made it difficult to use wide-area jutsu. Friendly fire was a real risk. Obito easily dodged several single-target ninjutsu attacks and soon closed in on a group of Iwagakure ninjas. 4 or 5 enemy blades flashed at once. The next instant, something shocking happened. Their swords passed straight through the boy's body. Some even pierced into their own comrades behind him. While they stared in stunned disbelief, Obito seized the opening, leapt into the air, and spat out a mouthful of scorching lava. Lava release. Boiling broth. A torrent of molten rock poured down over their heads, the unbearable heat incinerating them in an instant. One squad leader's pupils shrank in horror. He cried out, "Intangibility, Akekei Genkai. Everyone get some distance from him." Now, Obito's voice was icy, his mockery unmistakable. "And just how do you plan to get away from me?" He flitted among them like a ghost. The Iwagakure ninjas couldn't escape. Their attacks were useless. They fell one after another like stalks of grain before the scythe. The squad leaders were beside themselves with rage and disbelief. They thought they had treated this foe with enough caution, but who could have imagined 30 elite ninja being hunted down and slaughtered by a single boy? "Are we sure we're not playing out the wrong script here? Send the signal," one leader barked. Moments later, a brilliant flare shot into the sky, illuminating half the battlefield. Obito continued his silent onslaught, showing not the slightest reaction. For one thing, he hadn't been close enough to stop the man who launched the signal. Secondly, the more commotion he stirred up on his end, the safer Kakashi and the others would be. Kill them all, that's all there is to it. Hunt to your heart's content. At the rear of the Iwagakure forces, many people looked up at the signal flare overhead, confusion written all over their faces. Didn't we send out over a dozen squads? They still haven't dealt with the enemy. That's right, the Konoha rear guard should be empty. There's no way they have enough troops to launch a counterattack, is there? Although they were full of doubts, another 20 squads immediately set out, rushing toward the site of the signal flare. Choice successful, reward obtained. 0.3 units of chakra. A familiar notification chimed in Obito's ear. A warm surge of energy flowed through his body, easing some of the fatigue in his limbs. He let out a long breath after finishing off the last enemy in front of him. Save for a few Iwagakure ninja who realized things had gone south and managed to escape, the remaining 24 or so all lay dead here. Obito possessed both Kimui and Lava Release, 2 powerful Kekei Genkai. He had no reason to fear these Iwnin who lacked any special abilities. Even if he had only the double Kimui, he could still stand undefeated. The only thing that limited him was his chakra reserves. If he had enough chakra, he'd dare to charge straight into the land of Earth alone. Of course, that was just a pleasant fantasy. The recent battle had already drained about half his chakra, leaving him feeling a bit lightheaded. Thankfully, he'd just been rewarded, good dog, Sitting cross-legged where he began refining chakra. No matter how little. Any recovery helped. There was a good chance another fierce fight was just around the corner, suddenly missing you. Where could you be? In my dreams, in my heart, in my song Obito softly hummed a familiar folk tune from home, suddenly finding himself a bit melancholy. That person who used to pester him every day would never come looking for a fight again. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 60 Iwagakure ninja arrived on the scene. One by one, they froze in shock at what they saw. On land stained purple-brown by congealed blood, a young man sat serenely atop a pile of corpses, humming a carefree melody, as if he'd been waiting for their arrival. Writing with abandon tonight. The author's pulling an all-nighter, someone stammered, voice trembling. You've got to be kidding. So many people. All killed by this brat? Corpses lay scattered in grotesque positions, a sight that chilled the blood. These were battle-hardened shinobi, not strangers to carnage, but the scene before them was something else entirely. A boy barely half a man's height had single-handedly slaughtered nearly 60 people, and now sat calmly atop the bodies awaiting his next foes. What kind of presence was this? At last someone couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Obito's eyes closed slightly as he raced to recover his chakra, while replying, feigning nonchalance. "I am Hamtoru, the foremost among my peers in the Hidden Leaf, an existence that has overshadowed countless prodigies, my teacher. I'm sure you've heard of him. He is the fastest man in the world. The yellow flash whose name echoes through the ninja world." A sharp intake of breath rippled through the ranks of the stone ninja, the sound rising and falling like the slow hiss of a deflating tire. Someone murmured thoughtfully, "So he's the disciple of the yellow flash. No wonder he possesses such strength at such a young age." One of the stone ninja, looking uneasy, spoke up. "Aren't we supposed to abandon our missions if we encounter the yellow flash? If we run into a student, should we?" Beside him, another stone ninja spat on the ground and scoffed, "Letting a brat frighten you out of your wits. I'm ashamed to stand beside you." The first ninja, stung by shame, bowed his head. Just then, another coughed and called out, "Captain, say something. Are we withdrawing or not?" The first ninja looked confused. As Obito watched the stone ninja hesitate, his thoughts raced. He had invoked the name of Master Minato for just this reason, to intimidate his opponents and buy himself a few more moments to recover his chakra. As for calling himself Hamtoru, well, that was just to throw them off. With a name like that, it sounded like he had formidable kicking power. If a fight broke out, chances were many would be on guard against his legs. That would give him the perfect chance to exchange a few heartfelt words with them. The stone leaders glanced at each other, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Not only was their opponent exceptionally strong, but he was also the Yellow Flash's student. After killing 10 squads, he hadn't run away. Instead, he sat there brazenly, waiting for them to arrive. This fearless display was intimidating, no matter how you looked at it. "Wait a minute." One of the leaders narrowed his eyes and spoke up. "If this Hamtoru really had the power to wipe us all out, why would he waste time talking? This kid must have exhausted himself. Just now, he's stalling for time to recover." Someone nearby agreed. "That's right. I think so too. He's probably trying to buy time for his comrades. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Take him down now." The leaders made a show of loud discussion. Hearing their words, the surrounding stone ninja steadied their nerves, grinning wickedly at Obito. "If we kill this Hamtoru, we'll be heroes. I'll take his head and present it to the Yellow Flash himself. TSK. I can't wait to see the look on the Yellow Flash's face." Obito raised an eyebrow, hefted his short blade, and rose from the bodies at his feet. "Enough talk. If you've got the guts, come and try me." With that, he picked a lucky squad at random and charged straight at them. Several team leaders gave a wave of their hands. Instantly, a few squads of stone hidden ninja stepped forward, surrounding Obito. "Should we send out a few teams to capture this kid's companions?" Let's not rush. Let's wait." "What the?" As the leaders conferred in hushed tones, the stone hidden ninja encircling Obito began to fall one after another. The time between each collapsed barely a heartbeat. Someone growled, "The hell are we splitting up for? All of us. Go, let's take this little brat down first, talk later." Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi led Liu and the other two as they pressed on without pause. Only a handful of stone ninja remained in pursuit. The four advanced as they fought, retreating step by step. At last, thanks to Liu's strategy, they succeeded in shaking off their pursuers. Ayako muttered under her breath, "It's strange. We've been behind enemy lines for so long, yet only a few chased after us. Liu replied, his tone complicated. There's nothing strange about it. I'm sure Obito is behind us, drawing most of the enemy's attention. To be honest, I can't even imagine what kind of danger he must be facing right now. The words had barely left Liu's lips before he regretted them. He glanced over at Rin, and, as expected, her eyes had grown misty once more. Kakashi shot Liu a look, then turned to comfort Rin. Don't worry, Rin. Once I get you all to safety, I'll double back and bring Obito home. Rin's tears spilled over, streaming down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Obito, can he really come back? Hearing Rin's words, the hearts of the three others grew heavy. Deep down, they all knew Obito probably wasn't coming back. He had chosen to sacrifice himself for them. But none of them wanted to face that truth, each instinctively turning away from it. What if Obito still had some trump card left? Yet what trump card could let one person stand against 100? The four continued on in silence, pushing forward. Just then, Kakashi suddenly felt a faint warmth at his lower back. The next moment, a striking figure appeared and landed steadily before them. Kakashi gasped, "Sensei Minato." He quickly realized what had happened. "It's the kunai you gave me. The one marked with your jutsu." At the sight of Minato, the group seemed to find their anchor. Rin grabbed Minato's sleeve. Her voice choked with sobs. "Sensei, Obito is still back there. Please, you have to save him." Minato's expression darkened. What happened? Let me explain." Liu gently patted the sobbing Rin and stepped forward. "Sensei, here's what happened." With clear and focused words, Liu told Minato everything that had just transpired. Minato's face grew as dark as storm clouds. "You all wait here for me. I'll be back soon," Kakashi's teacher said urgently. "Sensei, let me go with you," Kakashi called out. His father was already gone. If he were to lose that other person as well, he truly didn't know what meaning his life would have left. "Listen to me, Kakashi." With just those words, Minato disappeared. A kunai flashed through the air, and in an instant he was gone. He was racing against time. Kakashi stared at Minato's vanishing figure, clenching his fists tightly. "Please, Lord Minato, bring him back. Bring that guy back. I beg you." Minato's form flickered as he rushed forward, drawing ever closer to the place Ryu had described. He could already smell a scent like rust in the air. The stench of blood, and this scent, it was so thick now it was almost suffocating. Minato's brow furrowed deeply. He pushed himself to run even faster. "Obito, hang in there. Your teacher is coming." In the clearing outside the bamboo grove, Obito was gasping for breath. His hand, still gripping his blade, had begun to tremble. Across from him, 60 Iwagakure shinobi had dwindled to just a dozen or so. They were so unnerved by Obito's bizarre abilities that their scalps tingled, and none of them dared get close, choosing instead to attack from a distance, darting in and out of range. One of them spoke up, suspicion in his voice. "That brat. Looks like he's out of steam." Someone beside him replied immediately, "Seems so. He hasn't used his Kekkei Jinkai for a while now." Wanting to be sure, they continued to probe for a bit longer. It soon became clear. This ham, Obito, was truly at his limit. A glance exchanged among the dozen remaining, and delight flashed in their eyes. "What are we waiting for? Go! Kill him!" As they charged forward, someone suddenly called out, "Wait, do you guys hear something strange?" One ninja cocked his ear, his expression perplexed. "It sounds like a melody I can't make sense of." Another, impatient up ahead, shouted back, "Quit the chit-chat. Let's finish this brat off, then you can talk all you want." Watching the Iwagakure shinobi close, and Obito let out a resigned sigh. After all this fighting, the chakra he'd managed to preserve was finally spent. The very instant his strength gave out, a catchy tune began to play in his mind. The sunlight shines bright, the rooster crows 3 times. Little magpies build their nests. Little bees gather honey. The joy of labor is endless, and creation through work is the highest honor. A faint smile tugged at Obito's lips. "Here it comes, my power up. Labor is glorious BGM. When this background music plays, no one can outgrind you. When your stamina runs dry, you instantly recover 20% of your maximum energy. This so-called stamina even includes chakra. It's just this BGM really defies description," he thought. How could you put it? It was like Kagaya opening the door for Black Zetsu. Absolutely, utterly over the top. After recovering about 1/5 of his strength, Obito raised his short blade once more and began a new round of slaughter. Cries of agony rang out in waves. This brat was just pretending all along. How shameless. Who would have thought that Imori the Eighth would meet my end at the hands of ham leg Obitos? A blade. Wait, weren't you famous for using your legs? Obito was at a loss for words, and finished off the old man before him with a chilling strike. Why are you a dead man, still fussing over such trivial things? This should be the place. Minato, using his flying thunder god technique, flashed through a grove of bamboo and landed in a clearing beyond. Obito! Minato froze in place. He saw his own disciple, exhausted and slumped against a tree, still gripping a short blade in his hand. Around him, the ground was littered with the corpses of rock shinobi, at least 70 or 80 packed tightly together. Hearing a familiar voice, Obito opened his eyes and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Sensei Minato, you're here." The boy's smile under the splattered blood appeared strangely haunting. Yet Minato felt a pang in his chest as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Obito. Sensei came too late." Obito gently shook his head and replied with a deeper meaning in his voice. "No, Sensei, this time you weren't late. There's still a chance for everything." Minato's heart ached as he stepped forward to help Obito up. Not caring at all about the blood staining his student's clothes, he pulled him into a big, warm embrace. After a long while, Minato released Obito and hesitated before speaking. Obito this. He wanted to ask how Obito's strength had progressed so rapidly. He knew his student already possessed the power to rival a Jonin, but one look at the 70 or 80 bodies strewn across the ground made him realize Obito's abilities went far beyond that. Obito understood what Minato wanted to ask. He lowered his head, his tone complex. After Nagano's sacrifice, overwhelmed by grief, I awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, and I also mastered the Kekkei Jinkai of Lava Release. Minato pondered 3-tomo and Lava Release. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and noticed that many bore marks of severe burns, so that's what happened. But his disciple's chakra was truly formidable. At least about a tenth of Kushin as he estimated. Obito's power was now enough to stand among the top shinobi in the ninja world. It was just a pity about that child, Nagano. "Oh right," Sensei Obito said, a bit dejected. "We weren't able to complete the mission you assigned us." Minato nodded slightly. "I know. I just ran into Kakashi and the others. They told me everything." At these words, Obito hurriedly asked, "Are they all right?" Minato's voice was gentle as he replied, "Don't worry, everyone is safe and sound. They're all just worried about you, especially Rin." Hearing that everyone was all right, Obito let out a long, relieved sigh. Yet the thought of Rin being anxious for him tugged at his heart. Minato reached over and gently ruffled Obito's hair. "All right, from here on, leave everything to your teacher. Just rest here quietly. I'll take you back in a little while." Obito nodded at his words. "All right, Minato-sensei." With the legendary Yellow Flash himself taking action, there was no need for him, Obito, to intervene any further. He only hoped that Minato-sensei would wipe out the remaining IWNine. Because he feared that the few who escaped earlier might reveal his abilities, he still wanted to keep his powers a secret to accomplish great things in the future. Minato truly lived up to his title as the Yellow Flash. In a blink, he vanished from sight. Not long after, there was another flash, and he returned. Obito stood up a bit anxious and asked Minato-sensei, "Did you destroy the Kanabi Bridge? And did you finish off all the IWNine?" Minato didn't speak, he just gave a silent nod, although he yearned for peace. He was by no means the sort to show mercy to enemies in the midst of war, especially when it was a Wagakure who had started this invasion. Phew, that's a relief. Obito exhaled, once more feeling the tension leave his body. With this, the chance of Kimui being exposed was greatly reduced. Of course, he figured his strength wouldn't stay hidden for long. After this battle, he might end up alongside his cousin Shursui, becoming a name known throughout the shinobi world. Shunshin Shursui. And Hamabito, compared to his cousin's title, the name he'd given himself sounded pretty lame. Well, whatever, everyone he fought was dead anyway. He could always choose a new name next time. As long as none of these people were resurrected with Edo Tensei, he wouldn't have to die of embarrassment. I'll keep writing, comma. Yet Obito was still too naive in the ninja world. There were countless ways to pass on information. Maybe those Wagakure survivors wouldn't have time to report his abilities back to the land of Earth, but in name alone, they could definitely manage that. Collection of code names. Some readers suggested Red Eye. I think it sounds pretty good. Any other ideas? Comma. Minato reached out his hand to Obito, his gentle smile returning. "Come on, Obito, let's go home." Obito gripped Minato's hand tightly and nodded with determination. In the blink of an eye, Minato whisked Obito away, and they appeared beside Kakashi and the others. Minato-sensei, Obito-kun. The moment Rin saw Obito, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Don't cry, Rin-chan. See, I'm back safe and sound. Rin, choking back sobs, rushed forward to throw herself into Obito's arms. Obito waved his hands, protesting. Rin, please don't hug me. I'm covered in blood. He glanced down at his clothes, adding, I tried wiping some off on Sensei Minato just now, but Before Obito could finish, Rin had already wrapped him in a tight embrace. Her voice trembled as she cried, Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I was so scared. Obito was at a loss, caught off guard by her tears. Please don't cry, Rin. I promise I'll never make you worry again. It took quite some time before Rin finally let go. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he could finally catch his breath. But in the very next moment, Kakashi pulled him into a firm hug and spoke quietly in his ear, Next time, I won't leave you behind. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. With those words, Kakashi released him. Then Shikaha stepped forward, embracing Obito and patting his back gently. It's enough that you're back. That's all that matters. Her voice quivered. I've already lost one friend today. I don't want to lose another. The two stood together for a moment longer before Shikaha let go. Obito, surrendering to the situation, kept his arms lifted and glanced toward Ayako, who was standing nearby. Come on, you're the only one left. Ayako hesitated, a little shy. While she was happy Obito had made it back safely, hugging him wasn't really her style, but then she remembered the sacrifices he'd made for them that day. So Ayako took a step forward and gave Obito a quick, heartfelt hug. Whoa, Ayako, that was stronger than I expected. Obito was left stunned by the force of her embrace. With cheeks flushed, Ayako released him and quickly scurried away. Minato stood to the side, smiling gently at the scene before him. Once the little group had finished their reunion, he finally spoke. Let's head back to Konoha. All right, came the enthusiastic reply. On the way home, Shika turned to Minato with a question. Minato-senpai, what do you think this war is heading now? Minato thought it over carefully before responding. Iwagakure was already at a disadvantage on the front lines, now that we've cut off their supply lines. This war can't last much longer. Konoha will soon claim victory. Rin, her voice sincere, said, That's wonderful news. Kind-hearted as ever, she despised the senseless cruelty of war. Obito glanced at the girl he cared for so deeply and silently made a vow in his heart. Even if it's for Rin alone, I will reshape this world. Minato looked at the 5 young ninjas, his tone warm and proud. Konoha's victory is thanks in no small part to all of you, and that includes Naganoha's sacrifice. None of it was in vain. It's because of your courage and the sacrifices of countless others on the front lines that everyone in the land of fire can live in peace. Kakashi listened quietly, nodding in silent agreement. In his mind, his father's face appeared once again. Father, if you were still alive, I hope you'd be proud of me. As for Ayako at this moment. Who is Ayako? Minato and the others walked ahead, quite considerately leaving some space behind for the young couple to be alone. Rin held Obito's hand, asking somewhat uncertainly, Obito-kun, is there something wrong with your eyes? I've noticed several times that you squint when you're looking at things. Hearing this, Minato and the others turned around, looking at Obito with puzzled expressions. Obito's heart skipped a beat. But outwardly, he simply scratched his head and replied in a calm tone, Maybe it's because I've been using my Sharingan too much. My eyes are a little tired. I should be fine after some rest. Rin nodded in sudden understanding, her little head bobbing. Oh, I see. As long as you're okay. Seeing that no one suspected anything, Obito began to scrutinize his own eyes more carefully. If Rin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed. He was actually nearsighted. Judging by his experience from his previous life, it seemed to be a mild case. Just a few degrees of nearsightedness, nothing severe, which was probably why he hadn't paid it much mind. But how could this be happening? Hadn't his body already been modified with Hashirama's cells? Confused, he questioned the system in his mind. Hey system, could you come out and explain why I'm still nearsighted? The system's voice echoed in his head. Ding, here I am. The host development of Hashirama cells is still at the most basic stage. So when you use your ocular techniques frequently, you can still develop fatigue-induced nearsightedness. Obito was dumbfounded. What do you mean basic stage? You never even mentioned this before. The system responded with a hint of indifference. Well, host, you never asked, did you? Obito fell silent, suppressing his frustration as he took a deep breath and asked as calmly as possible, "Can you tell me now, then?" Ding! Of course, this system answers any and all questions. With a cheerful notification sound, the system projected a glowing screen before Obito. Introduction. The development of Hashirama cells is divided into 4 stages. Below are the effects each stage has on the host. Stage 1 reduces the physical burden of Kamui on the host and allows the host to use basic wood-release techniques. Stage 2 significantly reduces the physical burden of Kamui and allows the host to use intermediate wood-release techniques. Stage 3 completely eliminates the physical burden of Kamui and allows the host to use advanced wood-release techniques. Stage 4. The host can use Hashirama Senju's own wood-release techniques and awaken their own Rinnegan. Obito was stunned. "Whoa, system, you're the best. I forgive you." When Obito saw the description for stage 4, he was practically drooling with excitement. The Rinnegan, that's a power surpassing even the legendary Sharingan, a force known as the eyes that govern life and death. And on top of that, Hashirama's would release. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to manhandle a tailed beast with one hand himself? He could say, "Your power is just too overwhelming," then with a resounding thud, pin the 9 tails to the ground with a single hand, or he could summon a colossal wooden statue with 1,000 hands, then casually offer his opponent 2 hands in a gesture of magnanimity. He'd already thought of the perfect line. "I'm even giving you a 2-hand advantage, but you still can't do anything about it." There's just the issue of chakra. He might be a bit lacking there. But that didn't dampen Obito's enthusiasm in the slightest. With excitement in his voice, he asked System, "What should I do to further develop the Hashirama cells inside me?" The system replied, "Open your hips. Answer some multiple choice questions." Obito, straight face, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that as his strength grew, the system seemed to become increasingly human-like. It was no longer the cold mechanical presence that only issued missions. Now it interacted with him, even cracking jokes. A crisp chime sounded. Obito gazed at the glowing screen that appeared before him, falling deep into thought. Option 1. Imagine yourself as a tree. Every day bury your feet in the ground and stand motionless, basking in the sunlight for half an hour. Keep this up for a year. Completion reward. Level 2 cell development. Option 2. Grind Hashirama's bones into powder and drink 100 grams daily for a year. Completion reward. Level 2 cell development. Option 3. Use would release jutsu for a total of half an hour every day for a year. Completion reward. Level 2 cell development. Option 2 was immediately out of the question, not to mention whether he could even get his hands on Hashirama's remains. Just the thought of brewing bone broth from someone's bones was far too disturbing. Pass. As for options 1 and 3, both took about the same amount of time and weren't particularly difficult to accomplish. The only issue with option 1 was the risk of dying from embarrassment if anyone saw him, so naturally he would choose option 1. Definitely option 1. Why bother doing anything else when you can just stand there doing nothing to complete the task? If social death is the price, so be it. When the group finally arrived in Konoha, a collective sense of relief washed over them. Only here could they truly let down their guard, free from any worries or fears. With most of the ninja still fighting on the front lines, the streets of Konoha looked especially deserted. Minato turned around, a gentle smile on his face, and said to the 5 young ones, "You've all worked hard on this mission. Go home and get some rest for now. I'll report to Lord Hokage myself." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Minato-sensei, senpai." After Minato left, a shadow crossed Akaha's face as he said quietly, "Ayako, and I will take our leave now. Need to bring word of Wave's death to his family." Rin's eyes grew red with sorrow. "Luyu, let me go with you. After all, Bo got hurt trying to save me." Luyu shook his head and replied, "That's not necessary. The 2 of us will be enough. We'll head out now." With that, he took Ayako and set off toward Nagano-Bo's house. Obito let out a sigh and glanced at Kakashi beside him. "What about you? Got any plans, you guy?" Kakashi replied coolly, "I'll go home, eat, sleep, and train." Obito nodded. "All right then. You go cook dinner. I'll head home and let my folks know I'm safe, Rin. You should check in at home, too. Let's all meet up at Kakashi's place tonight." Kakashi. Rin nodded her little head earnestly. "Okay, Obito." She gave Obito a tight hug, and after holding each other for a long moment, she reluctantly let go and left. Kakashi, "Woof, woof, woof. Are you two really doing this in front of me? Just because my summon is a ninja dog doesn't mean you can treat me like one. Kakashi had a sinking feeling that tonight would be a nightmare. Night fell at the Hitaki residence. Kakashi sat at the table, his eyes dull and expressionless, saying nothing. Obito and Rin flanked him on either side, busily serving food to each other. Rin, try this. It's really tasty. Obito, taste this slice of meat. It's delicious. Kakashi looked at the two with disdain. Can't you eat your own food? Do you have to do this right in front of me? Is this supposed to be fun? Finally, Kakashi couldn't take it anymore. He crossed his hands together and called out Shadow Clone Jutsu. A second Kakashi appeared at the table. Obito and Rin stared, confused by what Kakashi was up to. The clone calmly walked to the kitchen, fetched a pair of chopsticks, and began serving Kakashi food. Main body, try this. Main body, have some of that. Obito, Rin. Kakashi shot Obito a defiant look. Obito arched an eyebrow, stood up, and walked behind Rin. Then, out of the blue, he hugged her and gently kissed her cheek. Kakashi and his clone were both stunned. He exchanged glances with the shadow clone. After a moment of silence, the clone let out a soft pop and vanished. Kakashi. What the? Why did you disappear? Did you think I kissed myself or something? After dinner, the night grew even darker, thick as spilled ink. The three of them sat together by the hearth, talking quietly. This was their first time experiencing war, their first time losing a comrade. It was only natural for negative feelings to linger. They poured out their hearts, encouraged and comforted each other, and gradually felt lighter. But then Kakashi's nightmare began all over again. Somehow Obito had pulled Rin into his arms again, and right in front of Kakashi the two of them leaned close, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Lost in their own world, Kakashi roared inwardly, overwhelmed by grief and fury. Enough? You too. That's enough. Just as Minato had predicted, after the destruction of Kanabi Bridge, Iwagakure could no longer conceal their exhaustion. On the main battlefield, Konoha seized the momentum, driving them all the way back to the Land of Earth. Thus the war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire finally drew to a close, with the Land of Fire securing a bitter and costly victory. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, went against the advice of many and decided to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure. When Minato brought this news to Obito, Obito nearly exploded with anger. We clearly won the war. Why should we be the ones to take the initiative and sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure? They were the ones who started the invasion, and now they don't have to pay any price. Doesn't that mean Sparrow and the others sacrificed themselves for nothing? A hint of helplessness flickered in Minato's eyes. Obito, this decision has already been made. Obito shot to his feet, blazing with anger, and stormed out. I'm going to see Grandpa Hokage myself. I'll ask him why he's doing this. Minato watched Obito's retreating figure and let out a long, weary sigh. Still, he didn't try to stop him. After all, while he could understand the third Hokage's reasoning, he himself could not support such a decision. Outside the Hokage's office, Obito charged in, brimming with indignation. Where did this reckless brat come from? The ANBU guard at the door frowned and reached out, intending to shove Obito aside. But to her surprise, the boy didn't even spare her a glance. In a swift motion, he knocked her down and strode angrily into the Hokage's office, the ANBU. Ninjas sat stunned on the floor, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. What on earth just happened? Obito burst into the Hokage's office, visibly agitated, and demanded, Grandpa Hokage, why are you signing a peace? He cut himself off, suddenly realizing there were other guests in the room. Wait, is that Danzo Shimura? Why is he here? It was Obito's first time seeing the infamous Shadow Hokage, and he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Why does this old man always squint like that? He looks kind of like Ronghao. Where is Haoji, anyway? The third Hokage looked at Obito and sighed, a touch of helplessness in his voice. Obito, my boy, I have my own reasons for making this decision. Danzo, standing beside the Hokage, let out a dismissive snort and spoke with his eyes half closed. If you ask me, Hiruzen, you're simply too soft. Even a child has more backbone than you. If they dare to invade Konoha, then we should cut off one of their hands and teach them a lesson they'll never forget. But you just let them off so lightly. Where does that leave Konoha's status as the foremost hidden village? Danzo's words made Obito's blood boil with passion. He couldn't help but agree. There truly is a unique personal charm about Brother Danzo. If only he didn't have such a penchant for stealing the limelight, or for stabbing his own people in the back, perhaps he might even have made a heroic figure for his generation. The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing the ANBU, intending to enter, and spoke in a wistful tone. You don't understand. You simply don't understand. As the leader of Konoha, Toby saw farther and thought more deeply than most. Those who achieve greatness plan for 100 years. Those who chase small gains settle for the moment. Konoha has endured war for too long, and its talents are now running thin. Things can't go on like this any longer. Rather than stubbornly clinging to pride and rivalry, it is better to swallow one's anger for now, to safeguard the future for the next generation. Among the youth of Konoha there are many with extraordinary gifts. Given just a bit of time, they will surely grow into the pillars of the village. Obito, Kakashi, Asumagai, Shursui. As long as these promising young ones are allowed to grow, no one would dare threaten Konoha. But if the wars continue, these bright prospects may all fall on the battlefield. That is an outcome he cannot bear to see. The third Hokage turned and said, both of you may leave now. My mind is made up. There's nothing more to discuss. Obito left the Hokage's office, feeling sullen. What made him even more annoyed was that Danzo was waiting for him just outside, staring intently. Uchiha Obito, isn't it? I've heard about your performance this time. Truly remarkable. If you're willing, you can join my rude organization. Let's work together to make Konoha even stronger. Obito managed an awkward but polite smile. Thank you for the invitation, sir. I'll give it serious thought. Danzo nodded in response, said nothing more, and walked away. Leaning on his cane, Obito watched Danzo's departing figure, grumbling inwardly. You rotten old schemer. Who would ever want to join your organization? T.H. Kakashi's Sharingan lasted him 10 years. And you? 10 Sharingan burned through in less than half a day. What? Did the Uchiha clan owe you a favor in a past life or something? And as for Uncle Sakumo's death, I'll make sure to settle that score with you sooner or later. Lost in frustration, Obito wandered the streets of Konoha. He was still young and couldn't understand the third Hokage's decision. All he knew was that his friend had died, and the true culprit, Iwagakure, had gone unpunished. A shadow flickered in Obito's eyes. A darker emotion was slowly taking root in his heart. Maybe I should just do it myself? With his current abilities, he could certainly teach Iwagakure a lesson they'd never forget. Obito licked his dry lips. Should I really do it? He walked lost in thought, barely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, he found his path blocked by a tall figure. Whoa. Obito jumped startled. If he hadn't materialized his body at the critical moment, he probably would have passed straight through the other person just now. Obito crashed right into the man chest to chest. He lifted his head and was met with a face that looked all too familiar. Wait a second. That red mark under his eye. It looked oddly familiar. And that mane of white hair paired with a forehead protector marked with the word oil. Obito's mouth slowly dropped open, forming an O shape. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya broke into a hearty grin. Well, that's right. I am none other than the famous white-haired sage, known far and wide as one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya. Obito's eye twitched. Hey, Uncle Jiraiya. Aren't you even a little embarrassed rattling off such a grand introduction in public? Jiraiya noticed Obito's silence and thought his reputation had left the boy awestruck. Planting his hands on his hips with pride, he continued, You're Minato's student, right? I'm sure he's mentioned me before. Obito hurriedly nodded. Yes. You must be Master Minato's teacher. Master Minato said you're a great person, except maybe a little unreliable and a bit of a flirt. Jiraiya's expression faltered for a moment. Ahem, that Minato. Does he really tell you kids everything? Obito chuckled quietly to himself. Of course, he'd made that last part up on the spot. Then a question popped in his mind. Lord Jiraiya, is there something important that brought you back to the Leaf? Are you here to see Master Minato? Jiraiya held up a finger and wagged it side to side. No. I've come for you, Uchiha Obito. Obito's mind blanked in shock. For me? A hint of worry crept into Obito's heart. Did Jiraiya find out about his transformation jutsu? If he wanted to use Obito as inspiration, should he cooperate? The thought made him a little embarrassed. Just as Obito was letting his thoughts run wild, Jiraiya spoke again. Would you be willing to sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku and come with me to train there? Everyone, I mentioned earlier that Obito appeared in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy. This isn't handing out opportunities without reason. The character's setting hasn't collapsed. Everything is by the masters. No, the sage's orders, Obito. What? He never expected that Jiraiya had come all this way just to take him to Mount Myaboku. Should he agree or refuse? He couldn't figure out why Jiraiya would make such a decision. But if he went to Mount Myaboku, he might have a chance to inherit its sage arts. But then again, sage training was said to be so incredibly difficult. The more he thought about it, the more Obito hesitated. If I were to spend several years lingering in Mount Myaboku, wouldn't it be better to put that energy into solving multiple choice questions instead? The more questions I answer, the more I gain. For example, if I spend another 2 years mastering the snake crawl, I could acquire the Ryukido sage art. Seeing Obito actually hesitate, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. After all, he was offering the legacy of Mount Myaboku. That's a heritage countless shinobi dream of, something they'd give anything to obtain. Yet this kid was hesitating. Jiraiya mulled it over and came up with a possibility. Maybe this child didn't understand the significance of Mount Myaboku in the shinobi world, so he asked to him, "Little Obito, have you heard of Mount Myaboku?" Obito nodded and replied, "Of course I have. It's one of the 3 great sage regions alongside Ryukido and Shikatsu Forest." Jiraiya was baffled. Since the kid clearly knew Mount Myaboku's reputation, why was he still hesitating? What's going on in that mind of his? Obito scratched his head and looked at Jiraiya. "Sorry, Lord Jiraiya. This is a big decision. I need to think it over carefully." Jiraiya waved his hand. "No problem. No rush. Take your time." "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." Obito thought and thought. After wrestling with himself, he still couldn't make up his mind. Forget it. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Wait, no, better just ask the system directly. "Hey, system, could you give me a multiple-choice question to help me decide?" System. Sure, I guess. Ding! Option 1. Give up Ryukido Sage Art and sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Completion reward. Mount Myaboku Sage Art. Option 2. Refuse Mount Myaboku's offer. Ryukido S3 Divine Snake Princesses. Ryukido Sage Art rules. Completion reward. Ryukido Sage Art. Option 3. Take whatever you can freeload from everyone. Have it all. Walk the line between both and train in both sage arts at once. Completion reward. Cold-blooded animal. Cold-blooded animal. Your body will undergo irreversible mutations, but don't be sad. Even though you'll look uglier, you'll become stronger. But seriously, you'll look really ugly. Training in both sage arts at once, Obito's eyes lit up, but that reward. Obito tentatively asked, "System, can I choose option 3, but not take the reward?" The system buzzed in Obito's mind. "No way. Also, I strongly advise against training in both sage arts at the same time." Obito was a little surprised. Why not? The system explained, with your aptitude, the time needed to master even one sage art is already... Well, let's not even get into that. To perfectly harmonize both sage arts, you need at least a dozen years. If perfect compatibility can't be achieved, the 2 types of sage chakra are likely to conflict, making it difficult for the host to enter sage mode. Oh no. Obito let out a weary sigh. So, it's really down to a choice between the 2, but whichever one I give up, it'll feel like a loss, especially after I spent all these years learning the ways of the snake, dying of embarrassment time and again. Sensing Obito's frustration, the system chimed in with a meaningful tone. "What you're meant to have, you'll have in due time." Obito chuckled sheepishly. "Well, if you put it that way, big brother system, I get what you mean. Option 3, pass." With that option eliminated, Obito quickly made his decision between the remaining 2. "I choose option 1. 11111111. Since it's a choice between the 2, Mount Myaboku is the obvious pick. That way, I can save myself a few years of mortifying experiences. First of all, choosing Mount Myaboku comes with a summoning beast as a bonus. If I pick Ryuchi Cave, that's not guaranteed. Secondly, if I inherit the Sage mode from Jiraiya, I'll have every reason to use Sage techniques openly in the future. But if I go with Ryuchi Cave Sage mode, I'd have to keep it under wraps. After all, I can't just go around telling people. I spent 10 years learning to slither like a snake, and suddenly mastered Sage mode. No one would ever believe it. With this in mind, Obito looked at Jiraiya, his gaze resolute. "Master Jiraiya, I've made up my mind. I wish to form a contract with Mount Myaboku." Jiraiya breathed an inward sigh of relief and smiled. "Oh, excellent." He formed a series of hand signs and pressed his palms to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a massive toad appeared, its body marked by blue-green patterns and a vibrant orange-red hue. Around its neck hung a string of prayer beads, the largest of which bore the character for loyalty. Obito's eyes lit up in recognition. This was Gamachu, the toad with whom Jiraiya had formed his contract. Jiraiya's most trusted summoning beast, Gamechu was also the keeper of the summoning contract scroll. Gamechu opened his wide mouth and spat out a scroll, extending his long tongue to hand it to Obito. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, "This contract has been passed down in our family for generations. Go ahead, open it, and take a look." Obito hesitated, rubbing his hands together in mild distaste. Still, he gritted his teeth, took the sticky scroll, and unrolled it on the ground. Jiraiya explained from the side, "Write your name in your own blood on the scroll, then press all 5 fingertips onto it. That will seal the summoning contract." "All right." Obito nodded to show his understanding. He bit his finger, wrote his name on the scroll, and let his blood pool at his fingertips before firmly pressing them onto the parchment. With that, the ritual was complete. In Obito's mind, a notification sounded. Selection successful. Reward obtained. Sage Art of Mount Myaboku. A faint excitement stirred within him. One of the most powerful forces in the Naruto world was now in his grasp. Jiraiya, seeing that Obito had completed the contract, nodded in satisfaction. "Next, you just need to focus your chakra into the hand you used to sign the contract. Then form the seals in the order of boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep." Obito nodded with nimble fingers. He swiftly completed all 5 hand signs. He raised his right hand and slapped it firmly onto the ground. Ninja art. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke billowed out. With eager anticipation, Obito looked over. What would his very first summoned beast be like? A hearty, cheerful voice rang out. "I was just in the middle of a meal. Who went and summoned me here?" As the smoke cleared, Obito finally got a good look at the creature before him. It was a small toad colored in shades of red and orange. When it crouched down, it reached about as high as Obito's knee. Strapped to its back were 2 short swords, each about 20 or 30 centimeters long. It looked a bit fierce, but also had a certain cuteness about it. Cute, but with a hint of menace. An odd mix. The little toad glanced around, quickly sizing up the situation. "Hey, you in the blue outfit. Are you the one who summoned me?" Obito nodded, curiosity lighting up his face as he gazed at the little toad. "That's right. My name is Uchiha Obito. I just made a contract with Mount Myaboku." The toad let out a little "oh" and raised its hand to Obito. "Nice to meet you. The name's Gamashin. I'm a swordsman." Obito paused for a moment, then exchanged a high five with the toad. "Nice to meet you. I look forward to working together." Gamashin withdrew his hand. We'll see. For now, I've got a meal waiting, so I'm heading back." With that, Gamashin let out a playful pop and vanished from sight. Bonus update, comma. As for the line about the scroll being an heirloom, that's actually a direct quote from Jiraiya in the anime. It's not the author changing the lore. Maybe Jiraiya was just bragging. And about Longji Baikai, if you think about it, he actually gained 2 extra years. Besides, life is like that. Hard work doesn't always guarantee rewards. Obito was left a bit speechless by Gamashin, the toad who seemed more interested in eating than anything else. But then he remembered how Naruto at first could only summon a tiny tadpole. All things considered, this was pretty good. Jiraiya, who had been watching the whole scene unfold with a smile, seemed pleased as well. The first summoned beast is always special. The bond between them and their summoner often runs the deepest over time. That bond can even surpass the ties of friendship or family. After sending Gamechu away, Jiraiya clapped his hands together and spoke. "Gamashin is a fine youngster, and well, he's got quite the personality. You'll see for yourself soon enough. All right, go pack your things. We'll get ready to set off right away." Obito hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. Truth be told, ever since he'd received the reward of Sage Jutsu, he'd been wondering whether he still needed to visit Mount Myaboku. Of course, he still needed to go. Mastering Sage Jutsu was one thing. Whether he could wield it skillfully and flexibly was another matter entirely. At Mount Myaboku, he could receive the most systematic training. That was one of the reasons he had chosen to go there. Although Orochimaru spent 8 years in vain and got nothing in return, well, that was just a sunk cost. Rather than dwelling on what he should or shouldn't have done back then, it was better to make the choice that benefited him most now. On this point, Obito's mindset was quite healthy. He scratched his head and said, "But Lord Jiraiya, could we possibly set out a few days later?" Seeing the puzzled look in Jiraiya's eyes, Obito chuckled sheepishly and explained, "Before I leave, I'd like to spend a few more days with my girlfriend." Because of Naganoa's death, Rin was still consumed with guilt. Obito was deeply concerned about her emotional state. "What?" Jiraiya was stunned. "This kid's so young, and he already has a girlfriend?" Looking back at his own decades of life. Jiraiya suddenly felt like a complete failure. "I'll wait for you at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village in a week," Jiraiya said, leaving only that before hurrying away. Right now, he desperately needed to visit a tavern, find a few lovely ladies, and pour out his woes. Obito had assumed that his teacher Minato knew about Jiraiya taking him for training, but when he mentioned it to Minato, Minato was just as surprised, clearly unaware. This left Obito puzzled. What exactly was Jiraiya's reason for deciding to take him to Mount Myaboku? And another thing, if he became Jiraiya's student, would that mean he could call Minato senior brother? Wouldn't that bump up his rank? And if, one day, he even managed to become sworn brothers with the Sage of Six Paths? Ultimate seniority upgrade. Honestly, everyone in Shinobi World would have to call him Grandpa. A week later, with a small pack on his back, Obito arrived outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya had already been waiting for some time. "Let's get going," Jiraiya said with a smile. Obito nodded, full of youthful energy. "All right." Jiraiya led Obito heading eastward. On the road, Obito asked, somewhat puzzled, "Lord Jiraiya, aren't we supposed to be going to Mount Myaboku for training? So why shouldn't they just use a reverse summoning technique and be there instantly?" Jiraiya turned, giving Obito a meaningful look as he said, "Training can wait. Your heart is unsettled." Obito was taken aback by these words. He realized it was true. Lately, something seems to be off with my state of mind. I never expected Lord Jiraiya to see right through me at a glance. In Obito's heart, Jiraiya's image instantly grew even more impressive. A few days later, Obito stared at the building before him, 3 question marks practically floating above his head. Like Spring Water's bathhouse? Jiraiya threw an arm around Obito's shoulders and strode into the building, laughing heartily. "That's right. This is the most famous hot spring in the land of hot water. There's no better place than a hot spring to wash away the burdens weighing on your soul. Don't you think?" Obito's mouth twitched in disbelief. "How foolish I am. Truly, I can't believe I trusted Lord Jiraiya's words." Half an hour later, Obito was soaking in the hot spring, letting out a long, contented sigh. Jiraiya saw this and grinned with satisfaction. "Well, Obito, do you feel calmer now? Has your heart found some peace?" Obito glanced at the girls splashing and laughing in the nearby pool and nodded sincerely. "Yes, Lord Jiraiya. I suddenly realized this world is so pure. No, so beautiful." The two fell silent, closing their eyes and enjoying the scenery around them. Despite the difference in age, they wore matching expressions of blissful relaxation. After a while, Obito spoke softly. "Lord Jiraiya, I had a friend who died in the war. I was so angry, dark thoughts kept welling up inside me. Jiraiya's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "That's perfectly normal. Every one of us harbors darkness deep within our hearts. But how we choose to restrain that darkness, that's what determines the kind of person we become." Obito nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, Lord Jiraiya." He hadn't given up on his dream of reshaping the world, but now, perhaps, he could find another path to achieve that goal. After leaving the hot spring, Jiraiya prepared to take Obito to Mount Myaboku for training. He warned him earnestly, "Obito, the 2 sages who will be teaching you are quite strict. This training could last as little as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. You must be mentally prepared." Obito's expression grew oddly complicated, but he nodded. "Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Should I tell him I already know sage techniques? I'm really just going to Mount Myaboku for the advanced lessons." Kujiyos. Summoning dumplings. Jiraiya performed his summoning jutsu, and a giant toad appeared with a puff of smoke. Then, ignoring Obito's look of alarm, he grabbed him and leapt straight into the toad's mouth. Obito stared at the sticky mucus covering him and nearly burst into tears. So much for that relaxing, hot spring soak. The giant toad snapped its mouth shut, plunging them into sudden darkness. "When I close my mouth, darkness falls, a sensation like being torn apart. But as my vision clears once more." Jiraiya steps out from the mouth of the giant toad, with Obito following behind. "Wow!" Obito exclaims in awe. Before them unfolds a panorama of verdant, layered mountains shrouded in drifting white clouds, a scene that seems otherworldly, almost like a paradise. Or perhaps it truly is a land of immortals. Jade-green waters, rolling hills, and lush meadows paint a breathtaking picture. Jiraiya smiles and says, "Come on, I'll take you to meet the 2 sages first, all right?" Obito quickly falls in step beside Jiraiya. Along the way, they pass by several toad statues. These, Jiraiya explains, are the unfortunate souls who, lacking the protection of a protagonist's fate, failed in their pursuit of sage jutsu and met with mishap. Soon the two arrive at a small house perched atop the mountain. Without so much as a knock, Jiraiya pushes open the door and leads Obito inside. A green toad with white hair and beard, draped in a long robe, greets them with a warm smile. Oh, it's little Jiraiya. Beside him sits another toad, this one sporting purple hair and a pale green hue, her head wrapped in a kerchief. Obito, having watched Naruto, recognizes them instantly. These humble-looking toads are none other than Fukasaku and Shima, the legendary sages. Jiraiya nods slightly in greeting, then takes a moment to introduce everyone. Fukasaku, Shima, this boy is Uchiha Obito. Obito, these are Fukasaku and Shima, the sage toads. Obito greets them politely. Hello, sages. Fukasaku's gaze lingers on Obito, a curious glint in his eyes. Is this the child the great toad sage spoke of in his prophecy? The one destined to change the shape of the ninja world? Hello, young Obito, Fukasaku says with a cheerful squint. Shima hops toward the interior of the house. Dear, it's rare for us to have guests. I'll go prepare something delicious. At this, Jiraiya's expression shifts. Well then, sages, I'll leave young Obito in your care. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Fukasaku glances at Jiraiya, smiling slyly. He knows exactly what Jiraiya is thinking. Go on. Off you go. Jiraiya lets out an awkward chuckle, then turns to Obito with a more serious tone. Obito, you must heed the sage's teachings. Do you understand? Obito nods. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. I understand. Satisfied, Jiraiya gives a small nod. Very well, I'll be off then. Ha ha. Goodbye, Lord Jiraiya. Obito calls after him. Once Jiraiya has left, Fukasaku invites Obito to sit, and they begin to chat toad and boy together. Fukasaku is down to earth, his conversation both amusing and full of secret tales from the ninja world. Before they know it, time slips away. At last, Shima emerges hopping out with bowls of steaming food. Reluctantly, the two bring their conversation to a close. Shima sets the bowls on the table. Beaming at Obito, little Obito, come on, have a taste, and see if it suits you. Obito stared at the bowl of brightly colored bugs, and his whole face turned green. What is this? This is electronic music effect. Stiffly, Obito raised his head, only to see Sage Shima looking at him with eager anticipation. Don't just stare, little Obito. No need to be polite. Dig in while it's still hot. Can this stuff really be eaten? If I eat it, am I going to get knocked out on the spot? Lord Jiraiya, please come back. I can't handle this on my own. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful system joined the fun, chiming in with a crisp ding as it presented Obito with a choice. Option 1. True foodie, eat with all your soul. If you succeed, you thrive. If not, you die trying. Eat a big bowl. Reward. Perfect sage mode. Option 2. Even if I Obito starve to death, collapse outside, or jump off a cliff, I'll never eat a single bite of your food. Reward. Regular sage mode. Obito groaned inwardly. System, I hate you, the system teased. Naya, what am I supposed to do with these choices? There's only one option. Option 11111 with. Trembling hands, Obito reached out, grabbed a handful of bugs, and stuffed them into his mouth. His eyes lit up. Actually, the taste wasn't half bad. Ugh. But then it felt like some of the bugs were still wriggling inside his mouth. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination or if Sage Shima hadn't cooked them properly. Tears welled up in Obito's eyes. For the sake of the reward, I'll risk it all. He alternated between eating and gagging. 2 bites and 1 bite out. At last, he forced down the entire big bowl of bugs. Sage Shima beamed with delight at the sight. I never expected little Obito to love my cooking so much. He even finished both my and my husband's portions. What? Obito was stunned. System, I hate you. Choice successful. Reward. Perfect sage mode. Comma. You're so wicked, system. Sage Shima took the bowl away, brimming with energy. Dear little Obito, you too wait here. I'll go whip up some more food for you. Obito's face went pale in an instant. Sage Shima, please don't bother with mine. I'm already full. But Sage Shima replied warmly, oh, you silly child. Didn't I tell you? There's no need to be polite with us. Judging by the way you wolfed down your food just now, you must still be hungry. I'll make even more for you this time. Obito wanted to cry, but had no tears. I really wasn't being polite. After the meal was finally over, Obito felt like his face had turned as colorful as the bugs he'd eaten. All right. Now that we're full, let's begin our training, Sage Fukasaku announced. Obito's spirits lifted, and he nodded vigorously. All right, Fukasaku and Shima hopped ahead with Obito following behind. The two sages and the boy made their way to the training grounds of Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku grabbed Obito's arm and smeared a sticky substance over it. This toad oil can attract natural energy. It will help you train faster, he explained. Shima's sage chimed in from the side. But there's a risk. If you can't control the natural energy, little Obito, you'll turn into a frog. She had expected to see a look of panic on Obito's face. To her surprise, he didn't react at all. Why would he? With perfect sage mode in hand, why would he be afraid of turning into a stone frog? Fukasaku began to explain the essential points to Obito. Absorb the energy that flows throughout the world, and maintain a balance among the three types of energy. When you're training, you must quiet your animal instincts, find the point of balance yourself, and harmonize with nature to become one with heaven and earth. All right, try meditating right here. I'll watch over you from the side. With that, Fukasaku somehow produced a large black staff taller than himself, and looked at Obito with a beaming smile. Obito wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, Fukasaku-sensei. He crossed his legs and sat atop the head of a giant stone toad, closed his eyes, and began to feel the natural energy of heaven and earth. Before long, natural energy began pouring into his body. Obito silently warned himself to be careful, not to slip directly into sage mode. That would be far too shocking. Yet in the very next instant, before his mind could even process what was happening, his instincts had already flawlessly merged the natural energy with his chakra. Thank you all for your gifts. Readers, you're amazing, Obito thought to himself. This isn't good. I can't control myself. A surge of invisible energy burst forth. Orange markings appeared on Obito's face, and his black pupils turned golden, their shapes slowly shifting into a horizontal line. Fukasaku's staff fell to the ground with a thud. He wasn't the only one. Shima by his side was just as stunned. What on earth? This child mastered Ninjutsu, chakra extraction, in under a minute. Is this the child of prophecy? How terrifying! Obito scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I think I've got it. Fukasaku's mouth was still agape as he nodded with a complicated expression. It seems so. All right, wash off the toad oil and try again. Obito nodded eagerly. Yes, Fukasaku-sensei. He stood up, released sage mode, and ran to a nearby stream to wash the toad oil from his arm. Then he climbed back onto the stone toad's head, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state once more. Again, his mastery came as naturally as breathing. Obito slipped once more in his sage mode, his speed even surpassing what had been moments ago. Obito was left speechless. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances, equally at a loss for words. At last, Obito understood. It wasn't that he was so practiced that he could enter sage mode in an instant. Rather, he was so inexperienced that he couldn't suppress his instinctive reactions. The moment he absorbed natural energy, his body would unconsciously blend it with his own chakra. And before he knew it, he'd be swept into sage mode, completely out of his own control. Jiraiya. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Fukasaku drew in a deep breath, finally accepting the truth. So he's the child of prophecy, after all, a bit of the extraordinary. Is that a problem? Not at all. Mastering the extraction of Ninjutsu chakra in a single minute. Should that really be so odd? Well, it's extremely odd. Shima looked at Fukasaku and spoke gently. Dear, since young Obito has already reached this point, why not go ahead and teach him how to actually use it? Fukasaku smacked himself lightly on the forehead. Right. Now, Obito, let me explain how you can wield Ninjutsu chakra. Meanwhile, in Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood nervously before the third Hokage. Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight. There's no need to be so tense. Young Kakashi, your application has been approved. Kakashi clenched his fists in excitement. At last. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage pulled a scroll from within his robes and handed it to Kakashi. No need to thank me. You've earned this with your own achievements. Remember to destroy it after reading. If you have any questions, just ask Minato, he added with a half-joking tone. And don't you dare share this technique. If you do, you'll have me to answer to. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Understood, Lord Hokage. Carefully, Kakashi tucked the scroll into his chest and left the Hokage's office. Once home, he could hardly wait to take out the scroll, written in bold characters on its outside. Flying Thunder God technique. Murmuring softly, Kakashi recited black to gold, 9 flashes. He He smiled to himself. Once I master this forbidden jutsu, I'll finally be able to catch up with him. It had never crossed his mind that one day he might be left behind by Obito. That simply wouldn't do. The two of them could stand shoulder to shoulder, even back to back, but he refused to be the one trailing behind, especially now when Obito had gone off to Mount Myaboku to train. All the more reason for him to work twice as hard. A month later, Jiraiya appeared once more at Mount Myaboku. Fukasaku-sensei, how is that child doing? It's been a month. By now he should be able to absorb natural energy on his own, right? If only they were all. Fukasaku shook his head slowly. Jiraiya was puzzled. A whole month, and Obito still hadn't reached that stage. Was his talent really so disappointing? Of course, that wasn't the case at all. Jiraiya didn't look down on Obito's talent. In his eyes, a ninja's true strength lay in their character. It was just that as the child of prophecy, his expectations for Obito were inevitably higher. Thinking of this, Jiraiya let out a quiet sigh. Perhaps he was being too impatient. Fukasaku, how far has that kid Obito come now? He asked. Fukasaku smiled warmly. He can already enter Sage mode, and he's pretty much mastered the Sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya responded instinctively. He can already enter Sage mode. Not bad at all. Wait, what? Suddenly realizing what had been said, Jiraiya's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Did you say he's already mastered Sage arts? Fukasaku nodded. That's right. Jiraiya stared intently at Fukasaku's face, trying to judge if he was joking. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Fukasaku chuckled. I'm not that free, you know. Look, Obito's right over there. You'll see for yourself. Jiraiya followed the direction of Fukasaku's pointing finger. Sure enough, Obito was training, his face adorned with sage markings as he practiced the sage arts. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with utter shock to master sage arts in a single month. This kid really is the child of prophecy. If he isn't, I'll eat my own head and toss it into the women's bath. Watching Jiraiya's stunned expression, Fukasaku secretly chuckled to himself. He remembered the first time he saw Obito enter sage mode in an instant. His own reaction had been just the same, but over time he'd grown used to it. Perhaps some people truly are born gifted otherwise. How could this child become the child of prophecy? Jiraiya hesitated, then spoke. So what's next? Fukasaku replied. Now that he's learned the sage arts, it's time to take him back. He gave Jiraiya a meaningful look. Do you remember what the great Toad Sage once told us? We can't let him miss his chance. Jiraiya's heart tightened. I understand, Fukasaku. The man and the toad stood off in the distance, quietly watching the boy train. After a while, the boy finished his practice. He withdrew from sage mode and ran over to them. Fukasaku-sensei, Lord Jiraiya, you're here too. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. Yes, I just heard from Fukasaku-sensei that you've been doing well, so I thought I'd give you a little reward. Obito's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What kind of reward? Jiraiya flashed a mysterious grin. He pulled out a small booklet from his robe and handed it to Obito. When we get back, find someplace quiet and have a good look. You'll definitely enjoy it. Obito broke into a knowing smile. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Wait, are we going back already? So many gifts today. I have to do an extra update this afternoon. No one try to stop me. Wait, is no one actually going to stop me? Fukasaku stood to the side, smiling kindly. You've already completed your training brilliantly. It's time for you to leave. Obito looked a little reluctant at these words. But Fukasaku hopped onto Obito's shoulder, reaching out to pat his head. Little Obito, all good things must come to an end. There's no need to feel too sad. Your friends are waiting for you, after all. You should hurry back to them. When he mentioned friends, Fukasaku paused for a brief moment, but Obito didn't notice. Fukasaku went on. And if you ever miss us, you can always come back. Mount Myaboku will always welcome you. Obito nodded vigorously. I understand, Master Fukasaku. Thank you, and please also thank Lady Shima for taking care of me during this time. Please say goodbye to her for me. Once again, Fukasaku patted Obito's head with satisfaction. What a good kid, this little Obito. Jiraiya led Obito away from Mount Myaboku. Seeing Obito looking a bit downcast, he said, You've worked hard this past month. Let's find a place to celebrate your return and wash away the dust of your journey. Obito's eyes lit up, like the place from last time. A sly grin curled on Jiraiya's lips. No, this place is even better than the last one. One day later, the two of them lay side by side on beach chairs. Two beautiful young ladies stood by, giving them shoulder and leg massages. Master Jiraiya, you really know how to enjoy life. Obito sighed in contentment. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Of course, that's just how I am. So, How is it? Don't you feel all the exhaustion just melting away? Obito let out a blissful hum. Definitely. I feel completely reborn now. Once the two young ladies had left, Obito's eyes darted mischievously, and he asked with a sly grin, Master Jiraiya, do you have someone you like? Jiraiya was caught off guard, clearly not expecting such a question from Obito. He pondered for a moment before replying, I suppose I do, though I'm not entirely sure myself. Obito chuckled quietly to himself. Anyone who could win your heart must be truly extraordinary, right? Like someone who could punch through a wall or snap Susanoo in half with her bare hands. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Jiraiya's mouth. Well, naturally. Obito pressed on. Then why don't you pursue her? A wistful look crossed Jiraiya's face. Back then, I didn't realize how I felt about her, but by the time I understood my own heart, it seemed it was already too late. Obito nodded, not saying anything more. If I keep talking, my intentions will become all too obvious. After basking contentedly in the sun for a while longer, the two of them put their clothes back on and set out once more. 5 days later, they arrived outside the main gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. Obito glanced at Jiraiya and asked Jiraiya-sama, aren't you planning to return to the village? Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. The crane belongs to the sky, and the dragon to the sea. As a true man, I should roam freely across the world. Obito gave a look that said, I thought as much. Jiraiya had always been a wanderer at heart. And what is a wanderer, after all, if he stays at his own doorstep day after day? That would make him nothing more than a loafer. Take care of yourself, Obito said earnestly. Jiraiya had already turned to leave. Without looking back, he simply waved a hand in farewell. Obito watched Jiraiya's figure growing distant and let out a soft sigh. I hope this time you'll find a happier ending. With that, he strode boldly into the village. After being away for so long, he was finally home. He wondered to himself if everyone had missed him. Meanwhile, in Minato's house in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi was leaning in close, earnestly seeking Minato's advice. The Flying Thunder God technique was simply too difficult. He'd spent a whole month trying to work it out on his own, yet still hadn't managed to grasp the basics. Left with no other choice, he came to ask Minato for guidance. And, as expected, Minato did not disappoint him. Minato, who could wield the Flying Thunder God technique with unmatched skill and dazzling flair, only needed to share a few insights for Kakashi to have plenty to ponder. After Minato's explanations, Kakashi's understanding of the technique deepened considerably in an instant. Before taking his leave, Kakashi couldn't help but ask Sensei Minato, how long did it take you to master the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato thought for a moment, then offered an apologetic smile. It's been so long. I can't quite remember. I think it took me a few weeks or so. A few weeks. Kakashi fell silent. Why did he have to ask that extra question? Was he just looking for a blow to his ego? Well then, Sensei Minato, I'll get going now, Kakashi said. Minato smiled and nodded. All right, if you have any questions, come ask me anytime. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sensei Minato, are you home? I'm back. It was Obito's voice. Kakashi couldn't hide the excitement on his face as he hurried to open the door. But the moment the door swung open, he put on his cold, indifferent expression once more. Oh, it's you, he said flatly. Obito, surprised to see Kakashi, exclaimed, Kakashi, what are you doing here too? He walked right up and gave Kakashi a big hug. It's been ages. Haha. Kakashi wore a look of mock annoyance, but let Obito hug him all the same. After a long moment, Obito let go, then turned to Minato inside the house and grinned. I'm back, Sensei Minato. Minato stood up with a warm smile. It's good to have you back. While you were away, everyone missed you. Kakashi let out a dismissive snort. I certainly didn't. Obito, clearly annoyed, shoved Kakashi aside. Oh, please. No one would think you're a fool if you just stayed quiet. The two of them bickered constantly. As always, Minato had long since learned to simply tune them out. So, Obito, how did your training go this time? Minato asked. Obito grinned, barely able to contain his pride. It went incredibly well. You wouldn't believe it. Minato couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. Good to hear. Are you joining us for dinner at my place tonight? It'll be a good chance for everyone to catch up. Obito agreed cheerfully. Absolutely. I'll go home and let Grandma know first. Kakashi, you're in charge of telling Rin. That's settled. And with that, Obito dashed off in a hurry. Kakashi was left speechless, clearly wanting to protest. Just then the memory of that fateful night, the terror of being surrounded by couples, flashed through his mind. Extra chapter complete. The Akatsuki arc is about to begin. The Battle of Kanabi Bridge is considered the turning point of the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi is a direct line of the Hokage, and with the legacy of the White Fang behind him, it wouldn't be surprising for the third to give him the Flying Thunder God technique as a gesture of goodwill. Minato was originally a civilian and hadn't participated in the previous wars. Chances are it was only because of Jiraiya that he even had access to the Flying Thunder God. In the end, it all comes down to heritage, doesn't it? As someone who was supposed to be dead, Obito found himself in high spirits, full of life as he strolled down the street. Can't get hurt. Really can't get hurt. Carrying Tang Sanzang along with 3 disciples. Where's your conscience? The dog ran off with it, gone for thousands of miles. He hummed these playful tunes to himself as he made his way home. I'm back, Grandma. Grandma came out, eyes crinkling in a smile. She took his arm, looking him over closely. I thought you'd lose weight while you were away training, but your cheeks look even rounder than before. Obito scratched his head, embarrassed. Maybe it's because I've been eating a lot of high-protein foods lately. It had been a long time since the two of them sat together like this. They settled in the courtyard, chatting away for quite a while. Checking the time, Obito spoke up. Grandma, I won't be home for dinner tonight. My teacher invited everyone over for a meal, and Rin will be there too. Grandma nodded, then added with a knowing smile, speaking of Rin, when are you going to take me to meet her parents? You and Rin are both getting older. It's time to start thinking about these things. Obito's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Grandma, I'm only 14. I'm still just a kid. Grandma laughed helplessly. All right, you're still a child. Are you going to your teacher's house tonight? Do you need to bring a jar of fruit wine? Grandma just brewed a fresh batch. Obito quickly shook his head. No need, Grandma. You should save it for Uncle Kushina. Fruit wine without additives. That's just not right. Grandma patted Obito on the back and said, well then hurry along, it's getting late. Don't keep everyone waiting, all right. I'm heading out, Grandma. Obito grinned and dashed out the door. On the way, after helping 3 elderly ladies cross the street, he finally arrived at Minato's house. As soon as Kakashi opened the door, he complained, Obito, you're late again. Everyone's been waiting for you. Obito scratched his head with an awkward smile. Sorry. I ran into Obito-kun. Before Obito could finish, a girl threw herself into his arms. Rinchan Obito picked her up and spun her around in the air. During their spinning, Rin accidentally kicked Kakashi in the leg. Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi felt like he should be glowing from sheer awkwardness. The 3 of them took their seats at the dining table, and so Kakashi's nightmare began. Obito and Rin, the newly reunited couple, couldn't stop doting on each other throughout the meal. If there hadn't been other people around, who knows what might have happened, affected by their sweetness. Even Minato and Kushina started showing their affection. A dinner meant for 5 now felt like it had only 4. Oh, right, because there was one lonely single among them. I'm going to create a world without couples, Kakashi thought bitterly. Just then a little one pushed open the door, breaking Kakashi's exclusive moment of awkwardness. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Huh. Obito and I, Kakashi and Rinnegan, you're all here. The little boy's face lit up with delight. Golden hair, blue eyes, chubby cheeks. He was adorable beyond words. How could you be this cute as a child, but grow up to have squinty eyes at school? Was he afraid of falling in love too early? So he sealed away his good looks. Obito chuckled. Welcome back, little Naruto. Naruto rubbed his hands together expectantly. Obito and I, will you play with me for a while? Obito thought for a moment, then formed a hand seal and summoned a shadow clone. Big brother still needs to eat. How about my shadow clone goes with you, okay? Kakashi cleared his throat and stood up. I'm done eating. I'll go with you too. Kushina tried to stop him. Kakashi, you've barely touched your food. Sit down and eat a bit more. Rin chimed in as well. That's right, Kakashi. You'll be hungry later if you leave now. But Kakashi quickly shook his head and said, No. I really am full. I'm about to burst. With that said, he and Obito took up positions on either side of Naruto, each holding one of his small hands, and hurried away as if they were making an escape. Obito put down his chopsticks, a hint of confusion on his face. What's up with Kakashi today? He's acting so weird. I don't know. Rin shook her little head, then picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Obito. Say, Obito-kun? Obito opened his mouth obediently. After dinner, Kakashi left in a rush. Obito walked Rin home, and then strolled leisurely along the street, feeling at ease, my dear. Where should we go next? He clasped his hands behind his head, when suddenly a thought struck him. Come to think of it, after coming back from the battlefield, I forgot to let Sister Yuji know that I'm safe. A cold sweat broke out on Obito's forehead. It had already been more than a month. Who knew if Sister Yuji would be upset? Well, since it's on the way, why don't I drop by and check in? I just wonder if it's too late, and if Sister Yuji has closed up shop already. If she's still open, maybe I can pick up something from Minato-sensei while I'm there. With that in mind, Obito set off for Yuji's pharmacy. When he arrived at the door, he saw that the shop inside was completely dark. Clearly, it had already closed for the night. It really is closed. Obito narrowed his eyes suddenly. Sister Yuji never stays overnight in the shop, but the door outside isn't locked. It must have been locked from the inside. And there's this strange energy. In the pitch-black night, two scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Sharingan. As the tomo spun within his eyes, Obito's brow furrowed slightly. He could clearly see that the pharmacy before him was shrouded in a crude barrier. Because the technique used was rough, his Sharingan could catch the traces of chakra lingering around its edges. What's going on? Could Sister Yuji be in danger? Obito murmured to himself, slowly. He raised his arm, the sleeve shifting as if something stirred within. When he brought his hand to his face, an orange spiral-patterned mask materialized in his palm. Gently, he put the mask on. In an instant, his figure became ghostly, slipping through the barrier outside the shop without stirring even the faintest ripple of chakra. Good night. Everyone, he whispered silently as a silhouette flickered within the barrier. The moment he entered, the sound of conversation reached his ears. He leapt lightly onto a beam, concealing himself, and peered into the inner room. There he saw Yuji, sitting atop a table with one leg crossed over the other. Before her, two kneeling ninjas bowed their heads. Every gesture she made radiated an air of unapproachable nobility. The fox-like allure in her eyes from day to day was replaced now with a cold indifference, as if she looked down on all beneath her. She didn't seem like a mere pharmacy owner at all, more like a proud queen. What shocked Obito even more were the two kneeling shinobi before her, judging by their attire. They were certainly not ninja from the Leaf Village. In fact, they looked like shinobi from the Hidden Rain. Yuji, Obito felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. The schemer is always the one stroking your belly. He should have realized it sooner. Yuji was a noble woman from the Hidden Rain Village, Obito thought to himself with some regret. But then, why was Yuji not in the Land of Rain, but instead living in seclusion here in the Leaf? Obito pricked up his ears, focusing intently on the voices coming from inside the house. One of the Rain Ninja whispered, "Yuji, our country and our people need you now more than ever." The other nodded in agreement. The three great nations are waging war in the Land of Rain. And now, there's a group called the Akatsuki stirring up turmoil and trying to overthrow the entire country. These days, the Land of Rain is beset by danger inside and out, teetering on the edge of chaos. Please, come back and take command. Yuji let out a dismissive sound, a hint of mockery flickering across her face. Am I foolish, younger brother? Has he been eliminated as well, forgetting in Hanzo's way? One Rain Ninja's expression shifted subtly. Yuji, you're joking. Lord Hanzo is utterly loyal to the royal family. He would never do such a thing. It's only that your brother lacked the aptitude and couldn't shoulder the heavy responsibilities. And so, Yuji shook her head. Would never. My tyrannical father was killed by Hanzo, wasn't he? And Hanzo colluded with the Leaf to carry out the deed. If you Rain Ninja hadn't repeatedly leaked my father's whereabouts to the Leaf, how could White Fang have succeeded? The two Rain Ninja exchanged glances, clearly at a loss. Yuji was simply too perceptive. She saw through everything and was weary of it all. That was why she chose to leave forever, to abandon the country she so despised. It seemed, given all this, that Lord Hanzo's order would not be easy to fulfill. One of the Rain Ninja, swallowing his fear, pressed on. Lord Hanzo has already come to an agreement with Shimura Danzo of the Leaf. They will join forces to eliminate the Akatsuki. Once that cancer has been cut away, Lord Hanzo hopes you will return to take the throne. A chill crept into Yuji's voice. Go back just to become Hanzo's puppet? Absolutely not. Her refusal left no room for negotiation. The two Rain Ninja fell silent, and the room was swallowed by stillness. Obito perched in the rafters, listened in shock. The conversation he'd just overheard was packed with information. While they paused, he began to sort through what he'd learned. First, the true ruler of the Land of Rain was Hanzo the Salamander. He intended to bring Yuji back to serve as a figurehead for his rule. Second, Yuji's father had been killed by White Fang. a deed that was the result of a conspiracy between the Hidden Rain and the Leaf. However, judging from the fact that Yuji had settled down in Konoha, and based on her various reactions, it seems she did not harbor any hatred toward Konoha. In the end, Salamander Hanzo intended to join forces with the old silver coin to plot against the Akatsuki organization. In other words, that despair-inducing fate had not yet come to pass. Obito's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew exactly what he needed to do next. As Obito was lost in thought, a rain ninja stood up, breaking the silence. "Sorry, Yuji, but today you must come back with us. This is Lord Hanzo's order." His companion rose to his feet as well. The two of them began to slowly move closer to Yuji. Yuji let out a mocking smile. "Oh, so you're finally done pretending?" A sudden notification sound rang out in Obito's mind, startling him so much he almost slipped off the rooftop. He focused his gaze and saw a set of options appear before him. Option 1. Step in and help Yuji out of her predicament. Reward: Yuji's favorability +1. Option 2. Do nothing and let them do as they please with Yuji. Reward: Infiltrator. Option 3. Quickly report what's happening here to the third Hokage. Reward: 0.05 units of chakra. Infiltrator. When you observe from the shadows, your presence is not easily detected. If I just stand by and watch, I get the Infiltrator perk, but if I help, shouldn't I get something like Defender? There was no way he'd pick the second or third options. Yuji usually treated him well, even if there was no reward. He would have chosen to help her, but what good is a favorability point anyway? Obito was baffled. It's not like I'm playing some dating sim. I'm not looking to romance her. Yeah, I really don't have any feelings for Yuji. I'll choose option 1. 1. All these thoughts flashed through Obito's mind in a matter of seconds. Without making a sound, he leapt down from the beam. With a quick step, he appeared behind one of the rain ninjas. He struck with a knife hand, knocking the man out cold. The other rain ninja was shocked. Before he could even turn around, Yuji raised her shapely leg and delivered a fierce kick to his vital spot. There was a sharp cracking sound. Obito felt as if he'd just heard the sound of eggs smashing to the floor. He couldn't help but suck in a breath. The rain ninja let out a wail of pain, doubling over instantly. Yuji glanced at Obito, who was still standing there in a daze, and snapped, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" And, following Obito's gaze, Yuji glanced down at her own skirt. Only then did she realize the situation. Her fair, delicate face instantly flushed scarlet. "You little pervert!" she growled through gritted teeth, grabbing a vase and smashing it down on the rain ninja's head with a loud crash. Obito shuddered from head to toe. He glanced at the way Yuji was looking at him. Just now, it seemed like she wanted to smack him on the head. Choice successful. Reward received: Yuji's favorability +1. Yuji let out a cold snort. She pulled a small vial from inside her robes and handed it to Obito. "Here." Obito was a bit confused and lowered his voice to ask, "Ahem, what's this for?" Yuji rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh, our esteemed Chunin, have you been gone just 2 days? And even your voice has changed." Obito scratched his head awkwardly. "You could actually recognize me?" Yuji pressed her palm to her forehead in resignation. "Did you really think I wouldn't know you, just because you put on a mask? Where did you even find such an ugly mask? Take it off already. It's making me uncomfortable just looking at it." Obito took off the mask with a bewildered look. "This doesn't make sense. Wasn't the whole point of wearing a mask that no one would care who you are?" Seeing Obito's frustrated expression, Yuji couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal. Hurry up and take the antidote, or you'll regret it soon." Obito was startled by her words. "You poisoned me." "When did you do that?" Yuji shrugged indifferently. "Just now, when I was talking to those two. Even if you hadn't acted, neither of them would have lasted much longer." Cold sweat broke out on Obito's forehead. He quickly uncorked the vial and tossed back the antidote in one gulp. After drinking it, he muttered under his breath, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have stepped in. That Infiltrator reward was actually pretty good." Yuji shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you mumbling about over there?" Obito grinned sheepishly. "Oh, nothing at all." He turned his attention inward, carefully sensing any changes in his body. He just heard so many secrets. What if Yuji decided to silence him for good? Actually, when Yuji handed him the vial earlier, he'd already considered this. But thanks to the Hashirama cells in his body, he had a high resistance to poison. If anything happened, he could just use Kamui to escape. No need to worry about being poisoned outright. So, even though he had his doubts, he still acted as though he trusted Yuji completely. Yuji, on the other hand, noticed that Obito drank the antidote without hesitation. She gave a barely perceptible nod, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, she asked with a light hum, "Did you hear everything I said to those two?" Obito replied with a wry smile, "Not everything, but I think I caught the most important parts. You're always making jokes at my expense. But now, it seems your status is far higher than mine. Speaking of which, now that I know so much, you're not planning to kill me to keep me quiet, are you, Sister Yuji?" Yuji reached out a slender hand and gently lifted Obito's chin. Slender fingers traced across Obito's face, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile whose meaning was hard to grasp. Well, who can really say for certain? Obito swallowed nervously, putting on an exaggerated look of terror. No, it can't be. Yuheim rolled her eyes and released Obito. Such terrible acting. Enough? You don't have to test me anymore. I'm not going to hurt you. My affairs in Konoha aren't exactly a secret. Most of the higher-ups know all about it. If I managed to escape Hanzo back then, it was thanks to the Hokage's help. So I just decided to stay here. Obito nodded in sudden understanding. I knew it. The third Hokage is as shrewd and cunning as they come. There's no way he wouldn't know about Yuheim's presence. Obito ventured a question. So Yuheim, don't you ever want to return to your homeland? A flicker of hesitation appeared in Yuheim's eyes. That place is so stifling. It's hard to breathe there. Obito stood on tiptoe and patted her shoulder. I get it, Yuheim. He glanced at the 2 days figures on the ground and asked, what should we do with these two? Yuheim spread her delicate hands. I'll take care of them soon. It's not the first time someone's been sent after me. Oh, wow. Yuheim, just how many people have you secretly dealt with like this? Then I go on home. Just pretend none of this ever happened. Obito nodded lightly and started for the door. Yuheim watched his departing figure, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. Will you come again? Obito turned and grinned playfully. Anytime I need something, I'll be back. After all, Yuheim's service is the best. With that, Obito hurried out, almost as if fleeing, and as he left, he shattered the barrier at the doorway with his head. Yuheim slapped the table with mock annoyance. That little rascal! How dare he take advantage of me? Though she complained, a smile crept back on her face. The road ahead is right under my feet. Ha! Ha! Obito hummed a rousing tune, his steps growing lighter with every beat. A new storm is on the horizon. How could I ever stand still now? Someone's roar echoed from a house nearby. Come on, it's the middle of the night. Why aren't you asleep? What are you howling about out there? A woman's voice followed. Dear, don't bother with him. Let's get back to our card game seriously. And they say I'm the one making a racket, playing cards together in the middle of the night. Who are they to talk? Obito shook his head, but a smile soon returned to his face. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko. Hiv. Yahiko was still alive. Konan and Nagato had not yet fallen into despair. The three of them were still brimming with ideals full of hope for the world. All their hearts were set on bringing peace to it. Instead of bringing nuclear peace to the world, they're like a single flame flickering in this dark world. Always on the verge of being snuffed out, all Obito needs to do is make sure this fire keeps burning until it blazes high into the sky. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to the land of rain, Obito murmured to himself. The next morning, Obito got out of bed early. Now that the war between Konoha and Iwabikure had subsided, the pressure on Konoha was greatly reduced. As a hero of the battle Kanabi Bridge, he didn't have to rush off to any other battlefields for now. This feels great. Obito stretched his arms with a long, satisfying sigh. Then, forming hand signs, he summoned a shadow clone. Patting the clone on the shoulder, Obito said, I'll leave things here to you. The clone smiled. You can count on me. Obito nodded and slipped into the Kemui dimension. He'd left a spatial marker in Konoha. If the clone dispersed, he could return in an instant. The Land of Rain was a small country, wedged unluckily between the lands of earth, wind, and fire. Whenever these three great nations clashed, they would, as if by unspoken agreement, bring their battles to the Land of Rain. Internally, the country was rife with strife as well. War drums never ceased, disasters followed misfortune, and the people's lives were marked by suffering. That's why so many radical ninja had emerged from here. Obito walked the streets of the Land of Rain with an umbrella, his appearance completely out of place among the locals. But no one paid him any mind. People here had grown numb to everything. Even if death came for them in the next moment, they would only feel relief. Obito let out a deep sigh. In this world brimming with despair, there was nothing for its people but pain. I will change all of this, even if it's only for the sake of those close to me. Obito's eyes shone with resolve as he once again slipped into the Kamui dimension. He didn't know when Danzo and Hanzo would move against Konin and the others. He needed to gather information as quickly as possible, and then take the first step to change this world. So sleepy. Equals, smiley face, with Kamui's terrifying mobility and the inscrutable illusions of a Sharingan. Obito soon acquired the intelligence he needed. Inside the Kamui space, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's certain Danzo and Hanzo are conspiring together, he murmured, but after the story's changed, I don't know how Madara, or rather Black Zetsu, will get involved. No use worrying about it. I'll just go see for myself. With Kamui, no one can stop me anyway. In the beginning, the Akatsuki led by Yahiko aspired to bring peace to the world without resorting to extreme force. In the Land of Rain, this ideal was especially compelling. In just a few short years, Akatsuki had grown rapidly and become a household name. He even grew into a terrifying giant, so fearsome that he struck dread into the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Of course, none of this could have happened without Danzo's manipulations behind the scenes. In short, Hanzo feared that the Akatsuki organization would pose a threat to his rule, so he colluded with that old fox Danzo, setting up a deadly trap for Yahiko, under the pretense of forming an alliance with Akatsuki to negotiate peace with the three great nations. He lured Yahiko and his companions into his snares, using Konin, whom he had captured beforehand. As leverage, he succeeded in killing Yahiko. In the end, he extinguished the only glimmer of hope in the darkness, and personally created a twisted monster. From that moment on, the ninja world was plunged into utter darkness. Yet for now, this tragedy had not yet unfolded. This should be the place. Amidst the endless rain, Obito arrived at the site where everything was about to happen. The location agreed upon for the meeting between Yahiko and Hanzo of the Salamander. It was a stretch of rolling hills. Beyond the low slopes, members of Konoha's ANBU and Amagekyure's shinobi lay hidden in wait. According to the plan, Yahiko, Nagato, and the others would arrive in half an hour. In the meantime, Obito ran through every possible scenario in his mind. As far as I remember, Danzo and Hanzo didn't send anyone to hunt down the remaining members of Akatsuki. It was me and White Zetsu who took action. So perhaps I can use that as a reference point. If the Akatsuki members never show up, that might mean Black Zetsu has already intervened. Time slipped by unnoticed. When Obito finally saw Yahiko and Nagato appear, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Not even a single subordinate with them. Just two hopelessly naive fools. Obito shook his head. Too much idealism leads nowhere. He resolved to have a proper talk with these two. Survival, after all, is the true path to power. Hanzo stood atop the hill surrounded by a host of shinobi. In his grasp was Konin, bound and unable to move. Yahiko's expression darkened at the sight. Lord Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? Hanzo replied coldly. Your organization is too much of an obstacle for me. He raised a kunai and traced it lightly across Konin's throat. Yahiko, as the leader, you will die here. If you resist, this woman's life is forfeit. The light in Yahiko's eyes faded. How? How could you? Hanzo had always been his idol, the one he longed to emulate in pursuit of peace for the Land of Rain. The day Hanzo acknowledged him, Yahiko had secretly rejoiced for a long time. But when he arrived full of hope, this was the fate that awaited him. He was consumed by hatred. Hanzo had no interest in further conversation. He hurled the kunai heavily to the ground in front of them. You, the red-haired one. Use this to kill Yahiko. Do that, and I'll spare both you and the girl. Nagato's body began to tremble. What should I do? From the mountaintop, Konin shouted at the top of her lungs, the two of you run. Don't worry about me. Raindrops streamed down Konin's cheeks, carrying away the glimmer in her eyes. Looking at the woman he loved, Yahiko made his decision with remarkable speed. He whispered in a flat, emotionless voice, Nagato, kill me. Nagato stood frozen in shock, unable to accept what was happening. Yahiko suddenly bellowed at him, Nagato, pick up the kunai on the ground. Kill me. In a daze, Nagato bent down, picked up the kunai, and slowly aimed it at Yahiko. Konin screamed, tore through the mountains, raw and desperate. Stop, Nagato. A look of release flashed across Yahiko's face. Nagato, you have to go on living a good life with Konin. With those words, he prepared to thrust himself against the kunai in Nagato's hand. But at that very moment, chaos erupted. A voice, strange and unfamiliar to either side, rang out abruptly, echoing through the mountains. Its clarity resounded all around. Nothing disgusts me more than those who hide in the shadows, scheming and hurting others. Disgraceful. Hanzo silently glanced down at the short blade, piercing his own abdomen. Confusion flickered in his eyes as he slowly turned his head. You say you hate nothing more than those who strike from behind. And then, damn it, you stabbed me in the back? Before him stood a masked ANBU from the Leaf. In an instant, Hanzo seemed to understand everything. So that's it. Danzo Shimura, what a cunning schemer. Among the Konoha, ANBU, one of Danzo's trusted subordinates, blanched in shock. Hanzo-sama, you're mistaken. This man is not one of Konoha's ANBU. He's trying to set us against each other. Hanzo's consciousness was beginning to fade. The poison sac in his abdomen had been punctured. Even he could not withstand the salamander's venom. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Yahiko was frozen in Nagato's arms, lost for words. The two clung to each other, eyes wide with disbelief. Staring up at the mountain's peak, Yahiko stammered in astonishment. What's going on? Are they fighting among themselves? Nagato nodded absent-mindedly. It seems so. There was no need to say more. That Konoha ANBU was, of course, Toby in disguise. He turned and seized Hanzo, pulling him into a hostage hold, his voice theatrical and full of emotion. That's right. I'm not a member of Konoha's ANBU. I have no name, nor feelings, no past, nor future. What upholds the mighty tree of Konoha from the shadows is the will of those like us, the root buried deep in the earth. The Rain Ninja all turned to stare warily at the Konoha group, gripping their weapons tighter. The existence of Konoha's root was no secret to them. Surrounded by such hostile, suspicious gazes, Danzo's own subordinate was nearly driven to curse aloud in frustration. This man is not one of Root either. This is slander. He's framing us. At this moment, someone the Konoha squad whispered, but Captain, this sort of slogan, only those of us from Root would know about it. Could it really be an order from Lord Danzo? And he just didn't tell the rest of us. Danzo's confidant started to doubt himself. Could that be it? It almost made sense, but Hanzo, now on the verge of death, his expression dazed, managed to speak. Your assassination skills are truly extraordinary. I, Hanzo, admit defeat. Could you tell me your name? Let me know at least who it was that bested me. Obito shook his head without hesitation and replied, I cannot. Those of us in Root have no names. But Lord Danzo did ask me to pass you a message. I'm doomed. I'm getting sleepy again. Obito leaned in close to Hanzo's ear and whispered, Lord Danzo said he'll take the blame for this. No matter what. Danzo, bring it on. I've got a pot so big it can move mountains and swallow seas. Hanzo could no longer hear a word Obito was saying. Life had long since left his body, and he slumped powerlessly into Obito's arms. Once hailed as the pinnacle of the ninja world, the one who once overpowered the three great Sannin, Hanzo of the Salamander, had fallen. Obito let go of Hanzo, then raised his blade and charged toward the opposing Rain Ninja. Charge for Lord Danzo's grand cause. Kill those Rain Ninja. Behind him, several Root members suddenly went blank-eyed. In the next instant, without hesitation, they drew their blades and charged forward alongside Obito. Stop! Stop! Who gave you the order to attack? Danzo's confidant shouted in desperation. But it was all in vain, especially once people began to fall on both sides. The fight could no longer be stopped. The Konoha ANBU that Danzo had sent this time were almost all his Root operatives. Obito had absolutely no qualms about throwing these guys into chaos. Both the Root Ninja and the Rain Ninja were the elite of their respective villages. The fight was so tangled and fierce, it was impossible to tell who was who, locked together in deadly combat. As the mastermind Obito watched and couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. This is just insane. Root is only supposed to have 17 members, but looking around, there's at least 100 of them here, for crying out loud. After altering his appearance, Obito quietly slipped out of the chaos. He grabbed Conan by the hand, exasperated. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and run. Huh? Conan was pulled along as they leapt down together. By now, hardly anyone cared about Yahiko and his group anymore. Only a handful of pursuers followed after Obito and Conan. Obito opened his mouth, spat out a fireball, and their pursuers disappeared in an instant. Reduced to nothing, not even a coffin left to bury, the two of them dashed madly, finally reaching Nagato and Yahiko's side. Yahiko looked at them a bit puzzled and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Obito asked. Hurriedly, "There's no time to explain. Quick, get on." "Ugh. Let's get out of here first." He grabbed Konin's hand and dashed ahead. Leading the way, Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, then hurried after them. As the four fled, Root and Hidden Rain ninjas kept closing in from behind. But Yahiko and Nagato were far from weak. While running, the two unleashed their jutsu, swiftly dispatching their pursuers. Suddenly, as they ran, Obito turned his head sharply, looking toward a certain spot. A shadow, startled, instantly vanished underground. Damn it! How can this guy's senses be so sharp? The hidden figure gritted his teeth. And who is he anyway? My carefully laid plans ruined just like that. Obito's brow furrowed slightly. Madara, or rather Black Zetsu, has made his move after all. But then, Obito's frown relaxed, and a sly smile tugged at his lips. You two like lurking in the shadows, manipulating others' fates, don't you? You pride yourselves on being infallible with everything under your control. Well, how about this little surprise? Does it leave you baffled? Once the four had put a safe distance between themselves and the ambush, Yahiko finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Mister, could you let go of Konin's hand now?" Obito froze for a moment, glancing at Konin, whose face was flushed with embarrassment by his side. Only then did he realize he'd been holding her hand the whole way. He gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head. Sorry. Things were a bit hectic just now." "I wasn't thinking." Now that Obito had finally let go of the girl he loved, Yahiko looked visibly relieved. The three friends exchanged glances, each with the dazed feeling of having survived a great ordeal. Yahiko looked at Obito earnestly and said, "Thank you for helping us back there. The three of us owe you our lives." He wasn't foolish. He could tell that everything just now had been orchestrated by Obito. Obito smiled. "I didn't just save you for your sake. I want to save this world from despair. It's because of people like you that I can see a glimmer of hope in the darkness." His words instantly won even more favor with the trio. Konin looked at Obito and asked, "Who are you really? Have we met before?" Obito found himself torn. Should he be honest with Yahiko and the others, or keep his identity hidden behind a mask? Ding. No need to struggle, host. Here's a little multiple-choice question for you. With the system's cheerful chime, a screen of light appeared before Obito's eyes. Option 1. Those who treat others with sincerity will receive sincerity in return. Reveal your true identity to Yahiko and the others. Completion reward. Unlocks the next quest. Option 2. In the world of Wanderers, it's time for a new persona. Think up a cool and flashy name to tell Yahiko and the others. Completion reward. Name +1. Option 3. Laugh heartily, turn and walk away, telling Yahiko and the others fate has yet to bring us together. Let's see what the next meeting holds. Reward. Half step of laughter. Half step of laughter. Not only is it fiercely poisonous, but it also tastes delicious. Truly an essential medicine for travel assassination and silencing witnesses. Hiss. This was the first time Obito had seen the system issue such a pointed mission. The rewards for all three options could be summed up in one sentence. As long as you're not out of your mind, just pick the first one already. Well, what more needed to be said? Just follow the system's lead, and everything will work out. I choose option 1. 1111111. Obito took off his mask, revealing a youthful face. He looked to be about the same age as us, Nagato thought to himself after a moment's pause. Obito spoke up. "My name is Uchiha Obito, a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. In addition, I have another identity. I am Drayasuma student, or perhaps grand student to be precise. If we count out, all of us here share the same master." The three of them stared in stunned disbelief. This boy standing before them was also a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Nagato couldn't help but ask, "Is Master Jiraiya doing well?" Obito thought of Jiraiya's carefree daily life and nodded emphatically. Jiraiya-sama lives life to the fullest every day. He's always cheerful and energetic. Inwardly, he added, "If you don't start carrying rice or worrying about filial piety, Jiraiya-sama's life could be even better." Yahiko, noticing how agitated his companions were, gently pulled them back and gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. Having just suffered betrayal, he wasn't about to trust anyone so easily. He moved to shield Konin and Nagato behind him, narrowing his eyes at Obito. "Even if you did save us, isn't it a little too much of a coincidence that we're all students of the same master?" Yahiko challenged. How can you prove you're really our junior? Or perhaps our junior nephew? Good night. Everyone, Obito replied with perfect composure. That's easy. Just give me a moment. He pressed his hands together and entered sage mode. Orange yellow markings appeared around his eyes, with toad-like pupils. Features unmistakable to the trained eye. How's this? Isn't that proof enough of who I am? He said with a hint of pride. But Yahiko and his companions only looked at him in bewilderment. Conan even asked directly, "What exactly are you doing?" Obito scratched his head and exited sage mode. Had none of the three ever seen Mount Myaboku's sage mode before? Hiss. Well, it was possible. Damn, my big reveal fell flat. Obito bit his finger, then began forming hand seals slowly. Looks like I'll have to use that to prove who I am. Jiraiya and Mount Myaboku signed a summoning contract. That much. I'm sure you all know. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded. Obito let out a relieved sigh. Well then, there's no problem. No need to worry. No one's losing a limb here. He slapped his hand on the ground. In the very next moment, a toad of moderate size appeared before them. Where's my meal? The toad Fukusuku looked around suspiciously. When his eyes landed on Obito, he immediately understood what was going on. With a long, resigned sigh, he said, Uchiha Obito, right? Why is it you always summon me? Right at mealtime. He glanced around and added, doesn't look like you need me to fight anyone here. I got half a bowl of rice waiting back home, so I'll be heading off now. Without even giving Obito a chance to say hello, the toad vanished with a soft pop. Yahiko fell silent. Nagato was at a loss for words. Conan just stared. Obito cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. I suppose you believe now that I'm a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Yahiko breathed a deep sigh of relief and nodded, then offered an apologetic smile. Yes, I'm sorry about earlier, junior disciple. He continued after Hanzo's betrayal just now. I was worried you might have ulterior motives toward us. Obito smiled back. It's all right. I understand. The truth was Obito had his own reasons for saving them. It wasn't pure altruism. Still, he had no intention of taking advantage of the three. Instead, he hoped to form a partnership. With the connection to Jiraiya, the distance between the four of them seemed to shrink in an instant. At last, these three war orphans let down their guard in front of Obito. Quietly sobbing, Conan threw her arms around Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko, Nagato, I thought I'd never see you again. She whimpered. Yahiko gently patted her back. It's okay. Conan, it's all behind us now. We're all safe, aren't we? After their emotions settled, the four sat together on the ground and began to talk. Curious, Conan asked, has Jiraiya-sensei settled down somewhere now? Obito shook his head. No, Lord Jiraiya is still the same as ever, wandering the world with no fixed home. Yahiko sighed helplessly. He's already at that age, and he still hasn't settled down. Obito grinned mischievously. Let me tell you a little secret. Actually, Lord Jiraiya already has someone he likes. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, really? Obito nodded confidently. Of course. And the best part is, you all know who she is. She's... Obito paused deliberately, teasing the group. Shounen looked at Obito expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Yahiko, clearly impatient, gave Obito a light punch. Just tell us already. Who is it? Don't keep us guessing, little junior. Obito burst out laughing. The person is none other than Lady Tsunade. Nagato's face was the very picture of astonishment. Yahiko was equally dumbfounded. No way. That can't be true. But Shounen clapped her hands in certainty, her expression resolute. I knew it. I've suspected for a while that Sensei has feelings for Lady Tsunade. I'll tell you guys, here a lengthy analysis is omitted. After listening for a while, Yahiko couldn't help but interrupt Xiaonan's long-winded speech. All right, that's enough. Shounen finally stopped, still a little reluctant to let go of her train of thought. Well, what do you all think? Does my reasoning make sense? Nagato was left utterly speechless. Xiaonan, you've only met Lady Tsunade a few times, and you managed to deduce all that? Xiaonan playfully stuck out her tongue. That's because I have a keen eye for these things. The three men present all rolled their eyes in unison. Somehow, it seemed more likely she was just being nosy. Her insight could rival the Rinnegan. With his head in his hands, Yahiko looked a little puzzled. But if Sensei really likes Lady Tsunade, why doesn't he just confess to her? Nagato echoed this sentiment. Yeah, their relationships always seemed pretty good, hasn't it? Obito thought for a moment before replying. Well, maybe he's worried that if Lady Tsunade ever gets angry, she might accidentally punch him to death. You all know what Lord Jiraiya is like. He never acts serious, and whenever he gets a chance, he's cozying up to the ladies. The three of them nodded in deep agreement. That was spot on. Yahiko jumped his feet. No, we can't just watch. As devoted disciples, we have a duty to help Sensei solve his lifelong problem. Shounen immediately chimed in. That's right. I support Yahiko's idea. Nagato spoke up softly. I agree with you both. Obito patted his chest, his face sincere. Count me in too. I'd love to see them get together. The four of them chatted excitedly, their voices blending together as they began making grand plans for Jiraiya's future. They even started discussing contingency plans for where he and Tsunade might be buried when the time came. A sea burial, perhaps. Ahem. After a while, Yahiko asked offhandedly, Hey, Junior, you're from Konoha, aren't you? What brings you to the land of rain all of a sudden? The cheerful mood grew a little heavier. Xiaonan and Nagato both fell silent. Obito thought for a moment before answering. It's a long story. Meeting you all here is actually quite a coincidence. Your country's rain princess is currently in Konoha, and the two of us actually get along pretty well. Rain princess? Yahiko's expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing, signaling with his eyes for Obito to continue. Obito understood and went on. One night, by chance, I stumbled upon her talking with two rain ninja. That's when I overheard that Hanzo was planning to target the Akatsuki. I know the Akatsuki was founded by you all, and I also know that you are Jiraiya-sama's disciples. That's why. Obito laid out the sequence of events honestly, though he slyly glossed over certain crucial details, such as how he had learned about the connection between the three of them and Jiraiya. In any case, as long as the main story fit, these little details, while they were easy to overlook and nearly impossible to verify anyway, Yahiko remained silent, quietly absorbing the information Obito had provided. Yuheim had disappeared from public view years ago. Some said she had been hidden away by the royal family. Others whispered that Hanzo had eliminated her. I never imagined Yuheim ended up in Konoha. Conan murmured. Obito let out a sigh. She was so disappointed, perhaps even utterly disillusioned, with the land of rain. That's probably why she chose to leave. The three of them lowered their heads, their eyes dimming with sorrow. If not for growing up in a land of rain, they wouldn't have wanted to remain on this land either. If they had a choice, they too would have wished to be born in a country bathed in peace, seeing their spirits sink. Obito thought to himself, this must have hit them harder than I expected. No, I can't let them wallow in despair. Time for a pep talk. Clearing his throat, Obito spoke with rousing fervor. But isn't the land of rain still counting on you? And right now is the best chance to change its fate. With Hanzo the Salamander now dead, don't you have faith that you can turn the land of rain into a land of purity? If you can show Yuheim even a glimmer of hope, I'm certain she'd return without hesitation, ready to rebuild the land of rain at your side. Stirred by Obito's passionate words, the three raised their heads once more, hope rekindled in their eyes. Seeing his words take effect, Obito felt reassured. The will of fire never betrays. Wherever the power of words reaches, the fire keeps burning bright. Now then, it was time to plant some of his own ideas. Meeting their gaze, Obito said, just like you, I wish to change this world and let peace shine on every corner of it. But on the road to peace, war is unavoidable. I'm sure you understand this all too well. Unless you show true strength, no one will care about the dreams of a few nameless souls. Yahiko and the others nodded quietly. Though they were idealists, they were not naive enough to believe that everything could be solved through dialogue alone. The Akatsuki's achievements were earned through real battles, not empty talk. Whenever they went somewhere new, they always tried to communicate first. If it works out, everyone will be delighted. If not, then you'd better start preparing for a funeral. After all, once those who stir up or have been dealt with, peace will come naturally. Hearing Obito's words, Nagato couldn't help but speak up. So, what do you think we should do now? Yahiko and Conan also turned to Obito, eager to hear what he had to say next. Obito cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I have a rather undeveloped idea, but perhaps we could discuss it together. The Hidden Rain Village is now leaderless, and after their fierce clash with Root, their elite forces are likely much weaker than before. Yahiko's eyes lit up, and he licked his dry lips. You mean? Obito nodded. That's right. I believe we should strike directly at the Hidden Rain Village and bring all the military power of the Land of Rain under our control. That way, from now on, there will be only one voice in the Land of Rain, and that will be the voice of the Akatsuki. Everyone in the Land of Rain will have a single goal: The pursuit of peace. The three exchanged glances, a spark of excitement flashing in each of their eyes. This truly was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Conan couldn't help but ask. And after we take the Hidden Rain Village? Obito thought for a moment, then replied, after that. The Land of Rain, with its strategic location and newfound vitality, will become a prize that the great nations will compete for. We can choose to ally ourselves with one major nation and broker peace agreements with the other two. Yahiko's brows creased slightly. And this major nation you're talking about, is it the Land of Fire? Obito made no effort to hide his intentions. Exactly. The Land of Fire is by far the best ally for the Land of Rain, whether it's Lady Yuji, Master Jiraiya, or myself. All of us have deep connections to the Land of Fire. And besides, Konoha has never been the one to start a war. A rare trait among the great powers. I'm sure you've heard as much. Slowly, Yahiko's frown eased. What his junior said made sense. The Land of Fire really was the best choice for the Land of Rain, but all of this would have to wait until after they took the Hidden Rain Village. Yahiko glanced up at the sky and suddenly exclaimed, we should head back. Or, Kaisuk debutsu and the others will start worrying. Obito followed his gaze, a bit puzzled as to how Yahiko could tell the time. The Land of Rain was shrouded in clouds all year round. It was always gloomy and dark. Nagato mused, come to think of it, it's a good thing we didn't bring everyone with us to the meeting. Or else. At that, Yahiko and Conan's faces showed a lingering sense of dread. Obito opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but thought better of it. If nothing unexpected happened, then as for Yahiko's companions, by now they were probably long gone. Yahiko stood up, grinning as he spoke. Then let's hurry back. It's a great chance for our little junior to meet everyone. A smile bloomed on Conan's face as she spoke. That's right. Juzo and our junior have quite similar personalities. They'll probably have plenty to talk about, surviving disaster and reuniting with old friends. This should be one of the most beautiful things in the world, unfortunately. Nagato patted Obito on the shoulder, a hint of confusion in his voice. What's wrong, Obito? Don't tell me you're feeling shy. Everyone gets along really well. Obito forced a small smile. No, not at all. Let's get going then. Seeing the joy lighting up Yahiko and the others' faces, Obito found himself at a loss for words. The four of them returned to the Akatsuki base. The hall was empty, and Yahiko scratched his head in puzzlement. Weird. Where did everyone go? Nagato's thoughts swirled, and suddenly he spoke up. Wait, could they have gone out looking for us? Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance. Their expressions changed at once. In the next instant, they took off running. As if driven by panic, Conan and Obito hurried after them. They sped through the forest until at last Nagato and Yahiko came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies trembled as they stared ahead. Conan, a few steps behind, called out in confusion. What's wrong? Yahiko, Nagato. But as she drew up beside them, a single line of tears slipped from her eyes. Everyone. What in the world happened? Blood stained the earth, turning it crimson. Everywhere the eye could see, there was only ruin. Faces and voices of familiar companions seemed to linger in the air. Yet now those friends lay sprawled across the ground, cold and lifeless, unable to rest in peace. The gentle debuts of the mischievous Juzo, even Kawaki, who had once pursued Conan's affection. A primal scream tore from Nagato's throat, raw and unending. He could not accept what he saw before him. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of power burst from Nagato, radiating outward in every direction. With a thunderous crash, Yahiko and Conan, unable to dodge, were thrown violently back by the overwhelming force. Obito's body flickered and turned intangible. He reappeared just in time to catch Yahiko, breaking his fall, but Conan wasn't as fortunate. She was hurled a dozen meters only, coming to a stop after crashing through several trees. Here are a few interesting details to share with you all. One reader pointed out. Yellow mask plus ability to fly plus red eyes equals Wong Fei Hung. Another reader's username was Rin pulled an all-nighter to learn Chidori 2333, Yahiko struggled to his feet, pushing off of Obito's arms, and rushed to Conan's side. Conan, are you all right? I'm fine. Conan tried to reassure him, but her head was still ringing. She lay in Yahiko's embrace, unable to rise. As for Nagato, after unleashing that terrifying burst of power, it was as if all the strength had drained from his body. His legs buckled, and he collapsed toward the ground. Fortunately, Obito reacted quickly enough to catch him. Nagato's eyes were filled with fury. a depth so profound. A single glance could make one feel as if they were staring into the abyss, the great Buddha. Juzo, how dare they? I'll kill them. Obito realized at once that things were going south. His hand moved even faster than his mind, and with a resounding slap, he struck Nagato across the face. Nagato turned a cold, icy gaze onto Obito, as if weighing whether or not to hit back with something even harsher. Damn it. Obito shuddered under that piercing look, 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. He let out a deep sigh, beating his chest and stamping his feet in anguish. With a voice full of pain and regret, he addressed Nagato. Wake up, Nagato. You've hated those people for so long, fought against them for so many years. Are you really going to become one of them in the end? No ideal in this world is worth losing yourself to such utter despair. Obito's heartfelt words struck right at the core of Nagato's soul. For a moment, a flicker of clarity swept through Nagato's mind. His entire body seemed to lose its strength, and he whispered in self-reproach, I lost control of that power again, and I hurt everyone. At that moment, Konan was starting to recover as well. Her energy was running low, but she was regaining her strength quickly. With Yahiko supporting her, she made her way over to Nagato and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. It's not your fault, Nagato, it's those eyes, they're the cause, she said softly. Nagato curled up, burying his head deep in his arms. I'm afraid of my own power. Jiraiya-sensei taught me ninjutsu, so I could control it, but now sensei is gone, and I can't control myself anymore. Konan crouched beside Nagato, wrapping her arms around him. Even though sensei isn't with us, you still have me, and Yahiko will always be here for you. Nagato remained silent, lost in thought. Yahiko's voice suddenly rang out, stern and resolute. Nagato, you're destined to change this country. Maybe even the whole world. You'll be the bridge to peace, and we'll be your pillars of support. Now, pull yourself together. Nagato slowly lifted his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Can I really do it? But the Akatsuki is gone. Yahiko and Konan's hearts sank. Today had brought far too many upheavals. Even their pain was becoming numb. After a narrow escape from death, they were struck by the sudden realization that their like-minded comrades, the brothers and sisters they had fought and grown alongside, had all perished at the hands of others. Now they were all that remained. Even ever-optimistic Yahiko couldn't help but feel his spirit falter at that moment. Obito sighed deeply and spoke with quiet determination. As long as the three of you remain, as long as your spirit endures, Akatsuki will not disappear. I know you feel overwhelmed by despair, as if there's nothing but darkness ahead, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Isn't Akatsuki exactly that ray of light piercing through the darkness? Everyone in the land of rain is counting on you. Yahiko clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination as he spoke. Our little junior is right. We can't let Daibutsu and the others have died in vain. We can't fall here. We have to shoulder their hopes and keep going. With these words, Konan and Yahiko's spirits lifted a little, but sorrow was still unavoidable. Obito glanced at Nagato's eyes, a thoughtful look, flashing across his face, speaking of which Nagato-senpai's eyes and that power just now. Yahiko explained to Obito Nagato's eyes are truly special. They're the legendary Rinnegan, said to be possessed by the Sage of Six Paths himself. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, Not long ago, someone came looking for the three of us because of Nagato's Rinnegan. He said that his people's mission passed down since ancient times was to guide those who awaken the Rinnegan onto the right path. He also claimed that once Nagato truly mastered the power of the Rinnegan, he would instantly have the power to change our entire world. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no need to ask. This person must have been sent by Uchiha Madara. And if that's the case, there's no point in asking what he looked like. After all, White Zetsu could change his appearance at will. So what happened after that? Obito asked. Konan answered from the side. We ended up driving him away. Yahiko felt he was just trying to use us. Yahiko spoke with certainty. He was definitely trying to use us. Obito's expression grew grave. Have you two ever considered that perhaps the tragedy before us was orchestrated by that very person? His goal may have been to push Nagato-senpai into such grief that he would awaken the power of the Rinnegan. Yahiko was startled by this suggestion. What the junior disciple said isn't impossible. From the beginning, the only one Hanzo wanted dead was himself. if he truly wanted to wipe out all of Akatsuki. He could have rounded them up in one fell swoop. There was no need to lure him away and then send people to ambush the rest. It was completely unnecessary. Why? Nagato let out a stifled, anguished cry. Why do I have to possess these cursed eyes? I never wanted this power in the first place. Obito could feel Nagato's pain, but he still thought Nagato was being a bit dramatic. Does he know how many people would kill for those eyes? The Rinnegan that he doesn't even want. Others are practically fighting over it. Ding. Please listen to the question. The system's voice suddenly rang out, nearly scaring Obito half to death. Listen to your own. Nonsense. Can't I just read the question with my eyes? Obito shot an annoyed glance at the glowing screen before him. Important reminder. The choice you make now will affect the development of the main story. Please choose carefully, important notice. If you fail to complete this multiple-choice question, the host will never be able to unlock subsequent tasks related to Hashirama cells. Another one of these missions. Obito furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the options before him. Option 1. With Nagato's consent, extract half of the chakra from his Rinnegan. Reward upon completion. Your current chakra is doubled. Option 2. While Nagato is off guard, gouge out both of his Rinnegan and offer them to this system. Kakik. Reward upon completion. Kimui. Heavenly subjugation. Option 3. A true gentleman knows what should and shouldn't be done. Of the two Rinnegan, take only one. Reward upon completion. Your current chakra is doubled. Kimui. Heavenly subjugation. A powerful offensive ocular jutsu. With yourself as the center, repels all surrounding objects and jutsu, dealing damage to everything pushed away. Kesuke. The system's really got it out for Nagato this time. Obito muttered inwardly, sleepy, drowsy. See you all tomorrow morning for an update. Gouge out Nagato's eyes, Without betraying any emotion, Obito glanced at Nagato beside him. And not just Nagato. Both Konan and Yahiko were equally unsuspecting. If he wished, he could strike at any moment, taking down Yahiko and Konan, who both had their backs turned to him. Then, he could finish off Nagato and take his eyes if he buried all three of them here in the Land of Rain. No one would ever know what happened today. He could even break free from Madara and Black Zetsu's plans in one fell swoop. But it's not worth it. Obito looked at the 3-inch, none of whom had the slightest hint of suspicion. He quietly let go of the dark thoughts in his heart. Not that he was some kind of saint. If he truly had to choose between Nagato and saving the world, he would not hesitate for a moment to deal with Nagato. No sympathy at all, but he had the system on his side. Give him a few more years, and he could have everything he needed. No need to resort to such underhanded tactics. When the time came, anyone who dared defy him, he could simply unleash Susanoo and Buddha and wipe out a nation at will. And as for those eyes, he'd still have to hand them over to the system to kill all three of them for one skill reward. Sure, the reward was tempting. It would make up for his lack of offensive abilities while using body intangibility, but it just wasn't worth it. Still, the power of the Rinnegan is incredibly alluring. Obito mused, I wonder how many more chapters I'll need before I unlock my own Rinnegan. He focused his thoughts on a glowing screen and marked option 1 on the answer sheet. 1111111111. After making his choice, Obito spoke up slowly. Speaking of which, I know a few secrets about the Rinnegan. Maybe they'll be of some help to you, brother Nagato. His words immediately drew the attention of all three. Nagato stared intently at Obito, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yahiko sprang to his feet and pressed a hand on Obito's shoulder, his voice urgent as he asked, What secret are you talking about? Hurry up and tell us, little junior brother. Konan, a bit exasperated, tugged gently at Yahiko's sleeve. Yahiko, don't be so anxious. Let the little junior brother explain slowly. Realizing his impatience, Yahiko released Obito with an apologetic look. Sorry, little junior brother. It's all right. Yahiko-senpai, Obito replied with a gentle smile, signaling that he didn't mind. Among my Uchiha clan, there's a secret history passed down through the generations, which speaks of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is called the eye that controls life and death, the most exalted ocular power in this world. It grants its wielder the ability to both create and destroy. But what few people know is that the Rinnegan actually originates from the Sharingan. According to the secret records, there was once someone in the Uchiha clan who awakened the Rinnegan when Yin and Yang forces converged. Yahiko and the others listened with eyes shining in amazement. The Uchiha clan actually had records. Regarding the Rinnegan, could they possibly mention how to control it? Obito paused almost unconsciously. Yahiko couldn't help but urge him on. Go on, little junior brother, tell us the rest. All right, no need to rush, Yahiko-senpai. Obito tried to calm Yahiko, then continued with a touch of resignation. What I mean is, in theory, Nagato-senpai should not have been able to awaken the Rinnegan. So these eyes of his are very likely an artificial creation. Conan gasped in shock. What? You mean? That's right, Obito nodded. Nagato-senpai probably has Uzumaki blood with an almost terrifying amount of chakra, making him the perfect vessel for the Rinnegan. My guess is that someone for some purpose transplanted these eyes into him when he was still a child. Hearing this, Nagato silently lowered his head. He had always struggled with the burden of the Rinnegan's power, believing himself to be someone special. But in the end, was he nothing more than a tool in someone else's game? Yahiko clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles popped. This must have something to do with that person who came looking for us before. Damn it. Using Nagato as a tool. Damn it. Watching Yahiko's agitation and Nagato's despondence, Obito's gaze grew complicated. The fact that Yahiko and the others so readily trusted his words meant they had already accepted him in their hearts. Yet here he was hiding his true intentions for the sake of his mission. How ironic. Conan comforted Nagato while turning to Obito with a question. Little junior brother, what should we do now? Obito replied in a low, steady voice. I have a way that can help Nagato-senpai master the power of his eyes, so that the one pulling the strings behind the scenes ends up losing everything instead. But this method, seeing Obito fall into hesitation, Yahiko was nearly beside himself with anxiety. My dear little junior, can't you just say everything in one go? Nagato nodded in agreement. The way Obito broke off his sentences left him hanging, unable to relax or remain anxious. He'd even forgotten to be gloomy. Obito gave a wry smile. The main thing is this method is a bit extreme. Let me say it all in one breath. Then we can discuss it together. Yahiko urged him on. All right, just say it. Obito hurried to continue because the Rinnegan's ocular power is so terrifying, it's very difficult for Brother Nagato to truly control it. And if you use the eye techniques too often, it will drain your chakra excessively and even sap away your life force. Nagato inwardly agreed with Obito's words. Every time he used the power of the Rinnegan, he felt utterly drained, as if he'd been hollowed out. Obito continued, I can use my own bloodline to extract a portion of the Rinnegan's power. That way, Brother Nagato could quickly master the Rinnegan's abilities, and he wouldn't have to worry about the strain it puts on his body when using the eye techniques. But the extraction is irreversible. Once the power is drawn out, Brother Nagato will permanently lose that portion of the Rinnegan's energy. That's why I said this method is rather extreme. What do you all think? Yahiko and Conan turned to look at Nagato. From the flicker in his eyes, they could see his heart was moved. Rather than stubbornly clinging to a sledgehammer that was impossible to wield and could hurt him at any moment, it was better to lighten the weight and make it more manageable. What suits you is what's best after all. Besides, it wasn't his original power to begin with. Giving up the part he couldn't control didn't pain Nagato in the slightest. Yahiko glanced at Obito and asked hesitantly, Little Junior, where will the extracted power go? Obito answered without hesitation, openly and honestly, I know what you're worried about, brother. I don't have the qualifications to awaken the Rinnegan myself, so I can't keep hold of such overwhelming power. During the extraction, I will benefit in some ways, but the majority of the power that's drawn out will be devoured by an unspeakable existence. Everything Obito said was the truth. Extracting some of the Rinnegan's power was truly beneficial to both parties, with no harm done. The only secret he kept was the existence of the system. Perhaps it was Obito's sincerity that convinced them. Yahiko no longer pressed with questions, but turned to ask Nagato, what do you think? Nagato answered without the slightest hesitation, I agree, do it. Take it from me, he was long since tired of living a life that was beyond his own control. Just like how I always ignore the risks and browse some ahem. He lived each day in constant fear, always on edge. He worried that one day he might suddenly lose control. He feared that this power could end up hurting Conan and Yahiko. He didn't want to go on like this. He was determined to master these eyes completely, to seize control of his own destiny. He wanted to defy fate to cough. Obito glanced at Conan again. Her eyes shimmered as she gave him a gentle nod. Since the three of you have decided, Then I'll begin, he said. Obito slowly stepped in front of Nagato. Silently, he asked the system in his mind, "System, what am I supposed to do?" The system gave a little tremor in his mind. "Host, have you watched Shippuden?" Obito nearly choked. "Are you kidding me?" The system responded with a casual, "Oh," then just like in that 1-against-7 scene, place your hand on his forehead, taking the hint. Obito raised 2 fingers and gently pressed them to the spot between Nagato's brows. A strange force began to flow. From his fingertips, a peculiar pulse slowly unfurled. Nagato felt the immense energy in his eyes surge, as if it had found a tiny crack to escape from pouring out in a torrent. After a few minutes, "Phew, it's done." Obito exhaled and withdrew his hand. In his mind, a notification chimed. "Choice successful. Reward obtained. Current chakra doubled." Yahiko looked at Nagato with anxious eyes. "That's it? Nagato, how do you feel? Maybe try walking a few steps." Conan, too, watched Nagato with deep concern, worried that something might have gone wrong in the process of extracting the eye power. "Wait a moment," Nagato said, carefully sensing the changes within himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I think I can actually control that power now. I will." If the Rinnegan before had been like a 100-pound hammer, one Nagato could only barely lift in moments of extreme anger, exhausting himself each time. Now, it was as if the hammer weighed just 50 pounds. Nagato could lift it easily, without effort. He could even swing it, spin, leap, and all with his eyes closed. In a word, exhilarating, really. "That's wonderful," Conan exclaimed, throwing her arms around Nagato. Yahiko joined in, embracing them both. The 3 of them clung together tightly, their shared pain at losing a comrade easing just a little. Meanwhile, Obito sat with his eyes closed, sensing the changes within himself. He'd previously had a little over 3 units of chakra, but now, after doubling, it had skyrocketed to nearly 8. What did that even mean? It was, the system chimed in, "Well, that's about 0.08 Naruto units of chakra." Obito nearly exploded with frustration at the system. He said to himself with a fierce resolve, "That was a fine speech. Next time, keep it to yourself." Obito accompanied Yahiko and the others as they laid their fallen comrades to rest in the forest. They stood before tombstones etched with familiar names. In his heart, Yahiko murmured, "Mina, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Akatsuki will become the first light to pierce the darkness." On the way back, Yahiko let out a self-mocking laugh. "I used to despise this country for doing nothing but weep. Now, from the bottom of my heart, I want to save it. It reminds me too much of the crying child I once was. I just can't bring myself to turn away." Conan gently placed her hand on Yahiko's shoulder. "Yahiko?" Yahiko shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." "Nagato, how about you?" Nagato answered softly, "I'm all right now, Yahiko." Obito watched the scene unfold in silence. Truth be told, the relationship between Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko was rather complicated. The 3 of them had grown up together. Their deep bond of companionship was interwoven with other feelings. Back in episode 566, Yahiko had shown clear affection for Conan. Nagato had even remarked that Conan seemed to have feelings for Yahiko, but in the very next episode, Yahiko asked Conan to direct her care and concern toward Nagato instead. It was all a tangled web. Obito figured that the 3 of them probably couldn't make sense of their own feelings at this point. The 4 of them made their way back to the Akatsuki base. Staring at the empty room, Yahiko and the others were struck by a profound sense of loss, a sorrow for things and people now gone, breaking through the walls of their hearts. Yet all 3 possessed remarkable strength of mind and soon gathered themselves. Yahiko turned to Obito and asked Little Junior, "What do you think we should do next?" Hearing this, both Conan and Nagato looked to Obito as well. Through their time together, not only had the 3 fully accepted Obito in their hearts, but they had even begun to see him as a pillar of support. Obito answered without hesitation, "First, let's wait for Brother Nagato to fully master the Rinnegan's power. Then, we'll launch a surprise attack on Amage Cure." Yahiko nodded, but then frowned slightly. "That's the plan, but we can't drag this out for too long. If Amage Cure manages to elect a new leader and consolidate its forces, we'll miss our chance." Obito thought for a moment and said, "I have some idea of the Rinnegan's abilities. Half a month should do. I'll train alongside Brother Nagato. That should be enough time." Yahiko sank into thought. "Half a month. All right, then I'll leave Nagato's training in your hand for these 2 weeks. I'll take Conan out to look for allies willing to join us." Obito thought to himself that truthfully they didn't really need extra help. With just the four of them, they'd be more than enough to take Amage by storm, of course senior brother. His words belied his true feelings. Yahiko gave Obito a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, little junior. Thank you for everything you've done for us," Obito met Yahiko's sincere gaze, and a faint sense of guilt stirred within him. "Please don't say that, brother Yahiko. We share the same ideals. It's only right that we support each other," he replied. Conan chimed in with a suggestion. "Junior, why don't you join us in Akatsuki, even as a member on the side? You'd be more than welcome." Nagato smiled and added, "I think Conan's idea is great. What do you say, Yahiko?" Yahiko draped an arm around Obito's shoulders. "I have no objections at all. The decision is yours, little brother." Looking at the three pairs of eager eyes, Obito nodded firmly. "From this day forward, I, Uchiha Obito, am a member of the Akatsuki." At the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, deep within a grand underground palace, Madara sat with his eyes closed on a stone throne, listening as Black Zetsu recounted the events of his journey. With one hand, he tapped his thigh lightly, his expression utterly unchanged. A long silence passed. At last he opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flickering in their depths. "You're telling me that some unknown nobody managed to rescue Nagato and the others from both the Hidden Rain and Hidden Leaf?" Black Zetsu answered respectfully, "Yes, Lord Madara. This fellow, I have no idea where he crawled out from. By all accounts, there isn't a single powerful individual in the ninja world who matches this description right now." Madara gave a low snort, his tone full of disdain. "The ones I despise most are those who skulk in the shadows, too afraid to show themselves." Black Zetsu glanced at Madara, silently thinking to himself, "So now you've become exactly the kind of person you loathe most." Madara's brow furrowed, and he fell silent. The vast palace was immediately plunged into stillness. The plan had failed. Now, it was inconvenient for him to move openly in the ninja world. Madara massaged his brow, a dull ache beginning to form. After a moment, he lowered his hand and fixed Black Zetsu with a profound gaze. "If this piece is lost, we'll simply choose another. Black Zetsu, go find me an Uchiha child, one with the potential to bear the weight of our grand ambition." Black Zetsu nodded with a sly smile. "Understood, Manhwaresumen." With the third great ninja, war still raging, finding a child wouldn't be too difficult. Black Zetsu melted into the ground, vanishing into the distance. In the land of rain, at the Akatsuki base, Obito watched Nagato, training diligently nearby, a faint smile curling the corners of his lips. Now that Nagato wielded a trimmed version of the Rinnegan, he could handle it with ease, using it placed far less strain on his body. Moreover, while the ocular techniques were somewhat weaker, their cooldown time had also shortened. So from a different perspective, it's honestly hard to say whether Nagato has been weakened or strengthened. It all depends on what the developers have in mind. Obito let his consciousness sink into his mind and address the system. "System, I've been thinking about something these past few days, and now I want to ask you face to face. Here comes some system lore. If you're not into this kind of thing, feel free to skip ahead." The system buzzed twice, suddenly getting a bad feeling. Still tried to keep a calm front and replied, "What would you like to ask, host?" Obito pushed up his non-existent invisible glasses and continued, "If I can't obtain Nagato's ocular powers, then weren't the previous 4th level mission rewards just empty promises? But you still listed them out. That means you must have expected I'd run into Nagato at some point. Or rather, maybe you've been nudging me in that direction all along through the choices you set up." The system silently cursed its luck, sneaking in a quiet swear. "Damn it, when did this kid get so sharp?" Ding. "Everything this system does is for your own good, host. Unlike those unscrupulous systems, I truly care about you." Dear host Obito let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing. Dangerously, the glint in them unmistakable. "I get all that, but right now I just want to know one thing. Did you already foresee that Mount Myaboku would come looking for me, and that I'd eventually choose to side with them?" "Oh." The system felt its data streams nearly overloading from stress. Seeing the system hesitate to answer, Obito became even more convinced of his suspicion. "So, about that task where I had to learn to slither like a snake, was that just you messing with me?" The system braced itself and replied through its information panel, "You can't really say that, host. At the very least, your future with Rin will be much more harmonious now." "Obito, Is that really something a kid my age should be worrying about? Well, you actually have a point there, fine, I'll let it go this time, he then asked, puzzled, but why is that? Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful, being a system and all? Why do some of those choices only get triggered under certain conditions? The system shuddered a bit before answering, host. Have you ever read any system-based web novels in your previous life? Obito nodded, his pride evident. If it's not a textbook, I've read it. All day and all night. The system was a little speechless, not sure what Obito was so proud of, but as long as he'd read them, the explanation would be easier. Every world has its own independent will. In those novels, humans call it the way of heaven. The way of heaven is unpredictable, only allowing all things in the world to follow the path it has set. If you wish to defy the will of heaven, you must pay a certain price. Think of it as a grease payment. Obito nodded ever so slightly, signaling for the system to continue. The system went on. Uchiha Obito, which is to say who you are now, is a key figure in the story of Naruto. With my assistance, you can alter the course of this world to a certain extent, but whenever you make a change, the fabric of fate will shudder. And in that moment, I can see some benefits for myself. Obito fell into deep thought. So what you're saying is, you can't just hand out rewards at will. At the very least, you have to ensure the book's balance. The system sent Obito an emoticon composed of data streams. Bingo! That's exactly it. For instance, when the host establishes a contract with Mount Myaboku and learns their sage techniques, that's something fate would deem reasonable. Obito followed up, so when I drew on part of the Rinnegan's power and later awakened my own Rinnegan, that too would be seen as a natural progression? Precisely, host, the system replied, as long as the changes are considered within reason by fate. I don't have to pay as much of a fee. These days, there are far too many systems, competitions fierce, and it's not easy for me to save up. You understand, right? Obito replied, less than pleased. All right. I already said I forgive you. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a system act so pitiful in front of its host. This conversation with the system cleared up many of Obito's doubts. No wonder the system always seemed to set limits on his growth. No wonder some things would happen no matter how hard he tried to change them. Still, a faint smile curled at the corner of Obito's lips. As long as he kept getting stronger, the things he wanted to do would gradually become reasonable in the eyes of the world. Nagato's delighted voice broke Obito's train of thought. Yahiko, Konan, you're back. Obito turned his head and saw Yahiko and Konan. Behind them stood 30 or 40 people. Obito's smile grew even wider. It seemed that, even without the aura of a protagonist, even without a system, there would always be those willing to stand up and change this world. The next chapter might not be written tonight, so get some rest early, everyone. The Rain Country arc will wrap up tomorrow, and soon we'll be heading back to Konoha for some more exciting adventures. As for the new lucky child chosen by Madara, they won't walk the same path as Obito. No repeating character arcs, I packed a lot of setup in the last chapter, so I stayed up late to bring you this one, watching the crowd draw closer. Obito raised his arm and placed an orange mask over his face. He stood silently where he was, his aloof persona cast in sharp relief. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a few words. Only Nagato and Konan remained behind as they walked toward Obito. When he saw the mask covering Obito's face, Yahiko asked with a hint of puzzlement, Obito, what's with the mask? Obito waved his hand, signaling for Yahiko to lower his voice. Brother Yahiko, I prefer not to reveal my identity for now. From now on, when we're in front of others, just call me Toby. Yahiko quietly repeated the name to himself. Obito, Toby, you just reversed your name, didn't you? All right, but why is that Toby? Yahiko inquired. Obito's eyes glinted with a faint, mysterious light beneath the mask. Because I intend to use the identity of Toby to deal with that man, Danzo Shimura. If my true identity were to be discovered by Master Jiraiya, it would put him in a very difficult position. So it's to deal with Danzo Shimura. Yahiko's expression grew solemn at once. I understand, Toby. I'll make sure to remind Konan and Nagato about this later. Obito nodded, then turned his gaze to the others nearby. Brother Yahiko, these people you and Sister Konan have gathered, can we trust them? A smile spread across Yahiko's face as he replied. Of course, many of them have already pledged their hearts to Akatsuki. They just haven't officially joined us, yet due to various reasons. Obito gave Yahiko an enthusiastic thumbs up. Brother Yahiko, you truly are the soul of Akatsuki. The four of them hadn't seen each other in a long time, After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, they gathered together, their expressions turning serious as they began planning the assault on Amegakure. Conan glanced at Nagato and asked Nagato, "How well have you mastered the power of the Rinnegan?" Nagato gave a calm, gentle smile. "Thanks to Toby's guidance, I can now control it at will. It no longer troubles me." Conan's eyes shone with relief, sincerely happy for a friend. "Then let's go over the operation one more time." Yahiko unfurled a map, its surface marked with the defenses of Amegakure. "This is a strategic map I managed to obtain through certain contacts. It may not be entirely accurate, but it should serve as a useful reference." Obito couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Amazing. He managed to get his hands on something like this. Seems there are comrades in Amegakure who share Yahiko's ideals. Yahiko pointed to the center of the map. "Toby will use his ocular powers to bring us all into Amegakure undetected. We'll emerge right here. All of us will launch an all-out assault at this point. Then, Conan and I will lead one team, while Toby and Nagato will each command another, attacking these 3 locations." As he spoke, Yahiko circled 3 key strategic facilities on the map. "Once we've cleared out these 4 strongholds, Amegakure will no longer pose a threat. After that, we'll regroup and gradually mop up the remaining resistance." "How is it? Does everyone understand?" Conan and Nagato both nodded repeatedly. Obito grinned and chimed in, "Got it, Leader Yahiko. We promised to get the job done." Yahiko rolled his eyes, then continued, "When our 3 teams move out, whichever team finishes their task first should go help the others capture their strongholds. We must strike fast and capture these 4 strongholds." He emphasized once more. The 4 of them went over the battle plan again and again, making sure nothing was overlooked. Once everything was set, they gathered everyone together and divided them into 3 squads. Then they explained the mission to the whole group. Amegakure. Obito slipped silently into a tall building, ghost-like in his movements. "This should be it, the temporary command center of the Hidden Rain Village," he murmured. The next instant, shadowy figures began to appear out of thin air, soundless and sudden. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they'd probably believe it was haunted. And perhaps someone would even ask, do ghosts have to pull overtime for meetings too? The group broke into 3 teams without a hitch and darted off in 3 different directions. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The first sign that the battle had begun. All around, the Rain Ninjas' voices were tinged with fear and confusion. How did the enemy get inside? Why didn't the barrier squad trigger an alarm? It's Akatsuki. That's Yahiko, their leader. Damn it, that masked guy, could he be a ghost? None of our attacks land on him. Curses, that red-haired guy can even reflect ninjutsu. Hey, stop draining me. Duck, get away. In under 10 minutes, Yahiko and his group had swept through the temporary command center. Yahiko addressed his companions. "From here on out, the enemy will be on alert. Everyone be careful. I want all of us to come back safely. With that, let's move out." Obito's eyes widened at the words. Without another word, he led his team straight into his Kamui dimension, crossing space itself to rush toward their next target. Nagato watched, a hint of envy in his eyes. "I really envied Toby's eye technique." Conan shot Nagato a sidelong glance, but didn't say anything. Still, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Some people are just never satisfied. You've got the Rinnegan, and you're jealous of the Sharingan? Yahiko and Conan led a dozen or so toward the west side of the village, while Nagato took his squad to the east. No sooner had Nagato surfaced than a barrage of jutsu came flying his way. He pressed his hands together. Shinra Tensei! With a thunderous crash, the incoming attacks were blown away, and a nearby Rain Ninja were sent flying too. Gone in the blink of an eye. Without slowing, Nagato and his team pressed on. Confronted by more enemies, he clapped his hands together again. Bansho Tenin. The teammates behind him seized a moment, raising their long blades high. With a swift motion, they skewered the Rain Ninja who had been pulled in. Someone let out a sigh of amazement. "This is the first time I've realized how easy fighting can be." Another chimed in, "Yeah, it feels like as long as Nagato claps his hands a few more times, all the enemies will be wiped out." Nagato pressed forward along the path, never needing to resort to any other ocular techniques. He simply alternated between almighty push and universal pull, using these 2 jutsu over and over. To call it a straightforward advance would be an understatement. It was nothing short of total domination. After the Rain Village's elite had clashed with Root, their forces were already severely depleted. Now, faced with someone as overpowered as Nagato, their resistance was all but futile. there was simply no hope of mounting an effective opposition. Not to mention, just a short distance away, another cheat code of a teammate was unleashing chaos. Obito took a deep breath and spat out a thick gob of phlegm. Lava release. Supersized broth bomb, a scorching river of molten lava surged forth, instantly engulfing the Rain Ninja on the other side. Throughout the whole process, not even a scream could be heard. Only the hissing and fizzing of bodies dissolving in the lava. Wiping his mouth with satisfaction, Obito relished the feeling. So this is what it's like to have abundant chakra. It's absolutely exhilarating. He burst out in wild laughter. From this moment on, let the world feel pain. Obito's figure slowly rose into the air, his deep, magnetic voice echoing through the streets. Feel pain. Experience pain. Accept pain. Understand pain. Those who know nothing of pain will never grasp the true meaning of peace. Behind him, his teammates started whispering among themselves. Why do I get the feeling our captain might actually have a screw loose? Be more confident. There's no might about it. Another replied. Obito shot them an annoyed glare before turning his attention back to the Rain Ninja rushing toward them in the distance. Time for that move. He formed the hand seals, his gaze intense, as he uttered in a low voice, fire style. Pants-pulling frenzy. A gigantic serpent of flame erupted forth, spiraling toward the Rain Ninja. The terrifying, whirling fire instantly swallowed up the enemies, reducing them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Having a cheat-level teammate in the squad boosted their efficiency immensely. Obito's team and Nagato's team quickly finished the mission Yahiko had assigned them. Now, both teams were heading off at full speed to support Yahiko and Conan. It had to be said, even though Yahiko and Conan were both formidable in their own right, compared to those two with their special eyes, there was still a noticeable gap. But that's just how things go in the world of Naruto. Early on, with enough effort, even geniuses can be surpassed in the later stages. Forget what we said before. Even the acorn beast who almost kicked his way to the grand finale turned out to be a bona fide taijutsu prodigy. When all three teams joined forces, the pressure on Yahiko and Conan instantly melted away. Universal pull. All right, add more water. Even Obito stopped putting in any effort, standing by quietly as Nagato performed alone. Yahiko smacked his lips in mild amazement. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. It really is something to envy, such simple, unremarkable techniques, plain and unadorned. Yet they're enough to deal with 99.99% of all enemies in the world of the Hidden Leaf. Deva Path, Almighty Push, Deva Path, Almighty Push, flattening everything in their way. After securing 4 strongholds in quick succession, the ninja of the Hidden Rain village were utterly routed, reduced to a state of utter confusion. Yahiko gazed out at the vast expanse of Amage Cure, unable to contain a surge of exhilaration. From this moment on, the Akatsuki would rise to a whole new level. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, in a grand subterranean palace, Madara sat with an air of detachment on his stone throne, turning his gaze to Black Zetsu, standing before him. Black Zetsu, you've done well this time. What's the child's name? Black Zetsu bowed respectfully and replied, the child's name is Uchiha Setsuna. Madara raised an eyebrow, murmuring in faint confusion, oh, Uchiha Setsuna. Why does that name sound so familiar? Black Zetsu smiled in response. Her grandfather, Uchiha Setsuna, was once her most loyal follower, perfectly carrying on your will. Her father took pride in this, and named his daughter Setsuna, in honor of his own father. Realization dawned on Madara, and he nodded, a flicker of delight crossing his face. So by this reckoning, this child is destined to be my successor. Black Zetsu lifted his head and spoke cautiously, but young Setsuna doesn't seem to see it that way. She's tried to escape several times already. Madara's brow furrowed as he looked to Black Zetsu and asked, weren't all her relatives killed in this war? What is she holding on to? Black Zetsu answered, according to White Zetsu and the others. Her childhood friend is still fighting on the front lines, so. Madara tapped the stone thrown gently with one hand, his tone heavy with sorrow for the world. The longer you live, the clearer you see. Reality is nothing but helplessness, pain, and emptiness. It seems this child is yet to see through the illusory and cruel nature of this world. In that case, let's help her see the truth. Only then will she willingly embrace my ideals and help me create a world that is real. A wide, unsettling grin spread across Black Zetsu's face, his snow-white teeth gleaming starkly against his shadowy visage. Madara-sama, what should we do next? The Land of Rain. Amage Cure. The village still reeling from a fierce battle. Now lay battered and scarred. Obito couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. To seek rebirth, there must first be destruction. To desire peace, there must first be war. Truly, this human world is a place of contradiction and endless fascination, clearing out the village hidden in the rain, rebuilding a new settlement, welcoming new members. All these tasks were left to Yahiko and the others, so Obito didn't need to worry about a thing. After all, they were the true professionals in this field. Besides, after Nagato's relentless attacks, which swept through like a plow through a field, the ranged shinobi who managed to survive had no will left to resist. Yahiko and his group had never intended to wipe everyone out anyway. In the end, it was just a matter of switching to a new boss. What's more, this new leader was far more benevolent than the last. Why risk everything for nothing? Aside from a handful of Hanzo's diehard loyalists, most of the ninja had no other thoughts. 1 week later, Obito arrived at the command center of the village hidden in the rain, or as it should now be called, the village hidden by Akatsuki. Yahiko looked at Obito before him, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he spoke. "Little Junior, are you really leaving?" Nagato looked at Obito as well, and added, "Don't go, little brother, stay and help us." Obito could only give a helpless smile. "My two senior brothers. There's still a mess waiting for me back in Konoha. I have to go clean it up." At this, Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, unable to say much more. Just then, Conan's icy voice cut through the air. "Kill Danzo." Obito flashed a brilliant smile. Of course, he won't be around much longer. Letting Danzo die by simply being sealed under a bridge would be too merciful. Besides, he had promised to take Danzo's life within 10 years. And he couldn't break his word, could he? Seeing that Obito's mind was made up, Yahiko spoke up. "Little brother, what about Amicage?" Obito considered for a moment, then replied, "Here's what I'm thinking, Yahiko. Now that the fires of war in the Land of Rain should be extinguished for good, let's focus first on stabilizing things in both our lands." Yahiko nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, little brother. The three of us will work hard to rebuild the Land of Rain. Let Akatsuki's light shine on every corner, and let everyone bask in the sun once more." Obito dipped his head in agreement. "As for my side, my other teacher is very likely to become the next Hokage. Once I've dealt with Danzo, that cancer things in Konoha should clear up instantly. After that, I'll reach out to Amicage, and together we'll work for friendly relations between our two countries." With their plans for the future set, all four felt a sense of hope for what lay ahead. In Obito's mind, a theme song began to play. "May I ask where the road lies? The road is beneath our feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid." Land of Rain. Outside the village hidden by Akatsuki, Yahiko clasped Obito's hand, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Little brother, the road home is long and arduous. Take care of yourself." Obito grinned. "Yahiko, honestly, with my Kamui, I can just whoosh and be back in Konoha in an instant." Yahiko let go of his hand, a bit speechless. "We finally managed to get a bit of a farewell atmosphere going, and you just ruined it." Obito grinned, still cheerful. "Well, that's because it's not really a farewell. I can come by whenever I have time, and we can just have a meal together before I head back." Nagato looked at him with envy. "Little junior brother's technique really is convenient." Hearing that, the three of them rolled their eyes in unison. "Big brother, if you keep showing off like that, you'd better watch out or you'll get a beating." "Oh, right, senior brother, senior sister," Obito suddenly said. "You must stay vigilant. Don't let your guard down. Be careful of that mastermind making another move from the shadows." Yahiko nodded. "Don't worry, we'll be careful." A cold, emotionless smile appeared on Nagato's face. "Honestly, I hope they do come. That way we can finally avenge the Buddha and the others." Nagato. Conan sighed softly and squeezed his shoulder gently. Obito pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to Nagato. "Senior brother Nagato, you still haven't fully mastered all the powers of the Rinnegan yet. This paper has information about the other eye techniques. Practice them when you have time." Nagato took the note and smiled. "Thank you, little junior brother. I appreciate it." Conan stepped forward and hugged Obito. "Little junior brother, thank you for everything you've done for us these past few days." Obito glanced at Yahiko. whose eyes were sharp and watchful, and at Nagato, whose gaze was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Wisely, he let go of Conan at once. No need to thank me, senior sister. Don't forget, I'm part of the Akatsuki now, too. When Obito released Conan, Yahiko and Nagato both broke into warm smiles again. The icy tension for moments before seemed as if it had only been Obito's imagination. Ahem, senior brother, senior sister. See you. Obito waved, and in a blink, his figure vanished from sight. Yahiko watched Obito go, then turned and said, "Let's head back. There's still plenty of work waiting for us." Conan, a gentle smile at her lips, leaned close to Yahiko. "Yahiko, were you jealous just now when I hugged our little junior brother?" Yahiko chuckled. "How could I be?" Nagato clicked his tongue. "I can vouch for it." Yahiko was absolutely jealous. He looked like he wanted to kill our junior brother with his eyes. Flushing, Yahiko gave Nagato a playful punch. "Nonsense, Conan, don't listen to him. I really wasn't." Laughing and teasing one another, the three young people made their way into the hidden Akatsuki village. Bathed in a rare patch of sunlight, their shadows stretched long and far behind them. Land of Fire, Konoha. Kakashi stared at the flying thunder god Kanai that Master Minato had given him, feeling a wave of helpless frustration wash over him. "I still can't see through this technique. If only I had that guy's eye," Kakashi muttered under his breath. "Even just one would do." He was feeling frustrated and lost in thought, when suddenly a voice sounded right by his ear. "Kakashi, what are you doing here all by yourself?" "Obito." Kakashi jolted in surprise, nearly flinging the kunai in his hand. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hopefully Obito hadn't overheard his earlier grumbling. Obito eyed Kakashi suspiciously, making him feel uneasy. "You keep staring at me." "What for?" Kakashi asked. Obito pursed his lips. "You were definitely thinking about something shady just now." "No wonder you're hiding away from everyone." Kakashi grew flustered. "And no, I wasn't." "Don't say nonsense," Obito shrugged. All right, if you say you weren't. Taking a quick glance to make sure they were alone, he quietly pulled a book from his jacket and handed it to Kakashi. "Here, take this. It's a good read. Find somewhere private to enjoy it." Kakashi didn't take the book right away. Instead, he eyed it warily. "What kind of book is that? Is it proper?" The book was none other than the infamous novel that Jiraiya had once given to Obito. Now Obito was passing it on to Kakashi for two reasons. First, he'd already enjoyed the book more than once himself. Second, now that he was back in his own body, he had nowhere to hide it. He was terrified Rin would find it. And besides, good things should be shared between brothers, shouldn't they? Obito cleared his throat. "Ahem, of course it's not proper." Kakashi shook his head. "Then I won't read it. It'll just distract me from training." Obito let out a laugh. "Come on, we're brothers. Does he really not know what you're like?" With a tone full of dramatic emotion, he said, "But this book, it's just so outrageously improper." "So, it's that improper." Kakashi couldn't help but sneak a glance at the book in Obito's hand. He felt a twinge of temptation. Slowly, almost against his will, his hand inched toward the book. His face contorted, and in his heart he roared, "No, Kakashi, you can't take that book. What about your promise to train hard, to study diligently, to surpass Obito through sheer effort? Have you forgotten all that? If you make the wrong choice now, you'll tumble into a bottomless abyss. Resist. Put away that wicked little hand." After a long inner struggle, Kakashi finally made up his mind. He snatched the book from Obito's hand, a childlike grin lighting up his face. But just then, "Kakashi, Obito, I've been looking all over for you too. What are you doing here?" "Oh my goodness!" The sudden voice startled both of them, making them jump. They quickly pulled their hands back at the same time. With a soft thud, the book fell to the ground. Before Obito could react, Rin had already bent down. She picked up the book from the floor and, full of curiosity, opened the cover. "What's this?" "Oh no." Obito's mind raced at lightning speed, faster than it ever had in either of his lives. This is Kakashi's book. He was just about to give it to me." Kakashi stared at Obito in utter shock. "What? This book?" Kakashi was at a complete loss for words. His mouth and his brain were working at cross purposes, neither listening to the other. Rin flipped through a couple of pages, her cheeks immediately turning bright red as she snapped the book shut. "Kakashi?" Rin hesitated, as if she wanted to say more, but couldn't find the right words. "We're not kids anymore. If you have certain interests, we understand, but getting sleepy now equals smiley face." Rin stuffed the book into Kakashi's arms, her gaze a mix of emotions as she spoke. "But you can't. Our dear Obito is so pure. You can't corrupt him. With that, Rin grabbed Obito's hand and pulled him away toward the distance. Come on, Obito. Obito exchanged a glance with Kakashi, his eyes full of apology. Sorry, my friend. Looks like you'll have to take the blame for this one. It's not like you have a girlfriend anyway, so your reputation doesn't matter as much. Thanks, buddy. It's great having you around. Kakashi watched the two walk off, feeling utterly disoriented as the wind rustled. Around him, Obito. Pure? Could that word possibly describe Obito? And she's worried I'll corrupt him? If anything, he's the one who led me down the path of no return. At that moment, Kakashi wished he could just hurl the book onto the ground. This stupid book? I might as well not read it, he grumbled in frustration. But after glancing through a few pages, he found himself unable to put the book down. This book is actually pretty good. Meanwhile, Rin hurriedly pulled Obito away. On the way, she glanced at him a little nervous and asked Obito, "You didn't see what was inside that book just now, did you?" Obito shook his head repeatedly. No, I didn't. He'd actually read that book cover to cover several times back in Land of Rain. Just now, since he was planning to give it away, he hadn't bothered to look inside. Rin patted her chest in relief, letting out a long sigh. Phew, that's good. Looking into Obito's eyes, Rin carefully chose her words. Obito, when you're spending time with Kakashi in the future, just be a little more careful. I mean, don't let him influence you. Rin wasn't sure how to express herself and stomped her foot impatiently. Oh, you know what I mean, right? Obito nodded vigorously. I get it. I totally understand. Lin finally nodded her little head in satisfaction, grabbed Obito's collar, and rose up on tiptoe to say, Obito-kun, you've been so good. This is your reward. Obito chuckled, his heart brimming with happiness. To be able to enjoy this moment today was all thanks to Kakashi. No, that wouldn't do. He needed to give Kakashi a couple more books as thanks when he got back. Otherwise, he'd never be able to put his mind at ease. That evening, after having dinner with Lin, Obito walked her home. Afterward, he made his way alone to a small grove. He sat high in a tree, closed his eyes, and sank into deep thought. Should he make his move against Danzo now? With his current strength, dealing with Danzo shouldn't be much of a problem. But after assassinating Danzo, what kind of consequences would be unleashed, and how should he deal with the aftermath? These were things he couldn't yet determine, nor had he thought through in detail. Perhaps it was better to wait a little longer. He needed an opportunity. Obito opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of cold determination flashing within them. Soon, that day was not far off. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, an expansive underground palace lay hidden. Today, in the usually empty palace, a new presence emerged. It was a girl of about 13 or 14. Half of her body was covered in white, and her long black hair fell in disarray across her shoulders. Her features were delicate, her face strikingly beautiful. But the aura of destruction that clung to her sent chills through anyone who saw her. Uchiha Setsuna, where once her eyes had sparkled with life. Now they were filled with deathly silence, blood-streaked tears running down her cheeks. Setsuna gazed coldly at the white-haired elder seated before her. Uchiha, tell me how I can create the world of my dreams. What an impolite junior. Madara shook his head and beckoned her closer. No need for thanks. Come here from today onward. You are the savior. Barefoot. Setsuna walked slowly toward Madara. Madara lifted his chin, brushing aside the hair that had fallen over his eyes. Look into my eyes. The moment their gazes met, Setsuna was instantly pulled into a world of illusion crafted by Madara. Within this space of illusion, Madara began his tale with the sage of 6 paths and the 10 tails, laying out the moons I planned for Setsuna. Setsuna's delicate brows furrowed slightly. So, you want to gather the tailed beasts scattered across the world and summon the legendary 10 tails? Madara nodded. That's right. You possess Hashiroma's cells within you. So, even without awakening the Rinnegan, you should be able to control the demonic statue. Setsuna gave a faint snort and nodded slightly. I understand. But what about that Nagato you mentioned earlier? Madara closed his eyes as he spoke. Nagato is a descendant of the Senju. Aside from myself, he is the only one who can summon the demonic statue. I originally intended to nurture him, to shape him into the savior who would change this world. Unfortunately, it seems he has no such desire, if the chance arises in the future. Retrieve my eyes from him. They rightfully belong to me. You are the true savior of this world. Uchiha Setsuna spoke in a cold, detached voice. I will, even if it's only for him. Setsuna silently vowed in her heart. In the days that followed, Uchiha Madara passed on all his life's knowledge to Setsuna, holding nothing back except a few secrets for himself. The forbidden techniques of the Uchiha, the six paths techniques, and the yin-yang release. Well then Setsuna, Madara raised his hand. Black Zetsu melted into a pool of liquid, slithering onto Madara's arm. Poison, venomous Madara, comma. Madara placed his hand on a white Zetsu's body. In the next moment, a being half black and half white was born. I've infused my will into this creature. You may consider half of it as an extension of myself. Black Zetsu grinned with a guileless smile. Yes, yes, yes. I am the embodiment of Madara-sama's will. Madara took a few steps forward, then, with a forceful motion, tore off the tubes that connected him to the demonic statue of the outer path, deprived of the life force. Supplied by the statue, Madara collapsed weakly onto the stone chair, his voice trembling as he spoke. It's done. Go now. All of this is in your hands for the time until my resurrection. You are Uchiha Madara. With that, Madara breathed his last, his entire being falling into utter stillness. Once he was the storm that shook the shinobi world, an overlord who could intimidate a whole nation by himself. And now he died in obscurity in a forgotten corner where no one would ever ask after him. Of course, Madara firmly believed he would return one day. The day I reclaimed this world. Ah, cough. Cough. Never mind that. I still owe someone a dance. Uchiha Setsuna gazed at Madara's lifeless form, her eyes flickering with unreadable thoughts. The half-black, half-white Zetsu walked to Setsuna's side, wearing a wide, goofy smile. Little Setsuna. Oh no, Mokuma. What should we do next? The white Zetsu on Setsuna's body spun a mask before her face, concealing her breathtaking features. We do what Madara is meant to do, she replied coldly. Note 1. Dear readers, the author is aware that Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan, inheriting the bloodline from his mother, Fuso. The line about him being a Senju descendant is an original quote from the anime. To stay true to the character's setting, I quoted it directly. Once her face was hidden behind the swirling mask of white Zetsu, Setsuna's very voice seemed to change, as if she had swapped voice actors. Didn't Nagato already take control of the Hidden Rain village? Then we should claim a shinobi village for ourselves as well. At that moment, her voice was indistinguishable from Madara's. As she spoke, Uchiha Setsuna seemed to recall something. A chill began to radiate from within her, seeping outward. Her emotions surged violently. In that moment, mysterious black patterns slowly flickered in her eyes. Let it be Kirigakure, she said in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu felt a subtle shift in his heart. Childhood friends killed by the hands of the Mist Ninja. So she chose Kirigakure because of that. Women really are creatures who never forget a grudge, he thought, grumbling inwardly, though outwardly he wore a smile. Understood. Madame Madara, I will gather detailed intelligence on Kirigakure for you as soon as possible. Konoha. Inside the village training grounds, two figures were locked in a fierce and even match. Obito watched from the sidelines, getting more and more excited, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Asuma, stop trading punches with Guy. Try to cut through his guard down the middle. In the ring, Asuma could only respond with a helpless look. Easy for you to say. Guy's footwork is so nimble, he doesn't leave even the tiniest opening. Seeing Asuma struggle, Obito immediately turned his support. To Guy. Guy-san, start with a dynamic concerto, then go straight in with a leaf-strong whirlwind. Taking his advice, Guy launched into a flurry of moves. He really did manage to knock Asuma flat on his back. The match ended then and there. Guy reached down to help the exhausted Asuma off the ground. Good match, Asuma-san. Asuma accepted Guy's hand with a wry smile, standing up as he said, Your taijutsu is just getting scarier and scarier. The two of them walked off the field together. Guy gave Obito a slight nod. Thank you for your advice just now, Obito-kun. Obito grinned. Don't mention it. You owe me one. Guy's thick eyebrows danced with anticipation. Speaking of which, Obito-kun, it's been a while since we've done that. How about it? Obito thought for a moment and nodded. He took off his jacket and handed it to Rin, who stood nearby. All right, then, let's have a real showdown today. Guy pumped his fist in excitement. Perfect. Youth is meant to be unleashed. He dragged Obito onto the training field. With infectious enthusiasm, Asuma shook his head, lit a cigarette, and wandered over to the side to smoke in peace. A smoke after a fight. Nothing beats that. Rin and Kurenai sat together outside the ring, sharing snacks and chatting. So Rin, how are things with you and Obito lately? Rin put down her ice cake and wiped the corner of her mouth. Not bad, I suppose, about the same as always, but she glanced at Obito on the field, then leaned in to whisper in Kurenai's ear. But I've noticed Obito seems a little off recently. Kurenai was taken aback by Rin's words. Don't tell me Obito's cheating on you. Her first instinct was disbelief. Obito isn't that kind of person. Besides, who else would even want him except you? Hong teased with a laugh. Rin covered her mouth, giggling as well. That's not what I meant by strange. I was talking about Obito. She recalled the scene she'd witnessed a few days ago, and her expression turned a little odd. It's Obito. He seems to think he's a tree. A couple of days ago, I saw him bury his legs in the dirt and stand in the woods sunbathing. Hong pictured the scene Rin described. She couldn't help herself and burst out laughing again. Haha. For some reason, that just sounds exactly like something Obito would do. Asuma was standing nearby, smoking a cigarette. He glanced back by chance and caught sight of Hong's radiant smile. For no reason at all. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't even notice the cigarette, burning down to his fingers. Half an hour later, Kakashi arrived at the training ground as well. He gave a cold snort, said nothing, and silently took Obito's place. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Looks like Art Sundara is still holding a grudge. I should find some time to buy Kakashi a couple of books, Obito thought. Well, Rin and I'll head out first. Obito took Rin's small hand and led her away from the training ground. After having lunch together, Obito walked Rin home. Then he wandered aimlessly down the street by himself. I'm such an idiot, really, he sighed. When I made my last choice, I totally forgot about cloudy weather last time. He'd chosen the task of pretending to be a tree, soaking up half an hour of sunlight every day. But lately, Konoha had been shrouded in rain and clouds, so he hadn't made any progress at all. Swaggering down the street, nothing to do, just strolling along, Obito hummed a little tune as he rounded the corner. Is that? He spotted a familiar figure and shouted with delight, Shursui. Shursui turned around, his face lighting up with joy as well. Obito and I. Shursui hurried over to him. Only then did Obito notice that his cousin had a small child in tow, about 4 or 5 years old. The little boy had short black hair and delicate features, wearing the clan's signature fan-pattern clothes. Clearly, he was a child of the Uchiha, a 4 or 5-year-old Uchiha boy with big eyes and a close relationship with Shursui. Considering all this, the little boy's identity was obvious. Shursui gestured to the boy by his side and introduced him with a smile. Obito, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Itachi. He's the son of clan head Fugaku, and he's also my closest friend. Obito thought to himself, just as I expected, this little guy is none other than the future clan destroyer. Uchiha Itachi. Shursui turned to the boy and said, Ita-chan, this is my cousin Uchiha Obito. Obito gave the little one a kind smile. Hello, Ita-chan. Itachi bowed politely. Hello, Senior Obito. The two had actually crossed paths before, but had never truly interacted. Now, with Shursui's introduction, this could be considered their first formal meeting. Obito pointed toward the street behind him and said, Let me treat everyone to some 3-colored dango. Let's go inside the shop and chat over a snack. Shursui nodded in agreement, then glanced at Itachi beside him. I don't mind. What about you 1 versus 7? Itachi discreetly swallowed and tried to appear calm as he nodded. I don't mind either. In truth, Itachi had a real fondness for sweets. Though he rarely had the chance to indulge, he always felt too embarrassed to admit it. Now that Obito had suggested it himself, of course he had no objections. So sleepy. I can't keep going. There are things to handle tomorrow morning, so updates will resume in the afternoon. Everyone, about Kirigakure. The author considered changing to another village for the sake of the story, but from a background and character perspective, Kirigakure really is the most suitable. Don't worry, though. The actions of Satsuna and Obito moving forward will be very different. Inside the dessert shop, Itachi took a bite of the 3-colored dango in his hand. He let himself melt into the soft, sticky texture. The sweetness of the creamy caramel sauce, the delicate aroma of glutinous rice, with tiny pieces of nuts hidden inside. Obito almost burst out laughing at the sight. Though Itachi did his best to hide it, Obito could plainly see the joy in his eyes. Even though the great Itachi had already seen blood at heart, he was still just a child. As Obito observed Itachi, Itachi was also quietly sizing him up. Shursui had mentioned Obito more than once, always with the highest praise. calling him a guiding light and a model worthy of emulation. Because of this, Itachi had firmly committed Obito's name to memory. In his eyes, Shursui was his own guiding star. So anyone his cousin praised so highly had to be extraordinary. But after watching for a while, Itachi felt a pang of disappointment. No matter how he looked at the man named Obito before him, he seemed utterly ordinary. 1 versus 7? 1 versus 7. Shursui's voice snapped Itachi out of his thoughts. He gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, seniors. I was lost in thought just now. Shursui patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't worry about it. With me and Obito here, you don't have to be so uptight, my cousin just asked if you want another serving of dango. Itachi glanced at the table, only now realizing that, lost in his thoughts, he'd unconsciously eaten all the dango. His cheeks flushed a little. And no thank you, Senior Obito. The three of them began to chat, of course. Most of the time, it was Shursui and Obito talking to each other. While Itachi listened quietly from the side, he soon realized that Obito's senpai truly was an unusual person. For instance, his way of thinking was unlike anyone else's. Ordinary people simply couldn't follow his train of thought. After a while, Itachi found an excuse to stand up and said, "Then I'll take my leave now. I don't want to disturb you too any further." He could tell that Obito and Shursui had things they wanted to discuss in private, things not meant for him to hear. Obito looked at Itachi and, with a smile, suggested, "Why not take some dango to go? You can have on your way back." Itachi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "That's not necessary, Obito-senpai." Obito's eyes crinkled with good-natured insistence. "Go on. Take some with you. It's a rare treat. Today's my treat. So eat as much as you like." From the side, Shursui nodded in agreement. "Take some and go, Itachi. You have no idea how difficult it is to get Obito to treat us." Inside, Itachi was bursting with delight, but outwardly, he simply nodded with a calm expression. "Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, Obito-senpai." Once Itachi had left, Shursui nudged his cousin, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Cousin, you seem to really like Itachi. To think you'd actually offer to pay." Obito rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. "Oh, hush. You've learned to tease your elder cousin, have you? But Itachi really is a good kid. You can tell just by looking. So dutiful and thoughtful." A few minutes later, Obito and Shursui left the dessert shop as well. The two of them walked side by side down the street, gradually finding themselves in a quiet, deserted spot. Shursui glanced at his cousin and asked softly, "Obito, do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Obito's body involuntarily trembled, and he turned to Shursui with a complicated look in his eyes. Could it be that Shursui? Suddenly, Obito pulled Shursui into a tight embrace and whispered gravely in his ear, "I'm so sorry, Shursui." Shursui let out a long, weary sigh. "So it's true? Cousin, you too." The sun slipped quietly beneath the horizon, and night curled around the earth, cloaking it in shadow. In the midst of a dark, silent forest, only Shursui's gentle voice could be heard. All I could do was watch powerless, as he was swallowed by ninjutsu. A bitter, wistful smile tugged at Obito's lips. Unbidden, a certain someone's face surfaced in his mind. So, this is what war is. After a brief silence, Obito spoke. "Shursui, what ability did your Mangekyo awaken?" A black four-pointed shuriken pattern slowly appeared in Shursui's eyes. "To a certain extent, I can distort reality itself, according to my own will. I call this technique Kodoemitsukami." At that moment, I felt that if I had enough ocular power, I could even rewrite the death of a friend. Obito felt a jolt in his heart at those words. Kodoemitsukami. Wasn't that supposed to be a jinjutsu that altered a person's will? How did it turn into a visual jutsu that can alter reality? In another world mythology, the Kodoemitsukami corresponds to the god who created heaven and earth, the most extraordinary of all deities. If you really put it that way, it does make sense for it to have the power to change reality. Obito felt a vague sense of enlightenment. Is it because deep down Shursui truly believes that the two of them as brothers can change anything? Because Shursui's mindset has shifted, the power he awakened has changed as well. That must be it. Shursui turned to look at his silent cousin and asked, "Cousin, you must have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too. What's your visual jutsu?" Obito chuckled twice. Under Shursui's expectant gaze, he slowly uttered two words, "secret." Shursui was dumbfounded. "Brother Obito, that's not fair." Obito shrugged and replied, "That's exactly what your cousin wants you to understand. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. How about we have a match? If you win, you can ask me again. Shursui immediately stood up and said, all right, it's a deal. You can't go back on your word, cousin. Obito replied confidently. Obito always keep my word. I never say anything I don't mean. After all, even if he lost, he could just refuse again. What's there to regret? Under the moonlight, the two figures began to spar, a lively scene of brotherly camaraderie. Land of Water. Outside Kirigakure. Uchiha Setsuna cast a sidelong glance at Zetsu beside her. You're sure the intel you provided is accurate? Black Zetsu gave a guileless smile. Yes, Lord Madara. I guarantee the latest defensive setup of Kirigakure is exactly as I told you. With that new visual jutsu you just awakened, you could easily take Kirigakure without shedding a drop of blood. Uchiha Setsuna snorted coldly. If what you say is true, then of course, but if your intel is wrong, you'll have no reason to exist any longer. With that, she walked barefoot toward Kirigakure, her steps soundless. Watching Setsuna stride toward the village, Black Zetsu's lips curled into a sly smile. Let's hope your power is as great as your words. He let out a long, theatrical sigh, dabbing at imaginary tears at the corner of his eyes. My poor, frail mother has been trapped alone for nearly 1,000 years. He broke into a string of exaggerated weeping. His pitiful cries were so over the top that White Zetsu beside him couldn't help but laugh. Lord Black Zetsu, you really do have a unique way of crying. Shut up. Oh. Outside Kirigakure, two gatekeeping shinobi narrowed their eyes at the same time, gripping their weapons tightly. In their field of vision, a figure that looked like a steamed bun come to life was slowly making its way toward them. One of the mist ninja spoke up cautiously. Who are you? Uchiha Setsuna glanced coolly at the two mist ninja. Their expressions froze for a moment, a flicker of struggle crossing their faces, but in the next instant, their features returned to calm, without a word. They opened the main gate, allowing Uchiha Setsuna to stride inside. The defenses on the eastern side are thinner. It should take only a moment to seize control. Setsuna mused quietly, then headed east without hesitation. The pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan was a nearly circular four-pointed star. In the pitch-black night, it appeared especially eerie and otherworldly. On her way, she encountered 3 patrol squads of mist ninja, one after another. Yet she had no need to lift a finger. Just a single glance was enough to resolve any obstacle. Setsuna raised her left hand, gazing at her pale, slender arm. With a low hum, she murmured, "These so-called Hashirama cells truly are remarkable, even after such intense use of ocular techniques. My eyes only feel a slight soreness." She lifted her gaze to the towering building before her. A destination for this night. The Mizukage Tower. Moving without a sound, she slipped into the Mizukage's office. There, she found a long-haired man sitting upright at his desk, diligently attending to official business. A proper Kage indeed, Setsuna thought with a tinge of regret. What a pity. As if recalling something, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. The third Mizukage, without lifting his head from the documents, spoke in a low voice. You're bold, indeed, to come alone and unguarded into Kirigakure. But since you're here, you won't be leaving. A minute later, Setsuna sat in a chair, rubbing her tired, aching eyes. Behind her, the third Mizukage was massaging her shoulders. As expected of Mizukage, Setsuna remarked, "It took far more ocular power to control you than to handle those other dozen or so people." The third Mizukage gave a modest smile. "You flatter me, my lady. But even so, I still ended up under your sway, didn't I?" Setsuna sniffed with a touch of pride. Naturally, the Mizukage reached his hands forward, intending to loosen Setsuna's joints, but she brusquely slapped him away. He looked slightly taken aback. "My lady?" Behind her mask, Setsuna's cheeks flushed. That hand had nearly touched somewhere it shouldn't. "That's enough. We're done here," she declared. Turning to face the Mizukage, Setsuna's gaze was cold and distant, a red gleam flashing in her eyes. She invaded his consciousness with ease, rifling through his memories as she pleased. The third Mizukage offered no resistance, letting her do as she wished within his mind. After a while, Setsuna opened her eyes, a trace of confusion flickering in her gaze. How could this be? Just as Setsuna was about to speak, she wanted the third Mizukage to summon all the captains of the hidden mist villages ANBU to this place. There were some important matters she needed to verify before she could be sure of her next move, but as her fingers brushed against the mask on her face, her brows drew together slightly, and she let go of the idea. Turning to the third Mizukage beside her, she asked, "Among the younger generation in your village, whom do you value the most? Or to put it another way, who do you intend to choose as your successor in the future?" Without hesitation, the third Mizukage smiled and replied, "That would be Yagura Karatachi. He's truly an outstanding young man. Not only is Yagura pure of heart, but his talent is exceptional. Everyone here holds him in high regard." Uchiha Setsuna nodded thoughtfully. "Yagura Karatachi, is it? Send someone to bring him here." The third Mizukage hesitated for a moment before asking, "You mean right now?" "My lady?" Setsuna's tone left no room for argument. "Right now." The third Mizukage sighed. "Resigned. Very well. Guards." Before long, two ANBU operatives entered the Mizukage's office at the call. Setsuna sat boldly at the desk. Even propping her long legs up on the Mizukage's table, the two ANBU didn't bat an eye at her audacity. It was as if this scene was completely natural. "Mizukage-sama, honored guest. What are your orders?" The third Mizukage spoke. "Go and fetch Yagura. Tell him I need to see him." "Yes, sir." The two ANBU acknowledged the command and headed out. That was even easier than I expected. Setsuna mused inwardly. The ease with which she had seized control of the hidden mist village was all thanks to her man Gekyo Sharingan's unique power, a terrifying and enigmatic dojutsu called Hwanganzen. As long as she met a person's gaze, she could plant a seed of desire deep within their heart. That seed would take root and grow, blossoming into a flower of desire that would instantly corrode their will, while still preserving their conscious thought. It made them utterly obedient to her. Unless her target possessed a will vastly stronger than her own, or had managed to purge themselves of all earthly wants and desires, her technique was almost infallible. With her current ocular power, Uchiha Setsuna could maintain up to 30 flowers of desire at once. If she exceeded that limit, she would have to dispel one flower, releasing someone from her control, before she could ensnare a new target. "I hope this Yagura Karatachi is worthy of the thought I'll bestow upon him," Setsuna murmured softly. 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." The third Mizukage called out. A young man with green hair and violet eyes stepped inside, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Mizukage-sama, you asked for me." This was none other than Yagura Karatachi. Setsuna studied the young man standing before her. Yagura had a baby-faced look, with a scar running beneath his left eye. If it weren't for just having learned some information about Yagura from the third Mizukage, Shana would never have guessed that this young man before her, who looked to be about her own age, could be so different, after all. Even children knew how to throw Shuriken. When Yagura spotted Shana, he was equally taken aback. Who is this pale, doe-faced boy? Why is he sitting in the main seat, while Lord Mizukage stands respectfully to the side? The third Mizukage said nothing, only casting a deep, inscrutable glance toward Yagura. A chill ran down Yagura's spine. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. He began to edge backward, intent on slipping out of the Mizukage's office. But in the very next instant, the doughy-faced youth's eyes flashed with a sudden crimson light. Yagura felt as though he was drowning in a blood-red sea. His entire being sank slowly to the ocean floor, and his consciousness gradually slipped into a haze. A minute later, Yagura's eyes regained their clarity. He examined himself, occasionally reaching out to touch his own body. "Right now, I am both Yagura and Shana. What a strange sensation this is." Uchiha Shana regarded the person before her, who was exploring his new sense of self, or rather the other herself. She was about to speak, but nearly stumbled to the ground. Her mind was clouded, and a powerful wave of exhaustion surged over her like a tide. Uchiha Shana murmured to herself, "Splitting off a piece of my will costs far more than I imagined." Imprinting her will into another's consciousness was another application of Shana's ocular jutsu. She could divide a fragment of her own awareness, use 10 seeds of desire as vessels, and forge an avatar of her will. At this moment, the Yagura into whom she had implanted her will was essentially her own incarnation. Although Yagura retained his previous memories, his personality and consciousness were now completely overwritten by Shana's, permanently losing 10 seeds of desire. "Let's hope you don't disappoint me, Yagura." Just as Shana was muttering to herself, a glint of cunning flashed in the third Mizukage's eyes behind her. A kunai slipped silently from his sleeve, striking mercilessly towards Shauna's undefended back. Not good. By the time Shauna sensed a sudden rush of wind behind her, it was too late to dodge. In that split second, Yagura hurled a kunai of his own, blocking the Mizuki's attack for a heartbeat. Shauna quickly turned to face the Mizuki and tightened her control over him. The third Mizuki's gaze grew blank. Then his face smoothed into calm once more, and with a gentle smile, he strode out the office door to intercept any hidden missed ANBU who might have heard the commotion. Phew, that was close. Shauna patted her chest in lingering fear. Yagura puckered his lips in a rather feminine way, speechless. What are you so afraid of? With Hashirama's cells in you, he can't kill you no matter how hard he tries. Makoto, her eyes tinged red, replied, It's not that I'll die, but the pain is more than I can bear. Yagura let out a little nodding in agreement. Well, that's true. Earlier, the reason the third Mizuki lost control was because Makoto had split off a fragment of her while leaving her main body weakened. The flower desire is not an unsolvable force. If it isn't nourished by enough chakra or strong desires, the flower of desire will gradually wither away. Take what just happened as an example. In the brief moment Makoto was weakened, the Mizuki seized the chance. He forced down the desires in his heart and succeeded in breaking free from Makoto's control. If Yagura hadn't stepped in on time, the Mizuki might have truly escaped for good. This is exactly why Uchiha Makoto, even at the cost of losing 10 seeds of desire, insisted on implanting will into at least one person. The flower of desire's control over people is reversible, unstable. When you're not in good shape, snap. When your opponent meets an expert in illusion, snap. Or when they suddenly achieve some great epiphany, snap. But implanting will is an entirely different matter. The person is completely assimilated, and the process is utterly irreversible. Thinking of this, Makoto turned her gaze to Yagura, who happened to be looking back at her. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed, each watching the other. This kind of unspoken connection. It really is bizarre, Makoto muttered, shaking her head. Yagura let out a soft chuckle. Turning from girl into a man feels even stranger. Want to switch and give it a try yourself? Makoto opened her small mouth but found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, Makoto spoke up. You should go back for now, so no one gets suspicious. I'll summon you again tomorrow. All right. Yagura nodded, then left the Mizuki's office. Makoto propped her chin on her hand, idly swinging her long, slender legs as she began to consider her next move. I certainly can't stay here forever. Once I cover my tracks, I'll leave the rest to Yagura. After thinking things through, Makoto tapped on the desk. The third Mizuki, wearing a polite smile, walked in from the doorway. My lord, what are your orders? Makoto's tone was cold. The squad patrolling the eastern side of Kirigakure today, and the hidden mist shinobi inside the Mizuki building. Find a way to make them disappear without raising suspicion. Once you've finished all that, pass the title of Mizuki to Yagura, and then end your own life. The third Mizuki continued to smile as he nodded. Understood, my lord. Please give me a month. A month, huh? Makoto let out a faint hum. Very well, a month it is. Come here and give my shoulders a massage. Yes, my lord, enjoying the gentle caress of the water's reflection. Yet in that instant, what occupied her thoughts was something else entirely. 1 month should be enough time to prove that suspicion right, if it turns out that you're the ones pulling strings behind the scenes. She glanced at her pale left arm, a flicker of aversion crossing her eyes. Then I'll make sure you all pay the price. Early in the 48th year of the Hidden Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi took the weight of the Land of Fire's war-torn suffering squarely upon his own shoulders. He took the initiative to seek out the feudal lord and requested to step down from his position as Hokage. After the familiar exchange of 3 refusals and 3 earnest requests, the feudal lord, seeing Hiruzen's sincerity, finally agreed to let him resign. If you asked who was happiest about Hiruzen's retirement, it would have to be his old friend, Danzo. Over the past few days, Danzo had been lost in thought, considering every possibility. If Hiruzen would just recommend me as his successor. If only. But before Danzo could even savor the prospect, Hiruzen, right in front of the feudal lord, nominated his grand disciple Minato Namikaze to take up the mantle of the next Hokage. Danzo's mood soured instantly. He spoke up before the feudal lord, declaring that if Minato were to become Hokage, they'd be better off giving the position to Orochimaru. But clearly neither Hiruzen nor the feudal lord, nor the council paid any heed to his objections. And so, the appointment of the fourth Hokage was settled just like that. Danzo swept his sleeves in agitation and stormed out, parting ways with Hiruzen on a sour note. Yet Hiruzen remained unfazed in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen beamed as he looked at Minato, who was half kneeling before him. Minato, I have always believed you are the true inheritor of the will of fire, Hiruzen said warmly. That's why I intend to entrust the future of the Hidden Leaf, and indeed the entire shinobi world, too. Will you accept this responsibility? Minato's breathing quickened. He met Hiruzen's gaze directly and nodded firmly. I will. Good night, everyone. Some readers think that Setsuna's technique is weak, but in truth, it's not that feeble. First of all, she basically is several extra lives compared to others. Second, if she casts none on someone, it's like an upgraded permanent, an inescapable version of Kotoeme Tsukumi. Finally, as long as she chooses promising strong seedlings and implants none in them, they'll grow rapidly. It's just that her dojutsu lacks strong offensive capabilities, so compared to some of the more aggressive techniques, it seems a bit less impressive. Back in the Hokage's office, Minato spoke in a steady voice. I'll do my best to live up to the Third Lord's trust and will not let you down. The Third Hokage nodded with a smile. I have every faith in you. All right, you may go home now. Yes, Lord Third. With those words, Minato rose and left the Hokage's office. On his way home, he found it impossible to calm the surge of excitement in his heart, and his mind raced with bright possibilities. Now that he was to become the fourth Hokage, he could finally pursue all his ideals and ambitions. When Minato returned home, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, curiosity in her eyes as she asked, Did the third Hokage call you over for something? She immediately grinned mischievously. Did he scold you? Don't worry, don't pay any attention to that sort of thing. Minato scratched his temple and pointed at himself, his voice a little uncertain. You want me to become the fourth Hokage? Kushina nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression that said she understood everything. Oh, I see. Being Hokage isn't really such a big deal. Wait, something's not right. Suddenly, she started waving her spatula, her voice rising in excitement. Hold on a second. What did you just say? Minato smiled gently. I've been appointed by the third Hokage and the feudal lord. I'm to succeed as the fourth Hokage. My husband is about to become Hokage. Kushina's eyes lit up with anticipation as she threw herself into Minato's arms. That's amazing. Congratulations, she flailed about in Minato's embrace. Overcome with excitement, Minato was startled. Hey, okay, that's enough. Kushina, if you keep this up, I might have to show you how serious I can get. Kushina tied up her vibrant red hair and flashed a challenging grin. Oh, really? Who's going to take charge here, huh? Let's see about that. She let out a playful growl. In the small pavilion of the Nara clan, Obito and Shikayu sat across from each other, each deep in thought as they played their game of shogi. After a while, Obito let out a helpless sigh and set down his piece. I must be out of my mind to come play shogi with you. Shikayu smiled slightly as he gathered up the game pieces. Don't sell yourself short, Obito. Your skills have improved by leaps and bounds. You're almost as good as me now. Obito rolled his eyes. Do you even believe it yourself? The two of them sat on the grass outside the pavilion, each with a glass of soda in hand, as they enjoyed the fizzy drinks. Their conversation drifted from topic to topic. Setting down his cup, Shikayu glanced at Obito. The decision for the fourth Hokage has been made, though it hasn't been announced yet. Obito grinned. Let me guess, it's Minato-sensei, isn't it? Whoa. Shikayu nearly knocked over his drink in surprise. He forced a wry smile. You really are sharp, Obito. I was hoping to keep you guessing a little longer. That's right. The next Hokage will be none other than Minato. Obito finished his drink in one swift motion. Though a chill flickered in his eyes, he had a feeling the opportunity he'd been waiting for was drawing closer. On the ceremonial platform atop the Hokage Tower, Minato stood in his Hokage robe, respectfully facing the third Hokage. The third looked at him with pride, pleased with the successor he had chosen. He removed the Hokage's hat from his own head and, with great solemnity, handed it to Minato. Minato took the conical hat with both hands and slowly placed it on his own head. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Konoha leadership, the third Hokage spoke in a solemn tone. The future of Konoha is in your hands now, fourth Hokage. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Minato nodded. For Konoha, I will give everything, even my life. Minato stepped to the very front of the ceremonial platform. Bathed in the gaze of the masses, he removed the Hokage hat, radiating his unique charisma. Below the Hokage tower, a sea of villagers erupted in thunderous cheers. Ah, Lord Hokage, the fourth is so handsome. Long live the fourth. Naruto, swept up in the excitement, shouted from the crowd. I won't keep it a secret. Up there, that's my dad. A child in the crowd piped up, nonsense, that's my dad. Naruto was left speechless. The other child's father was equally stunned. What? He grabbed his son and gave him a good scolding, punctuated with the snap of a belt. Nearby, Obito tried his best to stifle his laughter. This kid really cracks me up. From the ceremonial platform, Kushina and Minato locked eyes across the great multitude at that moment. There was only each other in their world. A gentle smile played at the corner of Kushina's lips. She had always joked that she would be the woman beside the future Hokage. Who would have thought that her words would come true? She really had become the Hokage's wife. Hiragakure, Mizuki's office. The third Mizuki entered with a smile, as if he'd forgotten who the real master of this place was. Lord, all those ANBU you encountered earlier have been dealt with, he reported. Sitting on the sofa, Setsuna nodded in satisfaction. You've done well. Third Mizuki. Those people Setsuna had manipulated were like ticking time bombs to her. If she left Kirigakure and the flower of desire withered unexpectedly, any of them could explode at any moment. Better to eliminate them all and save herself the trouble. Receiving Setsuna's praise, the third Mizuki looked genuinely pleased. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. So, when do you think would be the right time for me to take my own life? Setsuna let out a soft hum and replied, I've changed my mind. Once you pass the title to Yagura, come up with a reason to leave with me. The third Mizuki had grown up under the guidance of both the first and second Mizuki. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he was also quite cunning. It would be a pity to discard such talent. Better to keep him close. He could help settle many matters, and it would also give her more chances to hone her ocular powers. Besides, with only him under her control, there was hardly any risk. Hearing that Setsuna intended to keep him by her side, the third Mizuki's smile grew even wider. That's wonderful. I am honored to follow you, my lord. He declared sincerely. Setsuna nodded indifferently and asked offhandedly, by the way, what's your name? The third Mizuki smiled as he spoke. Kaminari Kyurigin. Then from now on, I'll just call you Kyurigin, said Setsuna, closing her eyes and waving her hand dismissively. All right, go take care of the remaining matters. I don't have time to linger here. I understand, my lord, Kyurigin replied with a slight nod before leaving the Mizuki's office. Once Kyurigin had gone, Setsuna sat alone on the sofa. Her eyes were half closed, lost in thought, her entire being radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent that would send shivers down anyone's spine. In Kirigakure, within the Mizuki's office, Uchiha Setsuna opened her eyes. For a fleeting instant, a crimson light flashed in her gaze. She quickly suppressed the flames of anger within her, her expression returning to calm. Yet, in truth, the fire in her heart not only failed to subside, it burned even fiercer. Through days of silent investigation, Setsuna had finally confirmed her suspicions. Her childhood friend's attack had not been a random misfortune, but a deliberate act orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The squads from Kirigakure who were supposedly present that day had in fact been dispatched to entirely different locations, and not just different. Their assignments were in completely opposite directions, making it impossible for them to be at the same place at the same time. This was no coincidence. It could not be explained away so easily. Someone had meticulously plotted all of this from the shadows. And when Setsuna considered how her friend's death had driven her into Madara's camp, the answer as to who was behind it became painfully clear. If it wasn't White Zetsu, or perhaps at Madara's deliberate instigation, would she have so coincidentally stumbled upon her friend, happening to find him surrounded by mist ninja? Damn Uchiha Madara! Setsuna could barely restrain herself from turning back and incinerating Madara right then and there. But for now, she was still at the mercy of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, unable to show even a flicker of anger. Uchiha Madara, she ground, her teeth, her mind seething. I'll let you bask in your triumph a little longer. Once I have the power, I'll take everything from you. I'll make sure you know exactly what it feels like to lose everything. In Konoha in the Hokage's office, the familiar desk remained, but the person seated behind it was no longer the same. Obito grinned mischievously at the man across from him. Minato-sensei. Ah no. I suppose I should call you the fourth Hokage now. So, Lord Hokage, what exactly did you call the three of us here for? He asked. Minato smiled with the gentle affection of a mentor, though there was a trace of helplessness for his lively student. I brought you here today to ask what you'd like to do in the future. I want to hear your thoughts about how you want to develop from here on. Rin looked a little puzzled. Our future paths? Minato nodded, folding his hands in front of his face. That's right. Now that I've become Hokage, I can't continue leading Team Minato as your sensei anymore. Whether you want to keep working together as a team, transfer somewhere else, or have other ideas, you can all tell me, Minato said, his expression touched with a hint of amusement as he smacked his lips thoughtfully. If Obito understood correctly, wasn't Sensei offering them a shortcut? In the world of shinobi, they were already considered adults, so Minato's question wasn't out of the ordinary. The three of them lowered their heads, seriously pondering the question. After a short while, Rin was the first to look up and speak. Sensei, I don't want to keep going out on missions. I'd like to stay in the village and become a doctor. Minato nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated her answer all along. Rin, after all, had never cared for fighting and killing. She had always been devoted to healing and saving lives. Becoming a doctor truly was a path that suited her. I understand. I'll let Konoha Hospital know, and you can start your internship tomorrow, he said. Rin nodded, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Thank you, Sensei. After Rin, Kakashi was the next to speak. Sensei, I'd like to join your personal ANBU unit. Minato's face brightened at the request. Excellent. As it happens, there's an opening in my squad. Report in whenever you're ready. It was no wonder Minato was pleased. With Kakashi's intellect and talent, it was only a matter of time before he became Minato's right-hand man. Then Minato turned to his last student, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Well, Obito, what about you? Do you have any thoughts? Although Obito was usually playful, he was utterly reliable when it mattered most. Not to mention, his abilities were on par with some of the elite Jonin. Naturally, Minato hoped Obito would join him as well. Obito grinned mischievously. Sensei, I'd like to join the third Hokage's personal ANBU. Minato was briefly taken aback. Obito wanted to join the third's ANBU unit? Why wouldn't you want to join mine? It wasn't just Minato who was surprised. Both Rin and Kakashi stared at Obito, puzzled by his decision. Rin couldn't help but ask Obito why. Obito hesitated, unsure how to explain it to Rin. He certainly couldn't say he was planning something behind the scenes. Kakashi shot him a look of suspicion, as if to say, don't you want to work with me? Obito could only reply with a helpless, wry smile. For a long moment, no one spoke. At last, Minato broke the silence, waving his hand in a gentle gesture. Since Obito has made his decision, I'm sure he has his reasons. Obito, I support your choice. I'll talk to the third soon. If he approves, you can join his ANBU unit. Though Minato said he understood that disappointment was plain on his face, Obito pretended not to notice, still grinning cheerfully. Thank you, Sensei. Minato forced a smile and said, all right, you three should head back now. From now on, each of you must work hard on your own. Don't neglect your training. Understand? The three replied in unison, yes, Sensei, after leaving the Hokage's office. Kakashi frowned and asked, why did you choose the third Hokage? No matter how you look at it, Minato-sensei is the better choice. Obito answered evasively. I have my reasons. You'll understand someday. Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glance. You'd better. I'm leaving now. With a brief farewell to the other two, he hurried off. Ever since taking the blame for Obito last time, becoming a social outcast by proxy, he felt a bit awkward being around Rin. Rin noticed that Obito was in low spirits. She took his hand and asked with a gentle smile, Obito, I want to become a doctor in the future. What do you think? Obito thought for a moment and replied, of course, that's great. It's a stable job, regular hours, good pay. And besides, he'd get to see Rin in a doctor's uniform. On dull days they could even play doctor and patient together. Lie still, let me treat you. The more he imagined it, the more delightful it seemed. Rin eyed Obito suspiciously as his words trailed off, and a mischievous grin crept on his face. Besides what? Come on, tell me. Obito shook his head. Nope, I'm not telling. Come on, tell me now. She insisted teasingly. As the saying goes, it's hard to say no to someone when you owe them. That was exactly how Obito felt at this moment. All right, I'll tell you. He leaned in close to Rin's ear and whispered something to her. After hearing it, Rin's cheeks turned even redder. Oh, Obito, what on earth goes on in that head of yours all day? Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she glared at him, a touch of irritation in her voice. Wait a minute. Did Kakashi put these ideas in your head? Obito paused, pretending to ponder. After a moment, he nodded earnestly. Yeah, that's right. He told me all of it. Well, once you've thrown someone under the bus, it gets easier the next time. He felt no guilt at all. After all, what are brothers for? Don't worry, my friend. I made sure this blame sticks to you like glue. Rin poked Obito's forehead with her finger, hands on her hips, scolding him with mock exasperation. I told you before, don't let him influence you. How come you're still... Obito grinned. Rin, don't be mad. Rin rolled her eyes dramatically and looked away in a huff. I just think... Obito embraced her, returning her playful protest in kind. A few minutes later, Obito released Rin, who was already nearly out of breath, and grinned mischievously. Are you done being mad? Rin-chan? Rin nodded, still a little dazed, her adorably silly expression making Obito snicker quietly to himself. After a moment, Rin regained her composure and hesitantly asked, Obito-kun, those things you were thinking just now, did you really mean them? Obito wasn't sure what Rin was getting at, but staying true to his honest nature and his incorrigible side, he nodded earnestly. Yes, then. Rin stood on tiptoe and leaned in close to Obito's ear, her voice soft and sweet as she whispered, then in a few days we can. Her words trailed off into playful nonsense, leaving Obito's heart itching with anticipation, wishing he could fast-forward time to those few days ahead. That very evening, Obito was summoned by the third Hokage. The third Hokage wasn't wearing his usual ceremonial robes, but instead had on his everyday clothes. He led Obito for a stroll along the village streets, much as he had done before during Obito's training. As they walked, the third Hokage smiled and asked little Obito, Grandpa heard you want to join my ANBU. Can you tell Grandpa why? Obito nodded and replied without hesitation, because Minato-sensei is way too strict. I feel like working for you, Grandpa, would be a lot more relaxed. The third Hokage burst out laughing. Obito, the ANBU is hardly a place to take it easy, no matter whose command you're under. The responsibilities are the same. At those words, Obito's face fell in disappointment. If I'd known, I wouldn't have chosen the ANBU. It's just that I saw Kakashi join ANBU, so I thought. He looked at the third Hokage beside him, his face full of regret. Grandpa Third, is it too late for me to change my mind? The third Hokage stroked his beard, smiling gently. No turning back now. Little Obito, I'll give you a few days to relax. Report to my ANBU next week, all right? A leak that jumps into your own field. How could the third Hokage possibly let it escape? What he really wanted was to probe a little deeper, to see why Obito would choose him over Minato. Obito, looking glum, nodded. All right, Grandpa Hokage. The third Hokage ruffled Obito's hair with a smile. Enough worrying. Grandpa won't assign you any complicated tasks to start with, so don't fret. Obito patted his chest in relief, exhaling deeply. Phew, that's good to hear. After keeping the third Hokage company for a few more laps around the village, the two of them went their separate ways. On his way home, a sharp gleam flashed in Obito's eyes. Joining the third Hokage's ANBU had been his plan all along. He wanted to place himself directly under the third supervision. That way, while the third Hokage thought he was keeping Obito under control, he could also keep a close watch on the third Hokage's every move. Obito did this not only to deal with Danzo, but also to plan ahead for the Uchiha clan. Though the Ninetales incident is now unlikely to happen, there's still... Obito gave a wry smile and shook his head. But in the heart of the third Hokage, the wariness toward the Uchiha might not disappear so easily. Speaking of which, it's worth mentioning the attitudes of past Hokage toward the Uchiha clan. The first Hokage hardly needs to be discussed. He always treated the Uchiha as close family. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, on the other hand. Don't be fooled by how he constantly harped on about the Uchiha's so-called innate evil. If he burned his mouth eating skewers, he'd probably suspect an Uchiha using a fire-style jutsu from the shadows. Yet Tobirama's methods were truly sophisticated. He promoted many Uchiha who embraced the will of fire, or perhaps those who had been thoroughly indoctrinated by the village, by drawing them in and sowing division. He kept the clan in check. Although some Uchiha resented this, most remained loyal to Konoha. But when it came to the third Hokage, problems arose. Hiruzen also played the balancing game, but used other powerful clans to counterbalance the Uchiha. If things kept going this way, how could the Uchiha not grow hostile and resentful toward the village? Fortunately, Hiruzen bore no ill will toward the Uchiha. His balancing act was born purely of historical circumstances and the considerations of a leader. Unlike Danzo, that guy, the Sun King, had no other agenda. He simply wanted the Uchiha dead. Well, at least Lord Minato has always been relatively kind to our clan, Obito mused. Once I find a time to deal with Danzo, I'll need to figure out a way to change the third Hokage's view of the Uchiha. His thoughts churned. Obito let out a faint sigh. I'm only a child, barely 15 years old, and yet here I am carrying such a heavy burden. Ah, what a life. A week later, Obito arrived at the ANBU headquarters in Konoha. After walking down a long, dim corridor, he reached the equipment room. A masked ANBU member brought out a box and placed it before him. Your code name is Falcon. Register yourself. Thank you, I appreciate it. Cradling his new gear, Obito entered the changing room. He donned the uniform and slipped on the mask. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, a faint smile played at his lips. I may have lost the tiger-striped mask, but now I've gained an ANBU mask. What an interesting turn of events. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, several ninja were whispering among themselves, deep in discussion. One side, it's so sudden, the third Hokage was still in his prime. How could he step down just like that? Another ninja joked. Maybe all those years of hard work finally caught up to him. He just couldn't handle the pressure anymore. Haha. The first ninja could only shake his head in exasperation. Screw you, the third Mizukage isn't that kind of person. Ahem, but I did hear that the third Mizukage seems to well. You know what I mean, right, guys? Beside them, a mist ninja who was obviously their leader interrupted their conversation. All right, let's stop slandering Lord Mizukage. The third has devoted so much to the village. I won't have you spreading nonsense here. Besides, Lord Yagura's succession as the fourth Mizukage is only natural and what everyone wanted. You two should hold your tongues. The two mist ninja, hearing their leader speak, immediately gave awkward laughs and dropped the subject. We get it, boss? Yeah. With Lord Yagura becoming Mizukage, everyone's convinced. Right, we're just feeling a bit sorry for the third, that's all. The sudden abdication of the third Mizukage stirred no small commotion in the hidden mist village. But to be fair, Kurehiko Hashigami was no longer young, and Yagura Kagaya had long been the chosen successor for the fourth. The handover of power between the two went as expected, after a round of lively discussion. People soon felt there was nothing amiss. As for Kurehiko Hashigami's decision to leave the village and travel after stepping down, that was even less of a surprise. He'd spent his life fighting battles. Now that he could finally retire, why shouldn't he enjoy himself a little? Inside the Mizukage's office, Kurehiko looked at Setsuna, who was seated at the head of the table, and spoke with a smile. Lord, everything is ready. We can leave at any time. Setsuna gave a slight nod and stood up. No time like the present. Let's go today. I've lingered here long enough. Kurehiko nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Setsuna then turned to Yagura at his side. I'm leaving the hidden mist. Village in your hands. Yagura gave a curt hum, nodding without much comment. Got it. Setsuna didn't mind. After all, the two of them understood each other well enough. There was nothing more to say. Let's go. Disguised as Kurehiko's escort, Setsuna picked up their travel bag and followed behind him. The two left the Mizukage's office together. Yagura watched their figures disappear into the distance, his eyes growing cold and deep. Uchimura, one day you will pay the price. He sat down at the Mizukage's desk and closed his eyes in thought. The events of that night replayed in his mind. A childhood friend, surrounded and outnumbered, fought alone. When Yagura arrived, his friend had already been stabbed multiple times with no sign of life left. But the Mist Ninja hadn't left. Instead, they toyed with his corpse using their blades, as if they'd found a new plaything. The sheer shock awakened Setsuna's Mangekyo Sharingan, granting her a terrifying eye technique, Hwangenzan. She made the Mist Ninja turn their blades on each other, exacting a brutal revenge. After that, she felt as if her great vengeance had been avenged. Satisfaction surged through her heart. Yet who could have expected? A long moment passed before he opened his eyes, a flicker of resolve shining deep within them. If I want to strengthen myself quickly, I'll have to take some risks. I need to harness the power of the tailed beast. I must become a Jinchuriki. Kanahagakure, The ANBU headquarters, Obito straightened his uniform, making sure all of his ninja tools were in place, ready to head out of the ANBU building. But just as he was about to leave, an ANBU member blocked his path. "Hey, newbie, there's still something you haven't done yet." Obito looked puzzled and replied, "Everyone here wears a mask, so how did you know I'm new?" The ANBU member gave him a helpless look and pointed his own left arm. It was only then that Obito realized. Except for himself, every ANBU member hastily moving about the hall had a tattoo on their arm. The men bored on their left arm, the women on their right. What a bunch. Everyone here really is a villain. Obito humbly asked for advice. "Hey brother, where do I get this tattoo?" "Over there," the other man pointed him to a spot before hurrying off. "It's him, this must be the place." Following his directions, Obito entered a small room. 5 minutes later, Obito emerged, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn, getting a tattoo hurts. And he had to stay completely alert the whole time, fearing that one wrong move would turn the tattoo parlor into a haunted house. Phew. Staring at the tattoo on his left arm, Obito broke into a grin. "Well, I'll start as a regular member, then get promoted to squad leader next year, and maybe division captain the year after a few more years. I'll make it to ANBU commander. And in 10 years' time, maybe I'll even become Hokage. Surely that's not too much to ask?" Feeling quite pleased with himself, Obito left the ANBU hall to report to the third Hokage. These days, Hiruzen Sarutobi had moved out of his old office, leaving it for Minato, and was now working out of his own luxurious villa. When the third Hokage saw Obito suited up and ready, he smiled warmly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Excellent. You look full of spirit. From now on, Grandpa is counting on you." Obito grinned sheepishly and scratched his head, not taking Hiruzen's polite words too seriously. "I'll do my best, Grandpa Hokage." The third Hokage kept his word. Several weeks went by, and he really didn't assign Obito any overly difficult missions, and so Obito settled in with a clear conscience, continuing his easygoing life in a new place. One day, he summoned the system, grumbling, "Hey system, it's been ages. Why haven't you given me any challenges yet? Where's my promised God-tier choice system? Is this it? Seriously?" The system let out a long, weary sigh. "Host, your abilities are already brushing up against the ceiling of this world. Aren't you satisfied yet? I really don't dare to upgrade again." Obito pouted as he spoke. "I'm already 15 and still haven't reached the sage level. Tell me, is that really normal?" The system replied, sounding rather desolate. "Dear host, I've toiled bitterly all these years. It's really not easy for this system to save up some money. How about you give me a little more time? Maybe let's talk again in a few years, all right?" Obito shook his head. "No, that's not negotiable." In the end, the system relented. "All right then, once you finish your current mission, I'll give you a new multiple-choice question," Obito said with a beaming smile. "Deal. It's a promise." A month later, Obito muttered to himself in frustration. "I really was too naive. All those debts I racked up so carelessly before. Now I have to pay them back twice over." After completing a mission, he returned home exhausted. Then he was taken aback to find that an unexpected guest had arrived. "Good night, Maka Paka." Staring at the little figure in his house, Obito asked in surprise, "Itachi, what brings you here?" His grandmother smiled beside them. "You're finally home, Obito little. Itachi has been waiting for you for a long time." Obito was utterly confused. Itachi had come all this way. For what exactly? With her usual thoughtfulness, Grandma prepared 2 small teacups and a pot of hot water for them, then stood up to leave. "You two have a chat. Grandma's going back to her room to rest." Itachi gave a polite nod. "Goodbye, Grandma. Thank you for your hospitality." After Grandma had gone into her room, Obito asked curiously, "Itachi, what brings you here today?" Itachi replied calmly, "I'm here at my father's request. He wants you to be the Uchiha clan's eyes within the ANBU. He also asked me to pose a question. In your heart, which is more important, the clan or the village?" Understanding dawned on Obito's face. After a moment of reflection, he replied solemnly, "Naturally, the clan stands above all else. Please tell Lord Fugaku that I'll pass on information for him." Itachi considered this for a moment. "I'll relay your words to father word for word. Next, I'd like to ask you a question of my own." Just as myself, Obito nodded. "Go ahead." Itachi fixed him with a steady, searching gaze. "Why is it that what you just said is so completely different from what I heard from Brother Shursui?" "Oh." Obito smacked his lips in awkwardness. He'd forgotten how close Itachi was with his big bro. Obito fell into thought once again. Only this time, he was genuinely pondering, not just pretending. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is growing sharper. There will always be people caught in the middle torn between both sides. However, Obito spoke with a meaningful tone. But personally, I believe this is a problem our generation can solve. There's no need to let the next generation carry this burden. Itachi mulled over Obito's words, letting them sink in. It was only at this moment that he understood why Shui had held Obito in such high regard. Calm and confident, principled, resourceful, and decisive. Itachi stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "I understand. Thank you for your time today, Obito-senpai." Obito also rose, smiling as he replied, "You're not imposing. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to ask me anytime." After seeing Itachi off, Obito let out a quiet chuckle. "So, to become the eyes of the Uchiha clan, is it?" He shook his head gently, then returned to his quarters for some rest. After all, tomorrow promised to be another exhausting day. Obito was now part of the ANBU, which gave him access to the latest intelligence. For instance, not long ago, the major nations had paused their mutual hostilities. Aside from a few minor skirmishes here and there, the shinobi world had quieted down. Yet Obito did not let his guard down. He remained wary of Uchiha Madara, anxious that the other might attempt another Nine-Tails incident. But as the 49th year of the Hidden Leaf passed, the village remained tranquil, the waters undisturbed. It seems Madara has given up, or perhaps he never had any intention of attacking the leaf at all. Obito mused. Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei had no plans for second child, so, with a Jinchuriki in perfect health and the fastest ninja in the world as her husband, no ordinary person would dare target her. Even I, the stubborn fool I was back then, only dared make my move when the opportunity presented itself. And even then, the moment I tied up Sensei's wife, Sensei himself was already at the door. If it hadn't been for Kimui, I would have been beaten to death on the spot. Well, at least for the next few years, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Obito murmured to himself. He hadn't wasted the past year either. Not only had he passed the Jonin exam, but he had also achieved his goal of becoming an ANBU squad leader. The dream of becoming Hokage was now a step closer. Glancing at the time, Obito suddenly called out, Hey, system. Why is it that after standing here so long, today's mission still isn't complete?" The system replied with a hint of exasperation. "Does your tree talk, or something?" Obito stood dutifully for a while longer, until the familiar notification sounded in his mind. Choice successful. Reward received. Second gear development. Greatly reduces Kimui's burden on the host's body, and allows the host to use intermediate level would release jutsu. Yes. Finally. Obito cheered. He'd played the part of tree for so long, looking like a complete fool. But at last, Obito felt as if he had finally achieved fulfillment, and tears welled up in his eyes. With the second stage of development, not only did Kamui place less of a burden on his body, but he also unlocked several practical wood-release techniques. Furthermore, the chakra within his body had increased significantly. Now, he possessed about 12 units of chakra. Compared to Master Kushina or Naruto, 12 units of chakra might not seem impressive, but in reality, it was far from insignificant. Across the entire shinobi world, there were only a handful of people who possessed so much chakra. Obito called out his mind, "Hey system bro, I've finished your multiple choice question. Isn't it time to give me a new one?" "System baby." "System honey." "System, get out here now." No matter how Obito called, the system remained silent. His expression darkened, a fire of anger burning his heart. "I finally trusted you for once, and you let me lose so utterly. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. I'm going to kill Danzo." Without another word, he slipped into the Kimui dimension and headed straight for the Land of Rain. He needed to vent his fury on someone. Land of Rain, Amage Cure. Amage Cure had already been rebuilt. Under Yahiko and the others' leadership, the village was thriving once again. Obito, familiar with every corner, made his way directly to Conan's office. He didn't bother knocking. He simply pushed the door open. "Sister Conan, sorry. Obito quickly backed out, shutting the door behind him. He silently repeated to himself, I didn't see anything. After a moment, Conan's cool, clear voice sounded from within. "All right, come in." Obito stepped back into Conan's office, coughing awkwardly before speaking. "Ahem, Sister Conan. Those people and things I asked you to prepare for me earlier, are they?" Conan nodded. "Slightly. Everything's ready. Are you about to make your move?" Obito smirked, nodding in affirmation. Yeah, that's right. I've gathered enough information. It's time. A cold glint flashed through Conan's eyes as well. Her hatred for Danzo was no less than Obito's. Good. Shimura Danzo has long deserved to die. Come with me, little brother. I'll take you to collect the supplies. Conan led Obito out of the office, handing over the people and items he needed. With Kimui, Obito accepted everything in an instant. Once all was done, the two returned to the office. After discussing official matters for a while, they began to chat idly. Obito, shifting his weight, happened to glance out the window, only to discover two people staring at him intently from outside. What the? The sight startled Obito so much he phased right through his chair. Conan looked at him in puzzlement, asking, "What's wrong?" She followed Obito's gaze but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Obito wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a laugh. No, it's nothing." Conan looked at him with a hint of confusion, then smiled and asked, "Little Junior, would you like to have dinner with your senior sister tonight?" At her invitation, cold sweat sprang from Obito's brow once again. "Senior sister, are you trying to send me to my grave?" "No, thank you. The doctor said my stomach isn't good. I shouldn't eat on an empty stomach. I have something to take care of, so I'll be going now. Goodbye." "Senior sister." Conan gazed at the now empty office, twirling a lock of her hair by her cheek. She murmured to herself in puzzlement, "What's gotten into my little junior today? He's acting so strange."